Chapter 1. The Super Exchange Shop. As dusk approached, the sky was awash with the hues of sunset, a tapestry of golden-red clouds stretching across the firmament. The trees outside had transformed into a brilliant shade of gold, while countless birds circled, returning to their nests, their lively chirping harmonizing with the setting sun, creating a picturesque scene. Yet, within the classroom, the atmosphere was one of drowsiness. Ling Feng lay half-draped over his desk, propping his chin up with his hand to avoid toppling over, stifling yawns as he struggled to stay awake. After all, this was a ninja school, and the penalties for violating school rules were no trifling matter. It was the final period, and the Chunin teacher was passionately delivering a lecture, seemingly enamored with the vocation of educating young minds. Certainly, there were those in the classroom who found the teacher's discourse intriguing, but Ling Feng was not among them. As a traveler from another world, having watched the entirety of Naruto countless times, he was well-versed in the lore and secrets of this realm. It was all rather tedious. Unfortunately, at just over 5 years of age, he had nowhere else to go aside from the Ninja Academy. His gaze aimlessly wandered around the classroom. While the teacher was mundane, his classmates held some interest with several familiar faces in attendance: Kakashi, Obito, and Guy. Not to mention a plethora of charming young girls, such as Haruno Sakura and Yuhi Kurenai. One could not deny the allure of the girls from the anime world, their delightful, rosy cheeks paired with sparkling, large eyes, and their fair thighs accentuated by ultra-short shorts and skirts were enough to make any gentleman's heart flutter. Even though they were merely 5 or 6 years old, they were captivating enough to draw Ling Feng's gaze repeatedly. Moreover, Ling Feng understood that as these lovely girls matured, they would undoubtedly possess an even greater charm. As for the ninjutsu classes, he had little interest. He was confident in his understanding of the fundamental theories, perhaps even more so than the teachers themselves. In terms of practical skills, he had self-studied quite a bit. Sigh, these rudimentary concepts are as boring as eating and drinking. There's been no progress for centuries. Compared to the Sage of Six Paths era, things have only regressed. According to the storyline, the Third Great Ninja War is approaching. If I merely study here, it'll end up as nothing more than a slightly stronger pawn. Truly, what I yearn for is power beyond that of a Kage. Shaking his head, Ling Feng felt increasingly agitated. Having been in this world for so long, he had yet to unlock the exclusive golden finger of a traveler. Must he wait until graduation to obtain it? Just as he pondered this, a hum resonated in his mind, as if something had been activated. Ding! Host requirements met. Activating the Super Exchange Shop. The Super Exchange Shop? The very name sounds impressive. Wow, the golden finger has finally arrived. With the class still in session, certainly no one dared to speak out of turn. Undoubtedly, this was the voice of the system. Ling Feng's excitement surged. After such a long wait, it had finally come. Ding! Super Exchange Shop fully loaded. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng quickly inquired, "System, what is the purpose of this Super Exchange Shop?" But as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a sudden heaviness in his head, and the world around him shifted. Ding! Welcome, host, to the Super System Shop through mental power. This is a specially designated system space, accessible only to the host. In the system space, the host can browse the shop to view products and may try on or test items, though a certain number of points are required for exchange. Ling Feng was taken aback. Points? Let me take a look. Then, with a thought, a luminous screen materialized before him, adorned with a plethora of goods. There were high-grade kunai, specially designed shurikens, rank ninjutsu scrolls, super stamina potions, and exceptional healing ointments. In short, the selection was vast and varied. It was a veritable treasure trove. It could be said that there was nothing you could not buy, only things you could not imagine. Regardless of the item, from the ordinary to the extraordinary, everything was available. Of course, all these require points. For instance, a low-grade kunai cost 1 point, a mid-grade kunai 10 points, and a high-grade kunai 100 points. Ling Feng examined the attributes. Low-grade kunai were the standard kunai of this world. Mid-grade kunai were made of superior materials and were sharper, while high-grade kunai featured automatic tracking and targeting capabilities. Well then, if that's the case, He'll just have to find a way to earn points. System. How does one acquire points? This was the question he was most concerned about at present. With the Super Exchange shop at his disposal, as long as he had points, he could obtain anything he desired. Ding. The host can earn points by defeating opponents, vanquishing enemies, garnering the applause and admiration of those around, and completing tasks for substantial points. Ling Feng quickly grasped the concept essentially. He would need to take action to earn points. After all, this was a world governed by strength. One could not merely engage in amiable interactions. Any discontent would lead to confrontation. Hey, this suits me just fine. Ling Feng felt quite confident in his own abilities. Ding. Considering this is the host's first binding of the Super Exchange system, a large gift package is being awarded, allowing the random selection of 3 divine enhancements. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng's heart leaped in joy. Divine enhancements. Although he did not yet know what they entailed, they were undoubtedly extraordinary. Then let's open the gift package quickly. Ling Feng mentally urged. Ding. The gift package has been opened. Rewards include full attribute chakra, max level talent, and proficiency in all ninjutsu below a rank. Stunned by the system's announcement, Ling Feng was left speechless. So this is what divine enhancements entail. They are indeed impressive. With full attribute chakra, as the name suggests, he could wield any attribute of ninjutsu. Max level talent. Click to view. Training talent maxed out, learning anything comes easily, and proficiency increases rapidly. This was quite easy to understand. For example, if he acquired a rank ninjutsu scroll with his top-tier talent, he could not only learn it instantly, but also master it quickly, thus alleviating the hassle of training proficiency. True geniuses can learn anything with ease, right? Moreover, with full attribute chakra, he could execute any ninjutsu without issue. As for the last reward, proficiency in all ninjutsu below a rank. This was truly overpowered. At just 5 years of age, Ling Feng had already mastered all attributes of ninjutsu below a rank. With such prowess, he could easily stand among the elite of Konoha. What? You say he lacks powerful explosive techniques? Nonsense. With an array of ninjutsu at my disposal, just the sheer variety would be enough to frighten you into submission. Chapter 2. I challenge you. With the system in hand, Ling Feng was thoroughly enjoying himself. Even as class ended, he remained immersed in the joy brought by the system's grand gift. At the teacher's command, the once monotonous classroom erupted into a lively atmosphere, reminiscent of the behavior of students in his previous life. Ling Feng rose, ready to head home. Suddenly, a female voice called out from behind him. Ling Feng, tomorrow is a holiday. Let's go out and have some fun. Turning around, Ling Feng found it was Yuhi Kurenai, accompanied by Haruno Sakura. Tomorrow? Sure. I'd love to go out for a stroll. Where are we headed? Kurenai and Sakura exchanged glances, clearly having not thought it through. Ling Feng grinned and suggested, how about we go hiking and then enjoy a hot spring afterward? The girls immediately brightened up, exclaiming, sounds great. Ling Feng always has the best ideas. However, in the corner, jealousy brewed within 2 figures, Asuma and Uchiha Bido. It must be noted that these 2 individuals held rather unique identities. One was the son of the 3rd Hokage, while the other was a member of the Uchiha clan. With such backgrounds, most Konoha residents would treat them with a measure of respect. Yet Ling Feng remained unfazed. Prior to receiving the system's gift, his strength was already sufficient to teach them a lesson. Now he could easily overpower them. After confirming the plans with the girls, Ling Feng prepared to leave the classroom alone. The girls had already exited together. Hey, you stop right there. Asuma's voice rang out from behind him. Ling Feng halted his steps, turning to face him. Asuma stood before him, brimming with arrogance, while Uchiha Bido lingered in the corner, clearly too intimidated to approach. Ling Feng couldn't help but scoff. One was a cocky weakling, while the other was a cowardly weakling. The latter, had it not been for a certain incident that awakened his freedom of Sharingan, would likely have remained at the bottom of the ranks for his entire life. What do you want, weakling? Ling Feng leaned against the wall, arms crossed, eyebrows raised. Asuma, witnessing this, gritted his teeth in frustration. This kid was far too arrogant. After all, he was merely a commoner with no notable background. What did you call me? You must be asking for a beating. Asuma continued to adopt a fierce demeanor. It must be said that Asuma's appearance is indeed rather fierce, resembling that of a primate. Speak your mind swiftly, do not feign bravado before me, Ling Feng remarked, tilting his head with an air of disdain. In the presence of Zhang Hong, Asuma was utterly cowed how useless he was, waiting for trouble to come find him instead. With such a lack of courage, it was no wonder he drew no attention from Zhang Hong. However, Ling Feng had no intention of providing a reminder. The reason was simple. Zhang Hong was certainly destined to be his conquest. I challenge you to a duel. Asuma could no longer contain himself and shouted loudly. Behind him, Uchiha Obito was taken aback and rushed over. Azuma, don't act recklessly. Fighting at school will lead to disciplinary action. Asuma paused, clearly taken aback in his fury. He had not considered this aspect at all. Due to their identities, they bore certain privileges, but their actions could also tarnish their families' reputations. If they were to face disciplinary action at school, it would surely bring shame upon the third Hokage and the Uchiha clan, leading to dire consequences for them. An awkward silence settled over the scene, particularly for Asuma, who felt utterly frustrated having issued a bold challenge, yet being unable to follow through. But Ling Feng, being a kind-hearted individual, promptly stated it's all right, fighting isn't permitted at school, but outside of it, we can engage in battle. Upon hearing this, Asuma clapped in delight. Yes, we can fight outside, you've reminded me. Then let's take it outside for our duel, shall we? Ling Feng shook his head. Not at all. This left Asuma bewildered. Wasn't it said that they could fight outside? Why the sudden refusal? Ling Feng, are you afraid? Asuma asked, frowning. Remarquable. Such a young lad, already employing the tactic of provocation. Alas, it bore no weight against someone who had lived 2 lives. Do I appear to be afraid? I merely have matters to attend to. How about this? Join us for tomorrow's outing, and then you may challenge me after all. The school is quite distant, and we can fight freely. With that, Ling Feng strolled out of the classroom with his hands in his pockets, not glancing back. Ling Feng genuinely had matters to attend to, specifically the study of his newly acquired all-attribute ninjutsu. Having already traversed half the distance home, it was unfortunate that Asuma, in his foolishness, insisted on stirring trouble. Watching Ling Feng depart with such swagger left Asuma seething with fury. Damn it, this brat is insufferably arrogant. Tomorrow, I shall pummel him until he's searching for his teeth. Asuma clenched his fists, visibly incensed. Beside him, Uchiha Obito quickly interjected, Don't be so impulsive, we're all classmates, there's no need for such conflict. Upon hearing this, Asuma seized Uchiha Obito by the collar. Are you serious? Did you not notice how Yuan Yilin is also quite taken with Ling Feng? I know you harbor feelings for Yuan Yilin, don't you? At this revelation, Uchiha Obito's face flushed crimson, and he waved his hands in denial. No, don't be quoi. Listen to me. If we don't take action, both Zhang Hong and Yuan Yilin will fall for Ling Feng. Asuma wore an expression of exasperation. Uchiha Obito suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, his own face reflecting anger. That brat. When you confront him tomorrow, make sure to strike with all your might. Asuma was left speechless. What? After all I've said, you don't plan to take matters into your own hands? At that moment, Ling Feng hurried home at top speed, blissfully unaware of the conversation that transpired after his departure, and frankly, he did not care. Ling Feng's home was a modest one-bedroom apartment, complete with a small kitchen, and bathroom. Dining had to be done within his bedroom due to the absence of a living room or dining area. Though cramped and small, it was a considerable improvement for an orphan. At least it was far better than the conditions faced by orphans in other villages, as Konoha was the largest shinobi village, and its welfare provisions were comparatively superior. After quickly consuming a bowl of noodle soup, Ling Feng returned to his bedroom, eager to delve into the study of all-attribute ninjutsu. The system had proclaimed that he was proficient in all ninjutsu below a rank thus. It was time to put that to the test. Initially, the first techniques that came to Ling Feng's mind were the transformation technique and the shadow clone technique. One allows the user to assume the appearance of another, while the other creates duplicates of oneself. Both techniques are relatively simple, yet for a child of 5 or 6, They would provide ample opportunity for practice. Chapter 3. Ling Feng's Luncheon is on us. According to the classification of ninjutsu levels, the school primarily taught the most fundamental techniques, classified as a rank. Ling Feng, however, was proficient in all ninjutsu below a rank, excluding bloodline limits. As for how formidable this was, you shall soon discover. Typically, mastering rank ninjutsu qualifies one as a genin, often tasked with menial errands like finding lost cats or delivering messages. Next, mastering crank ninjutsu signifies a chunin level, often assigned to somewhat significant individuals in the village. Following that is brank ninjutsu, which upon mastery indicates a jonin level, constituting a vital part of the village's combat force. Of course, beyond that lie a rank and shrank ninjutsu, achievements not easily attainable by the average individual. Thus, Ling Feng's proficiency in all techniques below a rank effectively catapulted him from a mere school novice to an elite jonin. Such a leap, would you not say it is formidable? Indeed, it is undeniably impressive. Alas, the fool, Asuma, still seeks trouble with Ling Feng. It is truly laughable. Had he only chosen to confront Ling Feng earlier, he might have faced mere defeat. As for now, the outcome is bound to be exceptionally dire. Ling Feng, unable to contain his eagerness, struck a pose, ready to experiment with his newly acquired ninjutsu. As he focused his mind, a luminous screen appeared in his consciousness. It displayed a neatly arranged array of various ninjutsu: water release, fire release, lightning release, earth release, and wind release. Everything one could desire. Furthermore, he could select from BCD level ninjutsu. This added an intriguing layer of depth. Ling Feng could now choose different levels of ninjutsu to showcase depending on the situation. First, he decided to try a C-level technique, selecting Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Instantly, a sequence of hand seals manifested in his mind. Ling Feng followed the sequence precisely, and with a thunderous rumble, a wall of earthy hue rose before him oh, how splendid. He was eager to continue. Another C-level ninjutsu was unleashed. Wind Release, Wind Sand Barrier. A fierce gale erupted within a room, sending books and garments swirling in a chaotic dance. Ha! This is exhilarating. However, just as Ling Feng prepared to attempt a B-level ninjutsu, he felt a sudden heaviness in his head, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Lying on his bed, he took several deep breaths and came to a realization. It seems that using ninjutsu beyond one's capacity incurs a significant toll. It is understandable. After all, Ling Feng is merely a little over 5 years old, an age typically devoted to learning shadow clone and transformation techniques. Thus, his chakra reserves are understandably limited. Soon, he recalled the items available in the exchange shop. Opening the exchange store once more, Ling Feng began to browse. Eureka! Chakra replenishment potions. They came in small, medium, and large vials, corresponding to 1, 10, and 100 points respectively. Suddenly, Ling Feng noticed a gray option following the large vial. Yet its purpose remained unclear. System, what is the gray option behind the large vial? The system promptly responded. Returning to the host, this option allows for the upgrade of the shop upon reaching 1 million points, enabling the renewal and advancement of all items within, thus introducing brand new enhanced products. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback. A brand new enhanced version. It sounded exceptionally impressive. Ling Feng continued to peruse a few more items, noting that even the S-level ninjutsu had a gray button indicating that indeed everything could be upgraded. Nevertheless, the point cost was exorbitantly high. 1 million points, yet the more challenging it seemed, the more exhilarated Ling Feng became. Surely the upgraded items would be extraordinarily powerful. Thus, feeling somewhat weary, Ling Feng fell into a deep slumber. The next day, Ling Feng awoke, stretching lazily, and discovered he felt significantly rejuvenated. He had expected that after last night's exertions, his energy would be diminished, yet the contrast was astonishing. What could this mean? Gazing into the mirror at his consistently handsome visage, Ling Feng tilted his head slightly. He recalled that his talent points were maxed out. Thus, recovering to peak condition after a night's rest was quite normal, was it not? Tiske, how formidable I truly am. After tidying up briefly, Ling Feng prepared a bowl of noodles and set off for the location he had designated the previous day. Upon exiting, he was greeted by the sight of Xiang Hong and Yuan Yilin, each carrying small bags and waiting for him. "When did you arrive? Have you eaten yet?" Ling Feng queried after a moment of surprise. Had he known they would be at the door, he would have certainly asked whether they had breakfast and prepared a bit more. This is the most basic of gentlemanly courtesies. It is no wonder that the young girls in class hold Ling Feng in such high regard. With the experience of 2 lifetimes, Ling Feng's attention to detail is simply unparalleled. These youngsters are no match for him. "We've already eaten. Had some rice dumplings. There's a little left in the bag." "Ling Feng, have you eaten?" Xiang Hong spoke up. "We weren't sure if you had risen, so we didn't knock," Yuan Yilin added. Ling Feng's mood soared upon seeing their youthful faces. "It seems you are all far more diligent than I am. Thank you for your kindness, but I have already eaten. Let us be on our way." Ling Feng smiled, locked the door, and proceeded forward. Meanwhile, Xiang Hong and Yuan Yilin exchanged shy glances, sticking out their tongues at each other behind Ling Feng's back. Ling Feng's words had made them blush. It was not that they had risen early due to diligence. They often slept in during school, nearly being late on multiple occasions. Thus, the trio made their way toward their destination. Approximately an hour later, they arrived at their chosen location, a small hill on the outskirts of the village. Neither too far nor too close to the village, relatively safe. This place boasted both mountains and rivers, with splendid scenery. Bored in school, they seldom had the opportunity to engage in leisure activities, making the children quite elated. My apologies for our tardiness. Just as the trio began to play, Kai, Kakashi, Asuma, and Obito arrived, somewhat delayed. It was evident they had come as a group. It was those two who were late. Kakashi, with an expressionless face, pointed at Asuma and Obito, exposing them on the spot. Immediately, both Asuma and Obito flushed red, wishing they could sink into the ground. They glared fiercely at Kakashi, yet dared not retaliate, for Kakashi's reputation as a genius was well known throughout Konoha. They would undoubtedly be defeated in a confrontation. That moment, Asuma noticed that only Ling Feng had come without a bag, thus promptly shifting the topic. "Ling Feng, did you come play like this? Surely you won't ask us for lunch later. That would be quite unreasonable." Asuma placed his hands on his hips, adopting a reproachful stance. "Rest assured, I won't ask you for anything." Ling Feng shrugged, entirely disinterested in engaging further. Just as Asuma was about to continue, Xiang Hong and Yuan Yilin stepped forward. "If you didn't bring anything, it's fine. We'll cover Ling Feng's lunch." Upon hearing this, Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected them to stand up for him. Was it possible that being handsome and charming allowed one to act with impunity? The answer, of course, is yes. However, Asuma and Obito felt their hearts shatter, tears welling in their eyes. How is this fair? Yet, Ling Feng merely smiled and replied, "It's no trouble at all. I'll manage my own lunch. Your bags are quite small, and I doubt they can hold much. Besides, you're at an age where you're growing. You cannot afford to go hungry." Xiang Hong and Yuan Yilin clasped their hands tightly, their faces glowing with gratitude. Ling Fengkuan was truly considerate. Ding! The system detected that the host received praise and rewarded 2 points. "Oh, is this how one can earn points? How remarkable!" Ling Feng chuckled, realizing that such gestures could yield rewards. Although it was a small amount, it was free points. One should never refuse free gifts. Puffed. Asuma and Obito felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue, nearly spitting blood. How infuriating! The disparity is astonishing. One is in the heavens, the other in the depths. How could he so readily refuse such a splendid opportunity? Do our goddesses appear so ordinary to you? Yet, what could the goddesses do? Ling Feng had outright rejected their offer. Yet they continued to sing his praises. Asuma and Obito were driven to the brink of madness, unable to comprehend the situation. Seeing Xiang Hong and Yuan Yilin flanking Ling Feng, they felt as if the world had gone dark, nearly fainting. "Hey, are you two all right?" Kai, witnessing this scene, kindly approached to offer support. They probably skipped breakfast and climbed all this way. However, it's nearly mealtime now, so a little food will do them good. Kakashi remarked from the side. Truly, Kakashi was the epitome of cool and aloofness. Despite being merely 5 years old, he possessed the maturity of an adult. Ling Feng, noticing the condition of Asuma and Obito, proactively sought a spot near the stream to pause. Let us eat here. Otherwise, you two will need assistance all the way, and you won't be able to enjoy yourselves. Ling Feng glanced at the duo. Speaking lightly, the others quickly concurred. Thus, they each retrieved their bento boxes, preparing to dine. However, only Ling Feng rose to approach the stream. Observing this, Asuma and Obito felt a wave of relief wash over them. He is being pampered by the girls while showing off. Let us see what he has for lunch. Good luck with that. Despite being turned down, Xiang Hong and Yuan Yilin continued to think of Ling Feng. Together, they followed Ling Feng to the riverbank. Ling Feng, merely drinking water won't fill you up. We really have some leftover rice dumplings. Please have a few. Xiang Hong offered her lunchbox. Hearing this, Ling Feng smiled. Well, since you brought them, I'll have 2. Later, I'll share some delicious food with you. Yuan Yilin also brought her own lunchbox, which contained several sushi rolls, crafted by my own hands. Ling Feng tasted 2 of them and subsequently gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Remarkable! Your culinary skills are truly exceptional." Listening to Ling Feng's praise, both Xiang Hong and Yuan Yilin beamed with delight. This scene left Asuma and Obito, who stood behind, envious to the core, rendering their own sumptuous meals utterly unappetizing to in response. Asuma approached with his lunchbox. Hong, behold this luxurious bento I brought, filled with delectable treats. Do come and sample it. Upon finishing his words, Asuma shot Obito a series of eager glances. Come on, why are you still seated? Your goddess is about to be swept away. Gritting his teeth, Obito glanced at the unresponsive Kakashi and, resignedly, carried his lunchbox over. Both Kai and Kakashi remained unmoved, effectively eliminating all competition except for Ling Feng. Such a splendid opportunity was truly rare. Lin, this is our Uchiha family's specialty bento, something you won't find at any eatery in Konohagakure. Allow me to share a portion with you. With that, both Asuma and Obito looked on with eager anticipation. However, Xiang Hong and Yuan Yilin shook their heads vigorously, insisting, "This is your meal. We cannot possibly take it. Besides, you both nearly fainted, indicating a need to replenish your strength. You ought to eat." With that, Xiang Hong and Yuan Yilin returned to their seats, resuming their own meals. This left Asuma and Obito utterly dumbfounded. In a way, how can you not appreciate such delicious food? Suddenly, an exclamation of surprise erupted from Ling Feng. Everyone turned their gaze to see Ling Feng approaching with 6 fish in hand. Fishing? Ha! Ling Feng, you're quite the character. In this desolate wilderness, let us see how you intend to eat. Asuma couldn't help but burst into laughter. The others shared his skepticism. Indeed, there were no pots, bowls, or utensils here. Even if he caught fish, how would he consume them? Yet, Ling Feng paid no heed to their doubts, stacking stones together and skewering the fish with branches, arranging them atop. That you've got to be kidding me. Ling Feng, are you planning to cook the fish with sunlight? Asuma continued to mock. Upon hearing this, Obito couldn't suppress his laughter either. However, the rest of the group became intrigued, setting down their utensils to watch the spectacle unfold. Ling Feng, noticing their attention, let out a cold chuckle. You lot don't understand a thing. Just sit back and watch my dazzling performance. He stepped back a few paces and began forming hand seals. The atmosphere fell silent. In no way. This kid is actually forming seals, and ones I can't comprehend. Asuma gasped while Obito was similarly rendered speechless. Both were akin to fledgling novices, struggling academically and in ninjutsu. Thus, witnessing Ling Feng's fluidity in forming seals left them utterly astounded. Kakashi wore a grave expression. As Konoha's recognized prodigy, he typically exuded humble confidence. Yet inwardly, he was quite proud. However, this so-called prodigy had yet to master even a handful of respectable Surank jutsu. Yet Ling Feng's hand seals appeared remarkably intricate. If they were Surank, they were assuredly offensive techniques. What could they be? Would he truly succeed? Asuma and Obito pondered, convinced this was mere posturing. Xiang Hong and Yuan Yilin, however, gazed with wide, expectant eyes. Fire style, great fireball technique, whoosh. In the next moment, a massive fireball erupted from Ling Feng's mouth, enveloping the 6 fish in flames. The great fireball illuminated the faces of everyone around, their eyes reflecting the fiery spectacle. Each person was left in utter shock, a sight they had never witnessed even in ninja school. Chapter 5. By the way, weren't you supposed to challenge me? Ding! Detected that someone is astonished and enamored with the host, gaining 16 points. Haha! Grilling a fish earns points too. What a delight! As the fireball subsided, the onlookers remained breathless, their expressions still astonished. Points surged by another 6, totaling 24 points. Ling Feng stepped forward, crouching before the roasted fish, inhaling deeply the enticing aroma. Quite exquisite. The timing of the cooking is absolutely perfect. He then waved his hand to hasten the cooling of the fish for consumption. The delectable scent wafted through the air, soon accompanied by the sound of several people swallowing hard. Is a luxurious bento really that impressive? Is the Uchiha specialty bento that extraordinary? Here, you're still left with cold rice. What a joke. Mine is freshly grilled fish. Mato Kai approached, entranced by the aroma, his saliva nearly dripping to his chin. Ling Feng looked up to find Mato Kai's large nostrils flaring as they greedily absorbed the scent, startling him momentarily. Would you like to try some? Ling Feng inquired. Mato Kai nodded vigorously, nearly shaking his head off. That I'll give you one. Go ahead and enjoy. But mind the bones, as classmates, sharing is essential. Ling Feng was not one to be miserly. Thank you, Ling Feng-kun. How thoughtful. I promise to eat it cleanly. Mato Kai gave a thumbs up, expressing genuine appreciation. Ding. Earned 2 points. Watching Mato Kai relish the grilled fish, the others felt a pang of envy. The aroma was simply irresistible. Finally, even the cold-hearted Kakashi could no longer resist. He approached Ling Feng and said, I'll trade my food for yours. Ling Feng smirked at this. What a high and mighty youth. My apologies that in the presence of deliciousness, all are equal. No need for that. If you wish to eat, just take one to her classmates. No need to be so formal. With that, Ling Feng handed a piece directly to Kakashi. Kakashi was taken aback. He had barely exchanged a word with Ling Feng, nor did he typically engage with anyone in class. Only Mato Kai would occasionally approach him for sparring or a few words. He had expected Ling Feng to hesitate, but the response was so decisive and generous. Is this what friendship feels like? Thank you, Ling Feng-kun. Ding. Gained 4 points. Ling Feng was momentarily stunned. Why Kakashi's gratitude transformed into 4 points. Unlike the others, perhaps it was due to Kakashi's rarity in offering praise to others, thus doubling the points. Before Xiang Hong and Yuan Yilin could speak, Ling Feng directly handed them each a piece. Since you shared your food earlier, here are 2 grilled fish for you. I hope you enjoy them. Ling Feng said, flashing a radiant smile. This smile melted the hearts of both Xiang Hong and Yuan Yilin. Ding! Gained 40 points. Goodness, is this the power of love? This is incredible. I'm in love. Just like that, 40 points. What a windfall. After distributing the fish, Ling Feng found a rock to sit on and began savoring the fish meat contentedly. Leaving Asuma and Uchiha Bito to watch enviously, saliva pooling in their mouths, unable to swallow. They too longed to partake, but considering their previous behavior towards Ling Feng, how could they ask, in comparison to the grilled fish in Ling Feng's hands? Their luxurious bento and the unique Uchiha family bento suddenly seemed utterly mundane, merely cold rice. As for Ling Feng, he didn't spare them a glance. Want to eat? Dream on. After finishing, Ling Feng let out a satisfied sigh and addressed the crowd. Next time we come out to play, I'll grill for you all again. Yay, Ling Feng-kun's grilled fish is truly delicious. The crowd erupted in cheers. Ding! Gained 8 points. To date, Ling Feng had accumulated 80 points. He had initially thought points would be hard to come by. Yet unexpectedly, he had amassed 80 points in the span of a meal. What a delight. Once he reached 100 points, he could exchange them for something of higher value. Although he hadn't yet decided what to exchange for, having points ensured he wouldn't be caught short when the time came. Having experienced the previous life, Ling Feng placed significant importance on wealth. Moreover, with points, he could exchange for nearly everything valuable in this world. The next step was to rest in place. This moment, Ling Feng noticed Asuma and Abito rising to change their positions. He spoke up. Aren't you two supposed to have something to discuss with me? As soon as the words were spoken, all eyes turned towards them. Asuma shivered, his body freezing in place. Meanwhile, Dato recoiled, tucking his chin in. The others were utterly perplexed, but both Asuma and Dato understood the gravity of the situation. Just yesterday, they had boasted about giving Ling Feng a thorough beating, but after witnessing his formidable fireball technique moments ago, only a fool would dare to challenge him again. We have nothing to say. Asuma scratched his head, feigning ignorance. Dato, too, bowed his head, afraid to speak. Yes, that's so. But didn't you say just yesterday at the classroom door that you wanted to duel me? Now that you're well-fed and full of energy, you two should be back to your best, right? Ling Feng leaned casually against a rock, speaking nonchalantly. Fighting with them would be akin to a father sparring with his son. The disparity was 3 levels apart. Oh, Dato whimpered, raising his hand. This is just a misunderstanding. Ling Feng, please don't take it seriously. Asuma's expression shifted dramatically. His companion was a complete buffoon. Hadn't he intended to maintain silence and pretend ignorance? With Dato's foolish admission, the truth was laid bare. What? You truly wish to challenge Lord Ling Feng? Are you not aware that students are forbidden from fighting? Zhang Hong and Yuanyuan exclaimed in dismay. Asuma sighed, hastily leading Dato away, knowing that lingering would only invite scolding. Never mind, Hong and Lin, they were merely jesting. I took no offense, Ling Feng interjected. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong and Yuanyuan relented. Lord Ling Feng, if the opportunity arises, I would like to spar with you. Of course, just for practice, Kakashi approached Ling Feng, his demeanor earnest. Ling Feng smiled lightly at this. Sure, but not right now. Let us head to school first, and we shall find our chance. All right, has everyone rested sufficiently? Let us indulge in some hot springs. Ling Feng stood, addressing the group. Absolutely. Soaking in hot springs is the best. The group cheered enthusiastically. Chapter 6. System Quest. Upon arriving at the hot spring facility, everyone was preparing to enter when suddenly, Ling Feng halted in his tracks. The others looked on in confusion. What's wrong, Lord Ling Feng? Zhang Hong asked with concern. Ling Feng frowned slightly. It's nothing. Just as he finished speaking, 3 shadows darted past, creating a gust that startled everyone. Following closely behind were elite members of the Umbu, clearly in pursuit of an enemy. What is happening? Are there intruders? The group was taken aback, their student status rendering them ill-prepared for such a scenario. Hurry, get back to the village, a masked Umbu member commanded, his voice booming. Reluctantly, they complied, unable to defy the orders of the Umbu. However, within Ling Feng's mind, the system chimed in. Ding! System Quest activated. Eliminate the Konoha spies. Reward: 100 points. Time limit: 1 hour. Oh, a system quest has been triggered. But only 100 points seems somewhat meager, Ling Feng mused, recalling how he had just earned 80 points from a meal. Nevertheless, 100 points were still up for grabs. Thus, Ling Feng remained where he was. What's wrong, Lord Ling Feng? Did you forget something? Yuanyuan inquired, her concern evident as she noticed his hesitation. Zhang Hong halted alongside her. Both women focused intently on Ling Feng. I just forgot something. You all head back first. I'll retrieve it shortly. Ling Feng nodded before turning away. Let us accompany you. Those enemies have gone up the mountain, and it's dangerous for you to go alone, Zhang Hong insisted. The others nodded in agreement. It's just a small item. Ling Feng hesitated, realizing he wasn't truly going to retrieve anything. How would he explain his actual intentions once he arrived? Yet, seeing his classmates so resolute, he felt a mix of gratitude and exasperation before finally conceding. They're not even Jonin-level opponents. This should be easy to handle, Ling Feng murmured as he walked ahead. What? The group looked on in bewilderment. It's nothing. Let us proceed and quicken our pace to return sooner. With that, Ling Feng took off running, and the others followed closely behind. Before long, they returned to the spot where they had eaten lunch. Ling Feng began to feign searching, though he felt a sense of urgency. What to do? To avoid raising suspicion, Ling Feng had no choice but to retrace their steps. Although the system had provided a route, Ling Feng couldn't afford to take a detour. How could he explain that? Just as he grappled with this dilemma, he noticed the system's indication drawing nearer. This meant the enemies were closing in on them. All right then, You choose to ignore the path to paradise and barge into the gates of hell. But Ling Feng maintained an air of oblivion, continuing his act while secretly focusing on the approaching foes. Suddenly, three figures materialized before them, halting the group in their tracks. Upon closer inspection, they were none other than the members of Konoha's Umbu, though they were now drenched in blood, indicating they had sustained serious injuries. Shortly thereafter, their adversaries appeared, the headbands on their foreheads revealing their identities as ninjas from the Mist Village. How could it be that the Umbu, originally dispatched to hunt down enemies, were now the ones being hunted? This turn of events left everyone bewildered, yet Ling Feng understood the truth. The Mist Village was a significantly underestimated place, home to many formidable ninjas. These three Umbu members were likely of lower rank, and their opponents had taken advantage of their overconfidence. However, it mattered not. With me here, you shall all sit down obediently. These foes were indeed of Chunin caliber. How infuriating! The Konoha Umbu members muttered under their breath. Konoha ninjas are nothing special. I expected more, one of the enemies sneered. The three Konoha Umbu members huddled closely together, gripping their kunai tightly, yet blood continued to flow from their wounds, indicating their serious condition. Oh dear, there are so many little brats here. How amusing! It would be a shame to let them die so young. Why not take them back to train for our village? We are in need of recruits. Indeed, these youngsters could be valuable assets. Another enemy concurred. As for these three Konoha wastes, let us dispose of them directly. Seeing the situation tilting in their favor, the Mist Ninjas casually decided the fates of the others. However, the Umbu were not weaklings. Despite their injuries, they resolved to launch a surprise attack, hoping to turn the tide. Alas, the disparity in strength was palpable. As the three initiated their assault, the enemies moved in response. Bang! The three Umbu members were thrown to the ground, each emitting cries of distress as their injuries worsened. Tisish, even when death is imminent, you refuse to behave. One of the Mist Ninjas advanced, raising his kunai menacingly. Seize him! Yet in the next instant, a pebble struck the man's palm with precision. The kunai clattered to the ground with a resounding clang. Who did that? Ah, it's you, little brat. At last, all eyes converged on Ling Feng. Lord Ling Feng, have you lost your mind? Mado Kai shouted in horror. They were merely 5-year-old children. How could they dare to confront Chunin-level masters? Especially the Mist Ninja who had been hit by Ling Feng, who wore a look of astonishment. Little brat, it seems you wish to meet your end. With that, the ninja drew another kunai, charging at Ling Feng. Lord Ling Feng, Zhang Hong and Yuanyuan screamed in unison. However, in the following moment, a low voice resonated, causing the very ground to tremble. Earth release. Mud fish projection. As Ling Feng's words fell, the earth erupted, and many humanoid figures of mud sprang forth. What is this? The enemy was taken aback. Yet the kunai in his hand continued its relentless advance, aimed directly at Ling Feng. However, at the very moment of impact, Ling Feng's body transformed into mere earth, only to materialize moments later on another clone. This was a technique reminiscent of a combination of shadow clones and substitution jutsu, utilizing earth to create doppelgangers that allowed Ling Feng to switch places at will, guided solely by his thoughts. Such agility resembled that of a fish gliding effortlessly through water, hence it was aptly named fish reflected in the earth. Bang! Ling Feng unhesitatingly delivered a powerful kick, striking the enemy squarely in the waist. The unmistakable sound of a bone snapping echoed sharply. The enemy let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing to the ground, too terrified to move. This was a kick infused with chakra. Chapter 7. A trial ends in death thus. The first ninja from the Mist Village to provoke Ling Feng was rendered incapacitated on the spot. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, their mouths agape. The other two ninjas from the Mist Village stared in disbelief, their expressions betraying their shock. Could it be that the young boy from Konoha was truly this formidable? In contrast, the likes of Kurenai and her companions erupted into cheers. Wow, Ling Feng-kun is amazing. So strong. Ling Feng-kun. Ling Feng smiled slightly. Acknowledging that the use of fish reflected in the earth required chakra to maintain, he then waved his hand dismissively. opting for a low profile. Ding! You have gained 20 points. Ling Feng felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. It appeared his technique had astonished the enemy. Quite the feat. Although this C-rank jutsu had drained a considerable amount of his stamina and chakra, acquiring 20 points made it worthwhile. However, he noted that his chakra reserves were dwindling. Executing even a basic fireball technique before a meal had been taxing, and now he had expended chakra close to that of a B-rank jutsu. His reserves were nearly depleted. This technique was indeed powerful, but its chakra consumption was rather excessive. Otherwise, it could easily reach B-rank status. Yet there was no cause for alarm. Ling Feng had access to a super exchange shop. Wasn't that merely a matter of purchasing chakra? All right, who among you dares to continue? While speaking, Ling Feng entered the super exchange shop, exchanging 5 points for 5 small bottles of chakra restoration potions. Given his limited chakra, using medium or high-grade potions would be wasteful. Based on his calculations, consuming just 2 small bottles would suffice to replenish his energy completely. As Ling Feng's words echoed, all eyes turned to the fallen enemy. The 2 remaining Mist Village ninjas exchanged glances, clearly communicating through their eyes. Ha! What an opportunity! Ling Feng paid little mind to their exchange, hastily consuming 2 small bottles of chakra potions. In an instant, he felt his stamina surge back, and his chakra was fully restored. Yash! Let's keep the momentum going, you little brat. I didn't expect you to possess some skill, but we were merely careless before. We won't grant you another chance now. Humph, you're just a child. How much chakra could you possibly have? Do you think a mere earth technique can intimidate us? Clearly, the enemies had reached a consensus through their silent communication. They concluded that Ling Feng was merely posturing at a 5-year-old child utilizing a few clone techniques. And yet he dared to employ a C-rank jutsu. Did he truly think chakra was limitless? Was this not a blatant attempt to show off? Ling Feng, however, grinned broadly, impressed that they had figured it out. But he relished the challenge. Observing the amused expression on Ling Feng's face, the 2 Mist Village ninjas felt a growing sense of unease. Why did it feel as if they had fallen into a trap? Let's attack together and see how long this little brat can hold out. With that, the 2 enemies launched their assault. Ling Feng, however, remained unmoved. Gotcha! This little brat is as good as dead. The classmates gasped in alarm. Ling Feng-kun, run! Yet the next moment left everyone in a state of shock. With a soft puff, Ling Feng transformed into a wooden dummy. What? A substitution technique. When did that happen? The 2 ninjas halted, scanning their surroundings for any sign of Ling Feng. Damn it, where did that little brat go? He must have fled. One of them gritted through clenched teeth. Forget about him. Let us quickly eliminate those 3 umbu and take the remaining brat with us. Right, we shouldn't linger here. That brat makes me uneasy. As they turned away towards Kurenai and her companions, Ling Feng seized the moment. Earth technique. Heart's decapitation. With a low shout, Ling Feng emerged from beneath one enemy's feet, dragging him down into the earth. Following that, he delivered a powerful kick to the man's head, knocking him unconscious and stripping him of his combat ability. Nanny, when did you enter the earth? The remaining Mist Village ninjas' eyes widened in terror. Ling Feng dusted off the dirt from his body, chuckling, that is not something you should concern yourself with. Seeing himself alone, the last enemy trembled with fear. What to do? What to do? Suddenly, he dashed toward Kurenai and Lin, brandishing a kunai at their throats. Listen here, brat. I advise you not to make any rash moves, or I will kill them. The enemy's eyes gleamed with malice, fixed on Ling Feng, wary of his every move. Kurenai and Lin, 2 young girls, were thoroughly frightened. Even Kakashi and Might Guy were taken aback, completely unprepared for this turn of events. Kurenai, Lin, Ling Feng-kun, quickly think of a way to save them. Even Kakashi's voice trembled. Instinctively turning to Ling Feng for assistance. Observing the scene, Ling Feng's brow furrowed deeply. I suggest you release them immediately. Otherwise, I will eliminate you without hesitation. Previously, Ling Feng had only incapacitated the other 2 to facilitate their capture for questioning. However, this individual's actions were a blatant affront to him, threatening those he cared for right before his eyes. Clearly a death wish. Humph. Even now, you still want to act tough? Your friends' lives are in my hands. Ah, One life for two. Hardly a loss. The enemy beamed with confidence, convinced he was more cunning than his fallen comrades. Even if he were to perish in the end, he could drag two down with him. Ah, so you are insistent on this course of action, Ling Feng replied, his voice icy. The enemy shuddered, but emboldened by the hostages, retorted, "Stop pretending. You wouldn't dare approach. Let us pass, or I will truly make my move." "Oh, then go ahead and try," Ling Feng scoffed. "You really think I wouldn't? Let us see if you dare." With that, the enemy raised his kunai, clearly intent on striking. Ling Feng's eyes narrowed. Humph. Seeking death, just as the kunai was about to make contact with Kurenai. Another Ling Feng appeared from behind the enemy, delivering a swift kick that sent him flying. Try it and perish. Now I send you to your doom. As the enemy soared through the air, he exclaimed in disbelief. "Nanny, shadow clone, when did that happen? Curious to know? Perhaps in your next life. Fire style. Great fireball technique." Chapter 8. Practical examination. As the flames dissipated, the air was permeated with the acrid scent of charred remnants. A gentle breeze wafted through, filling the nostrils with an overwhelming stench. Ding! You have gained 16 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward: 100 points. Ling Feng smiled faintly, immensely satisfied. This venture had yielded bountiful rewards. Remove the 5 points needed to purchase the small bottle of chakra potion. Now Ling Feng has 211 points available for use at his discretion. With this, even if enemies were to come to aid, there would be no cause for concern. The forest is abundant with trees. Even if a group attack proves unmanageable, I need not fear engaging in a war of attrition. With 211 points, the chakra potions acquired would allow Ling Feng to unleash B-rank ninjutsu at least 105 times. C-rank ninjutsu 210 times, and D-rank ninjutsu 420 times, undoubtedly leaving his adversaries in a state of utter shock. As for the 3 remaining chakra potions in his possession, Ling Feng contemplated for a moment and decided to administer them to the 3 unconscious members of the Konoha Umbu. After all, the circumstances surrounding the return of these injured individuals, accompanied by a few mere children, would certainly raise suspicions. Ling Feng was not inclined to embroil himself in complications. Thus, reviving the Umbu members to allow them to manage the situation would be most prudent. Of course, this needed to be done discreetly. Ling Feng then addressed his companions, saying, "Please check the status of these 3 enemies. I will assess the injuries of the Umbu members." At this moment, none of the others expressed doubt or dissent towards Ling Feng's words. His impressive feat of 1 against 3 at the tender age of 5 rendered them in awe. Producing the small chakra potions, Ling Feng administered them one by one. These potions not only restored chakra, but also replenished stamina. Although they could not heal wounds, they were sufficient to rouse the unconscious from their stupor. However, lacking Ling Feng's exceptional talent, their recovery and awakening would not occur as swiftly. As Ling Feng rose, several companions who had gone to inspect the enemies returned. "Ling Fengkin, 1 is dead, and 2 are unconscious. How should we proceed? I have no desire to involve myself in such troublesome matters. What about you?" Ling Feng countered. Upon hearing this, the others quickly expressed their own reluctance to participate. Being merely around 5 years of age, they were naturally apprehensive in the face of such events, thus fully agreeing with Ling Feng's sentiments. Once the Konoha Umbu members regained consciousness, they unanimously declared that they had been saved by passers-by. Knowing nothing else, faced with a group of 5-year-old children, the Umbu members had no choice but to accept this narrative and took the remaining 2 live prisoners away. As night fell, having endured another exhilarating battle. Everyone was utterly exhausted and returned home. Ling Fengkin, it seems our paths align. Shall we walk together? Akatsuki asked as she approached Ling Feng. Yuan Yulin also chimed in, refusing to be outdone. We going the same way too. Oh, are we truly on the same route? Ling Feng mused, well aware of their underlying intentions. With a faint smile, he replied, "Is that so? In that case, let us proceed together." Were Asuma and Obito present, they would surely be incensed. What a farce! Each of them lived in different directions. The weekend passed swiftly, and Ling Feng took the opportunity to experience as many B-rank and C-rank ninjutsu as possible at home. This endeavor, however, consumed a total of 20 points. necessitating the purchase of 20 chakra potions to sustain him. Otherwise, his current condition would have left him utterly drained. Yet through such intense chakra utilization, Ling Feng felt a marked increase in his chakra reserves. Indeed, rigorous practice is the paramount method for growth. Currently, Ling Feng's primary deficiency lay in his chakra quantity, but at this rate he would soon reach the chakra storage capacity of a genin. As a new day dawned. Ling Feng prepared to leave for school, but was met by Asuma and Obito, accompanied by a throng of followers stationed at the entrance. The fact that such a mediocre character could attract followers spoke volumes of their formidable background and status. What is the meaning of this? Ling Feng leaned against the wall, pinching his nose. You brat, don't think your mastery of the great fireball technique makes you impressive. Only members of the Uchiha clan can truly wield the great fireball technique. Asuma scolded, pointing an accusatory finger at Ling Feng. Ling Feng replied, And, are you an expert on the great fireball technique? If you wish to study it, why not seek out the Uchiha clan? I have school to attend, so step aside. With that, he pushed past them and strode forward. Witnessing this, the typically silent Obito became enraged. What do you mean, Uchiha? Aren't you one of us? This Ling Feng truly had no regard for anyone. Ling Feng, today the school will conduct practical tests, and we will be divided into groups for one-on-one and wheel battles that I will show you what a true great fireball looks like. Obito shouted from behind. Yet, Ling Feng did not look back, responding coolly, Oh, very well. Truly, the petty squabbles and posturing of children bore no weight on his mind. Today, Akatsuki and Yuan Yulin were absent, but Ling Feng understood their reasons that it was Monday. After all, and many were prone to oversleeping, making it the day with the highest number of late arrivals. Class began as a Chunin-level teacher entered. I am Moku Hashira, one of your practical training instructors this semester. Today, we will conduct a practical test to assess how well you have grasped your theoretical studies. Everyone, follow me. At the teacher's command, excitement erupted among the students. After enduring endless theoretical lectures, they were finally permitted to engage in hands-on practice. The students rose and headed to the playground. Ling Feng noticed Asuma and Obito wearing smug grins and shook his head dismissively. The antics of children. It was no surprise they were aware of the day's schedule. Given their connections, but what did it matter? Regardless of their schemes, Ling Feng remained unperturbed. Two fools in their own company. Their foolishness compounded, as for the great fireball. If Obito could produce a spark larger than 1 centimeter today, he would be reduced to tears of joy. Ling Feng was all too aware of their true nature. Upon reaching the playground, Moku Hashira continued, Everyone, divide into 2 groups, then take your positions for 1v1 battles. Followed by team wheel battles. The rules are simple. In one-on-one matches, victory is victory. During team wheel battles, if one person wins, they may remain in the arena or opt to withdraw and let another take their place. The side that loses all its members will be deemed defeated. Keep in mind, the results of this competition will be counted towards your grades. As the practical instructor's words settled in, the room erupted in chaos. What? The results of this battle will be included in our grades. This is too difficult. What should we do? We'll have to find a weak opponent. Yet, what if the other party refused? Amidst the commotion, the instructor spoke again. You have 3 minutes to find an opponent. If you do not secure one, I will assign you randomly. Instantly, the chatter grew louder. I could see this moment. Ling Feng noticed Asuma and Obito's expressions growing increasingly sinister. It seemed they were indeed plotting something. If that were the case, Ling Feng would not hold back. Stepping forward, he addressed Asuma. I choose you. Will you accept? Ling Feng deliberately raised his voice so that all nearby students could hear. Asuma was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Ling Feng's bold provocation. Feeling the weight of the surrounding gazes, he hesitated, anxiety gripping him. Had he not witnessed Ling Feng's prowess before, it might have been different. Yet, the image of that colossal fireball from yesterday lingered vividly in his mind, echoing ominously. What to do? Just then, time was called. Those who have not found opponents, I will arrange them. The instructor's gaze fell upon Asuma, standing opposite Ling Feng, thus successfully pairing them. Ling Feng flashed Asuma a smile before turning to mingle with the crowd. Next came the formation for the team wheel battles. Clearly, those who regularly played together found their teams, leaving only a few who seldom interacted, such as Kakashi and Ling Feng, who were both rather reticent. However, Ling Feng was decidedly different from Kakashi. Although Ling Feng had yet to take his position, none of the girls in the class had positioned themselves either. What were they waiting for? The confirmed teams of Asuma, Obito, and the other boys all shifted their gazes towards Ling Feng. From this moment forth, Ling Feng had become the public enemy of all the boys in the class. Ling Feng, ever since I returned home yesterday, I wanted to test your strength, so I chose you as my opponent. Kakashi suddenly spoke up. But you must believe that I did not select Asuma and Obito. I simply wished to engage you in combat. Ling Feng nodded. All right, I understand. Kakashi, who would later be renowned as a prodigy of Konoha, naturally looked down upon associating with the likes of Asuma and Obito, whom he deemed inept. Meanwhile, Might Guy was also eager to participate. Yet, before choosing his side, he took a moment to explain the situation to Ling Feng. However, Ling Feng merely waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for such concern. Before long, Asuma's team was filled to capacity, leaving the remaining individuals to form another group. Observing the members of Ling Feng's team, the training instructor couldn't help but scratch his head, appearing quite perplexed. Indeed, he was at a loss, for aside from Ling Feng himself, his entire team consisted solely of girls. As a result, Ling Feng felt the envious and jealous gazes of all the boys in the class upon him. But in response, he could only shrug helplessly. Please, he had stood until the end. Forced to choose this team. With such charm and luck, how could they possibly blame him? Yet, with others' mouths not under his control, Ling Feng had no recourse. He couldn't just go up and slap each of them. Could he? That would be far too arrogant. At the very least, he should wait until the instructor was absent before taking any action. That, as someone who had completed compulsory education, Ling Feng understood the importance of respecting teachers and traditions. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, was diligently signing documents with flair, while beside him, Minato Namikaze quietly observed, ostensibly to learn, but in reality, merely putting on a show. Although the third Hokage had indicated he would arrange for Minato to become his successor, no one knew how long that would take. Thus, Minato was currently just a lackey by the third Hokage's side. Minato, what are your thoughts on the capture of the spy yesterday? Hiruzen Tsurutobi inquired after finishing his tasks. Minato pondered for a moment before responding. I believe this matter is rather complex. It was certainly orchestrated by those present at the scene. Are you suggesting that the key to defeating the enemy lay with those 5-year-old children present? Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Minato nodded in affirmation. Hiruzen chuckled and then closed the documents in his hands. Excellent. Let us pay a visit to the Ninja Academy and see those children. Minato was taken aback by Hiruzen's sudden decision. Lord Third Hokage, are we truly going just like this? Shouldn't we at least inform someone? Concerned about their identities and the recent spy incidents, Minato was apprehensive. However, Hiruzen waved his hand nonchalantly. What do we have to fear? The two of us, with no other choice, Minato resigned himself to follow. Indeed, Hiruzen was correct. Both of them possessed the strength of a Kage, making it improbable for anyone to succeed in an assassination attempt against them. Just as Hiruzen and Minato prepared to head to the Ninja Academy, the match officially began on the playground. Naturally, it followed a sequential order, with Ling Feng and Asuma positioned toward the end of the lineup. Bored, Ling Feng yawned, for his classmates were still engaged in the most basic ninjutsu and combat techniques, shadow clone jutsu and body replacement technique among them. The arena was filled with the sound of puffing smoke as identical techniques were repeatedly employed. Ling Feng wondered if the training instructor had grown weary of this routine. It was certainly putting him to sleep. Finally, it was Kakashi's team's turn. Their opponent was a top-performing student in the class, evidently eager to challenge the young genius Kakashi in order to prove his own worth. Ling Feng, of course, supported Kakashi, knowing him to be a true prodigy as for the opponent, while he ranked high academically. He was merely proficient in those rudimentary skills. Once the battle commenced, Ling Feng mentally counted the seconds, and within less than 20, it concluded Kakashi had utilized Earth Release, instantly elevating the atmosphere of the match. After all, none of these classmates had ever witnessed genuine ninjutsu before. Amidst the cheers, Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, turning to see two figures approaching from a distance. Despite the separation, he recognized the attire of the leading figure, the Hokage cloak and mantle. Symbols of Konoha's leader. The current leader was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. As for the blonde beside him, there was no doubt it was Minato Namikaze. How strange. What brought them here so suddenly? Moreover, it appeared the school had no prior knowledge of their visit. Could it be related to yesterday's incident? Ling Feng pondered, scratching his head in contemplation. Chapter 10. The arrival of the third Hokage. Although the purpose of the third Hokage's visit remained unclear, it was evident that the entire school was unaware of his arrival. Otherwise, teachers would have surely come out to greet him. What was this, a covert visit? Yet with such attire, it hardly seemed fitting for a discreet appearance. Nonetheless, the students remained oblivious, including the instructors. If it weren't for Ling Feng's keen insight, it would have been challenging to detect their presence. After all, these were two individuals possessing Kaga-level strength, adept at concealing their chakra. Well then, let us first address the matters at hand, as it was almost time for Ling Feng's team to take the stage. Considering that the third Hokage was Asuma's father, Ling Feng contemplated whether to show some restraint. This was not out of concern for the third Hokage's dignity, but rather because Ling Feng did not wish to attract the attention of Konoha's higher-ups just yet. He was not someone who enjoyed trouble, unless trouble sought him out. At last, it was Ling Feng and Asuma's turn. The arena erupted in cheers, reminiscent of the earlier excitement surrounding Kakashi's group. The crowd's attention was predominantly focused on Asuma, not out of admiration, but rather anticipation of some potential mischief. Asuma's performance had been rather mediocre in class, while Ling Feng's impressive display from the previous day had been widely circulated by Yuhi Kurenai and Haruno Rin, coupled with Ling Feng's direct challenge moments ago. This duel had transformed into quite the spectacle. I advise you to fight honestly and refrain from any underhanded tactics, Ling Feng remarked coolly. Though intended as a caution, this statement resonated with Asuma as a threat. What do you think you are? I will fight however I please. What? Are you afraid? Asuma sneered, exhibiting a facade of confidence, despite his underlying apprehension toward Ling Feng. Ling Feng sighed upon observing Asuma's demeanor. It was clear that he intended to create some turmoil. I won't go easy on you simply because your father is present, he murmured quietly. After exchanging bows, Ling Feng and Asuma each stepped back, preparing for combat. Go for it. Ling Feng, cheered Kurenai and Rin from the sidelines. Ling Feng offered a smile and then fixed his gaze upon Asuma. As they locked eyes, Asuma felt a palpable pressure, leaving him increasingly uncomfortable. This was the disparity of confidence. Not far away, Hiruzen Sarutobi observed the unfolding scene, his brow furrowing in concern. With his strength, he could easily discern his son's trepidation, and his interest in Ling Feng intensified. That child opposite my son is one of those attacked yesterday, is he not? Hiruzen recalled from the reports he had seen. His memory slightly jogged. Indeed, he is an orphan who lost his parents at a young age and has relied on the village's support, showing little promise in his endeavors. Minato remarked, Yes, that's so. Yet I find him intriguing. Just a mere exchange of glances has caused Asuma to be so nervous. Such confidence and pressure are certainly not traits typical of a 5-year-old child. Hiruzen mused, narrowing his eyes. Minato added, Kakashi, from the same class, is also quite formidable, hailed as the genius of the new generation. Anyone who competes against him inevitably feels a sense of inferiority merely from making eye contact. Haha, it seems Konoha is about to welcome 2 prodigies, Hiruzen chuckled. However, we shall see the truth revealed once the battle concludes. Finally, Asuma could no longer contain himself. The longer he waited, the more the sweat on his forehead threatened to pour forth. Damn it, how can this little brat exude such overwhelming pressure? Shadow, clone jutsu. With that, Asuma opted to unleash his shadow clones. Observing this, Ling Feng remained unfazed. How foolish. This was the opening move of a mere child. Ling Feng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, and the desire to continue the fight dwindled as he witnessed Asuma's initial strategy. Don't ignore me, you jerk. Asuma, witnessing Ling Feng's lack of response, was instantly consumed by fury. Together with the shadow clone, he raised his hand and hurled 4 shurikens. However, Ling Feng, seemingly unfazed, casually took a few steps and deftly evaded Asuma's projectiles with ease. This spectacle left the onlookers in sheer astonishment. Could it be that Ling Feng possessed such formidable strength? It was evident that Asuma had come well prepared for this bout, exerting all his might when he launched his shurikens. The students present pondered inwardly. If it were themselves in that situation, they would undoubtedly be far less composed. After all, those were shurikens, and a single misstep could lead to severe injury. Who would dare to be so certain of evading them? Yet, Ling Feng exuded confidence, sidestepping 4 shurikens with merely 3 steps. The third Hokage's expression turned grave. This Ling Feng was far stronger than he had anticipated. Even Kakashi would have at least made some evasive maneuvers. But Ling Feng seemed to possess absolute confidence in his ability to avoid danger. Noticing this, Minato Namikaze remained silent, tacitly conceding to the third Hokage's assessment. You cannot defeat me. Your speed is simply too slow. Acknowledge your defeat now. I have no desire to engage in combat. Ling Feng stated calmly he was certain that, at such a distance, neither the third Hokage nor Minato could hear him. Nevertheless, Asuma, unwilling to concede, glanced at the distant figure of Kurinyui. His fists clenched tightly in determination that I will not surrender. My assault has yet to conclude. With that declaration, Asuma abruptly launched 8 shurikens, his feet moving with even greater speed, accompanied by a crackling sound that suggested a more lethal intent. Ling Feng's heart sank at the sight. The third Hokage and Minato, not far away, felt a surge of tension. They recognized what Asuma had employed. Explosive tags. How infuriating. This was merely a simple spar, and yet you resort to explosive tags. Ling Feng seethed. Faced with explosive tags, he had no choice but to adopt a defensive posture, rolling across the ground to evade the impending danger. Boom! 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 As a cacophony of explosions erupted, the arena was soon engulfed in thick smoke, leaving even the supervising teacher in a state of disbelief. He could scarcely comprehend that a mere training exercise would escalate to the use of explosive tags, an item reserved for the battlefield and assassination missions. By regulations, such items were only permitted for Chunin and above, and even then, only with the village's approval. In short, they were contraband. As the smoke billowed, Asuma could not contain his laughter. Ha ha, Ling Feng, let us see how you evade this. Chapter 11. Witness the true explosion. What on earth is Asuma thinking? The third Hokage's forehead bulged with veins at the sight. Regardless of the final outcome, he could not escape the reputation of poor discipline. As Minato prepared to intervene, he hesitated, sensing something in the air. Ha! Do you believe yourself impressive for resorting to such extreme measures? But in the next moment, Ling Feng's laughter emerged from the swirling smoke. Silencing the chaos around, Asuma's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? Those were 8 explosive tags. How could it be impossible? Explosive tags are indeed formidable, but alas, you are unworthy to wield them. For you are simply too weak. Upon uttering these words, Ling Feng propelled himself forward through the smoke, appearing before Asuma. Allow me to demonstrate to you what true explosions entail. Ling Feng was genuinely infuriated. If it had only been a matter of provocation, he could have chosen to ignore it, dismissing it as childish antics. However, using explosive tags was tantamount to attempted murder. Had Ling Feng's comprehensive abilities not surpassed that of a Chunin, he might have already perished. To ensure his own safety, Ling Feng had expended 2 Earth-style barriers, depleting his chakra reserves. Thus, amidst the smoke, he consumed 5 small vials of chakra potions, restoring his chakra to full before emerging. Asuma stared at Ling Feng, his pupils dilating in shock. His trump card had been those 8 explosive tags, yet they had proven utterly ineffective. Despair enveloped his heart. It was now Ling Feng's turn to strike. Bang! With a swift application of taijutsu, Ling Feng delivered a powerful kick, sending Asuma tumbling out of the arena. The supervising teacher quickly reacted, shouting, "Asuma is disqualified. The battle is over." Ling Feng is victorious. Upon hearing this, Asuma sighed in relief. Though the kick had been excruciating, he was grateful it meant he would no longer endure further punishment. However, Ling Feng showed no signs of restraint. In the following moment, he exchanged 20 points for 20 small explosive tags. This is what true explosions look like. With that, Ling Feng unleashed the earth style. Fish in the ground. Asuma had departed early with Obito the previous day and was wholly unaware of Ling Feng's vast repertoire of ninjutsu in their minds. They believed Ling Feng was limited to the fire style, great fireball technique. Little did they know, Ling Feng possessed far more techniques than anyone else in this world. He simply preferred not to reveal too much for the time being. Otherwise, he could have utilized a myriad of combinations to defeat Asuma. In an instant, the range of fish in the ground enveloped both himself and Asuma. What? The release range of fish in the ground can be this extensive. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Minato Namikaze gasped in astonishment. Indeed, this was the result of Ling Feng consuming 3 full vials of chakra potions. He quickly downed the remaining 2 vials to prepare for his next move. As he activated fish in the ground, Ling Feng transformed into earth, reappearing directly before Asuma. 20 explosive tags were expertly affixed to Asuma's body. At this sight, the hearts of all present rose to their throats. Especially for Sarutobi Hiruzen, who could hardly contain his urge to shout, and no matter the circumstances. That was his son. Minato, witnessing the scene, was equally anxious and readied himself to employ the body flicker technique at a moment's notice to save him. Explode for me! Boom! 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 In that very instant, all the explosive tags detonated simultaneously. A thick cloud of smoke filled the arena, accompanied by crackling flames, startling the 5-year-old students. Ding! You have gained 68 points. Yet, Ling Feng did not feel the same elation as before. The reason was simple. Minato had intervened, pulling Asuma back from the brink of death. Despite Minato's swift action, Ling Feng had activated the explosive tags far too quickly. Consequently, when Asuma was extracted, he bore singe marks all over his body. Yet at least he was alive. Ling Feng, your attack was too severe, Minato said, cradling Asuma in his arms. Ling Feng replied nonchalantly, it was merely an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Upon hearing this, Minato was rendered speechless. This matter would conclude here. Asuma would temporarily leave school for a week. After saying this, Minato departed with Asuma. Ling Feng turned, and the third Hokage had also vanished. They were clearly intent on hastily tending to Asuma's injuries. Ling Feng remained expressionless, unconcerned about any potential repercussions from the incident. The Third Shinobi World War was on the horizon. While others might be oblivious, the higher-ups of Konoha, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, were well aware. Thus, Konoha was in dire need of talent. Consequently, Ling Feng had no apprehensions regarding the consequences of his actions. Compared to the injury of a mere underperformer, Ling Feng believed his own sentiments were of greater significance. Once Asuma had exited, the arena fell into silence. After a brief pause, the students erupted into cheers. That was amazing. Ling Feng is incredible. What was that earth style just now? So cool. The supervising teacher, realizing the need to redirect the students' focus, hastily called for them to continue the competition. Soon, the one-on-one matches concluded. Next up was the group round-robin battle. The teams took their positions, ready to commence. Ling Feng cast a glance at the silent Obito, a cold smile gracing his lips as he stepped forward. I'll go first. The opposing team was taken aback. This is a big boss. How do we fight this? Ling Feng-kun, you must have expended considerable chakra earlier. Please let someone else take the lead. Indeed, and moreover, the adversary has lost Asuma. We stand a chance. Yes, Ling Feng, you should descend and take a rest. The girls expressed great concern for Ling Feng. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng smiled gently and replied, I am fine. Having said that, Ling Feng turned his gaze towards Obito. It is your turn now. You must have prepared something worthwhile. At Ling Feng's words, Obito's expression stiffened. Subsequently, Ling Feng noticed that Obito's hand was concealed within his sleeve, clearly indicating that was his trump card. Obito, if you possess the courage, step forward and fight me. Ling Feng understood that the items they brought were beyond what his teammates could contend with. Thus he had to take the initiative. Otherwise, someone else would suffer in his stead. With Ling Feng calling him out, Uchiha Obito had no choice but to step forward. Ling Feng, you are exceedingly arrogant. Surely, the battle just now must have drained your chakra. I shall not hold back. Uchiha Obito looked at Ling Feng with a determined countenance, his concealed hand gripping tighter. Chapter 12. I challenge all of you alone. Ling Feng shrugged indifferently, stating, from this moment on, if I take a step back, consider it a loss. The crowd erupted in astonishment, especially the boys from Uchiha Obito's team, each one seething with indignation. How dare he dismiss us so casually? Even if we are not as formidable as Ling Feng, this is a team battle. If one cannot defeat him, surely a group can. Moreover, Ling Feng's side consisted solely of female members. In terms of combat strength, they could not possibly rival an all-male team. Did Ling Feng truly believe he could face them all alone? Unbeknownst to them, Ling Feng had already anticipated their thoughts with clarity and precision. He then thrust his hands into his pockets and shouted, I know you are dissatisfied. So let me remind you, while your team remains intact, let us engage together. Upon hearing this, the opponents erupted in outrage. Humph. Ling Feng, do not overstep your bounds. Do you think we are easy prey? I refuse to believe that so many of us cannot take you down. Just wait and see. I will teach you a lesson. The instructor, upon hearing this, inwardly lamented, knowing that trouble was brewing. How could this year's students be so ferocious? Originally flustered by Asuma's injury, the instructor was now in a state of panic. Should anything untoward occur, he would bear the consequences. Before long, Ling Feng was challenging the entire squad. What was meant to be a wheel battle had devolved into a brawl. If the school were to learn of this, would he still be able to keep his position as a teacher? Hey, this is a wheel battle. You are not permitted to engage all at once, the instructor bellowed, but soon his voice was drowned out by the youthful shouts of the children. There was little he could do. Ling Feng had incited the ire of the masses, and it was a wonder if the instructor could regain control in this world of ninjas, beyond the fundamental theoretical knowledge. It was all about real combat, and these children were easily provoked. In truth, Ling Feng had no need to act in such a manner. He was merely fighting Obito, without the necessity of dragging his classmates into the fray. However, Ling Feng had noticed someone watching him from a distance. It was needless to say. They were surely agents sent by the third Hokage, likely members of the Umbu. Ling Feng surmised the third Hokage's intentions, to observe his true capabilities. If he, like Kakashi, proved to be a genius, then today's events would be overlooked, but other decisions would undoubtedly follow. It was impossible for nothing to transpire. Conversely, if he was not as formidable, trouble would surely come knocking. The third Hokage would certainly seek to restore his honor. After all, his son had been bested before him, and though he did not voice it, the third Hokage would undoubtedly feel discomfort. Ultimately, being human, with all their inherent emotions, one cannot escape the concern for personal dignity, especially for a Hokage. With that in mind, Ling Feng decided to be unyielding. Since he was already being targeted, he might as well make a grand display. You wish to know how powerful I am, do you? Very well, prepare to be astonished. System, expend 100 points to exchange for basic Byakugan. System, expend 100 points to exchange for basic Sage Body, before causing a ruckus. Ling Feng gritted his teeth and spent 200 points to acquire a bloodline limit and a Sage Body, albeit both in their basic forms. While not extraordinarily powerful, they were sufficient to deal with this gaggle of youngsters. Naturally, they would also leave the Umbu members who were monitoring him utterly flabbergasted. Beep! Byakugan activated successfully. Initial usage detected. Reward: limited time experience of basic Byakugan for 1 hour. Beep! Sage Body activated successfully. Initial usage detected. Reward: limited time experience of basic Sage Body for 1 hour. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng could not help but smile. This system was truly a timely blessing. The basic Byakugan and Sage Body would serve their purpose, albeit with effects that were not particularly pronounced. The so-called basic was undoubtedly of a higher tier than the foundational level. Thus, the effects would be more noticeable. The Byakugan's function was to observe the movements and traces of enemies, while the Sage Body possessed enhanced vitality and life force. During the impending group battle, Ling Feng could not guarantee he would have the opportunity to consume chakra potions, which was why he opted for the Sage Body to extend his vitality, allowing for more chances to use chakra potions. Now that the system had granted him the basic version, the effects would surely rise to another level. In this case, it would be a one-sided massacre. Even if the instructor were to intervene, it would be as if he were delivering a gift. Not even a few Umbu Jonin would intimidate Ling Feng. Having depleted 200 points, he now had 54 remaining. Ling Feng perused the exchange shop, where he could acquire basic kunai and shuriken, as well as basic chakra potions and explosive tags. Armed with these items, Ling Feng could showcase his skills freely. There were also ninjutsu scrolls available. Though they were slightly pricier, C-rank ninjutsu scrolls cost 5 points, B-rank 50 points, and A-rank required 100 points. Yet the latter had a note indicating they could be reused 5 times with no cooldown. Given this, the price was not so steep, especially considering the potential for 5 uses without a cooldown. It was practically a game-breaking advantage. Just imagine unleashing a ninjutsu scroll in rapid succession. To onlookers, it would appear as instantaneous casting. Ling Feng could already envision the stunned expressions on their faces. Although his current points were insufficient, he could easily earn more after demonstrating his prowess, with everything in place. Ling Feng could not help but chuckle this moment. Hinata and Ino finally grasped the situation. They were both taken aback by the boy's fervent behavior. Ling Feng, we should leave quickly. Yes, there are so many of them. The other girls were equally frightened, their legs trembling and faces pale. They had never witnessed such a terrifying scene. Yet, Ling Feng grasped their hands and smiled gently. No need to flee. Do you both trust me? Looking at Ling Feng's youthful yet resolute face, as well as the depth in his eyes, Hinata and Ino were momentarily stunned. Unbeknownst to them, their hearts swelled with courage. What was happening? Where was this courage coming from? Was it from Ling Feng's warm hands, or perhaps his entrancing gaze? Hinata and Ino could not find the answers, but their hearts had already made a choice. Ling Feng, I am willing to believe in you. Indeed, I believe in you too. Under their influence, all the girls gradually grew resolute, declaring, Ling Feng, we are willing to believe in you. In an instant, their innocent voices unified, affirming their support as they stood behind Ling Feng. Chapter 13. What is Genius? However, this scene was not lost on the boys across the way, each of them with reddened eyes. They say a rabbit does not eat the grass near its burrow. Yet this fellow has devoured it all. How could they endure this? Uchiha Obito, witnessing Ino's infatuated gaze towards Ling Feng, was consumed by rage and stepped forward, shouting, Ling Feng, prepare to die. Seeing this, Ling Feng waved his hand, positioning himself in front of the girls. Step back. Do not let the innocent be harmed. Thus, under the leadership of Uchiha Obito, the chaos commenced. The training instructor was taken aback, unable to fathom that the worst outcome had indeed manifested. Once he regained his composure, he hurriedly sought assistance from other teachers, realizing that with so many children, he alone could barely maintain order. After the instructor departed, Ling Feng also sprang into action, faced with a multitude of classmates. Ling Feng wore an expression devoid of emotion, harboring no intention of holding back. Those daring to challenge him deserved their fate. Ultimately, it sufficed that he left them with missing limbs. Charge! A throng of individuals lunged at Ling Feng, an uncountable number of fists raining down upon him. Earth-style, fish in the ground. Ling Feng was unreserved, launching into a technique akin to the Shadow Clone Jutsu, but far more effective, an infinite displacement within a designated range. Bang! Each time Ling Feng vanished from one spot only to reappear elsewhere, a child would be sent flying, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, resulting in a pitiful sight, bruised and battered. Kakashi, witnessing this, stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. He had intended to challenge Ling Feng, but never anticipated such a spectacle. Suddenly, Ling Feng appeared right before Kakashi. Help me out. Huh. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, despite his usually aloof demeanor. He found himself at a loss in Ling Feng's presence. The so-called coldness was merely a facade of superiority that often left others hesitant to approach. Yet, Ling Feng's prowess eclipsed Kakashi's, rendering him a mere outsider. Did you not wish to challenge me? Your opportunity has arrived. Rally them together and strike at me with all your might. Endeavor to defeat me. Upon uttering this, Ling Feng transformed into a mass of earth. Shifting to a new position, bang! Once more, he sent 2 individuals flying, returning to face Kakashi. Well, Kakashi nodded. I shall give it my all. Thank you. A simple phrase, and Ling Feng vanished again, continuing his rampage. although Kakashi remained puzzled by Ling Feng's tactics and deemed him excessively arrogant. He complied. Having witnessed Ling Feng's prowess against 3ch Nin from the Mist Village, he understood the extent of Ling Feng's strength. However, he was eager to gauge just how formidable Ling Feng truly was. "Everyone, gather!" As Ling Feng disappeared again, Kakashi's voice rang out, firm and resolute. Those who heard involuntarily trembled and instinctively converged in their minds. Kakashi was still the prodigious genius of Konoha. The fish-in-the-ground technique was agile. But with their numbers, if they concentrated their efforts and attacked from all directions simultaneously, Ling Feng would have no means of escape. Kakashi's words sparked a glimmer of hope in everyone. Indeed, strength in numbers. With so many of them, could they not ensnare a single fish? Thus, they began to unite like never before. Even Uchiha Bido, who had intended to showcase his prowess before Rin, was astonished. Is this truly Konoha's genius Kakashi? A natural-born fighter, identifying the countermeasure for fish in the ground at a mere glance. There was no choice but to endure a little longer, as long as Ling Feng could be thwarted. The rest could be dealt with later. After all, Rin was watching. Unbeknownst to them, her gaze had been fixated solely on Ling Feng. As for Abido, he was far too swift for her to keep track of, leaving no time to concern herself with others. Ling Feng, upon hearing Kakashi's strategy, could not help but commend it. Truly impressive, hitting the nail on the head. Alas, such a thought was still too naive, just as everyone believed they would surely land a blow on Ling Feng. He vanished from the range of fish in the ground. Kakashi, taken aback, quickly comprehended. What? Fish in the ground combined with body flicker technique, first utilizing fish in the ground to reach the edge of the range, then executing body flicker at the moment of reappearance, arriving faster than the enemy. Indeed, among this group, you're the most exceptional. Ling Feng had already positioned himself outside the range, looking at Kakashi with a faint smile. Skill is skill. There is no need to suppress it. For no matter how capable one may be, they cannot surpass me. Kakashi clenched his fists, a surge of fighting spirit igniting within him. It had been ages since he had encountered such a formidable opponent. He had thought that no one of his generation could warrant his attention, yet now, a deeper and more inscrutable master had emerged. Let us cooperate. Do not allow Ling Feng any opportunity to exploit. Kakashi, uncertain of Ling Feng's next move, gathered the remaining fighters, preparing for any eventuality. But Ling Feng merely laughed. Together to guard against me? How amusing. With your numbers, how could you possibly hinder me? Sage Body, activate. Byakugan, activate. Ling Feng took a deep breath and, with another body flicker technique, instantly appeared before Kakashi. Capture the king first. Once Kakashi falls, the morale of the troops will shatter. Kakashi was taken aback. He had not expected that, even with 20 or so individuals remaining. Ling Feng would come seeking him out first. Such audacity was astounding. Not far away, hidden in the shadows, elite Umbu members watched in utter disbelief. What sort of tactic is this? For one so young to master a B-rank style technique is indeed remarkable. But how much chakra do you possess? A ninja devoid of chakra is essentially rendered powerless, unless their physical prowess is exceptional. Just as this thought crossed the mind of the Umbu elite, a clear voice rang out. Taijutsu! Lotus Blossom! Boom! The Umbu elite's mind exploded at that moment. What? You, a mere 5-year-old child whose body hasn't even fully developed, have mastered the Lotus Blossom. What does this mean for your opponent? Might Guy. If the intelligence is accurate, this should be a signature move of Might Guy's father. Even Might Guy has yet to learn it. How have you managed to utilize it? Chapter 14. Task activation. The shock was not limited to the Umbu elite. Kakashi and Might Guy were equally astonished. Kakashi, who had believed victory was assured, found his confidence shattered by a single Lotus Blossom. While he had been hailed as a genius ninja, he was still merely 5 years old. However, with the activation of the Sage Body, Ling Feng's physical prowess soared to that of a Jonin. Bang! With a resounding crash, Kakashi was sent careening backward, landing in a heap, his face etched with disbelief. This kick had injured Kakashi. While not severely, it would undoubtedly affect his performance in the ensuing battle. As for Might Guy, he was left dumbfounded. In no way, is this not a family secret technique? How could Ling Feng also possess it? Could it be that I have an undiscovered brother? Has my father withheld this information to shield my feelings? What other explanation could there be? As Might Guy's thoughts spiraled into absurdity, Ling Feng pressed on, plunging into the fray with relentless ferocity. With the Byakugan assisting him, Ling Feng faced no concerns regarding being outnumbered, and with the sage body, he had no worries about his stamina either. While these children were bewildered, the observing Umbu elite recognized the implications. Given that the basic Byakugan was a system gift, Ling Feng had chosen to conceal it, rendering it invisible to outsiders, appearing merely as a normal pupil. Thus, the Umbu elite could only discern the sage body. Yet possessing such a trait was already more than sufficient. A 5-year-old child capable of wielding the sage body would surely send shockwaves throughout the ninja world if this information were to leak. This was monumental news that needed to be reported truthfully to the third Hokage. Konoha was poised to unveil a once-in-a-lifetime genius. However, the Umbu elite maintained their composure. Their mission was to observe Ling Feng and ascertain what further abilities he might possess. Though his performance thus far had been terrifyingly impressive, the battle was far from over. The Umbu elite began to anticipate just how far Ling Feng's strength would extend. Bang! 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 The number of those still standing dwindled rapidly. With the Byakugan, Ling Feng navigated the chaos effortlessly, untouched by even a single attack. All eyes of the Umbu elite were fixed upon him. If the sage body was the foundation of Ling Feng's prolonged combat, what then allowed him to engage so fiercely using merely physical techniques against these opponents? Or had he unleashed some form of enhancement ninjutsu that they simply did not recognize? With a sense of bewilderment, the elite members of the Umbu continued to observe the unfolding scene. At this moment, only 2 individuals remained in the arena, Uchiha Bito and the somewhat dazed Might Guy.as for Kakashi. He sat on the ground, having twisted his ankle during yet another assault. This was an exceedingly absurd situation for him, but a genius ninja renowned for his prowess. He found himself unable to continue fighting due to a mere ankle sprain. Such a revelation would surely provoke laughter from others. Yet, the reality was as it stood, and Kakashi bore no doubt that the fault lay not with him. It was evident that it was Ling Feng who had orchestrated this outcome. Raising his gaze towards Ling Feng, he met the latter's eyes, which seemed to convey a silent message. This is where it ends. What comes next is no concern of yours. Indeed, this was the unspoken communication between the powerful. No words were necessary. A mere glance sufficed. Thus, Kakashi remained seated on the ground, devoid of any desire to continue the fight. The disparity between the two sides had become increasingly apparent through their repeated confrontations. The stronger Kakashi grew, the more acutely he recognized the chasm between them. Consequently, he chose to concede. Ling Feng then turned his attention to Might Guy, stating, "Guy, it's time to call it a day." After a brief moment, Might Guy, still in a state of shock, nodded and took a couple of steps back. In that instant, he lost the courage to continue battling Ling Feng. "Fear not, there will be opportunities ahead. I shall teach you the banyan tree technique," Ling Feng added, aware that his recent display had thoroughly shattered Might Guy's confidence. In truth, the events of the day had unfolded to this point with Might Guy merely being an innocent bystander. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Might Guy's vacant eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Finally, Ling Feng turned his gaze towards Uchiha Bito, the central figure of this confrontation. The two exchanged silence, yet it was clear to all that beads of cold sweat were steadily forming on Bito's forehead. Meanwhile, those classmates who had been defeated instinctively rose and positioned themselves at the perimeter, creating a surrounding circle point. One among them was an Uchiha clan member, though his academic performance was abysmal, placing him at the bottom of the class. No one doubted the profound heritage of his family. Even if he, like a Suma, produced a formidable ninja tool, it would be easily understood. As for Ling Feng, no one could fathom the source of his immense strength. Yet at that moment, no one dared to question his capabilities. Ding! Earned 18 points. Ding! Earned 26 points. Ding! Earned 40 points. Indeed, Uchiha Bito's silence was born from fear. Ling Feng, on the other hand, remained quiet, patiently awaiting the system's point tally. As the fervent battle drew to a close, Ling Feng had accumulated a total of 256 points. bringing his overall total to 310 points when combined with the original 54 points. The unexpected bounty of 256 points from this skirmish was beyond Ling Feng's expectations. It appeared that the greater the crowd, the more points one could accrue if that was the case. Then, as long as the conditions allowed, maintaining a low profile was not an option, though it only lead to missed opportunities. With 310 points in hand, Ling Feng felt undaunted, even if another Uchiha clan expert were to appear. You possess the Sharingan? Huh. That is 100 points to access, and I too can wield the Sharingan. Having received the points, it was time to conclude this matter. Just as Ling Feng prepared to employ a swift body flicker technique to elegantly dispatch Uchiha Obito, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Ding! System task activated. Crush Uchiha Obito. Astonish the Ninja Academy. Reward, 200 points. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng was taken aback. Why has a new task suddenly activated? Nevertheless, he shrugged it off. It merely provided Uchiha Obito with an opportunity to unveil his trump card, which was of little consequence. After all, it was just a matter of wasting a bit more time, and he could gain an additional 200 points without incurring any loss. All right, I don't have much time to play with you. Reveal whatever means you have left, or you shall lose your chance, Ling Feng remarked, his hands clasped behind his back as he regarded Uchiha Obito with a calm demeanor. At that moment, Uchiha Obito's heart was tumultuously conflicted. He had intended to make a move amidst the chaos. Yet he had not anticipated Ling Feng's overwhelming strength that had incapacitated them all. With no alternative remaining, Uchiha Obito bellowed and retrieved an item concealed within his sleeve. Chapter 15. Is this what they call a ninjutsu scroll? With a rustle, he captured everyone's attention. Looking up, they were astonished to see Uchiha Obito brandishing a ninjutsu scroll. Gasps of surprise echoed throughout the crowd. Although none had personally wielded such an item, they were all familiar with it from their theoretical lessons. Powerful ninjas could seal certain jutsus within scrolls, allowing for their release during battle without the need for hand seals, achieving instantaneous casting. Moreover, the chakra consumption was significantly reduced, making such scrolls invaluable among ninja tools. Typically, these ninjutsu scrolls contained at most C-rank techniques, as higher-ranked jutsus demanded greater craftsmanship. Furthermore, for techniques of the same rank, the greater the quality of the craftsmanship, the more formidable the released power. Thus, the appearance of a ninjutsu scroll sent shockwaves through the audience. Many would likely never have the chance to utilize such a precious item in their lifetime. It far surpassed the value of detonating tags. Seeing this, Ling Feng's interest was piqued. A ninjutsu scroll? That seems quite entertaining. The exchange shop is now open. Ling Feng immediately began browsing the exchange shop, since his opponent had resorted to a ninjutsu scroll. He could not afford to be outdone. How to astonish the crowd? Naturally, he would employ an even more impressive ninjutsu scroll to counter it. Ling Feng, let us see how you handle this ninjutsu scroll. Uchiha Obito sneered coldly, then spread the scroll wide with a flourish. With a firm press of his palm, he shouted, "Fire style. Grand fireball technique?" In an instant, a brilliant and blinding flame erupted, extending 7 to 8 meters in length. Clearly larger than the average grand fireball technique, it was evident that this was crafted by a master of the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, such power would be unattainable. The grand fireball technique was cast instantaneously, engulfing Ling Feng entirely. Waihai Kurenai and Harino Rin could not help but exclaim, "Ling Feng-kun." However, at that cry, Uchiha Obito's fury intensified. He began to gather chakra, amplifying the grand fireball's potency. The elite members of the Umbu, witnessing this, sighed in resignation. Had he been defeated once again? Such carelessness. No matter how formidable he was ultimately just a 5-year-old child. With such immense chakra consumption, he should not have recklessly engaged. Yet, a triumphant and derisive laughter echoed from all around. Everyone was taken aback. Was that not Ling Feng's laughter? Uchiha's crafted ninjutsu scroll, is that all its power amounts to? Truly pitiful. As the words left his mouth, 10 versions of Ling Feng suddenly materialized in the arena, undoubtedly the result of the shadow clone technique. Nanny. Not only is he unharmed, but he also has chakra to release shadow clones. Even Sage Mode is not this monstrous. How could a 5-year-old child hone Sage Mode to such a terrifying extent? The elite members of the Umbu were utterly flabbergasted, their worldview shattered into fragments, akin to powder blown away by the wind. With Ling Feng's current abilities, such feats were certainly unattainable, for the reason was simple. He had consumed a chakra potion. Ding! Earned 36 points. Hearing the sound of points being credited, Ling Feng's excitement surged. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Bang! 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 The 10 Ling Feng simultaneously unleashed the Earth Flow Wall, forming a large circle, with the children standing upon the stone walls, an outcome of Ling Feng's precise control. At this moment, the elite members of the Umbu were completely bewildered, standing frozen in place, having forgotten their intent to remain hidden. Observing the surrounding stone walls, Uchiha Obito stood in a stupor, his gaze vacant. He could not fathom why his meticulously prepared Grand Fireball technique had proven utterly ineffective against Ling Feng. Even more perplexing was Ling Feng's intention to encircle him. Simultaneously, reinforcements requested by the training instructor arrived at a total of 12 teachers, each at the level of a chunin, including 4 jounin, witnessed the scene unfolding on the playground. Their faces pale with shock. What is this? When did our playground transform into this? Idiot, how could it possibly change like this? It's the Earth Flow Wall. Impossible. Who unleashed 10 Earth Flow Walls in one go? Is there an enemy attack? The instructor responsible for this practical training couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He had merely gone to fetch some assistance, yet the situation had escalated to this extent. No need for speculation. This is not an enemy attack. All those present are my students. Upon hearing this, the other teachers were taken aback. Could it be true? Are there such formidable individuals among your students? They must already be at the level of a jonin. Look, there are still people standing atop those stone walls. One teacher noticed the anomaly, and as the crowd looked up, they indeed saw a group encircling the stone walls. The training instructor took a closer look, his face turning pale. These were indeed his students. The other teachers were equally startled. This was a serious matter. We must hurry to rescue them. At that very moment, within the circle surrounded by stone walls, Ling Feng had already dispelled his multiple shadow clones and, with a flick of his sleeve, retrieved an item. What? You possess a ninjutsu scroll? Uchiha Obito could hardly believe his eyes. As an orphan, with no one to rely on, where could he have obtained a ninjutsu scroll? Just watch closely and see what a ninjutsu scroll truly is. With that, Ling Feng leapt high into the air and shouted, "Water release!" Exploding water shockwave, splash! A powerful wave of water surged forth, crashing violently against Uchiha Obito. The elite of the Umbu raised an eyebrow. Every time Ling Feng made a move, it was astonishing. Yet this was merely the beginning. In the next moment, Ling Feng activated the 4 ninjutsu scrolls he had purchased with his 200 points, all containing the technique water release. Exploding water shockwave. It is worth noting that Ling Feng's ninjutsu scrolls could unleash the technique 5 times in one go. Having bought 4, he could unleash it a total of 20 times. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions echoed one after another, as countless water shockwaves surged forth, crashing into the encircling stone walls. And at the center was none other than Uchiha Obito. The Umbu elite were left speechless. The frequency was relentless, without any intervals. This Ling Feng was truly a monster among monsters. How could he achieve this? After a total of 21 consecutive explosions, the sound of rushing water finally ceased. Was it the ninjutsu scrolls? Or Ling Feng's instantaneous ninjutsu, without hand signs? These details had become irrelevant. What mattered was that this feat had only been accomplished by Ling Feng since the establishment of the Ninja Academy. Chapter 16. No need for applications high above the stone walls. Ling Feng looked down with a sense of superiority. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Gained 260 points. Ding! Task completed. Reward. 200 points. Only then did Ling Feng smile in satisfaction. He now possessed a total of 410 points. For him, points represented the limits of his strength. The more points he accumulated, the more he could exchange for various items. At this moment, the teachers had arrived. They frantically utilized the body flicker technique, repeatedly bringing down the frightened students from the stone walls. In the end, only Ling Feng remained atop the walls, surrounded by 20 teachers. Ling Feng. What happened to Abito? Shouted the instructor responsible for their class. Ling Feng revealed a faint smile, his gaze fixed on the water that filled the stone enclosure. After a short while, a figure slowly floated to the surface. The instructor immediately recognized it was Abito and hurriedly called for his colleagues to assist. Dinkling. When the school day came to an end, the sky had dimmed to a golden hue, signaling dusk on the playground. The teachers gathered together, brainstorming ways to remove the massive stone walls, eager to restore normalcy. Otherwise, the practical courses for other classes would have to be postponed. Ling Feng cast a casual glance at the playground before turning to leave. Upon reaching the school gate, he spotted many parents waiting for their children. The crowd noticeably larger than usual, rivaling the start of the school year. The reason was simple. The significant incident at the Ninja Academy had spread. However, due to the directives from the school administration and the higher-ups in Konoha, the true nature of the events remained undisclosed, leading to rampant speculation within the village. Was it an enemy attack? But why was there no alarm raised? Or was it an incident within the school? Perhaps an instructor acting against the students? This was a grave oversight. Yet, no one could fathom that all of this was orchestrated by a mere 5-year-old child. As Ling Feng departed, he noticed that the parents of Hinata and Ino had also arrived. But he refrained from saying anything and simply left. They likely wished to speak with Ling Feng, but this was not the right moment for conversation. Ling Feng was still unaware of how the third Hokage would handle the events of that day. Upon returning home, Ling Feng stood in the center of his room, his expression somewhat grim. "Come out. Do not force my hand." Ling Feng's voice was icy. He despised being followed and loathed unauthorized intrusions into his home. In this world, Ling Feng had no family. This less than 10 square meter abode was his final sanctuary. Though modest, it was his private domain. With a soft sigh, Minato Namikaze appeared before Ling Feng. "How did you find me?" Ling Feng set down his backpack and sat on the edge of his bed. "From the moment I stepped through the door, this place felt too small. The presence of another person was unwelcome." Minato scratched his head helplessly. "Having lived alone since childhood, did you not desire companionship?" "So, you intend to move in together?" Ling Feng replied coolly. This caught Minato off guard. "No, that's not what I meant." He quickly shook his head. Subsequently, Ling Feng smiled, adding, "And you're not even a woman. Otherwise, I might have considered it." Minato was left dumbfounded. Is this truly a 5-year-old child? Yet the details recorded in the files were indisputable. Ling Feng had grown up in Konoha, never having encountered any peculiar individuals. "If you have something to say, do so quickly. If not, please leave me be. I wish to rest." Ling Feng glanced at Minato, his expression devoid of emotion. This inadvertently caused Minato to adopt a serious demeanor. "This child is inscrutable. Actually, there is nothing urgent. I merely wanted to remind you to apologize to Asuma and Abito when the opportunity arises," Minato said after a moment of silence. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng stood and opened the door. "That I wish to rest now." Minato was left speechless. This child truly does not take himself seriously. "Very well, you will bear the consequences of your actions." Watching Minato leave in a huff, Ling Feng could not help but smile. Apologize? What a ridiculous notion. Allowing them to live was already a significant concession on my part. As for the consequences, I rather look forward to them that I end this world. One's rise to fame is inevitably paved with countless bones. Whether they be enemies or fellow villagers, anyone who opposes him becomes just another casualty among the many. After Minato departed, Ling Feng did not prepare for sleep. Instead, he began his training for the night. Having acquired the sage body and godly talents, he felt a greater need to strive for improvement. After Minato left, he turned and gazed from a high building. The chakra fluctuations emanating from that small room weighed heavily on Minato's heart. This boy is destined to be the most powerful genius in Konoha's history. Yet, how can such immense power be controlled? Another soft sigh escaped Minato as he vanished. Ding, gained 10 points. Ling Feng smiled. Receiving praise from Shadow-level powerhouse was quite rewarding. His total points rose to 420. Ling Feng glanced at the exchange shop. The points required for a basic Byakugan and a basic Sage body were both 500 points, while intermediate ones were 5,000 and advanced ones stood at 50,000. With just 80 more points, he could redeem the basic version. As for what to exchange, it would depend on the circumstances. In any case, he needed to leave the Ninja Academy as soon as possible. The speed of earning points here was far too slow. Ling Feng even found himself looking forward to the imminent Ninja World War. After all, it would come sooner or later, and the sooner it began, the sooner it would conclude. The night passed uneventfully. And the next morning, after a brief wash-up, Ling Feng cooked himself a pancake before heading out to his surprise. He encountered Kakashi at the door. Ling Feng was aware that Kakashi, like him, was an orphan. Following the recent incident at the school, parents were understandably anxious. It seemed Hinata and Ino would not be able to visit for a while. Kakashi, unsure of what to say, simply uttered a few words. Ling Feng chuckled at this. While it was understandable for the two girls to loiter at his door, he found it puzzling that Kakashi did the same. Could it be that you? Kakashi's expression stiffened, and he quickly waved his hands, saying, "Of course not. I came here to share my thoughts with you." "Indeed, you say." Ling Feng was merely jesting. "I intend to apply for early graduation, as I feel there is little more to learn at school," Kakashi remarked. Ling Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well. I shall accompany you in your application." Thus, the duo made their way to the school, where they addressed the matter with their homeroom teacher during the morning assembly. The classmates were taken aback, astonished that they were already considering early graduation after just 1 year of enrollment. The homeroom teacher cast a meaningful glance at Ling Feng and stated, "Ling Feng, you need not apply." Chapter 17. The Third Hokage's Test. What? Ling Feng raised an eyebrow. Kakashi, standing beside him, widened his eyes in disbelief. "I said, Ling Feng, you need not apply. The school has already issued a notification. As long as you wish to graduate, you may depart at any time. Here are your graduation certificate and the genin headband, all prepared." With that, the teacher produced a box, revealing the headband and certificate designated for Ling Feng. Kakashi's eyes widened. Was this the treatment reserved for a genius? The classmates gasped in astonishment. Typically, students must spend at least 6 years in the Ninja Academy to earn their graduation certificate and headband, meaning that apart from a select few gifted individuals, most would have to wait a minimum of 6 years. Yet for Ling Feng, it was merely a matter of speaking a single sentence. Graduation? Was it as simple as that? Ding! You have earned 40 points. Being envied triggered the acquisition of points once more. However, Ling Feng frowned slightly, not feeling particularly elated, that he understood that this was undoubtedly the intention of the third Hokage. Would the school dare prepare his graduation certificate and headband without permission from him? That old man would certainly not let him off easily. He recognized that the reminder from Minato the previous night was well-intentioned. Yet Ling Feng felt he did not require such caution. "Thank you, teacher." Regaining his composure, Ling Feng extended his hands to accept the box, signifying his confirmation of his intent to graduate early. The homeroom teacher then turned to Kakashi, stating, "I shall convey your application to the school authorities. If approved, an assessment will be conducted next week." Ling Feng chose to depart. Having graduated, there was little left to hold him there. Moreover, Ling Feng harbored a suspicion. Upon exiting the classroom building, he glanced at a nearby open space. And in the next moment, the third Hokage appeared, accompanied by Minato. Upon seeing the graduation certificate and headband in Ling Feng's possession, the third Hokage smiled. This was sufficient evidence that these items had been prepared by him. Minato, witnessing this scene, sighed softly, clearly unwilling to observe it. Perhaps having spent considerable time alongside the third Hokage, Minato understood the nature of the man. Yet Ling Feng remained undaunted. "Ling Feng, your performance is exemplary, and I am quite pleased with your decision," the third Hokage remarked with a joyful smile, revealing his signature serene expression. However, Ling Feng was well aware that the third Hokage was a masterful schemer, a man shaped by the trials of war. One must not be deceived by appearances. "Thank you for the praise, Lord Third, but you ought to commend your son as well. Without him, I might not have had this opportunity to shine." Ling Feng smiled, his expression innocent, a child's smile far more infectious than the third Hokage's wrinkled visage. Yet upon hearing these words, the third smile faltered. Minato's expression turned grave, and his gaze towards Ling Feng conveyed a warning. "Young man, be mindful of your words. Your arrogance is excessive." However, Ling Feng chose to disregard the admonition, continuing, "It is a pity he is not here. Otherwise, I would truly express my gratitude to him. Without his support, I would not have earned your commendation, Lord Third. The third Hokage remained silent for a protracted moment, then inhaled deeply, suppressing the rising ire within him. His eyes as inscrutable as ever, he recalled the reports from the Umbu elite he had dispatched to observe Ling Feng. And a plan began to form silently in his mind. Well done. You have demonstrated the qualities expected of a ninja, unyielding and courageous. This is the hallmark of a worthy Konoha ninja. Asuma should learn from you. I will ensure he regards you as a role model. The third Hokage's tone suddenly became formal, as he realized that Ling Feng was not a mere child of 5 to engage in frivolous banter. You are always welcome to challenge him. I would be delighted to spar with you. Ling Feng replied with a grin that did not quite reach his eyes. But concerning the Uchiha clan, I fear I cannot speak freely. The third narrowed his eyes, questioning. Upon hearing this, Minato was taken aback, surprised by Ling Feng's directness. However, Ling Feng was not at all surprised. He had anticipated that the third would bring up the Uchiha clan once he found himself with no counterarguments. Nevertheless, Ling Feng shrugged, unfazed. If their members employ ninja technique scrolls in practical combat, I shall do the same. Is there a problem with that? The third Hokage fell silent, scrutinizing Ling Feng in search of insight, yet ultimately gleaned nothing. You are a clever child, aware of my implications. Ling Feng smiled. Then Lord Third should also comprehend my meaning, that if you do not, allow me to be forthright. The Uchiha clan is formidable, yet presently, they should be preoccupied with their own survival. For the sake of a mere underachiever, it is not worth the trouble. Ling Feng possessed an intimate understanding of every significant event within the world of ninjas, past and future. No one was more familiar than he. This incident was merely a prelude to the impending Ninja World War, as Konoha's higher-ups prepared to collaborate with the Umbu to suppress the Uchiha clan and seize control of their power. The third Hokage could be seen as the orchestrator of this grand scheme, so Ling Feng's words were undoubtedly clear to him. Indeed, as Ling Feng's statement concluded, the system's notification chimed in. Ding. You have earned 20 points. Ah, how delightful it is to collect points. The third Hokage felt an inexplicable heat stirring within him. Minato, standing nearby, appeared baffled, casting a glance at the third in hopes of discerning something, yet he found nothing. What a sly old fox, such a significant matter. How could he allow any slip-ups? After a lengthy pause, the third Hokage nodded in agreement. Indeed, you speak truthfully. The behavior exhibited by Uchiha Bito has been less than satisfactory. I surmised the Uchiha clan would hesitate to act against you for his sake, yet regardless, your approach was rather harsh. One ought not to treat classmates in such a manner. As the conversation unfolded, the third began to admonish Ling Feng. Yes, you are right, Lord Third. Ling Feng acknowledged with a nod, though the smile on his face grew ever more pronounced. This demeanor from the third Hokage signified the conclusion of his probing. Ling Feng had revealed a glimpse of his own significance. This meeting had served as a mutual test, an exchange of unspoken messages. What began as an offensive from the third Hokage had transformed into an offensive by Ling Feng, with the third now on the defensive. Ultimately, the result was unequivocally in favor of Ling Feng. Chapter 18. A warning from the Uchiha. The third Hokage departed, casting a glance at Ling Feng that held deeper meaning, leaving behind a parting remark. You are a person worthy of great trust, yet presently, you are not someone I would risk heavily upon. After the third's departure, Minato approached Ling Feng, that if you have any issues, you may seek me out. Ling Feng smiled faintly. You seem intent on fostering a closer bond between us. The third Hokage must maintain a broad perspective, not overly fixating on personal sentiments. Yet I can't afford that. You are a fine child, though perhaps your heart is a touch too cold. It was evident that Minato genuinely wished to look after Ling Feng. However, Ling Feng felt no need for such guardianship. Shaking his head, he turned towards the school gates, casually remarking, if you require an obedient companion by your side, seek out Kakashi. He is the most suitable. Watching Ling Feng's receding figure, Minato's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. The reason was simple. Prior to encountering Ling Feng, his chosen candidate had indeed been Kakashi. Ling Feng was fully aware of Minato's thoughts, for he was familiar with this storyline. Hinata was nearing her time to give birth, and the child she bore would be Naruto. It seemed the moment approached ever closer. Ling Feng rubbed his head, realizing that he must swiftly enhance his points. Thus far, his score had reached an impressive 430 points, coupled with the rewards he had already acquired. His overall strength had ascended to the level of a Jonin. Yet this was still far from sufficient. Above Jonin lies the elite Jonin, and beyond that, the realm of Kage. However, between these two tiers lies a chasm of disparity. Take Uchiha Madara, for instance. His power transcends that of a Kage, and while it may seem but a step away from Kage level, in reality, he could effortlessly overpower all 5 Kage without breaking a sweat. Ling Feng understood the significance of the third Hokage's parting words. Undoubtedly, considering the unresolved issues within the Uchiha clan, the third Hokage could not assign him any significant tasks. After all, despite Ling Feng's prowess, his currently displayed abilities were insufficient for a direct confrontation with the Uchiha clan at a prodigious youth against a family of formidable strength. From the perspective of Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was evident he would choose the Uchiha clan. Ling Feng comprehended all of this, that it appeared that the next troublemaker would undoubtedly be someone from the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, this did not deter Ling Feng from accepting a B-rank mission. The task involved escorting a carpenter to another village for work. With meager compensation, one might wonder why he would take such a task. This was due to his status as a genin, making higher-ranked missions inaccessible to him. Thus, he had no choice but to complete a few lower-tier missions before moving on to advanced ones. A week passed in this manner. Ling Feng's capabilities had successfully elevated him from B-rank to A-rank missions. On this day, he prepared to accept a new task, only to discover a particularly lucrative A-rank mission, which merely required him to locate a forehead protector in a nearby dense forest. This task seemed exceedingly mysterious. How could something as trivial as a forehead protector warrant an A-rank classification? Yet, fully aware of the risks, Ling Feng recognized that this might be the opportunity he had been waiting for. Claiming the task, he set off towards the forest. Though it lay some distance from the village, it remained within its territorial limits. Upon reaching his destination, Ling Feng found the eerie silence unsettling. Typically, such a forest would teem with wildlife. Yet he encountered no signs of animal activity along the way. Suddenly, the stillness was shattered by rustling sounds, and 10 figures clad in black emerged from the shadows. Ling Feng couldn't help but chuckle. To deal with a mere 5-year-old child, they required such a large contingent. The leader stepped forward, confronting Ling Feng directly. "I didn't expect you to actually come, but I thought you would see through such a clumsy trap." Their hostility was palpable. Ling Feng crossed his arms, a cold smile gracing his lips. "And what if I did? Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you. How shall I address you?" "Uchiha scoundrels." Upon hearing these words, the black-clad figures instinctively recoiled. Ding! Acquired 20 points. Indeed, these individuals were members of the Uchiha clan. Truly deserving of the attention from Konoha's high-ranking officials. Quite impressive, yet how unfortunate that you have revealed your hand too much. A child like you, brimming with potential, has yet to see anyone of your caliber since Lord Madara's passing. However, the Uchiha clan is sufficient to represent Konoha. Even the once glorious Senju clan shall inevitably fade, let alone someone as naive as you. When you disregarded the Uchiha clan's reputation and struck hard, you should have anticipated this outcome. With that, the leader slowly drew his blade. "I merely intended to teach you a lesson. But regrettably, your performance has unsettled me, and thus, you must die here." Upon the leader's command, the others stepped forward, brandishing their weapons. Clearly, they had resolved to eliminate Ling Feng. Yet, Ling Feng remained unfazed, his demeanor calm, and he burst into laughter, leaving his adversaries bewildered. Now I understand why some seek to eradicate your Uchiha clan. Indeed, your family is formidable, having supplied Konoha with an abundance of exceptional ninjas, but it is also you who embody the height of arrogance. Konoha has never belonged solely to your Uchiha clan. As Ling Feng pronounced the final word, his tone escalated, unleashing a terrifying aura that sent shivers down the spines of all present. Ding! Acquired 30 points. "You scoundrel! Attack! We cannot allow him to live." The Uchiha leader bellowed, charging towards Ling Feng, followed closely by the others, weapons raised. Ling Feng scoffed, extending his hand. System, consume 50 points to exchange for a basic katana. Ding! Basic katana acquired. In the next instant, a gleaming sword appeared in Ling Feng's grasp, enveloped in a crackling layer of lightning chakra. What? He possesses lightning chakra as well. This intelligence must be erroneous. Wasn't he supposed to have fire, earth, and water chakra? The Uchiha members exclaimed in panic. Now armed with 4 elemental chakras, Ling Feng's prowess was startling. Ding! Acquired 20 points. Ling Feng smirked coldly, intent on denying his foes any respite, as he swung the katana in retaliation. Clang! The sound of weapons clashing resonated, and with the enhancement of his sage body, Ling Feng's melee capabilities surged significantly. Regrettably, he no longer benefited from the initial effects of his sage body, or his power would have been even greater. However, the lightning chakra alone proved sufficient to trouble his opponents. As the weapons collided, the lightning chakra coursed through their weapons, inducing paralysis. Thus, the longer they fought, the more Ling Feng gained the upper hand. Through the skirmish, Ling Feng assessed their overall strength. Aside from the leader, who was at Jonin level, the rest were merely Chunin. The Uchiha clan's members possessed bloodline limits, and their innate talents were undoubtedly superior to those of ordinary Chunin and Jonin. Yet, this posed no challenge for Ling Feng. Moreover, he had no fear of exhaustion, thanks to the chakra potions at his disposal. Captain, how can this brat have such abundant chakra after all this time? Indeed, I've noticed his chakra has remained consistently layered over his sword without pause. If this continues, it will be exceedingly disadvantageous for us. The leader, upon hearing this, grew increasingly anxious. The situation had spiraled beyond his expectations. He had assumed 10 individuals could easily handle one child, yet the reality was proving to be quite the opposite. Gather together, prepare to unleash our techniques. Yes, soon, Ling Feng observed his adversaries forming a tight circle. Yet none dared to strike him. Oh, preparing to unleash your trump cards? Ling Feng chuckled. He was quite adept at ninjutsu himself. Humph. Do not be too arrogant, child. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. A massive fireball hurtled toward Ling Feng. With a smirk, he countered with a water-style jutsu. Water style. Water burst wave. The powerful torrent extinguished the fireball instantly. Yet barely a moment later, another fire jutsu was launched. Ling Feng continued to retaliate with water techniques. Then came the earth style, to which Ling Feng responded with an even more potent earth jutsu. Thus, the 10 adversaries took turns unleashing their techniques, compelling Ling Feng to respond in kind. He quickly realized their strategy was to exhaust his chakra through relentless assault. Little did they know, as long as he had points, his chakra would be inexhaustible. After several rounds, the enemies found themselves gasping for breath, while Ling Feng stood unperturbed, appearing as if he had just begun, not even breaking a sweat. What a joke! Do you truly think you could defeat me with such lowly tactics? He declared, if you're struggling, allow me to show you the extent of my power. Wind style, great typhoon, whoosh. No one could discern how Ling Feng performed his hand seals, but suddenly a massive tornado appeared, scattering their formation into disarray. The leader, witnessing this scene, was left utterly dumbfounded. Prior to this encounter, he had envisioned numerous scenarios of Ling Feng pleading for mercy, yet he never anticipated such an outcome. Most astonishingly, Ling Feng had actually employed wind release. Is it possible that someone in this world could master every attribute of ninjutsu? No, he still had wood release yet to be used. Yes, wood release. He absolutely could not use wood release. Such were the thoughts of everyone present. But in the next moment, Ling Feng slowly formed hand seals, deliberately languid, allowing all to see clearly. Despair engulfed everyone. This was unmistakably the initiation of wood release. Boom! Wood release. For pillar prison. 4 enormous wooden pillars rose slowly, ensnaring all enemies within a for the leader. He was singularly set free by Ling Feng. You are a Jonin of the Uchiha clan. Come now, let me witness your true strength. Ling Feng gazed at the man, his eyes aflame with fervent battle intent. Yet before Ling Feng, no one could muster the courage to continue fighting, not even the Jonin of the Uchiha clan. What wrong? Afraid to strike. Ling Feng flashed a wicked grin. He then formed hand seals once more. Fire release. Great fireball technique. However, this time, Ling Feng's target was those trapped within the prison. Ah, the agonized cries resonated from within the cage. The leader, upon witnessing this, gritted his teeth in fury. These were his kin. You bastard, what have you done? Ling Feng shrugged nonchalantly, just lending you a hand. And soon enough, someone will do the same to you. In his memory, the Uchiha clan had undergone a great purge. Subsequently, Konoha had relentlessly hunted down the Uchiha, leaving only Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha alive. Tragedy was inevitable for the Uchiha clan. It was merely a matter of time. With Ling Feng's emergence, perhaps there could be a twist in this tale. However, it still depended on the Uchiha clan's attitude towards Ling Feng, that if they showed sufficient respect, Ling Feng might consider their plight, for the Uchiha clan was indeed a formidable force, one he felt confident he could control completely. But if they chose to oppose him, Ling Feng would show no mercy in this world. The weak are preyed upon by the strong, and compassion leads to dire consequences. Angry are you? Then come. Let me witness the true power of the Uchiha. Ling Feng bellowed. Ah! The leader let out a discordant roar. I will kill you! Boom! Tears streamed from the leader's eyes as his black pupils vanished, replaced by crimson ones, with two Tomo swirling into existence. Is it here? The Sharingan. Ling Feng felt a surge of excitement. He was in dire need of increasing his strength. Points could be exchanged for a plethora of items and ninjutsu, but only through real combat could Ling Feng truly master these skills. Whoosh! The leader struck with astonishing speed, significantly stronger than before. Indeed, after activating the Sharingan, his power had surged immensely. Ling Feng executed a body flicker technique, evading the attack, and swiftly produced a kunai, charging back into the fray. Clang! The sounds of combat echoed between them. Yet, despite activating the Sharingan, the leader was still unable to inflict any substantial harm upon Ling Feng. Conversely, Ling Feng found it increasingly difficult to launch overwhelming attacks. This Sharingan is quite intriguing. Well then, let me have a taste of the Sharingan as well. Ding! Activated basic Sharingan. This time, Ling Feng spent 500 points to exchange for the basic Sharingan, since the foundational Sharingan only had one Tomo. It offered minimal enhancement, merely allowing observation, and was essentially ineffective without at least two Tomo. Chapter 20. The Wrath of the Uchiha. With the activation of the double Tomo Sharingan, Ling Feng's perception underwent a drastic transformation. Unlike the Byakugan, the double Tomo Sharingan granted him fleeting Jinjutsu and replication abilities. This was the unique power of the Sharingan, one that the Byakugan could not possess. Typically, activating the Sharingan would result in diminished eyesight. However, because Ling Feng's Sharingan was acquired through the system, he faced no such side effects. Furthermore, akin to the Byakugan, Ling Feng could conceal it at will, without fear of attracting attention. After all, his current strength was insufficient. Should anyone discover that a non-Uchiha possessed the Sharingan, suspicion would surely arise. Boom! The opponent remained oblivious to the changes in Ling Feng, launching another attack. Yet this time, Ling Feng did not retreat an inch, countering with the same technique. How is this possible? This is a secret technique of our Uchiha clan. How can you use it? Ding! Earned 40 points. Ling Feng chuckled, pleasantly surprised by the utility of the Sharingan's replication ability. Effortlessly mastering even the Uchiha clan's forbidden techniques. Perhaps it was due to the system's enhancements that everything seemed to be bolstered across the board. In any case, Ling Feng found it thoroughly enjoyable. Hey, is your power truly this limited? After easily repelling his foe, Ling Feng looked down at the injured adversary on the ground, sneering coldly. Damn brat, I'll fight you, the enemy bellowed, ripping open his shirt to reveal explosive tags affixed to his chest. Upon witnessing this, Ling Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. Damn it, how cautious these people are. To think they prepared so many explosive tags just for me. But it's fine. Fortunately, Ling Feng had already activated the basic Sharingan. Otherwise, this could have been troublesome. After all, this enemy was no fool like Asuma. As a Jonin, his capabilities were formidable across the board. Alas, your speed is simply too slow, just as the enemy prepared to detonate the explosive tags. Ling Feng executed a body flicker technique, appearing before him. Their eyes locked, gazing into Ling Feng's gaze, As deep and foreboding as the abyss, the enemy's heart sank, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. What kind of gaze is this? It appears ordinary, yet why does it evoke such terror? Unbeknownst to him, it was the effect of Ling Feng's Sharingan at play. Though Ling Feng chose not to reveal its presence, has the Jinjutsu taken effect? How intriguing. With a soft sigh, Ling Feng turned away, clutching several Uchiha clan members' forehead protectors in his hands. Behind him, the enemy ensnared by the Sharingan's Jinjutsu ambled toward the charred wooden prison. Within the prison lay the lifeless forms of Uchiha clan members. Consumed by flames, Ling Feng distanced himself from the battlefield. A tremendous explosion erupted at the enemy's location. Boom! The blast reverberated in all directions, sending birds and beasts fleeing in terror. Yet, Ling Feng did not glance back, departing with an air of indifference. Soon, someone would discover this place, and an investigation would ensue, revealing that the 10 deceased individuals hailed from the Uchiha clan. An unseen conspiracy would quietly descend upon Konoha. Subsequently, the higher echelons of Konoha would undoubtedly initiate an inquiry into why 10 Uchiha members, who had not received any mission orders, appeared near the village, plunging the Uchiha clan into a perilous predicament. Especially Tsuruzen, the third Hokage, who would begin to scrutinize the Uchiha clan closely. Such a scenario was bound to unfold sooner or later. Ling Feng did not mind hastening its arrival. Upon returning to the village, Ling Feng first visited the mission acceptance location, delivering the Uchiha clan members' forehead protectors and collecting his reward. Subsequently, he departed. Shortly after, someone arrived at the mission acceptance area to retrieve the forehead protectors. Ling Feng concealed himself in the shadows, witnessing the scene unfold. Though the newcomer was shrouded in a long cloak, Ling Feng recognized them as a member of the Uchiha clan. Konoha is on the brink of upheaval. Ling Feng let out a couple of disdainful snorts before turning to walk towards his residence. From then on, all that remained was to await the unfolding of events. Indeed, after approximately a day's time, the atmosphere within Konoha had markedly transformed, becoming considerably more somber. All members of the Uchiha clan who were on missions were summoned back, and even the children who were meant to attend the Ninja Academy were granted leave to remain at home. This unusual situation prompted much speculation among the villagers of Konoha. However, until the final outcome was revealed, none dared to openly discuss the matter that on this day, Ling Feng arose early to practice in the back mountains. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, causing him to pause his movements. Your technique is impeccable, and your hand seals are executed with remarkable speed. Truly, you're the most gifted prodigy of the latest generation of Konoha. Came the voice of Minato Namikaze. Ling Feng was not at all surprised by Minato's sudden appearance. He was, after all, the fastest individual in all of Konoha, without exception. The man known as the Yellow Flash was indeed swift, his speed almost rivaling that of death itself. Yet, it was still insufficient. True strength requires no hand seals. After a brief pause, Ling Feng replied, and then resumed his practice of hand seals. Although the ninjutsu bestowed by the system allowed for self-taught mastery, it merely provided the fundamentals, such as the standard sequence of hand seals and the most stable release frequency. However, the same ninjutsu wielded by different practitioners could yield vastly different results. This exemplifies the distinction between proficiency and inexperience. Ling Feng's pursuit was ultimate strength, necessitating relentless practice. Observing Ling Feng's resolute demeanor, Minato Namikaze felt a wave of emotion. This child, already endowed with remarkable talent, worked diligently and resolutely. His future was nothing short of terrifying. After some moments of reflection, Minato recalled the purpose of his visit. Ling Feng, there is something I must discuss with you. I asked the third Hokage who sent you. Ling Feng inquired, continuing his training. Minato nodded, yes, but even without his summons, I would have sought you out as it pertains to an A-rank mission you undertook a few days ago. The headbands of those ninjas belong to the Uchiha clan. Finally halting his practice, Ling Feng turned to face Minato. Upon meeting Ling Feng's gaze, Minato felt an inexplicable tremor within him. What a terrifyingly profound stare. How do you know? Ling Feng asked. Because 10 members of the clan perished in a single incident. The Uchiha clan is now in a state of great fury, directing their ire towards you. Chapter 21. The summons of the third Hokage. As Minato spoke, his expression was clouded with concern. Such a number of deaths occurring in times of peace is incomprehensible, giving rise to conspiracy theories. The Uchiha clan head approached the third Hokage, and the two conversed throughout the night, seeking a solution to the current predicament. However, the conversation inevitably circled back to you. Without a reasonable resolution, it seems you cannot escape responsibility. Ling Feng listened, a smile creeping onto his face. Escape responsibility? You should know that I merely accepted a mission. Not only was it an A-rank task with generous rewards, but the difficulty described was quite low. I believe anyone would have taken it. If I am to be held accountable solely for accepting a mission, it would be quite difficult to convince the masses, would it not? After hearing this, Minato silently nodded. You are correct. This was also the answer anticipated by the third Hokage. It appears you were dispatched to find me on the orders of the third Hokage. Ling Feng remarked, disappointment evident in his tone. Minato, taken aback, felt an unsettling anxiety arise within him. He found himself unduly valuing Ling Feng's words. The disappointment in Ling Feng's voice was unmistakable, yet he pondered why such a minor detail affected him so deeply. After all, it was merely a command from the third Hokage. Indeed, it is the third Hokage's command, and I am powerless to change that, Minato attempted to explain, but Ling Feng shook his head, stating, if this were your own thought, I might feel a bit more pleased. What? Minato realized that he felt an unexpected pressure in Ling Feng's presence. After all, he was merely a 5-year-old child. I believe you would be more suited to the role of Hokage. Ling Feng said with a smile. Minato was momentarily stunned before hurriedly retorting, Ling Feng, such words should not be spoken lightly. Upon seeing this, Ling Feng let out a hearty laugh that it was merely a jest. Minato exhaled in relief, yet he found himself unable to shake off Ling Feng's words. Ling Feng, there is one more thing. The third Hokage wishes to see you. Ling Feng waved his hand dismissively. I understand. He is remarkably composed, truly a cunning old fox. He should have summoned me long ago, yet he resorts to using the Uchiha clan to test me. With that, Ling Feng ventured deeper into the forest. Preparing for physical training, Minato was left in a daze, realizing he could not comprehend Ling Feng's musings. Ling Feng, will you go? I will go after I finish my training. With that, Ling Feng began his regimen, running until he vanished from Minato's sight. This child, seemingly indifferent even to the summons of the third Hokage. One wonders how the third Hokage will react upon learning of this. Yet this child I not only find inscrutable, but also perceive him as an omniscient being, as if he were aware of all secrets. But he is merely a 5-year-old child. Minato mused, shaking his head and rubbing his aching forehead as he departed. Regardless, since he had met with Ling Feng and conveyed the message, he had effectively completed his task and needed to return promptly to report in the Hokage Tower. Within the exclusive office of the Hokage, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was engrossed in signing documents when Minato knocked and entered. You took a bit longer than expected, Hiruzen remarked without lifting his head. Apologies, that child Ling Feng was training in the back mountains, and I took some time to find him, Minato replied. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen paused his work and turned to Minato. You say this child was training in the back mountains? Does he not care about the various discussions circulating in the village? Minato shook his head. No, I have investigated. 2 days ago, aside from accepting one A-rank mission, he took on a B-rank mission the following day, and since then, he has been training without contact with anyone else. Hiruzen furrowed his brow tightly. This child I truly cannot fathom. Minato remained silent, yet internally echoed the same sentiment. Indeed, it is quite strange, a 5-year-old child exhibiting the demeanor of a 50-year-old. Even when facing Hiruzen Sarutobi, Minato felt a tension he had not experienced in confronting Ling Feng. Yet, this also serves to confirm that Ling Feng is unrelated to the 10 deceased members of the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, he would not be so composed while accepting missions and training alone. Hiruzen concluded. Minato nodded in agreement, recognizing that Ling Feng had no family and never engaged in any disputes. He would be a malleable talent for Konoha, and it was imperative to keep him out of the Uchiha clan's entanglements. Of course, the purpose of my visit was precisely this. Minato continued, I will find a way to resolve matters with the Uchihas. But first, Ling Feng must cooperate with us. Konoha indeed requires talent, but we need obedient individuals. The Uchiha clan's behavior has become increasingly worrisome. We can no longer blindly protect their interests, can we, Minato? As Hiruzen spoke, he walked to the window, gazing out at the village of Konoha, his expression laden with weariness. Upon hearing this, Minato quickly replied, Yes, I share the same sentiment. Oh, by the way, where is Ling Feng? I have yet to see him. Are you certain you informed him of my desire to meet? Hiruzen suddenly seemed to recall something, turning to look behind Minato, only to find emptiness. Minato sheepishly scratched his head. Well, Ling Feng mentioned he needed to complete his training tasks before coming. Hiruzen was momentarily stunned. What? Konoha actually has someone so audacious. Ever since I became Hokage, none have failed to rush to my summons immediately upon hearing it. This boy indeed has some ability. I hope his training tasks aren't too numerous, at long last. Ling Feng arrived. However, it had been a full 2 hours since the words uttered by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage and Minato Namikaze sat within the office. Upon entering, Ling Feng offered a slight bow to the two. Arriving at the Hokage building, he deemed it essential to observe basic etiquette. After all, they were significantly older than he. Observing Ling Feng's composed demeanor, Minato Namikaze could not help but turn his gaze away, his heart brimming with admiration. Truly, a newborn calf fears not the tiger. Meanwhile, the expression on the third Hokage's face was far from pleasant. Ling Feng, your training tasks are quite extensive, in response to the third's mildly irate countenance. Ling Feng answered earnestly, Indeed, the training content is abundant. Thus, I hope that when you next summon me, Lord Third, the timing might be arranged for afternoon. Alternatively, an advance appointment would suffice, as I shall certainly prioritize a summons from you. Upon uttering these words, beads of cold sweat began to form on Minato's forehead. This was likely the very first instance since the establishment of Konoha that someone dared to speak to the Hokage in such a manner. He wondered what had transpired. After all, it was Ling Feng who had been called to speak, yet here he was, feeling inexplicably anxious. Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest heaved with barely contained fury. This audacious brat is far too presumptuous. He thought, Ling Feng, I find your suggestion quite agreeable, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked. Minato was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it unusual for the third Hokage to acquiesce to Ling Feng's sentiments? Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, pondering what schemes this old fox might be concocting. After clearing his throat, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, Ling Feng, how do you assess your own abilities? Ling Feng contemplated for a moment before replying, I suppose they are adequate, though they fall considerably short of my expectations. Well then, I wish to provide you with a valuable opportunity for proper training, Hiruzen stated, producing a scroll and handing it to Ling Feng. Upon opening it, Ling Feng's pupils constricted. This was a document for entry into the Umbu, akin to an ancient death warrant. By pressing his handprint, he would tacitly agree to all terms and conditions therein. While Ling Feng was aware of the narrative surrounding the Hokage, he had never before encountered such a highly classified document. Observing Ling Feng as he meticulously read the terms, even Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a twinge of anxiety. This child, how mature he appeared, as though he were a fully grown man. Such a cautious approach seemed excessively prudent for one of his tender age. Hiruzen glanced at Minato, who shook his head, indicating his own bewilderment. Ling Feng was truly an enigma. After a considerable interval, Ling Feng finally finished reading. In truth, the contents were largely comprised of confidentiality clauses. Any violation would result in being classified as a rogue ninja, a severe accusation that rendered one a public enemy of Konoha. Yet this only posed a threat to ordinary Umbu operatives. For elite shinobi, it bore little significance. For instance, Orochimaru would soon choose to defect, but even if he were labeled a fugitive, what of it? Strength reigned supreme. Ordinary individuals could scarcely capture him, and any attempt would merely render them cannon fodder. Thus, Ling Feng set the scroll down and promptly pressed his handprint onto it, without a moment's hesitation. Joining the Umbu had been one of Ling Feng's contemplated choices. This meant he would be tasked with undertaking high-difficulty missions, facing formidable adversaries, which would significantly aid him in accumulating points. He returned the scroll to Sarutobi Hiruzen, executing the entire sequence of actions in one fluid motion. Both Hiruzen and Minato were left astonished. Was this truly the maneuver of a 5-year-old? With not a hint of doubt or inquiry, he had perused the content and immediately affixed his seal, as if it were he who had summoned them rather than the other way around. Do not have a single question? Sarutobi Hiruzen's formerly rigid visage finally betrayed some movement, revealing a rather unappealing smile. Ling Feng shook his head, stating, "Is it not merely the Umbu? I happen to have an interest, and the third Hokage conveniently requires my involvement. It is a win-win situation." Hiruzen fell silent. Communicating with Ling Feng was indeed a tremendous pressure. He was, after all, the highest authority in Konoha. Yet before a 5-year-old, Hiruzen found himself hesitant to speak out of fear of being seen through. Ling Feng's demeanor mirrored that of an exceedingly mature man, which led Hiruzen to reminisce about his old rival and friend, Shimura Danzo. Truthfully, for a fleeting moment, he had nearly mistaken Ling Feng for an old acquaintance. After a lengthy pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a sigh of exasperation. However, Ling Feng raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Your old acquaintance appears to be quite youthful." The statement nearly sent Sarutobi Hiruzen into a fit of rage. "Lord Third, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave," Ling Feng declared, turning to exit. This, Sarutobi Hiruzen sprang from his seat with sudden urgency. "There is still a matter at hand." "What is it?" Ling Feng inquired, glancing back. "Since you have agreed to join the Umbu, should you not report to them? It would be prudent to familiarize yourself with your comrades," Sarutobi Hiruzen suggested. Ling Feng pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "You are correct. I shall pay them a visit." Finally seeing Ling Feng off, Sarutobi Hiruzen sank back into his seat, weary. As he supported his forehead, a frown etched across his features. "Minato, do you think allowing Ling Feng to join the Umbu was the right decision?" Minato, upon hearing this, contemplated for a considerable time before hesitantly responding, "I am uncertain, but it may be far better to allow him to act independently. At the very least, it will enable him to understand his own position." With a deep sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen rose and approached the window, his demeanor seemingly aged by years. "Let's hope so. Konoha has seen its fair share of prodigious talents, yet many have also perished. I can almost scent the approach of war. May this time, Konoha successfully navigate the storm." Minato opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately chose silence. "War? Who would be the one to halt it this time?" Ling Feng followed an Umbu agent to the base. This was an underground organization, perpetually shrouded from the sun, its dim environment instilling a sense of foreboding. The Umbu was initially established by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, as an assassination unit. After the conclusion of the war, it gradually evolved into a direct intelligence agency for the Hokage, known simply as the Umbu. It could be said that this organization, nurtured by countless bloodshed, was formidable beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Within these walls, murder was a commonplace occurrence. As they traversed the Umbu base, the surroundings were remarkably spacious, the sound of their footsteps echoing sharply against the hard stone path. Upon reaching the interior, the leading figure abruptly halted. Ling Feng followed suit, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. "I have heard you possess considerable prowess, single-handedly turning the Ninja Academy upside down," the leader stated, turning to face Ling Feng, his mask obscuring his features and expression. Ling Feng recognized this as yet another individual seeking to assert dominance. "I had presumed the Umbu to be quite occupied. It seems you still find time to observe the commotion outside." Ling Feng retorted coldly, his gaze and expression laced with derision. Although the man's face was hidden, the fury radiating from beneath the mask was palpable. "Though you are the guest of the third Hokage, that does not grant you the liberty to be so arrogant. You are but a 5-year-old child. Have you never learned the meaning of respect?" the leader said, taking a few steps toward Ling Feng, attempting to leverage his height to intimidate him. Yet, Ling Feng remained unfazed, steadfastly gazing ahead, scarcely affording the leader a glance. "Humph, what an insufferable little brat." With that, the leader raised his fist, poised to deliver a harsh lesson to Ling Feng. He intended to instill in Ling Feng the understanding that the Umbu's world was governed by strict hierarchies, regardless of one's background. Upon entering these premises, obedience was paramount, and defiance was utterly intolerable. However, in the following instant, the leader's fist halted midair, cold sweat trickling down his cheek. Ling Feng looked up, activating his Sharingan, and in an instant, the leader found himself ensnared in an illusion. Humph, merely a lowly pawn. How dull. Ling Feng scoffed before continuing on his way. The leader, meanwhile, crumpled to the ground with a thud, his eyes vacant and devoid of life, unaware of the horrors he had encountered within the illusion. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause emanated from the darkness. Ling Feng halted his steps and turned around, whereupon a figure emerged, adorned with a fox mask, accompanied by several other masked members of the Dark Faction. To my astonishment, you actually held back. Is this an illusion? You truly are remarkable, mastering such techniques at the tender age of 5. It's simply astonishing. So it is you. I had thought you would continue lurking in the shadows. Enjoying the spectacle, Ling Feng's lips curled into a slight smile as he spoke nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the fox-masked figure visibly trembled, clearly caught off guard by Ling Feng's insight. How is it possible? Did you discover me while I was at school? Of course, your disguise is rather pathetic. Anyone with functioning eyes could see through it, Ling Feng replied without restraint. Yet the fox-masked figure did not take offense. He understood that in terms of strength, Ling Feng was likely far superior. And up to this point, he suspected that Ling Feng had yet to reveal all his capabilities. Although I am not particularly fond of your manner of speaking, I must admit, you are indeed formidable. I require someone of your caliber to join our 4th unit. With that, the fox-masked figure extended his hand, offering an invitation. Ling Feng responded with a faint smile, stating, I could join you, but what conditions can you offer? This should be up to you to propose. As long as it is feasible, I would consider agreeing. The fox-masked figure replied earnestly, eliminate him. Ling Feng tilted his head slightly, indicating the figure behind him. What? All the members of the Dark Faction gasped in shock. Seeing their reaction, Ling Feng shrugged, realizing that negotiations had come to a halt. The fox-masked figure raised a hand, saying, Wait, he merely showed you some disrespect. Why must we resort to killing? Although our faction operates independently, we have never engaged in internal strife. Ling Feng remained expressionless, reiterating, kill him, or there will be no further discussion. No internal strife. Ling Feng chuckled at this, knowing that when real conflict arose, the bloodshed would surpass that of the enemy. Observing Ling Feng's resolute demeanor, the fox-masked figure clenched his fists tightly, then hurled a kunai, striking the leader's heart. Thud. The sharp kunai pierced the body, producing a crisp sound. The leader collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Can I now join you? I will inform Lord Sandame that this individual attempted to kill you, and I intervened just in time to stop him. If there are repercussions, I will find a way to bear the blame. The fox-masked figure said through gritted teeth, clearly resolute in his pursuit of Ling Feng. However, Ling Feng suddenly burst into laughter, leaving everyone bewildered. What is happening? The fox-masked figure was momentarily taken aback, then angrily exclaimed, I killed one of my own for your sake. What does this mean? Am I to be treated as a fool? The laughter ceased as Ling Feng pointed to the leader's waist, saying, he was a traitor within our ranks, bearing the forehead protector of the Hidden Mist Village. If you don't believe me, you can verify this revelation. Everyone was taken aback. The fox-masked figure hesitated, but ultimately led his men to search the body. Indeed, a forehead protector from the Mist Village appeared in their possession. I can't believe what you said is true. How did you know he was a traitor? The fox-masked figure asked incredulously, realizing that this person he had worked alongside for 2 months was, in fact, a spy from the Mist Village. Not long ago, I was ambushed by an undercover agent from the Mist Village, where 3 members of the Leaf's Dark Faction were also pursued that moment. I sensed something was amiss. We were chased from the Leaf Village all the way to the back mountains. With such an extended timeline, how could the Dark Faction not have dispatched reinforcements? If I hadn't happened to be there, the other 2 members would certainly have perished. Ling Feng replied coolly in truth, this was a fabrication. His ability to see the forehead protector was solely due to the assistance of his Byakugan. The previous statement was merely a means of self-justification. After all, with the leader dead, Who could question the truth? Nevertheless, Ling Feng's display earned him newfound respect among the members of the dark faction that I see. Then I shall report this to my superiors. Congratulations, Ling Feng. From this day forward, you are a member of the 4th unit. With the Fox Mask figure's proclamation, the others eagerly expressed their welcome. Yet, Ling Feng merely smiled a couple of times in acknowledgement. There was no need for him to overly extend his friendliness to these individuals. Remaining in the dark faction was merely a means for Ling Feng to swiftly accumulate points. Once war broke out, he would undoubtedly depart from the faction. Thus concluded the first day of Ling Feng's integration into the dark faction. However, the following day, he received a message from the faction that a mission had arrived, due to the death of a traitor from the Mist Village the previous night. The dark faction initiated a thorough investigation within. Subsequently, they uncovered a lead. The Mist Village intended to ambush high-ranking officials of the Land of Fire along a vital transportation route, aiming to incite discontent against the Hidden Leaf Village and weaken the financial support from the Land of Fire's daimyo. The ultimate goal was simple: to indirectly reduce the Hidden Leaf Village's war budget in preparation for the impending conflict. When this mission was announced, anyone with even a modicum of intelligence would begin to suspect that war was indeed on the horizon. Faced with his first mission within the dark faction, Ling Feng felt no anxiety. Instead, he was filled with excitement. The approach of war necessitated that he accumulate a vast amount of points for preparation. When the time came, he would confront the foremost experts from various ninja villages, and even a minor mistake could lead to his demise. Chapter 24. A terrifying analysis. The assembly point was located in a secluded forest outside the Leaf Village. As it was a mission for the dark faction, no members outside of the faction were permitted to be informed. For reasons of utmost secrecy, only 4 individuals were assigned to this mission. Upon arrival, Ling Feng discovered that aside from the Fox Mask figure, there was also a dog and a cat. Ling Feng, you should wear a mask. I know you are a free spirit, but this is the operational protocol of the dark faction. And maintaining the confidentiality of our identities is of paramount importance for both your safety and that of the village. The Fox Mask figure stated. It appeared that he was in command of today's operation. However, Ling Feng merely smiled faintly in response, stating, "No need. I will act, and there is no one who can escape." Ling Feng, this is a regulation, personally mandated by Lord Sandame. The Fox Mask figure, aware that Ling Feng would not comply, had previously sought permission from the 3rd Hokage, and only after receiving it did he dare to continue issuing commands to Ling Feng. Otherwise, given Ling Feng's temperament, he might have resorted to violence against him. While killing him was out of the question, delivering a sound beating was certainly feasible, and the individuals with him would be unable to restrain Ling Feng. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow at this, clearly displeased, which made the Fox Mask figure quite anxious that I have stated that this operation will leave no survivors. Regarding future actions, I will make my own judgments based on the circumstances. With that, Ling Feng produced a panda mask, raising it slightly. Additionally, I already have my own mask. Thank you for your concern. Witnessing this, the Fox Mask figure had no choice but to relent, recognizing that he could not control Ling Feng. The fact that Ling Feng was willing to patiently discuss this matter with him was already quite a concession. Let us proceed. The intel indicates that the enemy will launch an attack at 11 o'clock today at a specific gateway. Our mission is to ensure the survival of the high-ranking officials of the Land of Fire. Yes, the others nodded in agreement. Disperse. With another sharp command, the 4 of them instantly vanished from their positions, becoming shadows weaving through the forest. I could see that moment. The Fox Mask figure noted that Ling Feng moved with an effortless grace. While they needed to tread 2 or 3 times to cover a distance, Ling Feng required but a single step. Could it be that the comprehension abilities of geniuses are this terrifying? Such a disparity is one that they would never be able to close in their lifetimes. The Fox Mask figure mused, sighing repeatedly. Arriving at the designated location ahead of schedule, the group found that the enemy had yet to arrive, and there remained approximately half an hour until the agreed-upon time. We should scout suitable ambush locations in advance, suggested the cat masked figure. The Fox Mask figure contemplated this before nodding in agreement. However, Ling Feng declined that if we proceed according to the original plan, we will only end up with a collection of corpses. The 3 others were taken aback by Ling Feng's words. Why? This is a plan formulated by the higher-ups of the dark faction. We merely need to follow the plan. The fox mask figure was perplexed. Having just completed the cleansing operation yesterday, resolving the issue of the traitor, the enemy would undoubtedly be on high alert. Therefore, their original plan was likely to undergo significant alterations if we proceed according to the original plan. The likelihood of failure is exceedingly high, Ling Feng remarked with a hint of detachment. Upon hearing Ling Feng's analysis, the three were rendered speechless, utterly devoid of any justifiable counterarguments. It was evident that Ling Feng's insights were astoundingly precise, elucidating the intricacies of the situation with remarkable clarity. Their own abilities left them incapable of comprehending the hidden elements at play. This revelation led the trio to question their own intellectual capabilities. What should we do? There are only half an hour left until the agreed-upon time. What action should we take? Both Cat Mask and Dog Mask found themselves at a loss, having always adhered strictly to the organization's directives. They had never dared to exercise their own judgment. Thus, this was their first encounter with such indecision. As the leader of the team, Fox Mask found himself equally perplexed. After much contemplation, he turned to Ling Feng, asking, Ling Feng, do you have any ideas? We are aware of the high-ranking officials' route in the Land of Fire. We should retrace their steps. If we can intercept them before the enemy does, none shall perish. Ling Feng stated calmly, engage in a frontal battle. There are only 4 of us, Cat Mask exclaimed in alarm. This is far too perilous. According to our intelligence, the enemy boasts at least 10 members, all of whom are elite shinobi, and we have no knowledge of any potential reinforcements, Dog Mask interjected, shaking his head in disbelief. Fox Mask remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Ling Feng. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to rely on Ling Feng. Reinforcements are undoubtedly on their way, yet this is our sole option that if we allow the enemy to strike first, we will lose our chance, Ling Feng concluded. Whether we proceed or not is for you to decide. With that, he pivoted and leaped onto a branch, preparing for action. The trio below exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless in Ling Feng's absence. Ultimately, Dog Mask and Cat Mask looked to Fox Mask, their leader, knowing that the final decision rested with him. After a moment of silence, Fox Mask raised his head and leaped forward in a swift motion. 3 figures appeared behind Ling Feng. Let us go, Ling Feng. I possess the route map, Fox Mask declared. Lead the way. We must hasten, Ling Feng replied without looking back, swiftly setting off, with the others following closely. Observing Ling Feng's retreating figure, the 3 were inexplicably filled with reverence. Could this truly be a mere 5-year-old child? In truth, Ling Feng need not rely on a map. With his Byakugan, he could effortlessly track the movements of the high-ranking officials in the Land of Fire. However, he understood the importance of not overexposing his abilities to avoid complications. 10 minutes later, they caught up with a procession of high-ranking officials from the Land of Fire. We found them. Thankfully, they are unharmed. Fox Mask sighed in relief. Yet Ling Feng's Byakugan detected an unsettling presence nearby. 20 ninjas from the Mist Village were hastily approaching. Although the situation appeared calm, danger loomed ominously. Have the team halt and conceal themselves. We have already squandered too much time to ensure the safety of the officials. They must be distanced from the battlefield, Ling Feng commanded. Fox Mask hesitated, about to argue that the enemy had yet to arrive, when suddenly several shuriken whistled through the air, hurtling towards them. The trio scrambled to evade, knowing full well their positions have been compromised. You must guide the protected individuals into hiding. The enemy likely numbers 20. Ling Feng stated, his demeanor unflustered, an unsettling hint of excitement evident in his expression, for a new mission had been issued. Eliminate all enemies, with a reward of 300 points, within an hour. Chapter 25. The True Body Flicker Technique, and What Have You? With over 20 opponents, you are surely no match for them, Fox Mask anxiously remarked, concealed behind a large tree. He had not anticipated Ling Feng's intention to confront the enemy alone, although he recognized Ling Feng's formidable strength. The adversaries were over 20 elite ninjas from the Mist Village, several of whom were seasoned jonin. Their collective might was overwhelming. The 4 of them stood little chance. The captain is correct. We must prioritize our own safety before devising a plan to rescue the critical individuals. One of the others concurred. Indeed, Our core mission is merely to ensure the safety of the high-ranking officials. The fates of others are beyond our concern." The third echoed in agreement. Ling Feng chuckled softly. "You are rather naive. By the time the enemy strikes, our identities will have already been exposed, and it is likely they're preparing to divide their forces if we do not take the initiative. This mission will inevitably end in failure." Fox Mask and the others could only analyze the situation based on superficial observations, while Ling Feng, with his Byakugan, perceived the battlefield with remarkable clarity. Regrettably, the low level of his Byakugan restricted his observational range. It seemed imperative to accumulate enough points to upgrade his Byakugan. As Ling Feng finished speaking, 10 ninjas from the Mist Village surrounded them, forced from their hiding spots behind the trees and cover. Fox Mask and his companions had no choice but to reveal themselves. "That is Konoha so dismissive of us that they send only 4 of you. How laughable." A ninja from the Mist Village sneered. Stepping forward to confront Ling Feng and the others, Fox Mask and the others remained silent, their hands trembling slightly as they gripped their kunai. Who would have thought that a moment's delay would lead us into such dire straits? "It seems escape will be exceedingly difficult today," Fox Mask lamented after a tense standoff. Clearly, they felt utterly powerless in the face of the current predicament. However, Ling Feng meticulously assessed the strength of the 10 adversaries before him. You bring forth the weakest 10 among 20. Do you hold no fear in sending them to their doom?" Ling Feng questioned, raising an eyebrow in discontent. Fox Mask and his companions were left speechless. Given their inability to prevail, why provoke the enemy further? The adversaries were equally bewildered. "Who is this child? He appears to be merely 5 years old. Is Konoha truly so arrogant? Curse the little brat. How dare you employ Jinjutsu?" The ninjas of the Mist Village instinctively recoiled a few steps, simultaneously adopting defensive postures in anticipation of the next illusion technique. For those of ordinary bloodlines, Jinjutsu undeniably represents the most mystical of existences. Most of them will never master even the slightest aspect of illusion techniques throughout their lives, rendering them utterly incomprehensible. Consequently, ninjas proficient in Jinjutsu are highly esteemed in any village that a master of illusion can effortlessly incapacitate an enemy's mobility, thereby rendering them devoid of all combat effectiveness. It can be said that such a skill allows for a crushing counterattack in an instant, without any bloodshed in that moment. The gazes of the Mist Village ninjas towards Ling Feng were tinged with both apprehension and avarice. Mist Village is a place perpetually embroiled in conflict. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as beset by internal strife and external threats. While battles rage outside, internal skirmishes frequently erupt as well. Thus, the village is rife with factions, each vying to amass the most advantageous combat power in pursuit of higher positions. Undoubtedly, the ninjas dispatched for this mission are among those factions that a child capable of using Jinjutsu at the tender age of 5 can only be described as a prodigy. "Return to Mist Village with us, and you shall live. Otherwise, today will surely be your demise." The leader threatened Ling Feng with malevolent intent. Yet, Ling Feng merely responded with a cold smile, extending a kunai in each hand. With flickering arcs of electricity entwined around them, lightning release, arc flash, with a crackle, Ling Feng activated his body flicker technique, appearing behind the speaker, and swiftly slashed. The kunai, imbued with the power of lightning, easily traversed the enemy's neck. In an instant, a head was severed and fell heavily to the ground. The deceased's expression was forever frozen in shock, eyes wide open, a testament to his disbelief at how Ling Feng had dispatched him. If one were to inquire about the extent of Ling Feng's mastery of the body flicker technique, it would undoubtedly be at its zenith. Even the renowned Shursui, famed for his speed, and Minato, who wielded the flying thunder god technique, could not match Ling Feng's peak velocity. Forged through relentless training, Ling Feng's potential has shattered the boundaries of this world. With continued practice, the potency of his ninjutsu will only grow more formidable. However, correspondingly, the chakra consumption will also escalate. Fortunately, Ling Feng's sage body can be gradually enhanced. He intends to upgrade his Byakugan before progressing to enhance his sage body. Once all initial levels are unlocked, his chakra reserves will effortlessly reach the level of a jonin. Chapter 26. Keep your distance as a head tumbled to the ground. The remaining enemies were left aghast, their mouths agape in shock. Ding! Earned 80 points. Ah, it seems this move has had a significant impact on the foes. The ninjas from Mist Village, having witnessed countless battles since childhood, can be confidently asserted to possess not only considerable strength, but also a ruthless disposition to survive in the shadowy realm of Mist Village. Death is a commonplace occurrence. Yet, even those who have stared death in the face had never encountered such cruelty, the 5-year-old child executing a body flicker technique to behead an opponent. Indeed, how could this be? Moreover, why was Ling Feng so unfazed after such an act? In an instant, a thought flickered through the minds of the remaining 9. This 5-year-old child, who should be attending the Ninja Academy, has likely taken lives before. They found it incomprehensible that Konoha, a village renowned for its peace, could produce such a killer. Well, the one who spoke too much is dead. Who's next? Ling Feng remarked, flicking his wrist and turning to face the others. People must be eliminated, but before that, they still serve a purpose, to help Ling Feng accrue as many points as possible. And one spoke, each pair of eyes reflecting sheer terror. Ling Feng observed their thoughts of fleeing and let out a cold chuckle. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. With another flash of electricity, Ling Feng began to harvest the lives of the Mist Village ninjas. When the last foe fell, Ling Feng's points had accumulated to 362 upon completing this mission. Upgrading his Byakugan to the initial level would pose no challenge. After exchanging for 10 small chakra potions, Ling Feng made his way toward the location of the convoy, given the recent significant increase in his chakra reserves. He needed to prepare additional potions for complete replenishment. It was anticipated that after this operation, his chakra would undergo a qualitative enhancement, necessitating the exchange for medium-sized chakra potions. Otherwise, the small potions would prove insufficient, limiting his operational capacity. Downing 10 bottles of chakra potions in one go, he then spent 10 points to acquire 10 more as a backup before hastening his pace as he drew closer. Ling Feng utilized his Byakugan to assess the battlefield, discovering that 3 of his companions were in dire straits. The 10 he had dispatched were the weakest among them, easily discernible through his Byakugan, which allowed him to perceive the flow and concentration of chakra within an enemy's body. The task of eliminating those 10 had taken him merely 2 to 3 minutes, yet the trio and Fox Mask were covered in wounds. Behind them lay the convoy they were sworn to protect. Observing with his Byakugan, Ling Feng noted that the convoy's personnel had already evacuated, alleviating any distractions for him. "Where are your comrades?" Ling Feng inquired as he approached. Upon seeing Ling Feng, the Fox Mask trio erupted in joy, as if he were their savior. "We just relocated the people to safety when the enemy arrived. Prevent them from discovering the hiding place of our target. We had to reveal ourselves and lure the enemy away. However, the disparity in our strengths was too great. We barely managed to escape before being pursued." The fox-masked individual recounted the events of the past few minutes to Ling Feng. "Understood. I will intercept them. You proceed to the target," Ling Feng declared, stepping forward. The fox-masked trio attempted to persuade Ling Feng to retreat with them, but in the next moment, the enemy unleashed several errank ninjutsu, prompting them to dodge hastily. Ling Feng smirked coldly, directly exchanging for body techniques. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams palm. 8 trigrams. Return to heaven. With a powerful shout, Ling Feng released the return to heaven technique, unleashing a surge of chakra from his palms, creating a whirlwind that adeptly evaded all incoming attacks. The Fox Mask trio watched in astonishment as Ling Feng transformed into a fierce whirlwind, effortlessly dodging the onslaught of various ninjutsu from over a dozen enemies. Ding! Earned 30 points. Although Ling Feng evaded all attacks with Return to Heaven, the surrounding environment lacked such evasion capabilities. Boom! The combined force of numerous ninjutsu exploded around Ling Feng, sending dust and debris soaring, shrouding the area in thick smoke. The sounds of earth and stones crashing down echoed ominously. Humph! Does Konoha truly believe itself invincible? Sending only 3 people to safeguard one individual is laughable, and to send a mere child for support. Are all the Konoha ninjas dead? The Mist Village ninjas laughed mockingly, their disdain palpable as the smoke billowed. The group prepared to leave, only to be met with a cacophony of chaos behind them. The Fox Mask trio staggered out of the haze, coughing covered in dirt and debris, appearing utterly disheveled. "What? You're still alive? This is impossible," they exclaimed, disbelief etched across their faces. Moments ago, they had barely withstood 3 exchanges, and it was inconceivable that they had survived on their own strength. Could it have been that child who had intervened? Even more absurd, the ninjas from Mist Village were left in shock. Just then, as the dust settled, Ling Feng emerged with a measured stride, in stark contrast to the disheveled Fox Mask trio. He remained pristine and unblemished. The defensive power of Return to Heaven was indeed formidable, truly deserving of its reputation for 365-degree invulnerability. "Hey, you 3, please be mindful next time when I make my move. Keep your distance, and I told you to leave. Why are you still here?" Ling Feng gazed at the trio adorned with fox masks, his discontent palpable. Upon hearing his words, the masked figures dared not linger any longer. They hastily rose and fled, neglecting even to brush off the dirt and debris clinging to their hair. This infuriated their adversaries immensely. How dare this little brat disregard them? "Who permitted your departure?" A figure resembling a captain bellowed in outrage upon witnessing the scene, preparing to intervene once more. The Fox Mask trio, upon seeing this, were so frightened that they stumbled in their flight. Their enemies had directly targeted the 3 of them, and with over 10 opponents in total, there seemed no way to evade or obstruct them. Observing the unfolding chaos, Ling Feng let out a cold chuckle, clasped his hands together, and declared, "Ninjutsu, multiple shadow clone technique." In an instant, several copies of Ling Feng appeared, perfectly matching the number of their foes and thwarting any interception aimed at his companions. Chapter 27. My name? You need not remember, it confronted with a multitude of Ling Fengs. The elite members of the Mist Ninja Village finally grasped the dire nature of their predicament. Seeing a glimmer of hope, the Fox Mask trio dared not linger, hastily making their escape. The current situation presented them with a free opportunity. Rather than remaining to face defeat, it was wiser to make their retreat. Particularly, the Fox Mask leader realized that with Ling Feng utilizing the multiple shadow clone technique, their mission was secured. "Captain, is it truly acceptable for us to depart like this?" The cat-masked figure inquired, concern evident in their tone. Although Ling Feng wielded the multiple shadow clone technique, it significantly divided the strength of the original, diluting their power in the process. Indeed, the dog-masked figure chimed in as they fled. Leading the way, the fox-masked individual, upon hearing their concerns, exhibited no inclination to turn back and assist. Perhaps they had yet to realize that the 10 Ling Fengs left behind to intercept had vanished. It was likely they had all been slain by Ling Feng. "What?" the cat and dog exclaimed in horror. Meanwhile, Ling Feng garnered an additional 20 points, bringing his total to nearly 450. A little more effort, and upgrading his Byakugan would be within reach. "Very well. Let us entertain you, wretches on the brink of demise." The captain of the Mist Ninja Village quickly deduced the gravity of the situation. Despite the disbelief of his comrades regarding the demise of 10 elite ninjas at the hands of a mere 5-year-old child, no one dared voice their skepticism. This operation had been meticulously orchestrated. Launched immediately after Konoha's internal cleansing, aimed at catching Konoha off guard. Thus, the Mist Ninja Village had come well prepared, deploying 22 elite ninjas, among whom were 3 elite jonin. Though recently promoted, they had risen through sheer strength. In essence, Konoha stood no chance of stopping their assault unless they dispatched an equally formidable contingent of jonin. However, the current reality starkly contrasted with their anticipated outcome that a 5-year-old child, within a mere 5 minutes, had dispatched 10 elite ninjas from a Mist Ninja Village while single-handedly thwarting their pursuit. Should this information spread, it would undoubtedly stir a significant uproar in the ninja world. They could not have fathomed that what was meant to be a moment of glory for the Mist Ninja Village had been effortlessly seized by a mere child. This realization was difficult for the remaining elite ninjas to accept. "Hey, detestable brat, what is your name? Why have I never heard of such a talent from Konoha?" The captain growled, glaring at Ling Feng. Strangely, he found that looking into Ling Feng's eyes induced a sensation of disorientation. This unknown child was indeed formidable. Though seemingly fraught with weaknesses, he radiated an air of menace that was utterly disconcerting. Ling Feng toyed with the kunai in his grasp, spinning it deftly between his fingers, reflecting flashes of cold light. What appeared to be an ordinary kunai now resembled a lethal weapon poised to strike. His nonchalant demeanor starkly contrasted with the tension of his adversaries. After a rather mundane yawn, Ling Feng finally spoke. "Oh, you inquire about my name? I'm afraid it's of no consequence to you. From this moment forth, you need not remember anything." Ling Feng's voice echoed. A chill surged through the hearts of those present. They could not comprehend how a single remark from Ling Feng could send shivers down their spines. The captain swallowed hard. His mind racing, he managed to force out a strained smile and addressed Ling Feng. "To be honest, your performance reminds me of the legendary 3 elite jonin of Konoha. Known as the legendary 3. However, I have never heard your name, which suggests your talents have been overlooked. I imagine you, too, wish to gain fame through war, correct? Rather than remaining in Konoha, which prattles on about peace. Why not join us? We have countless battles to fight, and you could swiftly gain renown on our side." Suddenly, a soft thud echoed as a kunai embedded itself in the captain's chest. Everyone was taken aback. When had he made his move? Do you understand? The last group met their demise in precisely this manner. "You chatter too much," Ling Feng retorted, instantly forming hand seals for jutsu. Earth release. Swamp of the underworld. The ground beneath them began to shift, transforming into a quagmire. The next moment, dozens of Ling Fengs manifested before the dazed enemies. This spectacle was nothing short of staggering. How could so many shadow clones simultaneously execute the swamp of the underworld? Logically, the greater the number of clones, the weaker their collective strength should be, including their chakra. How, then, could so many Ling Fengs perform the technique together? Suddenly, one individual came to a horrifying realization, pointing at Ling Feng and shouting in terror. "Everyone flee! He has a Jinchuriki." Indeed, the chakra he wields is undoubtedly that of a Jinchuriki. Panic ensued as all the enemies recognized the terror associated with such a being. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that Ling Feng was even more fearsome. A Jinchuriki, merely a pitiful individual controlled by a tailed beast, perpetually fearing an uncontrollable outburst. "Huh, you underestimate me far too much," Ling Feng scoffed. "What nonsense is a Jinchuriki? Should I encounter one, they would merely become my pets." Ling Feng shrugged, expressing his dissatisfaction with their misguided assumptions that a mere Jinchuriki was no match for him. Given sufficient time to develop, even the Ten-Tails could be subdued with a single pair of fists. Though they had spoken amiss, he would graciously indulge them a little longer, for his points had yet to accumulate sufficiently. As for escape, they had long since forfeited any chance of survival. "Today, you should never have appeared on this mission," Ling Feng proclaimed, erupting into a thunderous laugh before swiftly pursuing those attempting to flee. His resonant laughter reverberated through the forest, relentlessly assaulting the hearts of his enemies. Fear descended, spreading like wildfire, in a frenzy. The adversaries unleashed an array of jutsu, desperate to expel all their chakra in a bid for survival. Yet to Ling Feng, they posed no threat whatsoever. Ding! Earned 30 points. Ding! Earned 20 points. Ding! Earned 40 points. Chapter 28. Total defeat. The humiliation of Mist Ninja Village as Ling Feng dispelled the swamp of the underworld and evaded the final jutsu with a body flicker technique. Only the captain of the Mist Ninja Village remained among the dozens of elite ninjas. "This is impossible. You are merely a 5-year-old child. How can you possess such an overwhelming amount of chakra? And what are your jutsu? How many chakra types do you possess?" The captain lamented, his sanity unraveling. They had meticulously trained a combat unit and selected ninjas with varied attributes specifically to counter Konoha's Umbu members. Yet they never anticipated that a mere 5-year-old child could be so terrifying. Utterly shattering their expectations of the battle's outcome, Ling Feng remained silent, patiently awaiting the system's notification. Ding! Earned 2 points. Is it merely 2 points of merit? It appears that this individual's utility has nearly reached its limit. After a period of observation, Ling Feng discerned that after experiencing shock several times, the rewards bestowed upon the same person would inevitably diminish. Ultimately, The baseline seems to be a mere 2 points for Ling Feng. This equates to nothing more than a form of charity. Unless there's a larger crowd present, which might still hold some significance, the low points could be somewhat compensated for by sheer quantity. However, there is now but a single individual remaining. Ling Feng shook his head and extended his right hand. With a crackling sound, a dazzling burst of electric light erupted. 1,000 birds. Thunder slash, accompanied by the enemy's final gasp. Ling Feng swiftly maneuvered past, delivering the fatal blow. Ding! Task completed. Reward: 300 merit points. Ling Feng turned and found a stone to sit upon, preparing to rest for a moment. Having dispatched over 20 individuals in one breath, he felt quite fatigued. Even with the support of, it would be challenging for Ling Feng to persist without chakra potions. After all, he had been unleashing ninjutsu continuously without pause. During his respite, Ling Feng checked his remaining merit points. This operation had amassed a total of 824 points for him. With such a sudden influx of points, Ling Feng felt quite elated, experiencing a sense of newfound wealth. Yet, after perusing the shop, that feeling of wealth quickly evaporated. Despite upgrading his Byakugan, his 300 points proved insufficient to purchase anything of value. However, he could indulge freely in scrolls and various ninja tools without concern for a deficit in points. After a leisurely browse, he confirmed that his next step would be to upgrade, and thus Ling Feng rose to depart. Activating his Byakugan, he indeed found his vision had expanded post-upgrade, allowing him to locate the higher-ups of the land of fire, hiding within a cave, along with his 3 Umbu companions. With a kick, a stone was sent tumbling, startling those inside the cave. The one donning the fox mask reacted first, brandishing a kunai and questioning with vigilance. However, upon recognizing the newcomer, the Umbu trio breathed a sigh of relief. "Is it all over?" the cat inquired. Ling Feng nodded. "Truly impressive. You managed to face them alone and still escape. You truly deserve the regard of the third Hokage," the dog remarked with admiration. Yet the fox-masked individual stared at Ling Feng in slight bewilderment, sensing something amiss about him due to his superior strength compared to the cat and dog that he sniffed the air. The scent of blood. Although Ling Feng appeared unscathed, the stench of blood still clung to his garments. The fox-masked one, being skilled in tracking, quickly caught onto this detail. "Ling Feng, are you injured? Now that the enemies have vanished, I possess some medical ninjutsu." Upon hearing this, Ling Feng merely raised an eyebrow. "I'm fine. Let's allow the target to accompany us. There is still a requirement to deliver them by sunset." With that, Ling Feng turned and approached the cave entrance. Utilizing his Byakugan to survey the surroundings, this was his first foray into an S-rank mission, and Ling Feng could not afford any missteps. After confirming the area was secure, the group exited the cave. Soon, they passed by the battleground where Ling Feng had single-handedly confronted the elite of the Mist Ninja Village. As they gazed upon the numerous corpses and the devastation surrounding them, all were left dumbfounded. Meanwhile, a series of notifications echoed in Ling Feng's mind. Ding! Earned 40 merit points. Ding! Earned 60 merit points. Ding! Earned 30 merit points. Upon returning to the carriage, the protected individual approached Ling Feng. "May I ask your name?" Ling Feng lifted his head slightly. "Umbu member. Information is classified." The other party fell silent, clearly taken aback by being addressed in such a manner for the first time. The attitude and tone were undeniably audacious. The 3 Umbu nearby could not help but gasp in astonishment, casting furtive glances at Ling Feng. Yet, Ling Feng remained unfazed. Ultimately, the individual retreated to the carriage, and the group continued on their way. "Ling Feng, do you know who that person is? They are one of the elder members of the cabinet." Indeed, many yearned for the opportunity to meet him, yet you squandered this rare chance for mutual understanding. This time, all 3 unanimously expressed that Ling Feng had missed a monumental opportunity. They believed that regardless of status within the ninja village, such individuals were ultimately just soldiers. Only the high-ranking officials of the nation represented true status. Ling Feng, however, calmly replied, "It was merely a question about name. It isn't as significant as you imagine. Perhaps they simply wish to express gratitude. After all, this is our duty." With that, he walked away. These individuals still possessed a rather narrow perspective. An elder from the land of fire holds great power. that is merely a consequence of the current peace. Should turmoil reign in the ninja world once more, and war break out, no amount of authority or status would outweigh the importance of formidable strength. Others may be oblivious, but Ling Feng understood this truth all too well. When the infinite Tsukuyami is unleashed, all weaklings will become mere sustenance for the God Tree. Only the strong can maintain their independence. Of course, Ling Feng would not allow such an event to transpire. As dusk approached, watching the protected individual enter a safe zone signified the completion of the mission. The Fox-masked one exhaled in relief, addressing the trio. Thanks to Ling Feng, this mission was successfully completed. Tomorrow at 1 o'clock. We gather at the third Hokage's office. Dismissed. Whoosh. The four vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, news of the failure of this top-secret operation by the Mist Ninja Village began to circulate. Even if Konoha were to keep it under wraps. The corpses of the fallen elite shinobi served as indisputable evidence. Various ninja villages began to murmur among themselves. This would undoubtedly mark one of the most disgraceful chapters in the history of the Mist Ninja Village. Nearly identical reports were submitted to the high-ranking officials of various factions that a total of 24 elite shinobi from the Mist Ninja Village undertook a covert operation, only to be annihilated by a 4-member Umbu team from Konoha. Chapter 29. Private Training Ground. The following day, Ling Feng diligently completed his daily training regimen, followed by a simple bowl of ramen, before heading to the Hokage's office to report. Upon arriving, he found the other three had already gathered. Kakashi looked at Ling Feng with a somewhat grim expression, for this was the second time he had arrived late. The time is 1 o'clock. While I arrived just on the dot, I am not late. Ling Feng glanced at the wall clock, addressing the third Hokage. The third furrowed his brow upon hearing this, also glancing up at the clock. Beside him, Kakashi broke into a cold sweat. Oh well, the clock is broken. So the time is inaccurate. Ling Feng understood then that the clock was indeed faulty. Thus he had been tardy. However, how could he possibly admit to that? Therefore, with utmost seriousness, he declared, "No, this clock is in the Hokage's office." Thus, it must be functioning. The room fell silent in astonishment. Hiss, gasps filled the air. This little brat is quite bold. His earnestness left everyone momentarily speechless, including Tsurutobi Hiruzen. Indeed, why would a broken clock remain in such a prominent place? This is the Hokage's office. How could such a blunder occur? Unable to stifle a sigh, Tsurutobi Hiruzen finally exhaled. Ling Feng, this is not a major issue. The higher-ups in the Land of Fire are quite pleased with this operation. Especially with you. They insist on rewarding you handsomely. The mission report has already been delivered to me by the Fox. Do you have anything in mind that you wish for? As the words left his lips. Everyone turned to Ling Feng with expressions of envy. They had not anticipated that the third Hokage would personally inquire about what reward Ling Feng desired. If this were to get out, it would undoubtedly make many envious. Ling Feng tilted his head slightly, pondering the request. What does he lack? Having lived independently for so long, his material needs were minimal. Nothing in particular, but if I must choose, I would like an independent training ground. After some contemplation, Ling Feng spoke. Tsurutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. A training ground? Are you serious? Indeed. Ling Feng nodded. Each time he trained outdoors, he had to traverse a considerable distance to reach a secluded area. If only there were a private training ground. He could save a great deal of time on the way. Tsurutobi's fingers rhythmically tapped on the desk, as if deep in thought. After a moment, he nodded and said, "Very well, here is the map. It is marked. You may choose any location that meets the conditions." He continued, "By the way, the head of the cabinet, Kimura Bunshu, appointed by the daimyo, is preparing to visit our village for an inspection, and will be meeting with other dignitaries here. They specifically requested your presence, Ling Feng, to ensure security matters, while the rest will be arranged by the Fox." With that, he concluded, "There are no further matters. You may disperse." The others acknowledged and turned to leave. "Ling Feng, please stay for a moment." As they exited the Hokage's office, the voice of Minato Namikaze echoed from behind. Ling Feng turned, instantly locking onto Minato's figure. Upon meeting Ling Feng's gaze, Minato felt a weight in his heart. It was astonishing how much stronger Ling Feng had become after just one mission. This child was making progress at a terrifying pace. Meanwhile, Ling Feng thought to himself that Minato's body flicker technique was indeed formidable, and he still needed time to catch up. However, Minato was destined to become the fourth Hokage, so his strength was undoubtedly beyond question. What is it, Lord Minato? I wonder if you have heard of the legendary three ninjas of Konoha. They are my disciples and are about to return. However, they will soon commence an investigation into the covert operations of the Mist Village. Codenamed Mist, it is a rogue ninja organization that has gathered defectors from various ninja villages, boasting formidable overall strength. The Mist Village's organization of rogue ninjas violates the Ninja World Treaty, yet they have remained hidden outside the village. And we lack evidence to expose their crimes. That he paused. Initially, I intended to send all three of them, but considering your considerable strength, I decided to have you accompany them as an added layer of assurance. Of course, the decision to go is entirely yours. You have a day to think it over, so there is no rush to respond. This mission is classified as SSS rank, highly confidential, apart from myself. The third Hokage, and you few participants, no one else will be privy to this information. Therefore, the risk level of this mission is exceedingly high, should any unforeseen circumstances arise that lead to fatalities. The cause of your death would not be disclosed, and even the details of your whereabouts in the days leading up to your demise would be erased. Minato glanced anxiously at Ling Feng after speaking. Although he wished for Ling Feng to participate, the boy was indeed very young. This mission was extremely perilous, and even with the legendary three ninjas, Minato felt uneasy. He had yet to find suitable replacements, and thus thought of Ling Feng. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow and, without much contemplation, nodded in agreement. All right, I will participate. When is the exact time of departure? The higher the difficulty of the mission, the faster one could accumulate points. So why would he refuse such a splendid opportunity? Minato was taken aback. You really wish to go? Yes. Ling Feng nodded. This is very dangerous. I merely proposed it. I did not force you. Minato attempted to clarify once more. However, Ling Feng, slightly impatient, waved his hand and turned to leave. Just call for me when it's time. I still have training to complete this afternoon. Ling Feng's figure receded. Minato fell into contemplation. He began to question whether his decision was wise. For every mission Ling Feng undertook, he was exposed to the most authentic facets of this world. The so-called peace was merely a fade for the common folk. As long as war did not break out, it was considered peace. Little did they know, in the hidden corners, the death toll was staggering. Minato was deeply concerned about Ling Feng's potential reaction upon encountering such unfathomable truths. After all, he was merely a 5-year-old child. Yet, was he truly just a 5-year-old child? The goodness that occupied most of Minato's heart made him weary as he rubbed his temples, feeling a sense of urgency. It must be said, the third Hokage's efficiency was commendable. After Ling Feng selected his exclusive training ground, everything was meticulously planned in just half a day. The area was entirely enclosed with barbed wire, marking it as private property, and the sole user was none other than Ling Feng. Thus, Ling Feng embarked on his intense training regimen. While he looked forward to joining the legendary three ninjas, he knew he must first attain greater strength. Chapter 30. The arrival of the three ninjas in the early morning. Within the training grounds, the crisp sounds of birds chirping echoed through the forest. Yet, more prominent were the vigorous shouts of a young boy diligently honing his skills. Ling Feng was alone, focusing on physical training. Though the sage body was powerful, its true potential required personal development. It was akin to possessing a remarkable talent. Without effort, one would achieve nothing. He completed 1,000 sets of training daily, comprising push-ups, sit-ups, planks, and various agility drills throughout the woods. If Mike Guy were to witness this, he would surely be astounded, for at the age of 5, no child could endure such rigorous training. Not only would one fail to grow stronger, but they might even become incapacitated. Thus, talent determines one's upper limits, while effort dictates one's lower limits. Only Ling Feng, possessing the sage body, could achieve this point. 997, 998, 999, 1000. Upon calling out the final number, Ling Feng collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. The exhilarating sensation was unparalleled. To fully unleash the sage body's potential, Ling Feng typically exerted himself to near exhaustion. relying on the sage body's remarkable recovery abilities to replenish his strength rather than utilizing chakra potions. This cyclical process maximized the utilization of the sage body and ensured the complete development of its potential. After resting for approximately 10 minutes, Ling Feng rose, preparing to commence the next training segment. Although he had not fully recovered, it was sufficient for the subsequent exercise. With a swift motion, he retrieved a collection of shuriken. These were earned through points, as Ling Feng aimed to familiarize himself with the items obtained from the store to enhance his control on the battlefield. Swish, swish, swish! A total of 5 targets were struck accurately at their centers in the next moment, Ling Feng executed a body flicker technique, vanishing from his spot, accompanied by the sound of rushing airpoint 10 shuriken flew toward him from a distance. And Ling Feng reappeared at his former position, skillfully deflecting one of the shuriken with a shuriken of his own. Clang, clang! The incoming shuriken were all precisely knocked down by Ling Feng's accurate strikes. If Minato were to observe this scene, he would surely be rendered speechless, for Ling Feng's body flicker technique had grown even stronger. Just as Ling Feng prepared to continue with the next project, he suddenly paused. The next moment, he turned to find 3 familiar figures approaching. Ding! Earned 30 points. Upon recognizing their faces, Ling Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. What a delightful surprise! The prodigy Minato spoke was indeed impressive. How did you discover us? I am quite curious, he remarked, his tone casual. The familiar voices and faces belonged to none other than the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. Ling Feng regarded the trio and nonchalantly stated their names. What a rude little brat. Orochimaru smirked ominously. If it were another child, they would likely be frightened to tears. Why, seniority, you should address us as adults. With his white hair and arms crossed, Jiraiya gazed at Ling Feng, while Tsunade, with her head held high, clearly expressed her dissatisfaction with Ling Feng's behavior. Ling Feng was not the least bit surprised by the reactions of the 3, as he was well acquainted with them. Orochimaru had always been fond of conducting experiments, often pursuing unorthodox paths that most could not comprehend. Jiraiya, on the other hand, was a quintessential old lecher, albeit a slow starter, yet possessed considerable strength. Tsunade was a violent woman, her fierce demeanor starkly contrasting her beauty, with much of her prowess stemming from the Senju clan's lineage. Faced with the skepticism and ire of the legendary 3 of Konoha, Ling Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and nonchalantly took a couple of swigs from his water bottle. Once his breath steadied, he turned his gaze back to the trio, his expression remaining placid. That moment, the 3 of them had visible veins throbbing on their foreheads, signaling that their patience was wearing thin. After all, they were still relatively young, in the prime of their vitality, and bearing the illustrious title of the legendary 3 of Konoha. They were particularly concerned about their reputations. Thus, Ling Feng's calm demeanor naturally infuriated them. Don't think just because you're a kid, I won't take action. Tsunade was the first to lose her composure, shouting as she swung her fist. Jiraiya, noticing this, quickly intervened. Tsunade, hold on. Don't let this kid think we are all hotheads. We must embody the grace of strong individuals. Only Orochimaru maintained his usual cold demeanor. The most enigmatic of the 3, by virtue of our shared history as ANBU members. There is no hierarchical relationship between us. So I see no reason to address you in any particular manner. Ling Feng spoke with a calm, unhurried tone, even taking a moment to straighten his somewhat disheveled attire. After a brief silence, the 3 elite shinobi of Konoha could no longer contain themselves. Though our teacher, Minato, sent us merely to introduce ourselves, your behavior is indeed quite unsettling. Orochimaru spoke, his voice low and husky, evoking a chilling sensation, as if one were being preyed upon by a great serpent. Jiraiya shot a disbelieving glance at Orochimaru, surprised at his impulsiveness. Don't pretend you have no thoughts of your own. Orochimaru continued, stepping forward with unmistakable intent to teach Ling Feng a lesson. Jiraiya chuckled as he scratched his head. Of course we have thoughts, but isn't it a bit unfair to gang up on a mere 5-year-old? Let me take over then. I'm on the verge of exploding. I never expected Konoha to harbor such a disrespectful brat. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves, ready to charge, but was firmly pulled back by Jiraiya. Having once been part of the same team, the legendary 3 were well acquainted with one another, their daily lives having been filled with colorful and amusing stories. However, Ling Feng had little interest in the spectacle and was instead meticulously assessing the gap between him and his opponents. The reason the legendary three of Konoha were renowned in the shinobi world was due to their unique abilities that could not be replicated by outsiders. For instance, Tsunade's monstrous strength, Orochimaru's unique ninjutsu, and Jiraiya's sage techniques learned from Iboka Mountain. These were not skills that could be easily accessed by ordinary individuals. It could be said that this was the strongest opponent Ling Feng had encountered thus far. Yet, the more formidable they were, the more invigorated Ling Feng felt. Chapter 31. A stalemate. Taking advantage of Tsunade being restrained by Jiraiya, Orochimaru approached Ling Feng with measured steps. "Now, let me witness your true abilities." Upon finishing his statement, Orochimaru instantly transformed into a serpent form. His already pallid skin sprouted fine scales, his neck elongated, and a crimson tongue flicked out ominously. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru launched into his most powerful technique right from the outset. Nevertheless, Ling Feng maintained his calm composure. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, staring in astonishment. "Well done, kid. No one has ever managed to remain so composed in my serpentine presence. I'm starting to find you intriguing." Ling Feng, however, merely scoffed at a mere serpent form. "I've witnessed far more grotesque sights from you." Orochimaru, shedding skin, rebirth, parasitism, each more nauseating than the last. With a hiss, Orochimaru swung his massive head towards Ling Feng, but just as contact was imminent, Ling Feng vanished from sight. "What incredible body flicker technique!" Tsunade exclaimed from a distance. "Indeed, it's likely on par with our teacher." Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Hissing, Orochimaru finally began to take things seriously. Yet, Ling Feng was equally determined. While the legendary three were currently stronger, Ling Feng possessed a multitude of advanced techniques, along with the powerful attributes of Byakugan and Sharingan, as well as sage abilities. Even if he could not win, he was confident in his ability to avoid defeat. Ninjutsu, Shadow Snake Hands. With a swift motion, Orochimaru unleashed a flurry of snake heads that split off from his main body, hurtling towards Ling Feng. In response, Ling Feng launched a barrage of shurikens. Wind Release. Wind Blade Shuriken. The shurikens sliced through the air with precision, severing each of Orochimaru's approaching snake heads. Although Orochimaru's scales offered some defense, Ling Feng had prepared for this. Channeling chakra into his shurikens, and utilizing the wind release to create a tremendous cutting force capable of decimating the snake heads. Unbelievable. The control over those shurikens is astonishing. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed such skill could belong to a 5-year-old. Jiraiya finally ceased to restrain Tsunade. Tsunade stood there, utterly astonished, realizing that they had severely underestimated Ling Feng's true strength after witnessing him thwart 2 of Orochimaru's attacks in succession. After losing his snake heads, Orochimaru reverted to his human form, yet his serpentine eyes gleamed with an eerie curiosity as he regarded Ling Feng. "To exhibit such prowess at such a tender age. I am truly eager to study you in depth." However, before Orochimaru could continue, Tsunade interjected, "Are you done playing? It's my turn now." Ling Feng looked at Tsunade, who had now become quite formidable, and observed her with keen interest. One could not deny that in terms of stature, Tsunade was undoubtedly the most imposing figure in the shinobi world. This made Ling Feng somewhat regretful, as his age upon arriving in this world did not quite align with the situation. Noticing Ling Feng's gaze, Tsunade's face flushed slightly as she barked, "What are you staring at, you little brat?" Ling Feng shrugged innocently. "Of course I'm looking at you. It's your turn now." I assent it. Tsunade found herself momentarily speechless. This little brat was not only capable, but also quite eloquent. "Humph, let me show you what true power looks like," Tsunade shouted, charging forward with her fists raised. Ling Feng's expression grew serious. Tsunade excelled in close combat, her monstrous strength ensuring that anyone who engaged her in direct confrontation rarely emerged unscathed. Given Ling Feng's current capabilities, he could not afford to clash with her head-on. Thus, he opted to utilize the body flicker technique to create distance. Yet this approach was not a long-term solution. As one of the legendary three, Tsunade's overall prowess was formidable, with not only her strength but also her impressive speed. Checking his points, he found he still had 456 points remaining. Currently, Ling Feng's Sage Body, Byakugan, and Sharingan had all upgraded to the beginner level, and he needed 5,000 points for further advancement. With his current point total, he was far from that goal. Thus, he decided to utilize them against Tsunade. While evading Tsunade's attacks, Ling Feng accessed the system shop in his mind. Soon, he found what he needed: Senju Clan's monstrous strength, beginner level. Cost: 300 points. Fortunately, it wasn't exceedingly expensive, although he could only redeem a basic version of the monstrous strength. It should still pose some trouble for Tsunade when combined with his Sage Body. Redeem beginner monstrous strength. Ding! 300 points consumed. Beginner monstrous strength successfully redeemed, as the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ling Feng felt an invisible enhancement coursing through his muscles. Although there were no visible changes to his physique, a tremendous power surged within him. With a crack, Ling Feng snapped a branch underfoot, then halted and turned to face Tsunade. Why have you stopped running? I thought you were only capable of evasion. To be frank, your departure upon witnessing my attack took me by surprise. You seem rather familiar with my offensive style. Tsunade gazed at Ling Feng, raising her chin slightly as she spoke. Ling Feng grinned, replying, "Is it so strange that I have some knowledge of the legendary Sannin of Konoha?" Tsunade opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. "Very well. You've chosen to halt your retreat. Are you prepared to engage me in combat? Come, let me witness the prowess of this new generation's top genius from Konoha." With that, Tsunade charged towards Ling Feng. Ling Feng, widening his stance, bellowed, "Release your strength." Boom! Their fists collided with tremendous force. Following, there was an exchange of blows, each strike landing with a resounding thud. The heavy sounds echoed, causing Orochimaru and Jiraiya to twitch at the corners of their eyes. Unaware of the true extent of Tsunade's monstrous strength, they were reluctant to confront her directly, even though they understood that Tsunade and Ling Feng were merely sparring and not truly fighting. They were nonetheless astonished to see Ling Feng hold his ground against Tsunade in close combat. Ding! You have gained 80 points. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng felt elated, increasing the pressure of his grip. Sensing the intensifying force in Ling Feng's hands, Tsunade's brow furrowed deeper. How could this brat possess such strength? Could he possibly be a descendant of the Senju clan? But that can't be. If he were the Senju, how could I be unaware? According to the records, he is merely an orphan. Tsunade's monstrous strength, her unique skill, was truly formidable, but its true power lay sealed within her, known as the 100 Healings technique. Yet, she only intended to teach Ling Feng a lesson, unwilling to employ her clan's secret technique against a mere 5-year-old. Chapter 32. This is undoubtedly the future's strongest. Another round of fierce exchanges ensued, neither side gaining an advantage. Boom! A tremendous crash reverberated as their immense power created a large crater in the ground. Subsequently, both retreated to a relatively safe distance. "Jiraiya, it's your turn," Tsunade declared, realizing that if the battle continued, she might lose control and resort to using the 100 Healings technique, which would lead to an undesirable outcome. Habitually, she called Jiraiya to handle the situation. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya wore an expression of despair. He had witnessed firsthand that Ling Feng's strength far exceeded their expectations. Thus, under any circumstances, none of them could hope to gain an advantage over Ling Feng. "That I think I'll pass. Neither of you could inflict even a scratch on Ling Feng. So I doubt I could do any better, unless the three of us unleash our true abilities. But that would surely infuriate Lord Minato." Although Jiraiya was known for his lecherous ways, he approached the current situation with a serious demeanor. Yet, Ling Feng was unwilling to concede. After spending 500 points to acquire monstrous strength, he could not accept simply walking away. Stepping forward, he exclaimed, "No fighting. You three were the ones who instigated trouble, and now you say we shouldn't fight?" Ling Feng's demeanor was one of anger, almost taunting. "The legendary Sannin of Konoha. Is that all you are? What a bold claim!" Jiraiya, who had previously been smiling, exploded with indignation. "You little brat, your arrogance knows no bounds." "Tsunade, Orochimaru, I can no longer tolerate this." With that, Jiraiya made his move. Ninjutsu. Sage mode. What, he's going straight into Sage mode? Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the effectiveness of his provocation. Tsunade and Orochimaru were equally astonished. No way, Jiraiya. Isn't this a bit too much? Tsunade queried from behind. Jiraiya had already charged forth. That brat asked for it. Orochimaru chuckled, transforming into his serpent form to join Jiraiya in the fray. Realizing she could not lag behind, Tsunade reluctantly swung her fists and charged in. Thus, Ling Feng was truly engaged in battle with the three legendary Sannin. Ling Feng took a deep breath, replenishing his state with chakra-enhancing potions. He firmly believed that after this encounter, his strength would surely ascend to a new level. Faced with the three Sannin, Ling Feng unleashed his full power, employing all of his signature techniques. Earth Release, Fish in the Ground. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Chidori, Lightning Cutter. Water Release, Great Water Rush. Wind Release, Wind Blade Shuriken. Thanks to his precise use of the body flicker technique, combined with the continual activation of Fish in the Ground, Ling Feng exhibited remarkable agility, leaving the Sannin astounded. Utilizing his mobility, he evaded nearly all their ninjutsu attacks. Although this consumed a significant amount of chakra, depleting his potions by 36 points, he simultaneously earned a staggering 306 points from the trio. This was equivalent to the reward he received from the previous system mission. Ling Feng was thoroughly satisfied, spending 300 points for basic monstrous strength, and now, recouping all, was truly a profitable venture. Just as everyone prepared to continue the battle, a light cough interrupted them. It dawned on the group that someone had arrived. Ling Feng looked up to see the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Teacher. The three Sannin bowed to Hiruzen, as he was their mentor since childhood. Ling Feng also inclined slightly, acknowledging the greeting. Hiruzen surveyed the scene, then spoke in a calm tone. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, I brought you here to ensure you would properly greet and get acquainted with Ling Feng. After all, you are responsible for the security during the high-level meeting the day after tomorrow. This how you choose to greet him? Observing the crater and scattered debris, along with the lingering chakra aura. Hiruzen was well aware of the events that had transpired. However, more than the incident itself, he was astounded by Ling Feng's progress. Ding! You have gained 30 points. Ling Feng felt delighted, wishing that the third Hokage would frequently visit him. Whether to praise or criticize him, as he primarily sought to accumulate points. Jiraiya, please explain what transpired here, Hiruzen requested, directing his gaze at Jiraiya. Faced with his teacher's inquiry, Jiraiya could not afford to conceal the truth and recounted the events honestly. Hiruzen listened intently, turning his gaze towards Ling Feng that he too was puzzled as to why Ling Feng had provoked Jiraiya and the others. Ling Feng, would you care to explain the situation? Hiruzen inquired. Regarding this prodigious young talent with considerable interest, the reputation of the Sannin was formidable, certainly a point of pride for Konoha. However, a truly powerful village requires a continuous influx of fresh blood, and Ling Feng undoubtedly represented the most exceptional talent of the new generation. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng regarded Hiruzen with sincerity. Lord Hokage, this is my private domain, is it not? They trespassed without permission and behaved quite rudely. I was understandably upset and said some unpleasant things, which led to our altercation. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Who initiated the conflict? Ling Feng pointed at Jiraiya and the others that, oh, so it was you who struck first? Hiruzen's expression held a hint of displeasure, though it was not overt. Ling Feng discerned that this was merely for show that on one hand were his most prized students, and on the other, a promising young genius. When comparing the two, although Ling Feng's potential was immense, he had yet to fully mature. As for the Sannin, they were presently Konoha's most significant representatives, bearing the weight of the village's honor and disgrace. They had committed such an embarrassing act. You may all leave. As Hiruzen's words fell, Jiraiya and the others departed. Hiruzen then turned to Ling Feng, regarding the security arrangement for the meeting in 2 days. Has Minato spoken to you? Ling Feng nodded. Very well. With that, Hiruzen turned and left. Ling Feng watched the retreating figures, then resumed his training. Outside the training ground, Jiraiya and the others awaited until Hiruzen arrived. What are your thoughts on this child? Originally, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who came to test Ling Feng, as he had already assumed the identity of Hokage and thus could not act personally. Jiraiya and the others exchanged glances before collectively responding. This child will undoubtedly be the strongest in Konoha's future. In the training grounds, a chime rang out, You have earned 60 points. Ling Feng smiled, his lips curling upward. Chapter 33, Is There Any Problem? He received notification that the high-ranking officials attending the conference would arrive in 3 days. This was entirely different from what the third Hokage and Minato had informed him previously. However, Ling Feng understood an incident had already occurred where high-ranking officials were ambushed by the Mist Village, and such a situation was unlikely to repeat itself in a short span of time. Therefore, the schedule for this conference had changed, and only a few core members responsible for security were privy to this information, including Ling Feng and the 3 Sannin. With 3 days remaining, it was the perfect opportunity for training, allowing him to strive for further improvement. Through battles with the 3 Sannin, Ling Feng had garnered a wealth of practical experience, and these 3 days could be devoted to assimilating that knowledge. Currently, Ling Feng's account held 380 points. After reviewing the prices of items in the system shop, he noted that the Sharingan, Byakugan, and Intermediate Sage Body all required 5,000 points, which seemed unattainable in the near future. It appeared that after the completion of this security task, he would need to undertake more missions to accumulate points swiftly. Ling Feng then examined a particularly unique trait in the world of ninjas, the bloodline limits. However, acquiring one would cost 1,000 points. This wondrous power could only be inherited through blood and genes. Much like the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, the Sharingan and Byakugan are the 2 most renowned bloodline limits in the ninja world, primarily due to the size and strength of these clans, resulting in a greater number of individuals possessing these abilities. Generally, bloodline limits cannot be directly stripped away. They are passed down through lineage and genetics. As for Kakashi and Danzo in the future, their cases are exceptions. Thus, spending 1,000 points to acquire a bloodline limit was indeed quite advantageous. Unfortunately, Ling Feng currently lacked the points needed to exchange for other bloodline limits. The immediate priority was clearly to find a way to accumulate points. With this in mind, Ling Feng looked forward to the next system task. The last task had awarded him 300 points, and he anticipated the next would yield around 500 points. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye dot on this day. Ling Feng completed his morning training as usual, returning to find the 3 Sannin already gathered, awaiting him. It seems this gathering point is not here, thought Ling Feng, raising an eyebrow. Seeing Ling Feng's hint of irritation, Jiraiya hurried forward to explain, "The teacher sent us here to discuss the security action plan. You all can decide. I will follow orders." Ling Feng waved his hand and plopped down. Beginning to rest, it's not a battle plan. What is there to discuss? If a crisis arises, we can simply act. Moreover, Ling Feng had never been fond of cooperative missions, as he sought the pinnacle of strength, purely individual power. The notion of a team was but a fleeting illusion. Look at Uchiha Madara and Kagaya Otsutsuki. True top-tier powerhouses never require numerous companions. One person alone can plunge the entire ninja world into perilous straits. Seeing Ling Feng's response, Jiraiya sighed in resignation. "Well, he wouldn't comprehend our tactical plans anyway," Orochimaru remarked. After having fought Ling Feng, he realized that Ling Feng's strength was not to be underestimated. At 5 years old, possessing such a fierce and rare character, it was remarkable that he was willing to obey orders. However, Tsunade was less than pleased. Yes, the most cherished granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, and the sole one at that. Tsunade was a figure of immense affection in Konoha. No one had ever dared to act arrogantly in her presence. Even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, spoke to Tsunade with a degree of respect, considering her direct lineage from the Senju clan. Yet, she found Ling Feng's audacity as an orphan rather shocking. Honestly, allowing this little brat to join us was a grievous error, don't you think? Tsunade spoke up. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were momentarily taken aback, unsure of her meaning. But this is the teacher's directive. We cannot refuse. Jiraiya scratched his head in confusion. Tsunade glanced at Ling Feng, who was resting not far away, and then struck Jiraiya on the head, causing a sizable bump to form. "Fool! I don't mean to drive him away. I want him to understand that we are not to be trifled with." Jiraiya, nursing his head, replied with a hint of grievance. "Haven't we already attempted that? It feels like that little brat is still holding back. This time we will not make a move. We will let that kid seek trouble on his own." Tsunade chuckled. While Jiraiya was left bewildered, Orochimaru began to chuckle as well. Hey. What are you two laughing about? Jiraiya asked, perplexed at, let's listen to Tsunade. I believe she has devised a plan, Orochimaru suggested. Soon, Tsunade unveiled her strategy. The outcome was predictable. A targeted conspiracy was born. The motive behind this scheme was simple: to temper Ling Feng's sharpness. When the three of them approached Ling Feng, they each made a concerted effort to conceal their amusement. Ling Feng looked up, his brow furrowing slightly, clearly sensing something amiss with the trio before him. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Ling Feng inquired. In perfect harmony. The three shook their heads. No, nothing at all. It was evident that something was indeed afoot. Apparently, the famed three Sannin of the ninja world were not particularly adept at lying. Ling Feng scrutinized their eyes intently, watching as beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. No issues. Then what is your plan? Where will I be stationed? Ling Feng pressed, prompting the trio to exhale in relief. I will inform you of that when we arrive on site. There is still 3 hours until the event begins. We can set off now, Orochimaru stated, as Jiraiya was left speechless with astonishment. Ling Feng nodded in response. Then I shall head there first. Ling Feng's figure vanished from view. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. For some reason, looking into Ling Feng's eyes gave Jiraiya a distinctly eerie sensation, as if 3 pairs of eyes were scrutinizing him. Tsunade and Orochimaru nodded slightly in agreement. This little brat is far too inscrutable. Let us depart. We need to reach the venue first, Tsunade declared. And with that, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru exited the training ground. Chapter 34. What are you anyway? The meeting venue was situated in the heart of Konoha, adjacent to the Hokage's building, comprising residences for high-ranking officials. An area strictly off-limits to outsiders at the entrance. Ling Feng sat atop a rooftop, enjoying the breeze. The 3 Sannin arrived. This is the list of key individuals requiring protection for this operation, totaling 5, with the most crucial being the head of the cabinet. Kawaju, you are assigned to guard the main entrance. We will handle the rest. As you're not very familiar with this area, Orochimaru remarked, handing Ling Feng a list. Ling Feng nodded, accepting it. Understood. With 2 hours remaining until the meeting commenced, attendees would begin arriving in half an hour. It was imperative to have an entry ticket for admission. If any issues arose, he could activate the Azure Seal, and the others would be notified immediately for support. Continuing on, Ling Feng acquired a small scroll. Upon unfurling it, he discovered it was yet another sealing technique, likely a form of mental ninjutsu, intended to alert the recipient. It was needless to say that this was undoubtedly something prepared by Saratobi Hizashi, which spoke volumes about his meticulous attention towards this meeting. Ling Feng understood that as long as this gathering concluded successfully, the authority of Konohagakure would be significantly bolstered, thereby influencing the funding allocated by the Land of Fire. In other words, the success or failure of this meeting would directly impact the welfare of the village. And as an orphan, Ling Feng's share of the benefits would be the most pronounced. Thus, ensuring the flawless completion of this event was a venture that promised only gains for him. According to plan, Ling Feng needed to enter the meeting venue through the main path while ensuring his identity remained concealed to avoid drawing the attention of any nefarious individuals. However, he did not anticipate encountering Yuhi Kurenai and others. Hey, Ling Feng-kun? Huh, really? It's Ling Feng-kun. The exuberant Yuhi Kurenai was the first to spot him, waving her hand in excitement. Upon hearing this, Kurenai rushed to catch a glimpse of Ling Feng and, upon seeing him, leapt up in sheer exhilaration. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback as 2 figures barreled towards him, and upon recognizing their faces, he reconsidered his initial impulse to strike them away. With a soft thud, the 2 girls leaped into Ling Feng's embrace. Fortunately, Ling Feng was robust. Otherwise, he would have been toppled over by their enthusiasm. Not far off, Guy, Kakashi, Obito, and Asuma watched this scene unfold, particularly Asuma and Obito, who were filled with a mix of resentment and envy. Ah, that scoundrel Ling Feng. How greedy he is, attracting both of them at once. Obito, are you not furious? Asuma exclaimed, clenching his fists. Obito was indeed furious, but the memory of his previous confrontations with Ling Feng quickly dampened his spirit. Asuma, perhaps we should let it go. Ling Feng is simply too formidable now. Upon hearing this, Asuma, who had initially intended to confront Ling Feng, felt his resolve wane. Indeed, they had all witnessed Ling Feng's prowess. Even the school instructors were at a loss to contend with him. "You too. How long will you cling to him?" Ling Feng remarked, holding one girl in each arm, savoring the distinct fragrances of their bodies, undeniably comfortable. Yet the current setting was inappropriate. Such a display on the street was bound to attract unwelcome attention. Ling Feng aspired to ascend to the pinnacle of the shinobi world. How could he afford to leave behind a tarnished reputation? Realizing this, Kurenai and Yuhi Kurenai felt a wave of embarrassment and quickly descended to the ground. "Ling Feng-kun, how have you been recently?" "Yes, Ling Feng-kun, it's been over 2 months. It feels like ages since we last saw you." Ling Feng scratched his head, pondering how to respond. Should he divulge that he had joined the Umbu? "Well, after graduating early from the Ninja Academy, I've become a qualified genin, and naturally I must contribute to the village, so I've been occupied with missions these past 2 months," Ling Feng stated earnestly. "Wow, Ling Feng-kun, that's amazing." Kurenai and Yuhi Kurenai clapped their hands in delight. Indeed, in the presence of someone they admired, girls always exhibited their most charming selves, much like Sakura did around Sasuke or Hinata did around Naruto. Conversely, their demeanor could shift to violence or indifference, as exemplified by Yuhi Kurenai's attitude towards Obito and Kurenai's towards Asuma. Ling Feng. Kakashi approached. "Kakashi, it's been a while." Ling Feng smiled. "That MY application for early graduation has been approved. In a week, I will officially graduate and become a genin." Kakashi regarded Ling Feng, who squinted slightly, catching a glimpse of the unwavering fighting spirit in Kakashi's eyes. It was evident that Ling Feng had become Kakashi's motivation to strive harder. "Haha, that's splendid. I look forward to your graduation. Perhaps we can undertake missions together," Ling Feng said, giving Kakashi a friendly pat on the shoulder. Behind them, Guy clenched his fists. "I will hasten my graduation too." "So will we." Yuhi Kurenai and Kurenai chimed in with tiny fists raised. The atmosphere was filled with joy and camaraderie, aside from Asuma and Obito, who remained aloof, harboring a mix of resentment and trepidation. Especially Obito, whose gaze towards Ling Feng was filled with an intense desire for retribution. Thus, Ling Feng could almost predict the forthcoming narrative. Because he had captured Kurenai's affection, Obito's resentment had surged, leading him down a path of vengeance, aspiring to create a world exclusive to himself and Kurenai. However, Ling Feng would not allow such a ludicrous dream to materialize. Infinite Tsukuyami. How intriguing. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed through the air. A steed sped by, kicking up dust and causing the villagers on the road to cough violently. As Ling Feng and the others prepared to depart for the meeting, he had barely taken a few steps when he noticed something amiss behind him. Turning around, he saw the horse barreling toward Yuhi Kurenai, who was standing in the middle of the road. As Kurenai processed the situation, all she could see was the horse's massive head rapidly approaching her. A piercing scream rang out, followed by a dull thud. Bystanders halted in shock, gasping in horror. "This is bad. That poor girl is bound to be seriously injured. Where did that horse come from? It shows no regard for pedestrians. That child appears no older than 5 or 6. How tragic." Obito was left dumbfounded. Upon realizing the danger, he could only scream desperately into the dust cloud raised by the violent impact. "Kurenai!" Yet, as the dust settled, everyone was left in astonishment that a young boy stood protectively in front of Kurenai, his arm extended. The horse lay motionless on the ground, evidently knocked unconscious. Its rider had also tumbled off, covered in dirt and glaring at Ling Feng with rage. "You insolent brat! Do you have any idea who I am? How dare you lay a hand on me? You are courting death." His words sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. However, Ling Feng remained unfazed, his expression devoid of emotion as he coldly replied, "What of it? Who do you think you are?" Chapter 35. The Arrogance of the Powerful, in comparison to the threats and intimidation from the fallen rider. Ling Feng's retort elicited gasps of astonishment, leaving the crowd utterly shocked. It was evident to anyone with discerning eyes that the fallen man wore lavish attire, though he might appear to be merely a guard. The fabric of his clothing indicated he was anything but ordinary. As the fallen man rose, his expression darkened, his gaze icy, He took a couple of steps forward, casting a shadow over Ling Feng that was almost menacing. Kakashi and the others behind Ling Feng appeared pale with trepidation. Even though Kakashi was known as a prodigy of Konoha, he was still merely a child at heart. Only Ling Feng maintained his composure, exuding an air of indifference. Having lived 2 lives, he was no stranger to such confrontations. "You little brat, what did you just say? Are you serious? Do you have any idea who I am? I am the captain of the First Guard Corps, Kiryu Sanchi." The fallen man looked down at Ling Feng, his voice booming. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief. "It's Kiryu Sanchi, the legendary swordmaster of the Land of Fire." Indeed, he became the captain of the First Guard Corps at such a young age. His strength already on par with elite Jainin. That's right, whenever high-ranking officials from the Land of Fire are present, he is always there, and there has never been an incident while he is on duty. As the murmurs of the crowd grew louder, Kakashi and the others' faces turned increasingly pale. An opponent of such caliber was far beyond their ability to confront. Yuhi Kurenai, unable to contain her emotions, burst into tears, large droplets cascading down her cheeks as she felt utterly wronged. "Ling Feng, I'm so sorry. I never meant for things to escalate so badly. Please just go. This is my fault, and it has nothing to do with you." Hearing Kurenai's choked sobs, Ling Feng did not turn around, merely responding flatly, "I was the one who acted. What concern is it of yours? Furthermore, neither of us is at fault. The real culprit is him, who, despite seeing so many people on the street, chose to gallop recklessly. Thus, I demand an explanation from him." This statement caused a stir among the crowd. This little brat, while he is not wrong, doesn't he realize the circumstances? Exactly. This is far too reckless. Does he not realize that he is facing an elite Jainin? He looks to be no older than a student at the Ninja Academy. Due to Ling Feng's infrequent appearances in public, most people around him were either engaged in training or undertaking missions. Consequently, the passers-by did not recognize Ling Feng, seemingly having forgotten the significant commotion he caused back at the Ninja Academy. Upon reflection, it had been over 3 months since that incident. Not particularly long, yet not brief either. The only ones likely to remember were those children who were present at the time. Inori Lin felt a surge of emotion, but did not wish for Ling Feng to be hurt because of her. She intended to say something further. However, as she opened her mouth, Ling Feng raised his hand to interrupt her. "Kakashi, Kai, please take care of Lin. I'll handle this." At that moment, the 3 members of the Ghost Dragon had veins bulging on their foreheads. What a nauseatingly pure friendship, to dare to act tough in my presence. It appears they have yet to experience the harshness of society. I must admit, you are the first to stand in my way. Even if you're merely a child, wrongdoings must be met with consequences. With that, the Ghost Dragon drew his blade. Witnessing this, Ling Feng narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists tightly. An elite Jainin? That would equate to the level of the legendary 3 of Konoha. Yet in a real fight, they would undoubtedly fall short. At this moment, Ling Feng felt significantly more empowered than before. He was confident he could contend with the Ghost Dragon trio. Thus, he swiftly exchanged his points in the system shop for a mid-tier katana, expending 100 points. The basic one was 10 points, while the advanced one required 1,000 points. At present, Ling Feng's remaining points were insufficient, compelling him to settle for a mid-tier katana. Hopefully, after this encounter with the Ghost Dragon trio, he could recoup his losses. In truth, acquiring the advanced katana would have been ideal, as Ling Feng had immediately discerned that the Ghost Dragon's weapon was no ordinary blade. To be recognized as the foremost swordsman of the Land of Fire, he undoubtedly possessed unique qualities. Indeed, when the Ghost Dragon trio saw Ling Feng unsheathe the katana, they burst into laughter. "How amusing. You intend to challenge me with that piece of scrap metal? Honestly, that rusty sword is hardly worth drawing my blade for. However, your insolence irritates me. If you kneel and apologize now, I may spare your life." The Ghost Dragon spoke coldly. Yet, Ling Feng merely flicked his katana and replied nonchalantly, "I maintain that the fault lies with you. Thus it is you who should apologize." "Humph, you detestable little brat, seeking death." A glint of coldness flashed in the Ghost Dragon's eyes as he lunged toward Ling Feng with his blade. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, Impressed by the audacity of the attack aimed directly at his vital points, in that case, I shall not hold back. Even knowing you are the captain of the cabinet guard, I shall extract enough points from you. Body flicker technique. Whoosh! Ling Feng vanished from his spot, reappearing behind the ghost dragon, then unleashed the Chidori. The crackling arcs of electricity flickered as Ling Feng swung his katana, aiming for the ghost dragon's back, but the latter quickly reacted. Clang! Boom! An explosion reverberated as the two retreated from each other. As the dust settled, it was evident that the ghost dragon's sleeve had become charred. Although the Chidori strike had failed to land directly, the flickering electricity had ignited his clothing, which the ghost dragon extinguished swiftly. However, the singed fabric signified the exchange that had just transpired. For a moment, the area fell into a profound silence. Yet, within Ling Feng's mind, the system's notifications echoed continuously. Ding! Earned 160 points. Ding! Earned 100 points. Ding! Earned 80 points. Although Ling Feng was acutely aware that he had inflicted no actual harm, the scorched sleeve led the onlookers to perceive his attack as a victory. Even the ghost dragon was taken aback. He recognized the Chidori, but could scarcely believe that a child barely over 5 years old could wield it with such proficiency. This maneuver netted Ling Feng a total of 340 points. Excitement surged within him. He felt confident that defeating the ghost dragon would yield substantial rewards, given the multitude of spectators surrounding them. You insufferable brat. Do not presume that such tricks can best me. Let me assure you, even the Hokage could not save you now. A mere genin, prepare to meet your demise. The ghost dragon bellowed furiously, charging at Ling Feng with his blade. Chapter 36. He saved my life. Faced with the serious ghost dragon, Ling Feng immediately activated both the Sharingan and Byakugan. The dual ocular powers ensured that he could precisely analyze every attack launched by his opponent. Although formidable, the ghost dragon ultimately relied on chakra to manifest his strength. In this world, chakra represented the most fundamental form of power. Thus, with the Byakugan's enhancement, every movement of the ghost dragon lay under Ling Feng's scrutiny. Clang! The two blades clashed with precision, emitting sparks. Well, I did not expect your swordsmanship to be commendable. The ghost dragon gritted his teeth. Ling Feng offered no response, merely allowing a slight smirk to grace his lips. He had anticipated that the ghost dragon might possess some ninjutsu, but regrettably, it appeared the man was solely skilled in swordplay. While the ghost dragon's strikes were swift, Ling Feng adeptly evaded by employing the body flicker technique whenever he sensed an impending threat, eliminating any unnecessary movements on his part. As for swordsmanship, Ling Feng had no formal training. He relied solely on his speed. In the realm of martial arts, speed reigned supreme. As long as Ling Feng's velocity surpassed that of the ghost dragon, even the most impressive sword techniques would be rendered futile before him. As the duel unfolded with both sides exchanging blows, the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. The participants could feel the tension acutely. The ghost dragon's expression darkened significantly. He had not anticipated that a mere child could match him blow for blow. Such a revelation was utterly humiliating. Meanwhile, Ling Feng's resilience earned him an additional 120 points. To the crowd's eyes, as long as Ling Feng remained unscathed, he appeared to be on par with the ghost dragon. However, Ling Feng was well aware that this was merely the ghost dragon's ordinary state. He had yet to unleash his full potential. If this was indeed the prowess of the Land of Fire's greatest swordsman, it was a source of great ridicule. Clang! Once more, their blades collided before they stepped back from one another. Enough, little brat. I have played with you long enough. Now, prepare to die. The ghost dragon's gaze grew increasingly frigid, his aura steadily rising. This was a true intent to kill. Even from several meters away, Ling Feng could distinctly feel the palpable killing intent pressing against his nerves. Yet, refusing to be outdone, he shouted, his aura surging dramatically as he unleashed his true strength. Sharingan, Byakugan, Sage Mode, all were pushed to their limits. In an instant, the ghost dragon, who had been fixated on Ling Feng, felt a disorienting sensation. Did this boy possess 3 pairs of eyes? Humph! Deceitful tricks, the ghost dragon roared, channeling chakra around his katana as he charged at Ling Feng. While not a ninja, the ghost dragon exhibited considerable proficiency in utilizing chakra. Ling Feng, however, felt no surprise. After all, in this world, there existed a country known as the Land of Iron, renowned for producing exceptional swordsmen who adeptly wielded chakra to envelop their weapons in combat. The application of chakra was diverse, dependent solely on one's creativity. Earth release, earth-style fish, body flicker technique, as Kakashi and the others observed from a distance. Their eyes lit up. Ling Feng's signature ninjutsu is here, the combination of earth-style fish and body flicker technique. Who could possibly match his speed? Crackle! Ling Feng evaded the ghost dragon's lethal strike, infused with chakra, and swiftly executed the Chidori flow blade. However, the ghost dragon retaliated with a swift slash, creating a resounding clang that reverberated through Ling Feng's arm, leaving it numb, forcing him to utilize the body flicker technique to create distance. Ling Feng was astonished by the sheer strength exhibited by the ghost dragon when fully exerting himself. True power, it seemed, could effortlessly cleave through ninjutsu. Ling Feng's Chidori flow blade had yet to scorch the opponent's clothing before being shattered by the overwhelming force of the ghost dragon's counterattack. Since close combat proved ineffective, he would resort to a hit-and-run strategy instead. With his increasing familiarity with earth-style fish, the range of its application had expanded significantly. He promptly exchanged for 5 bottles of mid-tier chakra potions from the system shop, preparing for a war of attrition against the ghost dragon. After downing 1 bottle, Ling Feng felt a surge of vigorous energy coursing through him, propelling him to employ the body flicker technique to create distance. Followed by a series of combined ninjutsu attacks, would release 4 pillars prison technique, fire release, great fireball technique, wind release, great tornado technique, boom! A series of 3 ninjutsu of varying attributes were unleashed, leaving the onlookers gasping in astonishment. Setting aside the fact that Ling Feng had continuously unleashed an array of formidable jutsu, his astonishingly rapid hand seals alone were enough to leave the audience in awe. Barely 3 individuals present could discern the formation of his seals, and this was not even Ling Feng's peak performance. Moreover, the combination of ninjutsu he employed was intricately linked, demonstrating immense power. First was the 4-pillar prison dragon technique, where colossal wooden pillars erupted from the earth, ensnaring the 3 specters of the ghost dragon in an impenetrable cage. This was also one of the primary jutsu that enabled Ling Feng to decimate over a dozen members of the Uchiha clan in one fell swoop. Following that was the great fireball technique, whose intense heat ensured the swift ignition of those wooden pillars. Once ignited, the flames would only grow fiercer. Lastly, the wind release. Great tornado enhanced the speed at which the flames spread and consumed, maximizing the likelihood that the fire would not be extinguished swiftly. Although this combination of jutsu was not overly complex, each technique was interdependent, rendering it nearly insurmountable for ordinary foes, unless they wielded powerful water or earth release techniques to counteract. Yet it was evident that the Ghost Dragon trio were not adept in ninjutsu. As the 3 techniques converged, the area occupied by the Ghost Dragon trio instantaneously transformed into a fiery inferno, with a towering fire tornado swirling violently, accompanied by crackling sounds of combustion that deterred any approach. Ding! Earned 60 points. Ding! Earned 80 points. Ding! Earned 70 points. The conflagration continued, and points were continuously accrued, regardless of the eventual outcome. Ling Feng was assuredly profiting. His accumulated points had now reached 630, surpassing halfway to the coveted 1,000, which heightened his excitement. Boom! At last, a powerful strike erupted from the heart of the flames, shattering the fire tornado, and the charred Ghost Dragon trio emerged in disarray. Though they appeared singed, the protection of chakra had only left them with minor injuries. However, the Ghost Dragon trio had become enraged, their eyes flashing with murderous intent. "You little brat, I shall claim your life." With that, a chilling aura of malice surged forth. Just then, a commanding voice rang out. "Stop! He is my savior." Chapter 37. Head of the cabinet, the voice, though not loud, resonated with authority. A simple statement that struck a familiar chord with Ling Feng. Glancing back at the Ghost Dragon trio, whose once furious countenance abruptly softened, the impending strike they intended to unleash came to a sudden halt. Ling Feng, observing the unnatural expression on the ghost dragon trio's face, recognized the effectiveness of the proclamation. Who could it be that could halt the so-called number one swordsman of the Land of Fire with a single sentence? Ling Feng raised his gaze and saw the crowd parting, revealing a regiment of armored soldiers marching in unison. Within the center of the soldiers stood a grand and ornate palanquin. The soldiers came to a stop, and the palanquin was gently lowered, from which emerged a man clad in resplendent attire, adorned with a tall hat. Ling Feng narrowed his eyes and smirked. The situation had just become far more intriguing. This individual was none other than the high-ranking official from the Land of Fire, whom Ling Feng had previously saved. The Ghost Dragon Trio was now kneeling before the man, performing a deep bow. Lord Yuguang, Sanchi, sheathe your blade. This leaf ninja was once my savior, the man named Yuguang said, nodding slightly before turning his gentle gaze toward Ling Feng. What? The Ghost Dragon Trio displayed shock, struggling to believe the revelation. This is impossible. At that time, we were faced with, just as the Ghost Dragon Trio was about to voice their disbelief, Ling Feng interjected, that is classified information. Please remain silent. His voice was cool, imbued with an unassailable authority. It was hard to believe such words came from the mouth of a mere 5-year-old. The Ghost Dragon Trio's mouth hung agape, frozen in place. Yuguang nodded, gesturing for the Ghost Dragon Trio to cease. Ding! Earned 80 points. Ling Feng chuckled, pleasantly surprised at the points accrued for startling the Ghost Dragon Trio. Point one word. Delightful. The surrounding crowd contributed significantly to Ling Feng's point tally. Ding, ding, ding. Another 360 points rolled in. With this, his points had comfortably breached the 1,000-point threshold, totaling 1070 points. Despite the multitude of villagers present, none had ever encountered Yuguang. Without Ling Feng's explanation, they were utterly unaware of when he had intervened to rescue Yuguang. Thus, the prior covert operation had been preserved, albeit barely. In truth, Ling Feng was indifferent to whether or not he revealed this information. Even if mist ninjas sought vengeance, he held no fear. However, the village of Konoha could not bear such retaliation, especially given the current tense internal situation. Your name is Ling Feng, is it not? Yuguang stepped forward, addressing Ling Feng. Ling Feng nodded. Yes, Lord Yuguang, you are one of the attendees for this meeting, correct? Indeed, that I did not anticipate encountering you again so soon. Yuguang replied with a smile, clearly pleased. I am responsible for the security of this meeting, Ling Feng stated. Though this operation had been orchestrated by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, technically speaking, the high-ranking officials of the Land of Fire were the employers. In other words, upon the successful completion of the mission, the rewards would be dispensed by these officials. Since that is the case, let us engage in a few words. One must show some courtesy to the employer. Yuguang beamed with increasing happiness. That is splendid. With you here, I feel reassured, he said, oblivious to the Ghost Dragon Trio behind him, who wore a look of despondency. That I am your personal bodyguard for this mission. How can you place your trust in a mere 5-year-old? The Ghost Dragon Trio simmered with unvented frustration, feeling utterly overlooked as their master showed interest in another. Lord Yuguang, do not heed this child's words. Were it not for his interference, I would have already reached the meeting venue and eliminated any threats in wait for you. The Ghost Dragon Trio protested vehemently. Yet Yuguang frowned. I have heard of the events. With so many eyes upon you, galloping through the bustling streets was your folly. Apologize to this young brother. The Ghost Dragon Trio could hardly believe their ears. And why, Lord? Hurry. The meeting is in half an hour. Will you not be responsible for the delay? Yuguang commanded. With no other recourse, the Ghost Dragon Trio reluctantly offered an apology. Ling Feng nodded slightly, accepting it. He then turned to bid farewell to Kakashi and the others, offering a respectful gesture to Yuguang as he declared his departure. The system notifications continued. The Ghost Dragon Trio's capitulation brought satisfaction to the onlookers. They had witnessed firsthand the near collision and were grateful for Ling Feng's timely intervention. Moreover, as a Konoha ninja, he was one of their own, and they could not bear to see him mistreated by outsiders. The outcome was pleasing to them, and they marveled at Ling Feng's formidable prowess. This child named Ling Feng is truly remarkable, able to hold his own against the Ghost Dragon Trio. Hold his own. The Ghost Dragon trio appeared thoroughly defeated. It is clear Ling Feng emerged victorious. Haha, I hear Ling Feng is merely a genin. The so-called #1 swordsman of the Land of Fire is hardly impressive. The crowd buzzed with lively chatter. The stronger the Konoha ninjas became, the more pride the villagers felt. Yet those words fell differently upon the ears of the Ghost Dragon trio. For they were the subjects of the public's scorn at my lord. I refuse to accept this. He is just a mere child. Why do you protect him so? The Ghost Dragon trio lingered by the carriage, unable to swallow the indignation that I have already stated. He saved my life. Yu Guang's voice remained calm and even. That is impossible. On that day, we faced 24 elite Jainin from the Mist Village, including 6 elite Jainin. What could a mere child accomplish? The Ghost Dragon trio remained unconvinced. Your swordsmanship is indeed formidable, but this world fundamentally belongs to ninjas. You know this to be true. The title of the #1 swordsman of the Land of Fire? That only applies when set apart from ninjas. Had you accompanied me that day, what confidence would you have had in saving me? Perhaps 1%? Humph. The voice of Yu Guang, tinged with a chilling undertone, resonated through the air. Upon hearing it, the trio, known as the Ghost Dragons, trembled with trepidation, bowing their heads in deference, too intimidated to utter another word. Moments later, Yu Guang's musings echoed again. The current state of the world is exceedingly precarious. This Ling Feng may very well become the most significant asset for our Land of Fire in the near future. At this revelation, the Ghost Dragon's pupils constricted, realizing their own insignificance in Yu Guang's eyes compared to Ling Feng. Ding! You have received 60 points. As Ling Feng rushed to the meeting venue, a notification regarding points accrued flashed to his mind. How peculiar! From whence did this score originate? He shook his head, contemplating that perhaps there was a delay in the system's updates. Once positioned, the other members of the assembly began to arrive. The head usher announced the names of the attendees with a booming voice that we welcome the esteemed leader of the cabinet, Lord Yu Guang. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng's brow furrowed slightly. What? It turns out that this Yu Guang is the head of the cabinet, which indeed signifies a position of immense authority. And oh wonder the so-called first swordsman of the Land of Fire shrank back in his presence. The head of the cabinet is essentially the foremost individual beneath the daimyo, wielding power unparalleled. As he pondered this, the procession reached the entrance. Yu Guang descended, and the Ghost Dragons had changed into different attire. After all, for such a grand occasion, donning those singed garments was decidedly inappropriate. Ling Feng and the 3 ninjas of Konoha stepped forward to greet the highest-ranking participant of this gathering. Ling Feng stepped to the front. Orochimaru urged from behind, prompting the trio to position themselves behind him, clearly intending to highlight Ling Feng for Yu Guang's notice. Ling Feng understood their ulterior motives. This was a blatant attempt to stir trouble, as his placement directly obstructed the path of the honored guest. Is this the splendid arrangement you devised for me? Ling Feng turned to the 3, his tone icy. Faced with his inquiry, the Konoha trio found themselves momentarily speechless, taken aback by Ling Feng's calm demeanor in such a predicament. Shouldn't he be rushing back instead? Meanwhile, Yu Guang approached alongside the Ghost Dragons. This little brat is in for a rough time. The notorious Ghost Dragons are known for their penchant for trouble. Indeed, with Ling Feng standing directly in their path. Trouble was inevitable. Listening to the murmurs behind him, Ling Feng frowned slightly, realizing they were aware of the Ghost Dragon's reputation. However, in the next moment, what unfolded before him left the Konoha trio astounded as the Ghost Dragons reached Ling Feng. They unexpectedly took a step back, slightly bowing their heads in a gesture of respect. Yu Guang, too, seemed unfazed by Ling Feng's positioning, offering a gentle smile as he walked past, observing the 2 enter the conference room. The atmosphere at the entrance grew tense. Ding! You have received 90 points. The Konoha trio's astonishment yielded yet another surge of points. Ignoring the trio, Ling Feng returned to his designated post. How is this possible? After Ling Feng departed, Orochimaru exclaimed in disbelief. Jiraiya and Tsunade mirrored his shock, questioning how this young boy commanded such respect from the Ghost Dragons. What if he has a close relationship with Lord Yu Guang? Wouldn't our actions then backfire? Jiraiya expressed his concern at this juncture. There's little we can do. Given our capabilities, we have made significant contributions to Konoha. I trust that Lord Yuguang will not seek to trouble us." Tsunade reassured him, patting Jiraiya on the shoulder. Upon hearing this, both Jiraiya and Orochimaru rolled their eyes. "You are a descendant of the Senju clan. By bloodline, you are far more esteemed than we are. If blame were to be laid, your punishment would surely be the lightest. Enough. Why are you two so disheartened? Are you truly going to be bested by a mere child?" Tsunade scoffed, turning away. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, seeing her resolve, reluctantly followed, as they still had their guard duties to attend to. Inside the conference room, all participants had taken their seats. Ling Feng stood resolutely by the entrance. Upon the arrival of the Konoha trio, they noticed the third Hokage was also present, causing their hearts to skip a beat. Having committed misdeeds, facing the third's gaze stirred a sense of unease. Only Ling Feng stood straight, his expression calm. "Now that everyone is here, let us commence," Yuguang declared, signaling the formal start of the meeting. Bang! The doors closed, marking this session as confidential. While Ling Feng and the others were present, a barrier would be erected during the meeting, preventing any eavesdropping by outsiders. Likely, only individuals with exceptional skills could stealthily infiltrate the venue. Nevertheless, should someone attempt such an act, they would find themselves facing the formidable guard team comprised of the Konoha trio and Ling Feng. Ensuring that no one could escape unscathed. 2 hours later, Ling Feng observed someone rise, preparing to depart. The barrier lifted, and key participants exited in succession, leaving only the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the head of the cabinet, Yuguang. "Ling Feng, come here," Sarutobi beckoned, his expression warm. Ling Feng approached. Sarutobi then shifted his gaze towards the Konoha trio behind Ling Feng, his demeanor changing to one of irritation, causing the trio to flinch. Clearly, the events at the entrance had not escaped Sarutobi's notice. "Third Hokage, do you require my assistance?" Ling Feng inquired, inclining his body slightly. Hearing this, Sarutobi withdrew his gaze and returned his focus to Ling Feng. "I have no particular matters to discuss. Rather, Lord Yuguang wishes to speak with you." Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, glancing at Yuguang. "Lord Yuguang, there is no need for such formality. Ever since that day you saved my life, I've wished to express my gratitude. However, I didn't anticipate your singular focus on your mission, leading you to depart. Now, the opportunity presents itself. Speak. What is it you desire?" Yuguang's face radiated warmth, akin to a treasure seeker gazing upon a prized gem. Ling Feng understood that they viewed him as possessing potential worth nurturing. As figures of the highest echelon, they were acutely aware of the gravity of the current situation. In truth, Ling Feng had no desire to be coy. After all, one should seize what is freely offered. Regrettably, what he yearned for was beyond their provision. Surely, he could not request to learn all the forbidden techniques preserved by Konoha. The third would undoubtedly be the first to object. Forbidden techniques were labeled as such due to their immense power, posing significant dangers and being uncontrollable. Hence, it would be more practical to focus on accumulating points. "Lord Yuguang, I have no particular requests," Ling Feng stated plainly. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards him, particularly those of the Ghost Dragons and the Konoha trio. Is he truly without desires? How pretentious! Yet, Ling Feng remained unfazed, indifferent, asserting that ensuring the safety of the esteemed leader was merely his duty. He harbored no ulterior motives. Ling Feng. This was indeed the truth. However, to Yuguang's ears, it resonated differently, prompting hearty laughter as he applauded. "Ha! This is the caliber of ninja we have in the land of fire. Although you say this, I cannot take it face value. I've heard you live alone under rather modest conditions. Therefore, I have decided to present you with a grand estate as a reward, comparable in size to the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, complete with 50 servants. Moreover, considering your age, all expenses will be covered." As Yuguang's words echoed, an uncanny silence enveloped the conference room. Only the sound of heavy breathing filled the air. From the Konoha trio to the third Hokage, all were uniformly astonished. After a considerable pause, Sarutobi cautiously spoke. "Lord Yuguang, should we not deliberate this matter with greater care?" Yuguang raised an eyebrow. "Oh, does the third have any objections? I see no harm in rewarding this young man." Sarutobi hastily shook his head. No, no, no. Lord Yugwang, you have misunderstood. I am not suggesting that there is an issue with the rewards. Rather, I believe it would be prudent for you to familiarize yourself with the vast territories of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans before making such determinations. Is it not rather hasty to directly confer rewards without due consideration? Upon finishing this thought, Sarutobi Hizashi instinctively wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, regretting having spoken up. After all, the future budget of Konoha hinges entirely on how Yugwang reports back after this meeting. Yugwang's presence here serves not just one purpose but two. His attendance at the meeting is merely one aspect, while the other involves assessing the developmental status of Konoha Village. Thus, Yugwang represents a veritable treasure trove. As winning his favor could significantly increase the budget, making him someone you cannot afford to offend. Sarutobi Hizashi, a cunning old fox, is quite aware of this, as is Yugwang. It is no simple feat to ascend to the position of head of the cabinet. Furthermore, Yugwang's willingness to undertake this mission in Konoha is not without ulterior motives. The investigation is but one facet of his intentions, as he also seeks to meddle in the internal management of Konoha. The overall strength of Konoha Village is renowned throughout the ninja world, particularly the legendary prowess of its founders, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. The Land of Fire understands the significance of such a legendary village and, wishing to exert its influence, invests heavily to ensure that the people of Konoha recognize its importance. Both parties are acutely aware of this. For robust development, collaboration is imperative. Neither can afford to falter. Presently, Yugwang has identified a promising young talent in Konoha, Lingfeng. Thus, he seeks various means to cultivate a rapport with Lingfeng, hoping to find an avenue for influence within Konoha through him. Although Lingfeng outwardly displays no reaction to the machinations of these two old foxes, he understands their intentions all too well. The adage that one is at a disadvantage when in the debt of another holds true. Lingfeng is acutely aware of this. Yet, what of it? Ultimately, it is strength that prevails. Therefore, regardless of what Yugwang offers today, Lingfeng will accept it. Becoming a legend is merely a matter of time. However, Lingfeng's ultimate ambition is to transcend legend itself. It seems that the third Hokage harbors some reservations regarding my decision. Does he not? Yugwang remarked, having observed the ample vacant land surrounding the area. Can it be that the territories of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans surpass that of these empty spaces? If you harbor any grievances, speak freely while I am still here. Do not wait until I depart, and then create difficulties for the young brother. The Yugwang's demeanor was serious, resembling a reprimand as he addressed Sarutobi Hizashi. The latter lowered his head slightly, unwilling to meet his gaze. It must be said that Sarutobi Hizashi, despite being a venerable Hokage, displayed remarkable restraint. For the welfare of the entire village, he refrained from showing any displeasure, an action that would have been met with cold disdain under ordinary circumstances. No, it is the decision of Lord Yugwang. Lingfeng has indeed rendered significant contributions and thus deserves commendation. It is merely my belief that as a ninja, one should be accustomed to a life of hardship, which is why I raise my concerns. I suppose I have been too demanding of Lingfeng. Sarutobi Hizashi conceded, his tone subdued, thereby granting Yugwang face. Upon hearing this, Lingfeng could not help but feel a sense of admiration. The old fox had managed to find a way to save face. In this light, it would seem that the fault lay with Yugwang, yet he deftly redirected the matter back onto himself. Truly a master of diplomacy. Yugwang, after a moment of contemplation, furrowed his brow before it quickly relaxed. Regardless of the circumstances, Sarutobi Hizashi had ultimately yielded. Lingfeng, my young brother, are you satisfied with this reward? Yugwang inquired, turning his gaze toward Lingfeng with a smile. Lingfeng recognized that Yugwang was extending an olive branch. He had no interest in the ensuing conflicts. What mattered was his growth into a figure of prominence within Konoha, at which point no one would dare to undermine him. Thank you, Lord Yugwang, for your generous bestowment. I am truly honored. However, this reward feels rather overwhelming. Lingfeng responded, aware that the Sannin and the third Hokage were observing closely, necessitating a modicum of humility on his part. Yet, Yugwang laughed heartily and pounded the table, declaring, what is there to be concerned about? This is rightfully yours. Let us finalize this. I shall ensure that work commences promptly, and you are welcome to review the designs. Should you have any thoughts, do not hesitate to share them. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now. I shall invite you for tea in the future. With this, Yu Guang rose and departed. The trio of Kiryu gazed deeply at Ling Feng, their eyes filled with hatred, jealousy, and trepidation. They resented Ling Feng for embarrassing them publicly, were envious of the substantial reward he had received, and feared his formidable strength, especially with Yu Guang's personal protection bolstering his status. Ling Feng returned their gaze, but after just a few seconds, Kiryu averted his eyes, hastily following Yu Guang out of the conference room. Should we cross paths again? I doubt Kiryu will even dare lift his head in my presence, Ling Feng mused. With Yu Guang's departure, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated. The Sannin looked up once more, and Sarutobi Hizashi furrowed his brow as he regarded Ling Feng. It had returned to the time when Sarutobi Hizashi held the reins. Ling Feng, the magnitude of this reward is unprecedented in history, he lamented. However, his underlying message was a hope that Ling Feng would graciously decline, as the funds required for constructing such a grand estate were considerable, that if they could be conserved, they might be better utilized elsewhere. Ling Feng shrugged, noting that he had not sought this. Yu Guang insisted, leaving him no alternative. Sarutobi Hizashi delighted in speaking in riddles, avoiding direct inquiries and preferring to dance around the subject. Thus, Ling Feng decided to feign ignorance as anticipated. This approach momentarily stunned Sarutobi Hizashi. The Sannin were equally astonished. Ding! Earned 60 points? Ah, delightful. Very well, third Hokage. Unless there are further matters, I shall take my leave. I have yet to complete my training for the day. With that, Ling Feng turned on his heel and departed. Sarutobi Hizashi rubbed his temples in frustration before addressing the Sannin. What thoughts do you have? Jiraiya was the first to raise his hand, exclaiming, Teacher, what must we achieve to earn a mansion as a reward? Tsunade and Orochimaru looked on with eager anticipation. Sarutobi Hizashi, facing his three disciples' expectant expressions, felt his temper rising, nearly causing his beard to bristle. Forget it. This reward comes from above. Do you have any idea how much it costs to construct such a grand estate? With that money, one could easily build another ninja school or craft 500 sets of exquisite weaponry. With that, Sarutobi Hizashi stormed off, realizing that remaining there would only lead to further frustration, which was detrimental to his blood pressure. Watching Sarutobi Hizashi depart, the Sannin were left in a state of confusion, in terms of merit, had they not contributed significantly as well. Yet here was a mere child, younger and less accomplished, receiving such a lavish reward. It was indeed an unsettling reality. Comparisons only serve to incite ire, Jiraiya lamented. Following the conclusion of this task, Ling Feng visited the Umbu and consulted with Minato Namikaze. He learned that the Umbu's missions had largely been assigned, prompting Ling Feng to disregard the lower-tier tasks and focus on his own training. At the same time, he sought out the foreman overseeing the construction of the estate to discuss its design, as he found the expertise of professionals quite entertaining. Upon learning that the construction would take a month, Ling Feng was unconcerned. It was a perfect opportunity to rest and enhance his abilities, given the absence of immediate missions. On a new day, Ling Feng arrived at his training ground and, after completing his routine exercises, began to rest and prepare for the next round of training. I could see that moment. He opened the system marketplace and noticed that his points had reached a total of 1320. With so many points, let me see if I can exchange them for something worthwhile. After calculating the time, Ling Feng realized that there were still 2 months until the Chunin exam, and had a premonition that something else was bound to occur. Thus, he felt it necessary to develop another trump card. Ling Feng then began to browse through the system shop incessantly. He disregarded various ninja tools, as they were external items. What he needed at this moment was to ensure that his own strength was sufficiently formidable. Certain ninjutsu was also overlooked, for with Ling Feng's current physical capabilities, it would be quite challenging to handle some of the forbidden techniques that carried side effects. Ultimately, Ling Feng's gaze settled upon the section for secret scrolls. After perusing the options, he chose the Yin seal. The rationale behind selecting the Yin seal stemmed from multiple considerations. Firstly, Ling Feng needed to enhance his fundamental attributes, and the Yin Seal's function allowed him to gather chakra during daily activities, which could then be released in one burst during combat, serving as a substantial reservoir of chakra. Furthermore, Ling Feng was aware that Tsunade's techniques, the 100 Healings technique and the Rebirth technique, were classified as forbidden techniques. And the prerequisite for unleashing these two techniques was the activation of the Yin Seal. The reason was simple. The chakra consumption for these two techniques was excessively high. If an ordinary person attempted to release either technique directly, they would be left utterly drained of chakra and perish on the spot. Even with Ling Feng possessing Sage Body, he would not dare to attempt it recklessly. The Sage Body merely accelerated the basic recovery speed of chakra. It could not restore large amounts in one go. Therefore, mastering the Yin Seal was indeed imperative. Thus, the Yin Seal required 1,000 points to exchange. Once confirmed, the points were deducted, and Ling Feng felt a surge of ninjutsu information flooding his mind. Moments later, he opened his eyes and swiftly formed hand seals. Yin Seal, activate. A soft hum resonated, and Ling Feng felt chakra flowing through his body like a torrent, surging with boundless power. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. However, this state did not last long, as he had not yet managed to store much chakra. Subsequently, Ling Feng activated the gathering function of the Yin Seal to gradually collect the excess chakra that would otherwise overflow during daily activities, preparing to release it all at a critical moment, certain it would astonish his foes. With 320 points remaining, Ling Feng glanced at the shop once more, hoping to find something useful. Yet, with such a meager amount of points, good items required thousands to acquire. He also noted medical ninjutsu and healing palm techniques, but these held little value for him. With the existence of chakra potions, even minor injuries could be perfectly remedied with a simple dose. However, learning healing palm would enable him to heal others. After much deliberation, he decided to spend 100 points to learn it. Although its difficulty was low, its uniqueness made it relatively expensive, as not every ninja could learn medical ninjutsu. It depended on individual talent and potential. With only 220 points left, Ling Feng felt as though he had suddenly become impoverished. He mused that he should train diligently, hoping for some reckless individuals to seek trouble, allowing him to earn more points. Ling Feng sighed, then continued to immerse himself in training. Thus, without any task to disrupt him, he consistently accumulated his chakra, becoming increasingly adept at utilizing the Yin Seal, with his hand seal speed improving until he could complete them in an instant, achieving true instantaneous activation. For any ninjutsu, only by mastering instantaneous activation could Ling Feng feel at ease that a month passed in this manner. And news arrived that the mansion was complete. Ling Feng decided to take a day off from training to visit the site. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a festive atmosphere, the mansion adorned with decorations. Inside, the furniture was neatly arranged, and even the flowers in the garden had been tended to, presenting a scene of meticulous order. Ling Feng was somewhat astonished by this sight. That moment, the foreman responsible for the construction approached him, wearing a smile. Lord Ling Feng, this is as per Lord Yu Wang's instructions. Since it is a reward, it must be executed perfectly. Please inspect and let us know if there is anything that does not meet your satisfaction. We will do our utmost to serve you. Hearing this, Ling Feng smiled and replied, I am very satisfied. Thank you for your hard work, as long as you are pleased. The 50 servants dispatched by Lord Yu Wang have arrived and are waiting in the courtyard, ready to heed your commands. Following the foreman to the courtyard, Ling Feng indeed saw the 50 servants standing in neat rows. Truly, they were servants of the highest caliber. Their demeanor alone was strikingly different. Lord Ling Feng, we shall take our leave now, the foreman said with a bow before departing in the courtyard. The servants looked at Ling Feng and performed a deep bow. We pay our respects to Lord Ling Feng. Ling Feng smiled, feeling a sense of satisfaction akin to that of a powerful figure. Chapter 41. The Royal Feast, enjoying the royal treatment. Ling Feng was in exceptionally high spirits, standing on the steps. He surveyed the crowd and casually inquired, Who among you is in charge? A woman of remarkable poise stepped forward, slightly bowing to Ling Feng. Dressed in a beautiful kimono, she exuded an air of grace. Lord Ling Feng, my name is Wazi. How may I serve you? Ling Feng appraised Huazi with keen interest, his gaze filled with curiosity. Sensing his scrutiny, Huazi's cheeks flushed as she felt a twinge of anxiety. Wasn't the new master supposed to be a child of 7 or 8? Yet, the way he looked at her was as if he were an adult, as though he wished to devour her whole. Huazi, you seem quite worried, Ling Feng remarked playfully, fully aware of her thoughts. Although she possessed fair beauty and an alluring figure, her age appeared to be around 30, despite being in service to royal elites. Where marriage was generally avoided, Ling Feng had no maternal inclinations and thus held no excessive thoughts. His fleeting glances at Huazi were merely an appreciation of her appearance, a simple indulgence for the eyes. In response to Ling Feng's teasing, Huazi hastily lowered her head, repeatedly denying any concern. All right, it's nothing. This is our first meeting, and there is much we have yet to understand about one another. In time, we will come to know each other better, Ling Feng said with a gentle smile. Since she had become his servant, Ling Feng felt no need to make things overly difficult for her. Upon hearing this, Huazi sighed in relief and expressed her gratitude. However, her curiosity only deepened. Could this truly be just a child? His demeanor and speech were that of a wise and experienced adult. In a short while, Huazi's interest in Ling Feng grew immensely. It seemed that many intriguing events were destined to unfold between them in the days to come. Lord Ling Feng, may I inquire if you have any further instructions? Huazi asked, remembering her duties. Ling Feng pondered for a moment before responding. Since this is a new home, and you have gone to such lengths to prepare for it, I can only imagine it has stirred quite a sensation in Konoha village. When I arrived, I noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance. Indeed, many are speculating about the identity of the mansion's owner. Unfortunately, they are all mistaken, Huazi replied, sensing that the new master was inclined to engage in conversation. Let the irrelevant ones remain uninformed. Please have someone prepare invitations. I wish to invite my friends to my housewarming feast. Ling Feng had no intention of letting such a splendid mansion go to waste. Since he had moved, hosting a housewarming banquet seemed only fitting. After all, daily meals were covered by Yuguang, so why not indulge? Furthermore, it would serve to let Konoha know that Ling Feng was indeed a person of note. While his strength could develop gradually, earning face, especially face that required expenditure, was far more challenging. Free face, on the other hand, could be easily garnered through feasting and drinking. It would evoke envy in others without them being able to do anything about it. Before long, invitations were sent out, over 100 of them. Originally, Ling Feng intended to invite only a few of his former classmates to the mansion, but upon realizing that he could accommodate 30 to 50 tables, it seemed rather meager with just 3 or 4 tables for his classmates. Thus, he decided to space the tables further apart, allowing for a total of 10 or 20 tables, and resolved to invite a few more acquaintances. After all, compliments were often directed at others. Why not let them be heaped upon himself? Thus, the news of Ling Feng's extravagant banquet at his newly acquired estate spread throughout the village. It became a point of pride for many villagers to receive an invitation, transforming the event into the talk of the town. In his study, Ling Feng was engrossed in a variety of magazines from this world. The number of pages was few, yet the content was rich and substantial, filled with obscure knowledge that was not covered in the anime, providing Ling Feng with an excellent means to pass the time. The banquet was scheduled for 2 days later, allowing Ling Feng ample opportunity to rest and relax. Swoosh, a figure appeared outside the study. Ling Feng remained unfazed and remarked coolly, "Teacher Minato, although the main entrance is a bit distant, wouldn't it take much time to send a message?" The voice outside hesitated momentarily before stepping inside. "Ling Feng, your perception abilities are growing increasingly impressive," Minato said, scratching his head awkwardly. Ling Feng set down the magazine, smiled lightly, and replied, "It is merely that Teacher Minato's movements are rather conspicuous. The floor is made of wooden planks, not stone." Observing Ling Feng's calm demeanor, Minato felt a wave of unease. This child is progressing at a terrifying rate. With my strength, I find myself questioning my own abilities. If this continues, who can keep him in check? What are you pondering, Teacher Minato? Ling Feng waved his hand in front of Minato's face. Since Minato was his leader in the Umbu, Ling Feng addressed him as teacher to maintain a sense of familiarity. Realizing his distraction, Minato awkwardly smiled and then said, "Ling Feng, You shouldn't be so ostentatious. Unbeknownst to you, your actions have already attracted the close attention of both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, which may not bode well for you. Ling Feng merely chuckled in response. Is that so? I find it rather agreeable. For too long, the Hyuga and Uchiha clans have been in a stalemate, constantly checking each other. Whenever conflicts arise, the third Hokage finds himself at a loss, unsure of whom to favor. However, now that I am here, these two clans will realize that Konoha has never lacked for new talent. Perhaps this situation is one that the third Hokage would prefer to see. Minato was taken aback by Ling Feng's words. Ling Feng, you can't possibly mean... Ling Feng, noticing Minato's astonishment, burst into laughter. Teacher Minato, why so tense? You look quite frightened. I was merely jesting, as you know, I am an orphan, without kin or connections. This grand estate is a gift from Lord Yuguang, and being all alone, how could I possibly afford it? Ling Feng understood that by saying this, Minato would assume he intended to build his own faction, which only heightened Minato's alarm. Yet, Ling Feng relished the surprise he elicited from them with his every word and action. He wanted them to comprehend that although he was merely a child, he was not one to be trifled with. I see. You certainly gave me quite a scare. Ling Feng, I am speaking seriously. Your behavior may provoke discontent from both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. You must heed my warning, as unexpected visitors may come and cause you trouble. Minato said earnestly. Chapter 42. They shall provide some entertainment. Listening to Minato's concerns, Ling Feng walked over to the window, hands clasped behind his back. This action caused Minato's expression to stiffen, as it reminded him of the third Hokage in deep contemplation. Ling Feng's demeanor was reminiscent of a cunning old fox. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he remained himself, while Ling Feng had transformed from a mere child into the Hokage. The thought sent a chill down Minato's spine. Could it be that the next Hokage would be this young lad? The idea of serving this child as a subordinate felt as unsettling as eating something bitter. Minato had always aspired to become Hokage himself. Before Ling Feng's emergence, aside from the three disciples of the third Hokage, Minato was the most promising candidate. However, he had heard whispers of the ambitions of the legendary three ninjas, who had long since transcended the village's interests. Being battle-hardened veterans of the Second Shinobi World War, and now yearning for external glory. Thus, the realization dawned that he was once the most likely candidate. Yet, with Ling Feng's arrival, Minato felt increasingly uncertain. Initially, Ling Feng's youth had not fazed him, but each meeting brought forth extraordinary surprises that left him bewildered. The growing strength and elusiveness of Ling Feng were truly terrifying. As Ling Feng remained silent, Minato did not dare to speak further, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Minato found himself regretting his decision to come here, as this space was not merely within Konoha's domain, but was Ling Feng's private estate. Moreover, he had entered without permission, while Minato was lost in thought. Ling Feng finally broke the silence. Teacher Minato, you raise a valid point. However, I truly did not consider the implications. I simply wished to repay my classmates. Minato was taken aback, unsure of Ling Feng's intentions, based on past experiences. Whenever Ling Feng sought to justify his actions, he had always presented arguments that were difficult to refute. Repay? Minato thought to himself, his heart sinking. It seemed he was about to tread the same path as before. Nevertheless, he had to steel himself to hear Ling Feng's reasoning and explanation, as he needed to report back to the third Hokage. Indeed, as you are aware, I am an orphan and have lived a solitary life. My classmates have looked after me quite a bit. Now that I reside in this grand estate, while I cannot invite them to live here, it is only fitting that I allow them to visit. Don't you think? Otherwise, they might accuse me of being stingy and neglecting our past camaraderie. Ling Feng asserted with feigned righteousness. Minato felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He was well aware of Ling Feng's background and knew that he had always been a solitary figure, even more aloof than Kakashi. Camaraderie? I can hardly believe that. You little rascal. But regardless of his thoughts, Ling Feng had made up his mind to proceed, and there was no stopping him. Minato had no choice but to relay all of this to the third Hokage. Be cautious. While the upper echelons of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans may not take action, their substantial forces still exist, and many young individuals among them harbor no reservations. Take care of yourself. Minato advised before turning to leave. Ling Feng, however, smiled and said, "Teacher Minato, I have sent out numerous invitations. Why not bring the third Hokage along to grace the occasion?" With that, Ling Feng tossed 2 invitations to Minato. Minato, momentarily stunned by the invitations in his hand, replied, "I apologize, Ling Feng, but we may not be able to attend, as there are numerous matters to address in the village." Ling Feng, unfazed, laughed heartily. "No worries, you continue with your duties. It's merely a dinner. There's no need to be so tense." Minato departed, but within those brief moments, his emotional state had shifted dramatically. Sent by the third Hokage, Minato had anticipated a smooth encounter, yet he left feeling flustered and uneasy, doubting his own choices. Even when receiving the invitations, he found himself in a state of anxiety, debating whether to accept or decline, fearing it might lead to complications. However, upon witnessing Ling Feng's smile, he realized that Ling Feng was simply being casual about the matter. This little rascal is exceedingly difficult to deal with. I must discuss this with the third Hokage. After bidding Minato farewell, Ling Feng resumed his leisurely perusal of the magazine. Calculating in his mind, he surmised that the Third Shinobi World War might commence within the next 2 to 3 years. Given the third Hokage's age, he would likely refrain from intervening unless absolutely necessary. Thus, it would fall upon the legendary 3 ninjas, along with a new generation of combatants, to take the stage, with Ling Feng undoubtedly at the forefront. With his considerable strength, Ling Feng never worried about his words or actions drawing trouble upon him. Particularly with the impending conflict, the third Hokage would likely turn a blind eye to his behavior, rather than meting out punishment. Indeed, in the 2 days following Minato's report to the third Hokage, all remained quiet, as if nothing had transpired at all. While you may be an old fox, I see right through you." Ling Feng smiled with great satisfaction. 2 days later, the day of the banquet arrived. The servants had made all the necessary preparations for the reception. Such tasks were second nature to them, posing no challenge whatsoever. Ling Feng, on the other hand, was simply required to fulfill his duties as the host. Kakashi and his companions arrived, and upon seeing Ling Feng at the entrance, everyone expressed their congratulations. "Ling Feng, you are truly impressive, gaining the favor of Lord Yuguang. Your future is undoubtedly bright." Kakashi had also graduated from the Ninja Academy and participated in several missions, thus understanding the significance of Ling Feng's accolades. Ling Feng smiled faintly and replied, "I suppose it's all right. I merely did my best to complete the tasks assigned." Soon after, Hinata Hanabi and Yuan Yanlin approached, their faces filled with admiration and envy. "Ling Feng-kun, you are amazing. This residence is truly beautiful." "Haha, if you like it, feel free to visit often. You're always welcome," Ling Feng exclaimed with hearty laughter. Subsequently, numerous guests began to arrive in succession. However, Ling Feng soon noticed 2 groups approaching aggressively from outside. It could only be the Hyuga and Uchiha clans coming to stir trouble. "Lord Ling Feng, these guests also possess invitations. What should we do?" The servant responsible for collecting invitations asked, visibly troubled. Ling Feng narrowed his eyes and coldly replied, "Let them in. We haven't prepared any entertainment, so they can serve as a source of amusement." Chapter 43. Defeating the family's talents, the servant understood and turned to wave them in. Meanwhile, Ling Feng had quietly slipped away. Since trouble was afoot, it was best to stage it in a crowded area. The guests included not only Ling Feng's former classmates, but also many villagers who had come out of admiration. Ling Feng had no reason to turn them away, especially since there was ample space and seating. A larger crowd would surely add to the liveliness of the event. Present, Ling Feng still lived alone. And aside from his 50 servants, he lacked a vibrant atmosphere, especially when compared to the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, which felt rather desolate by contrast. Thus, the presence of guests would help create a more bustling and active environment. This way, the villagers could witness that not all members of the once respected Hyuga and Uchiha clans were virtuous individuals. In the hall, most of the guests had taken their seats, as the host. Ling Feng briefly delivered a few welcoming remarks, and the banquet officially commenced. Although Ling Feng mingled and chatted with others, he remained vigilant to the subtle shifts in the atmosphere. Disruptions were inevitable, but Ling Feng hoped to prevent any unrelated individuals from getting hurt. After all, this was his territory, and it was their first time showcasing it to outsiders, so he wished for everything to go smoothly. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed through the hall. The sound of shattered cup. The once lively and noisy crowd fell silent. Ling Feng looked up to see that the commotion had been caused by members of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. Uchiha Shursui, upon noticing Ling Feng approaching, stood up first. Ling Feng, I apologize, my cousin Uchiha Toyuki has had too much to drink. Is it customary to break cups when intoxicated? Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, not sparing a glance at Uchiha Shursui, for he knew the real stars of the show were not the stragglers. His gaze shifted to a tall young man, standing beside Shursui. Humph, I have been on missions for years. Yet I hear that a remarkable genius has emerged in the village that I recently returned and came to see for myself, only to find it nothing special. Indeed, with these skills, I could easily topple him in less than 10 moves. Another man at the table remarked indifferently. Ling Feng turned to see the man had pale eyes, unmistakably a member of the Hyuga clan. 10 moves? I only need 5, Uchiha declared, lifting his chin slightly. You're full of hot air. I only need 3 moves, Hyuga Baifu retorted, clearly agitated. Hyuga Baifu, you're looking for trouble, aren't you? As he spoke, Uchiha Toki smashed another cup in a fit of drunken bravado. The other, not to be outdone, followed suit, shattering a cup in response. It was undeniable that both individuals had indulged considerably. This made Ling Feng chuckle, a sound that was not loud yet enough to halt their antics. What are you laughing at? Uchiha Toyuki, reeking of alcohol, asked angrily. You must be the young Ling Feng, right? Come, watch me defeat you and prove that I'm the strongest genius in Konoha, Hyuga Baifu said coldly. Ling Feng's expression darkened immediately. Yes, that's so. Then come with me. I shall grant you the opportunity to challenge me. With that, Ling Feng strode to an open area. Uchiha Toyuki and Hyuga Baifu staggered forward. The surrounding crowd buzzed with speculation. These two must be around 15 or 16, right? Yes, by age, they're quite a bit older than Ling Feng. I wonder what they have to be so proud of. To be drinking like this as part of prominent families is truly embarrassing. Indeed, the whispers were filled with doubt and reproach directed at Uchiha Toyuki and Hyuga Baifu. After all, today's banquet was hosted by Ling Feng. As guests, they could not speak ill of their host, and their words were not unfounded. Yet the two were far too inebriated to heed any criticism, their minds solely fixated on defeating Ling Feng to assert their superiority. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for not preparing any entertainment for you, but now we have a show. These two consider themselves geniuses of their clans and wish to challenge me, claiming they can defeat me in just a few moves. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back that I will now personally entertain you all. As Ling Feng's welcome concluded, the crowd erupted in cheers. They were eager to witness the prowess of this young genius of Konoha, who had received such a grand estate as a reward at the tender age of 6 or 7. Such an arrogant little brat. Does he truly think me intoxicated? Humph, prepare to die. Uchiha Toyuki sneered, yet stumbled slightly, barely maintaining his balance that he then charged forward, kunai in hand. Hyuga Baifu, not to be outdone, activated his Byakugan and unleashed a series of taijutsu strikes at Ling Feng. With a buzz, both the Sharingan and Byakugan activated simultaneously, and Ling Feng vanished using the body flicker technique, reappearing behind Hyuga Baifu, unleashing a series of the 8 gates techniques. Wow, the 8 gates! Ling Feng-kun is so cool, Mado Guy shouted excitedly from the audience. Uchiha Toki, sent flying by a powerful kick, quickly sobered up, his face burning while he scrambled to regain his composure and unleashed a fire technique. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Ling Feng chuckled softly. Is that truly a fireball? Fire style. Fireball jutsu. A fireball twice the size erupted from Ling Feng's mouth, easily overwhelming Uchiha Toki's attack and engulfing him in flames. Meanwhile, Hyuga Baifu unleashed his ultimate technique, Bagua Palm, returning heaven. Such a flawed technique. Ling Feng scoffed, vanishing once again that he reappeared behind Hyuga Baifu, executing Chidori. Lightning cutter, crackling electricity surged forth, incapacitating Hyuga Baifu, who was left paralyzed as the smell of charred flesh filled the air. On the other side, the flames extinguished, revealing Uchiha Toki, now entirely charred and disheveled, his clothing and hair singed beyond recognition. The once proud pair had been reduced to two charred figures, emitting smoke. The hall fell silent at the sight. Was this the talent of their clan? Truly disappointing. Ling Feng clapped his hands and returned to his seat. Dispose of them. Yes, Lord Ling Feng. The servants promptly carried the two out to the entrance. Those who had accompanied them from their clans had lost all face and quickly left in shame. The crowd then erupted into thunderous applause. Long live Lord Ling Feng. Lord Ling Feng is so handsome. Lord Ling Feng is incredible. Ling Feng reveled in the surge of points earned. Ding! Earned 380 points. Hearing the system's notification, Ling Feng's face broke into a radiant smile. The accumulation of points had been exceedingly gratifying. Had he known, he would not have resolved matters so swiftly, as taking his time could have yielded even more points. Everyone, I apologize for my performance. Please continue to enjoy the food and drink. Chapter 44. The plans of 3 generations as Ling Feng reveled in laughter and indulgence. Feasting heartily, Uchiha Toyoki and Hyuga Baifu, who had been left at the doorstep, were escorted back by their kin. Unsurprisingly, upon learning of the humiliation inflicted upon their clansmen by Ling Feng, both clan heads were filled with indignation. When the two met, they recounted the incident and unanimously expressed their determination to seek retribution. They promptly prepared to confront Ling Feng at his residence to regain their dignity. However, just as they stepped outside, they encountered Namikaze's Minato, who obstructed their path. Minato, the aide to Lord Third, what brings you here? The two clan heads recognized the blonde-haired figure immediately, aware that his presence signified the will of the third Hokage. Lord Third has sent me to convey a message. You are to return. Minato stated calmly. Upon hearing this, both clan heads wore expressions of fury. Return? Are you aware of the severity of Ling Feng's actions? He has grievously injured our elite, leaving them incapacitated for months, and we cannot even ascertain if they will suffer lasting consequences. Shouldn't Ling Feng take responsibility for this? Minato remained impassive in the face of their anger, having come solely to deliver the message. If they harbored grievances, they could address them directly with the Third. I have relayed Lord Third's words, that he also mentioned that if you insist on proceeding, he will personally attend the matter, ensuring a fair resolution. As for the consequences, that is for you to bear. With this, the clan heads exchanged grave glances, recognizing the weight of the situation. Their wisdom had led them to their current positions, and they understood that if the matter were to be adjudicated fairly, they would likely be at a disadvantage. The root cause of the conflict was clear. Their clansmen had instigated the altercation, and it was their lack of strength that had resulted in Ling Feng's overwhelming dominance. Their desire to confront Ling Feng was merely to salvage their family honor. In truth, they need not pursue the matter further. Understanding Minato's message, the two clan heads reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. We shall speak with Lord Third ourselves. With that, they departed, their furrowed brows indicating that they had not yet relinquished their grievances. Watching them leave, Minato sighed in relief before vanishing in an instant to report back to the Hokage's office. Minato stood before the third Hokage and recounted the events. Lord Third, I believe your decision is somewhat hasty. Is it worth offending 2 major clans just to protect Ling Feng? The third Hokage chuckled softly in response. Ling Feng is fully aware that his actions would provoke these clans, yet chooses to stand firm, demonstrating his fearlessness. Conversely, if I allow these clans to act unchecked, it only emboldens their arrogance. There is no doubt about Ling Feng's potential. You are well aware of his strength, he continued. Thus, I have decided to position Ling Feng as a new force to counterbalance the 2 clans, creating a triad of power that will stabilize the current situation. Unbeknownst to him, Minato's mind was racing. This notion echoed what Ling Feng had expressed during their conversation. He was momentarily taken aback, grappling with whether to disclose to the third that Ling Feng had already voiced these thoughts. However, the third assumed that the young Minato was not yet capable of grasping such intricate political maneuvers. He approached Minato, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. You will need time to comprehend these complexities, for you are still young and have much to learn. Each era brings forth its own talents, including emerging forces. While the Hyuga and Uchiha clans are the pillars of Konoha, we cannot afford to indulge them without restraint. Otherwise, the once sharp blade may ultimately turn against us. But have you considered what if Ling Feng grows to be someone even more formidable than the two clans? How shall we manage then? Minato queried, voicing his inner concerns. This question momentarily stunned the third Hokage, as it was evidently beyond his immediate contemplation that if such a day were to come, I would hope that his heart remains aligned with Konoha. For we have already provided him with ample support, the third declared through gritted teeth. Minato opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from expressing his deeper anxieties. After all, if that day were to arrive, it would not be his burden to bear. If Ling Feng truly became that powerful, he would lack the strength to intervene. All right, Minato, you need not trouble yourself over Ling Feng's matters. Tomorrow, summon him. I have tasks for him. Instructed the third Hokage. Minato was taken aback. What sort of tasks? The Umbu have no special missions at present. This is not an Umbu assignment, with the Chunin exams only half a month away. And having been postponed by a month due to recent turmoil, this time is precious that I hope our village can significantly increase its passing rate this time around. So I plan to have Ling Feng serve as a teaching assistant. The third elaborated. Observing the puzzled expression on Minato's face, the third continued. Ling Feng is exceptionally strong, and I need to instill in him a sense of belonging within Konoha. Supporting him is just one aspect. It is equally vital for him to integrate into the village that I want him to understand that although he is an orphan, he holds an important position within our community. Minato nodded in understanding, recognizing this as yet another instance of the third strategic thinking. However, he felt that each of the third S plans was something Ling Feng could easily anticipate. The following day, Minato once again found himself in Ling Feng's presence. This time entering through the front door, mindful that intruding unannounced might displease Ling Feng. Teacher Minato, please have a seat. Ling Feng greeted him with unexpected politeness. No need, it's just a small matter. Lord Third wishes for you to serve as a teaching assistant at the Ninja Academy. Minato conveyed. Chapter 45. The youngest mentor in history. A teacher. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, puzzled by this unexpected turn of events. Yes, Lord Third mentioned that the Chunin exams, originally scheduled for half a month from now, have been postponed by a month due to various circumstances. This indicates that the situation in the ninja world is becoming increasingly unstable, and as such, Lord Third hopes to significantly improve our passing rate in the upcoming exams. Minato explained, relaying the Third's words in full. Ling Feng quickly grasped the implications. The Third was essentially assigning him a task. It was no wonder he had angered Konoha's two major clans, yet no one had come to confront him. Presumably, the Third had shielded him from their wrath. Now, with the Third requesting his assistance, it was a legitimate call to action. Truly, the old fox had crafted a masterful plan. All right, so my role is to guide the students to successfully pass the Chunin exams. Correct? Ling Feng leaned back in his chair, speaking leisurely. Minato nodded. Exactly. However, this is no simple task. Intelligence suggests that due to the 1-month delay of the Chunin exams, other villages will also be preparing, leading to an increase in participants, which raises the difficulty considerably. Other villages cannot boast a teacher like me. What is there to fear? The more they send, the greater the number that will be eliminated, Ling Feng replied with a confident smile. Seeing this, Minato cautioned, Ling Feng, Lord Third's expectation is to raise the passing rate to over 70%. Historically, the passing rate has hovered around 50. This time, with the number of participants doubled and the target set at 70. The challenge is significant. Are you confident? Without hesitation, Ling Feng nonchalantly crossed his legs and replied, If I don't achieve that, this house will be yours. Observing Ling Feng's unwavering confidence, Wavewind Watergate found himself grappling with existential doubts. A multitude of questions swirled within him. What gives you the right? Among so many, not all possess your exceptional talent. How can you possibly catch up in just a month's time? Initially, Watergate believed that the third Hokage, assigning such a formidable task to Ling Feng, would present him with some challenges. However, to his astonishment, Ling Feng treated it as if it were child's play, seemingly unperturbed. Noticing Watergate's skeptical expression, Ling Feng rose with a smile, approached Watergate, and casually remarked, Teacher Watergate, according to the rules, I am also eligible to participate in the Chunin exam. Am I not? Upon hearing this, Watergate was taken aback, his mind racing in astonishment. Indeed, how had he overlooked this detail? Ling Feng, do you mean? Ling Feng nodded affirmatively. Precisely. The rules of the Chunin exam are no longer secret. I am currently a genin, and there is no issue with my participation to AS for the conditions for success. They involve seizing the Heaven and Earth scrolls, and a team possessing a complete set of these scrolls must traverse the forest of death to achieve victory. As long as I am present, I can ensure that our village's participants secure the corresponding scrolls. Achieving a success rate of 70, 80, or even 90% should be well within reach. Watergate was taken aback. Ling Feng seemed poised to single-handedly seize all the scrolls from rival villages. Was he out of his mind? Even if he succeeded, how could they ensure their own scrolls wouldn't be taken by others? But you are just one person, Watergate questioned skeptically. That is not a concern for you, Teacher Watergate. Enhancing the success rate of this Chunin exam is my responsibility, is it not? Ling Feng responded with a mysterious smile. Feeling he had already divulged enough of his plan, Ling Feng thought to himself, I intend to take them all down to AS for how I plan to do that. Well, I cannot simply reveal that I possess sage body techniques, in-sealing, and various Barank jutsu, with my strength having reached elite Jonin levels. The goal is to complete the mission. Why must you pry into my methods? Realizing he had perhaps spoken too freely, Watergate acknowledged that he was merely there to relay the Third's orders and chose to refrain from further inquiry, bidding farewell instead. Take care, Teacher Watergate. I shall not see you off. Ling Feng watched Watergate depart, then stood in the courtyard, lost in thought. With a month and a half remaining until the Chunin exam, while not an insignificant period, it was certainly not overly long for Ling Feng, who had access to a system shop. This was an ample training period. However, for ordinary children in this world, alternative strategies would be necessary. Given the heavy responsibility placed upon him, Ling Feng was determined to excel, but he understood that the third Hokage had unceremoniously tasked him with this daunting mission due to his assistance in resolving conflicts involving the two prominent clans. Yet, Ling Feng harbored his own selfish motives that, if the students he guided were to pass the Chunin exam, they would inevitably show him a degree of respect in the future. Had it not been for him, they might have needed to attempt the exam multiple times before succeeding. Thus, Ling Feng began to meticulously devise a training plan for the upcoming month and a half. After much contemplation, he resolved to focus on 3 key areas. The first was physical training, as it constituted the fundamental aspect of preparation. The journey through the forest of death was not brief. Even without pause, it would require a full day and night, all while ensuring that they remained undetected by enemies. Any engagement in battle would only prolong their passage, making physical fitness paramount, while Ling Feng could assist them in seizing the Heaven and Earth scrolls. Even providing protection, he could not carry them along the way. The second focus was on fostering teamwork capabilities. Each group comprised 3 individuals, and it was crucial to enhance their collaborative combat skills to effectively confront opposing forces. They need not be exceptionally strong. They merely had to ensure they did not falter, safeguarding their scrolls for being seized. The third aspect involved reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance abilities, which were vital skills. Mastery of these 2 areas would allow them to conceal their movements to the greatest extent possible. As long as they strove to avoid conflict with enemies, they could traverse the forest of death in the shortest time feasible. Ling Feng was confident that by achieving these 3 objectives, coupled with his personal involvement, success would be assured for all, but the most hopelessly inept, as long as he could guarantee a minimum success rate of 70%, he would consider the mission accomplished. Having made his preparations, Ling Feng retired for the night. The following day, he awakened and made his way directly to the Ninja Academy, where teachers were already awaiting him on the playground. Ling Feng. Here is the list of participants for the Chunin exam. 90 individuals divided into 30 teams. The teacher in charge of the groups had received the news and, though incredulous about a mere child of 7 or 8 years leading, complied with the orders and completed the necessary handover with Ling Feng. Understood. I will handle the remaining tasks, Ling Feng replied, nodding slightly as he accepted the list. The lead teacher harbored doubts. Yet, as this was a direct command from the third Hokage, he dared not question it further and promptly departed. Ling Feng then stood upon the platform, surveying the neatly arranged assembly below. Unbeknownst to him, as soon as the lead teacher left, A wave of murmurs spread through the crowd. Why has someone of our own age taken charge? It's quite strange. He seems to be here to teach us. Teach us? How absurd. He is practically our peer. What could he possibly teach? Just as Ling Feng was about to speak, he noticed the crowd pointing and whispering, causing his expression to darken. Among them were many who were of similar age, but there were also others lacking talent who, having reached their teens or even their 20s, were still genin. Though some might have reached Chunin level, they had been unable to ascend due to consistently formidable opponents, resulting in their eternal status as lowly genin. Regardless, their stagnation stemmed from their own inadequacies, and they could only blame their misfortune. Ling Feng held little respect for such individuals, and being scrutinized by them was particularly vexing. Hey, from this moment onward, I am your new lead teacher. Everyone quiet down. Ling Feng commanded loudly. Yet, only a few took notice. Among the crowd, Kakashi and others attempted to quell the unrest, but their efforts were largely ignored. As Ling Feng's expression grew increasingly severe, Kakashi and his companions warned. If you keep this up, you will regret it. Regret what? What can he do to us? He probably is just a genin like the rest of us. Exactly. If he doesn't want us to pass, then so be it. Let's disperse. Having a child teach us is a complete waste of time. It seems someone had shouted this, and indeed, several began to step out of line, intending to leave. Witnessing this unfold, Kakashi and the others sighed in resignation, realizing that a reckoning awaited them. Though Ling Feng was young, he possessed a fierce temper and would not hesitate to act if provoked. However, those unfamiliar with Ling Feng perceived him merely as a child and dismissed him as a novice. Thus, many dissatisfied with Ling Feng began to leave, and as the number dwindled to nearly half of the original 90, Ling Feng remained unfazed. Yet, those who knew him understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. Finally, those who had departed and those willing to stay formed two distinct factions. Hey, you up there, little brat? I don't know where you came from, but I suggest you get lost right now. That's right. We want a real teacher to guide us, where you can take your little friends and leave. Don't interfere with our Chunin exam preparations. Amused by the protests, Kakashi and his companions exchanged knowing glances. They had witnessed Ling Feng's formidable abilities firsthand. Was there truly a stronger ninja than Ling Feng within the academy? Absolutely not. Ling Feng remained silent for a considerable time before finally making his move. He slowly descended from the platform and approached the ignorant crowd of dissenters. I have already stated that I am your lead teacher from this moment onward. It seems you are quite dissatisfied with me, he declared coldly. The noisy crowd fell silent for a moment, evidently intimidated by Ling Feng's presence. Yet the next instant, the cacophony resumed, and the protests continued. Very well, let me show you what it truly means to have a competent teacher guiding you. Ling Feng finished speaking and took a deep breath. He then swiftly formed hand seals with lightning speed. Wind release. Great tornado. Whoosh. A colossal tornado descended from the sky, lifting everyone off the ground in an instant. Spiraling wildly along its trajectory, the air was filled with heart-wrenching cries that sent chills down one's spine. Nearby, Kakashi and the others, who were merely spectators, felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. Thankfully, those reckless individuals had been swept away. Otherwise, they might have been embroiled in the chaos. They couldn't help but think that Ling Feng's tornado had expanded in range, at least twice the size of any they had previously witnessed. Over 50 people were caught up in a single tornado. What immense power! Yet this was only the beginning. After all, one must release their pent-up energy to feel at ease, right? Thus, Ling Feng continued to unleash his techniques. Earth release. Earth tornado. Water release. Great water wave. Boom! A massive earth tornado shot into the sky, soon merging with a torrent of water to transform into a mud dragon, with Ling Feng's current strength. Executing combined ninjutsu was as effortless as eating and drinking, and he exhibited remarkable proficiency, a testament to his diligent training. This set of combined ninjutsu was a formidable weapon on the battlefield. But when used to discipline these ignorant lower ninjas, its impact was equally profound. Ding! You have gained 160 points. The fear of these lower ninjas provided Ling Feng with an unexpected influx of points. He felt that his expenditure of chakra was entirely justified. As the earth and water merged, they fell from the sky and formed a quagmire, ensnaring the lower ninjas who plummeted, rendering them immobile. Cries for mercy and wails echoed, replacing their earlier arrogance and dissatisfaction. Yet Ling Feng still felt it was insufficient. He raised his right hand slightly and spoke in a low voice. Chidori. Thunderclap. Crackle, a tremendous surge of electricity erupted, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. The lower ninjas, like firecrackers dropped into mud, exploded one after another, crashing back down as mere charred remains. The onlookers, including Kakashi, gasped in disbelief. Utterly shocked, they were all around 7 or 8 years old. Such a disparity was terrifying. At that moment, the team leader just returned to his office, glanced through the window, and was left dumbfounded, eventually muttering, "What the hell? Ding, you have gained 200 points." Upon hearing the system's notification, Ling Feng finally withdrew his hand with satisfaction. He then returned to the platform, where silence reigned. Everyone gazed at him with a mix of admiration and fear. I will reiterate, from this moment onward, I am your new team leader, responsible for your intensive training. Does anyone have any objections? Chapter 47. This Konoha lower ninja is truly terrifying. Ling Feng surveyed the crowd. All stood rigidly, fearful of provoking their teacher's ire. The unfortunate souls who had turned into charred remnants paid no heed to their wounds and hastily regrouped. That I will design a training program for you lasting 1.5 months. I can assure you that each day's training will grow increasingly arduous, all to maximize your chances of passing the Chunin exam. Thus, if anyone feels they cannot endure, you may leave now. Otherwise, should you wish to depart midway through training, I will ensure you experience what true hell is. He began a countdown, but no one left. While many feared hardship, they were willing to trust Ling Feng. After all, no one wished to remain a lower ninja for life. That was a disgrace for a ninja, especially for those who had not advanced in over a decade. Becoming a Chunin was nearly a lifelong aspiration for them. The passage of years diminished one's physical capabilities, making it increasingly difficult to maintain even the level of a lower ninja. The countdown concluded. I hereby announce that intensive training for the Chunin exam commences now. With 90 days remaining, I will divide this into 3 phases, each lasting 30 days. Ling Feng began explaining his plan, and the audience listened intently, fearful of missing a single word. It wasn't that they had suddenly transformed into model students, but rather that they dreaded missteps that could lead to their becoming charred remains. This 7 or 8-year-old teacher was undoubtedly the youngest instructor in the history of the ninja school, yet also the most formidable. That a single disagreement could result in a brutal thrashing, with no room for negotiation. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, Minato stood beside Hiruzen, listening to reports from the ninja school teachers about the situation in the training ground. When they heard that Ling Feng had physically reprimanded the students who voiced dissent, they were momentarily stunned. However, they quickly came to terms with it. It was evidently in line with Ling Feng's character. Upon hearing that Ling Feng had detailed the training arrangements for the next 90 days, focusing on 3 key areas to enhance the chances of passing the Chunin exam, Minato and Hiruzen's expressions brightened. All right, I understand. You may leave now, Hiruzen waved, dismissing the teacher. Minato, what do you think of Ling Feng's training plan? Hiruzen inquired. Minato stepped forward and replied, It's excellent. This is a specially designed training regimen for the Chunin exam. I believe Ling Feng will meet your expectations. I agreed. I initially thought that raising the passing rate would be a challenge for Ling Feng, but I underestimated him. He consistently surprises me. Hiruzen chuckled, genuinely fond of this promising new talent from Konoha. Minato observed this, feeling a mix of admiration and jealousy, yet acknowledging that it was Ling Feng's innate ability. There was nothing to be done about it. As the training officially commenced, Ling Feng completely took over the ninja school's training ground, and no one dared to oppose him, for he was undertaking a significant endeavor. 90 individuals eagerly anticipated how many would succeed. Over the course of 90 days, under relentless and rigorous training, the days slipped by. Though arduous, the rewards were substantial. Ling Feng was highly satisfied with the results of their training, as they had met his expectations. Thus, the task assigned by the 3rd Hokage could be accomplished with ease. On the eve of the Chunin exam, the 3rd Hokage personally approached Ling Feng. Ling Feng, he said, though I have not intervened, I've been closely monitoring your training progress. I also asked Minato to gather information from other villages that it seems the number of participants has increased significantly this time. Are you confident, despite knowing Ling Feng's training had been successful? Hiruzen still felt a bit uneasy. 90 days may not be long, but their strength has improved drastically. I can assure you that during this Chunin exam, Konoha will shine brightly. Ling Feng replied confidently. Hiruzen smiled and said, "Good. I await your good news." The next day, the Chunin exam officially began. First, there is the written examination, which Ling Feng cannot assist with, as it entirely depends on individual performance. However, Ling Feng understands that this is essentially a test of personal psychological resilience. Even if one writes everything incorrectly, they can still pass, provided they do not give up or cheat and get caught. After the written test, the individual battles between villages commence, due to specialized training. Each participant's physical capabilities have significantly improved, and Ling Feng feels no concern. Nevertheless, as other villages also possess skilled fighters and the random allocation is unpredictable, the final number of those who pass is 81. Upon learning this figure, Ling Feng lets out a resigned sigh. He truly feels helpless in such individual confrontations. However, with 81 individuals, the focus shifts to ensuring that all of them successfully advance. Next, they officially enter the Forest of Death to seize the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. As the examiner finishes explaining the rules, the competition officially begins. Thanks to Ling Feng's guidance, the members of Konoha immediately gather at a designated location upon entering the Forest of Death, aiming to protect their scrolls from being stolen while collectively making their way towards the finish line. As for Ling Feng, he acts independently, launching a ruthless assault on the surrounding enemies. The first teams he encounters are from Awagakure, who are swiftly overwhelmed by Ling Feng's water techniques, nearly drowning in the onslaught. After successfully acquiring a scroll, Ling Feng returns to hand it over to several teams, urging them to hasten towards the finish line while he continues his relentless pursuit for more scrolls, given the large number of participants. No one notices Ling Feng's actions. It is only when the supervising teachers observe that Konoha's competitors are systematically annihilating teams from other villages that they realize a remarkably formidable individual from Konoha is amongst the lower-ranking ninjas. Quickly, the observing instructors begin their search and ultimately locate Ling Feng. This Ling Feng is none other than the prodigious youth of Konoha's new generation. It is astonishing that this 7- or 8-year-old child possesses such formidable combat prowess. Nearly every team that encounters him is rendered powerless. What? There exists such a terrifying lower ninja in Konoha. Chapter 48. Pass rate of 90. Not only the observing instructors, but also the participants in this examination have sensed that something is amiss. Since entering the Forest of Death, they have consistently encountered teams from other villages, yet have not crossed paths with any Konoha teams. However, unlike the observing instructors who possess a god's eye view, they are unable to discern the reason for this anomaly. Whenever they encounter Ling Feng's team, they are annihilated. As for those who face Konoha's team, they find themselves in a brutal brawl, resulting in equally dire outcomes. As time progresses, the defeated teams, upon reuniting with their own, gradually unveil the truth. It turns out that Ling Feng is behind this, and this Konoha genius truly possesses remarkable skills. This implies that Ling Feng is the only one from Konoha acting independently, correct? That simplifies matters. We shall gather several teams defeated by Ling Feng and strike back. I refuse to believe that we, a dozen strong, cannot overpower a single individual. Soon, these vanquished lower ninjas congregate, plotting their retaliation against Ling Feng. No one declines, for they are unwilling to accept being wiped out by him alone. What if you are a genius? Can you truly take on all of us? Thus, a group of disgraced opponents assembles, determined to track down Ling Feng's whereabouts. They also consider targeting other Konoha teams, but upon witnessing Konoha's members moving in unison, they abandon that idea. Every ninja harbors a sense of pride. The competition rules dictate that teams consist of 3 members, and they would never stoop to gathering multiple teams to seize scrolls, as that would be too humiliating and undermine their strength. However, Konoha's teams do not share this perspective, thanks to Ling Feng's unique training. They have developed an exceptionally robust sense of teamwork. Outside the fray, The upper ninjas from various villages analyzed the situation, having taken note of Konoha's method of passing. Initially, they scoffed at it, but upon witnessing the solitary teams from other villages being swiftly overwhelmed by Konoha's members, they come to realize that this seemingly na-ve strategy is indeed the most stable approach. The Konoha's side is anchored by the Sannin and Minato Namikes, who are also monitoring the unfolding events. Observing their village's members continuously expanding their advantage brings them great joy. It is surprising just how formidable Ling Feng is in training others. It is truly astounding. Jiraiya reflects, it seems we should not have provoked him earlier. This young boy is difficult to fathom, and I sense he has many more hidden techniques yet to be revealed, Orochimaru adds. Indeed, this young prodigy's future is likely beyond estimation. Tsunade concurs. Only Minato Namikes remains silent, as his mind is consumed by shock that he understands that the situation in the ninja world is exceedingly tense, and it is likely that war will erupt in the coming years. Countless individuals will inevitably be swept into the conflict. Yet, it appears Ling Feng has anticipated this. Witnessing it firsthand, Minato realizes that Ling Feng's training method is essentially cultivating a well-disciplined army. Their movements are synchronized, following orders. Each action of these 81 individuals is dictated by Ling Feng. Faced with such a Konoha battalion, bolstered by Ling Feng's formidable strength, what can the other villages hope to achieve? They might as well prepare for defeat. This Chunin exam alone is enough to convey Konoha's terror to the other villages. While the upper ninjas from various villages engage in heated discussions, the defeated teams finally locate Ling Feng, who has just dispatched another team and is preparing to leave. Ling Feng, do not think you can simply walk away after stealing our scrolls. Indeed, we have all come together, and we will reclaim everything you have taken from us. Don't think you can possibly take on all of us. Hand over all the scrolls on you, and perhaps we might spare you. In the face of these defeated opponents from several villages, Ling Feng breaks into a grin that a mere group of lower ninjas dares to return for revenge. I am eager to witness what capabilities your ragtag assembly possesses when united. You should have simply accepted your defeat and stayed put after I thoroughly trounced you. Instead, you choose to return and stir up trouble. Is this not a gift of points? Ling Feng had previously annihilated a team, yet they remain oblivious to the gravity of their situation, mistakenly believing Ling Feng is merely slightly stronger than them, thus returning with a group. The more optimistic their thoughts, the harsher the fall. Naturally, the points awarded will be even more plentiful. Ling Feng sneers, taking the initiative to confront them. Want to play? I will gladly entertain you. Earth release. Fish in the ground. With a whoosh, the once firm ground suddenly becomes soft, resembling a quagmire. Previously, teams that encountered Ling Feng were swiftly defeated without understanding the true extent of his power. Now, witnessing Ling Feng unleash a Barank Earth technique, they abruptly awaken to the realization. If Ling Feng did not possess extraordinary strength, how could he have dispatched them so effortlessly? However, it is too late to comprehend. Water release. Water break wave. Boom! The powerful torrent slices through the ground like a razor, shattering it into countless fragments. Everyone struggles to maintain their footing, stumbling to the ground. In the next moment, Ling Feng uses fish in the ground to navigate swiftly, confronting each individual directly with a heavy fist. His fists, the size of sandbags, crash into their faces, leaving them with lifelong scars. After all, this is a ninja exam, not a battlefield. Ling Feng cannot afford to kill indiscriminately, lest it brings trouble to Konoha. Thus, he resorts to this method to firmly imprint his overwhelming strength upon them. Ding. Acquired 120 points. Having secured the points, Ling Feng cheerfully departs. Meanwhile, those teams that have yet to be robbed by Ling Feng finally realize that it has been Ling Feng all along, seizing scrolls from isolated teams. Consequently, they are forced to set aside their pride, banding together to form a temporary team. This is done to confront Konoha's team while also preventing Ling Feng from seizing the opportunity to annihilate them all at once. However, upon encountering this lower ninja army of over 100, Ling Feng cannot help but laugh. Ha! Perfect! You've all gathered together. I need not search for you. By annihilating you all at once, Konoha's teams can confidently advance towards the finish line. The goal of a 90% pass rate shall be achieved ahead of schedule. Ling Feng strode confidently before the crowd, laughing heartily, unabashed, and exuding an air of audacity. Chapter 49. The pinnacle moment of Kanehagakure? As Ling Feng spoke, the enemy's faces turned a shade of green with fury. Ling Feng, do not be overly arrogant. We are not the mere novices you are accustomed to dealing with. Indeed, no matter how formidable you may be, you are ultimately just a low-ranking ninja. You truly believe we are easy prey? Humph. With over 100 of us united, you think you can defeat us single-handedly? Such delusions. The fact that these individuals had managed to remain unscathed until now attested to their considerable strength. Every village harbors its share of gifted warriors, and these individuals were among those nurtured by their respective villages. Thus, they believed that despite Ling Feng's prowess, their collective talents would surely ensure victory over him. In response to their taunts, Ling Feng chuckled and immediately began forming hand seals. Then let us see what you can do. Shadow sealing technique, activate. Multiple shadow clone technique, bang, bang, bang. An immense cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing a dense forest teeming with Ling Feng's clones that it was impossible to ascertain just how many clones had been created. A cursory glance suggested their numbers had surpassed 100. What an astonishing amount of chakra. How could he achieve such a feat with shadow clones? Is there still time to escape? Escape? Nonsense. The essence of the shadow clone technique lies in dividing the user's power to form clones. The more clones he creates, the weaker he becomes. Indeed, his willingness to create so many is akin to seeking his own demise. Everyone attacked together, witnessing the fervor of their spirits. Ling Feng's grin widened. How amusing. I have accumulated chakra for a full 90 days. Do you truly think you mortals can fathom my capabilities? Even if I divide into over 100 clones, my average strength remains on par with my original self. With the enhancement of Sage Body and the support of the shadow sealing technique, each clone possessed an ample reserve of chakra, capable of unleashing 4 or 5 Barang Jutsu in a single breath without difficulty. However, the adversaries remained oblivious and charged toward Ling Feng. Soon, the battlefield erupted into chaos, as hundreds of Jutsu were unleashed, shaking the heavens. Boom! Boom! The resounding explosions echoed as countless trees were shattered and earth was sent soaring into the air. Waves of wind, earth, fire, and water techniques cascaded one after another, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a colossal battle. Amid such turmoil, the observing instructors were at a loss as to how to proceed, in short order. All the upper ninjas gathered to discuss strategies. The scene was a cacophony of disorder, obscuring their understanding of the events unfolding and whether the participating candidates had fallen into peril. One upper ninja, returning from the fray, panted heavily that I have been observing the scene. Prior to the chaos, I noticed several teams from outside Konoha had spontaneously banded together, seemingly intending to confront the Konoha team. However, upon encountering Ling Feng, the skirmish erupted almost immediately. Really? My observations were quite different. Both sides appear to have over 100 individuals. Those were Ling Feng's shadow clones. At this revelation, gasps of astonishment filled the air. How is that even possible? A mere child can command such power through shadow clones? Indeed, the Konoha forces are still nearby and have not engaged in the battle. Thus, it became evident that Ling Feng's clones were the ones clashing with the ninja teams. Eventually, everyone had to acknowledge that such a monumental commotion could only be attributed to Ling Feng alone. Soon, individuals began marking the dispersed positions, discovering that excluding those easily identifiable, the remaining fighters were all concentrated in the chaotic fray. In that moment, anxiety gripped the upper ninjas, for the situation within the battle area appeared increasingly dire. Thick clouds of smoke billowed, obscuring any view of the events within. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look! Someone's been thrown out." The crowd turned to see a team defeated and ejected from the combat zone. They're still moving. It seems the opponents are exercising restraint and not striking with lethal force, an upper ninja analyzed. This observation brought a sigh of relief to the spectators. As long as no lives were lost, there was no significant problem. However, Ling Feng is truly terrifying. Relying solely on his clones, he can vanquish so many lower ninjas. In the midst of this discussion, several more individuals were hurled out of the fray, all meeting the same fate as the initial team, utterly defeated and rendered unconscious, yet without life-threatening injuries. To defeat them, while ensuring their survival, displayed an alarming level of control over one's strength. Soon, someone noted that the ejected individuals were lacking something that its the scrolls. Ling Feng took their scrolls before they were expelled. What? Who exactly is this Ling Feng? Is he truly just a low-ranking ninja? At this question, shock rippled through the crowd. Ultimately, as more individuals were thrown out, the battle approached its conclusion. The billowing white smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the aftermath of the conflict. Indeed, it was Ling Feng's clones standing triumphantly, while the ninja teams he had faced lay scattered on the ground, unconscious. Bang! 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 One by one, the shadow clones vanished. Before Ling Feng lay a veritable mountain of scrolls. The upper ninjas gasped at the sight. Simultaneously, the Konoha forces arrived at the scene. Ling Feng-kun, did you do all of this? Mato Gai's eyes widened in astonishment upon witnessing the scene. Indeed, I have collected their scrolls. Take them and hurry to the finish line while they remain unconscious. Ling Feng nodded slightly. All present wasted no time, swiftly gathering the corresponding scrolls and heading toward the finish line of the Forest of Death. Meanwhile, Ling Feng sat cross-legged, recuperating, although the shadow sealing technique was in effect. The relentless use of jutsu had left him feeling somewhat fatigued. While resting, he kept a vigilant watch over the defeated foes to prevent any from pursuing. Ding, you have earned 680 points. Ling Feng's heart soared at the system's announcement. It seemed this plan had proven exceedingly successful. After regaining his strength, Ling Feng also made his way to the finish line, for he too was among the candidates participating in the exam. The final results were announced. All 81 participants from Konoha had passed, including Ling Feng, a total of 82 individuals, achieving a passing rate of 90%. Upon hearing this news, the villagers of Konoha erupted into jubilant cheers. While conversely, no other village had a single candidate succeed, as all additional scrolls were in Ling Feng's possession. Thus, the passing rate for the other villages stood at 0. Undoubtedly, this marked a pinnacle moment for Konoha. Chapter 50. The impending battle. As the Chunin exams concluded, various villages returned in regret, while Konoha basked in extreme elation. A passing rate of 90% had shattered the village's historical records. Furthermore, the absence of success from other villages was an unprecedented occurrence. Upon returning to the village, the third Hokage personally welcomed the group at the entrance. The villagers of Konoha lined the streets, creating a path to celebrate. Long live Ling Feng. He has truly brought honor to our village. Haha. With this, Konoha has become the strongest village. The third Hokage, gazing upon the approaching Ling Feng, could hardly conceal the excitement etched across his face. Ling Feng, I never anticipated you would achieve such heights. It is truly astonishing. Ling Feng smiled modestly, replying, this accomplishment is a reflection of our collective efforts. The third Hokage beamed even more at Ling Feng's humility. I am well aware of the events that transpired in the examination area. Do not be so modest. Without you single-handedly defeating those ninja teams, we would never have acquired so many Heaven and Earth scrolls. To celebrate your return, I shall personally host a grand feast. At the Hokage's words, cheers erupted from the crowd. This was a privilege never before granted. Meanwhile, Ling Feng stood as the center of attention. Surrounded by the throngs, he traversed the streets, receiving their jubilant accolades and praise. Ding! You have earned 800 points. Ding! You have earned 1,200 points. Ding! Earned 2,000 points. Due to the adoration of the masses, Ling Feng has directly profited immensely from a surge in points. However, as Konoha Village celebrated its historic achievement with grand festivities, the atmosphere in the other villages was laden with tension. Each village was embroiled in discussions about a widely acknowledged matter. Ling Feng's remarkable journey that led Konoha to ultimate victory. They came to realize that Ling Feng was far more formidable than they had ever imagined. This situation, after several days of celebration in Konoha, was finally relayed to the Hokage's office by a covert agent. Upon viewing the document before him, Sarutobi's already aged visage appeared even more weary. Minato, I fear this situation may become troublesome. Even the cunning old fox Sarutobi could not have anticipated the crisis that had suddenly arisen. It was astonishing how much apprehension Ling Feng's performance instilled in them. Should they seize this opportunity, the ninja world would surely plunge into chaos. Bluffing Minato expressed his concerns. There is no turning back now. We must prepare in advance. The ninja world situation has already been precarious, and with this incident, war is undoubtedly imminent. Minato, you must inform Ling Feng to be ready. If war breaks out, we can only confront it. Sarutobi understood that Konoha had been thrust into the eye of the storm, with no escape in sight. After his return, Ling Feng had only shown himself on the day of the celebrations and had since been immersed in relentless training at his training ground. When Bluffing Minato found Ling Feng, he was drenched in sweat, having just completed a rigorous training session. Ling Feng, I can't help but wonder why you exert yourself so diligently every time we meet. Minato voiced a question he had pondered for some time. Ling Feng took a sip of water and replied nonchalantly, because I am not strong enough to that not sufficient. You are undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the ninja world, are you not? Bluffing Minato remarked without exaggeration. However, Ling Feng merely scoffed and replied, Pinnacle. There are far too many individuals at the pinnacle in this world. If I were merely at that level, I could not guarantee my survival in war. If one must strive, it should be to stand at the very summit. Only then can I be truly invincible. Minato was taken aback by Ling Feng's words. Ling Feng, you're already aware that war is approaching. Setting down the water jug. Ling Feng chuckled coldly. Is it not evident from the events that had transpired? The arrival of war is inevitable. I have sensed it for some time, though I was uncertain of the precise timing. When I led our village to victory in the Chunin exams, I could see hostility in the eyes of the Jounin from other villages that it is likely that war will erupt within 2 years. Go back and inform the third Hokage to prepare. I do not speak in error. Bluffing Minato was startled. Originally, the third Hokage had intended for him to convey a message, but it seemed Ling Feng had already anticipated this. Understood. I shall return immediately. Minato, feeling the urgency, hurried back to inform the third Hokage. Once Minato departed, Ling Feng couldn't help but let out a cold smile. War? Who better than I to understand the timing and reasons behind its outbreak? In 2 years, the third Kazekage will vanish, igniting the third great ninja war. Subsequently, the Land of Fire will be embroiled in conflict. Yet, due to Ling Feng's emergence, the entire ninja world has focused its attention on Konoha. Thus, when war breaks out, Konoha may very well become a target. If that is the case, I must become even stronger than I am now. If Konoha remains free from being a thorn in others' sides, I could take my time to develop, but now is not the time for leisurely growth. Once war ignites, I may face formidable foes. Before the crisis unfolds, I must ensure I possess more trump cards. Thus far, Ling Feng had amassed 5,300 points, sufficient to upgrade a bloodline limit or enhance Sage Mode. After careful consideration, Ling Feng resolved to elevate his Sharingan to an intermediate level, significantly boosting the potency of his Jinjutsu. After expending 5,000 points for the upgrade, Ling Feng did not pause and immediately continued training, strengthening himself, and, when war looms, collecting as many points as possible to complete the upgrades of the Byakugan and Sage Mode. By that time, Ling Feng would be able to guarantee his safety against all but shadow-level opponents. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon receiving Bluffing Minato's report, promptly began assembling and training the ninja forces. It seemed that Ling Feng's predictions had all come to fruition, leaving Sarutobi with no reason to doubt. Thus, Konoha Village drastically reduced its external activities, striving to limit contact with other villages while dedicating itself to cultivating its ninja forces, simultaneously conducting thorough purges within to ensure no spies infiltrated their ranks. 2 years passed in this tense atmosphere. Although the war had not yet commenced, Konoha had fully entered a state of temporary readiness, prepared to engage in battle at a moment's notice. Covert agents gathering intelligence from the outside world continually returned with reports, all pointing to a singular conclusion. The situation in the ninja world was becoming increasingly strained, with minor skirmishes between neighboring countries escalating. The Third Great Ninja War was on the verge of eruption. Chapter 51. The Disappearance of the Third Kazekage. One fine morning, Ling Feng arose as usual to prepare for training, only to suddenly hear a tremendous explosion emanating from the direction of the Hokage rock. Activating his body flicker technique, Ling Feng ascended to the rooftop to investigate. He beheld thick plumes of smoke rising, with numerous Konoha ninjas rushing towards the scene. That moment, Bluffing Minato appeared beside Ling Feng. His expression grave. In attack? Ling Feng inquired. Indeed, it is the puppet master from Sunagakure. Reports have come in that the third Kazekage has mysteriously vanished. A full month had elapsed with no trace, and Sunagakure had directly pointed fingers at them, accusing Konoha of orchestrating the assassination of the third Kazekage in a bid to incite a ninja world war. However, we have remained on the defensive and have never crossed the border. The death of the third Kazekage has no connection to us. Yet they are adamant, and without sufficient evidence, the situation remains at a stalemate. Unexpectedly, the militaristic Kumogakure suddenly launched a fierce assault on neighboring nations. Marking the commencement of the Great Ninja War, Bluffing Minato wasted no time in relaying the current predicament to Ling Feng. According to the third Hokage's directives, Ling Feng had absolute priority in receiving information regarding the Great Ninja War. This meant that Ling Feng would become a pivotal figure for the Land of Fire in this conflict. Listening to Bluffing Minato's account, Ling Feng maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly having anticipated the turn of events. In truth, Ling Feng was well aware of the circumstances surrounding the third Kazekage's disappearance. The geographical layout of Sunagakure was highly intricate, making it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to infiltrate. It was riddled with treacherous quicksand and hidden toxins within the sands, deterring nearly all outsiders from venturing there. Furthermore, if the intention was to incite a ninja world war, one would be better off heading straight to Kumogakure. Thus, the third Kazekage's disappearance was inherently suspicious. It seems, Ling Feng remarked indifferently, that the third Kazekage's death may have been orchestrated by his own people. However, the situation has escalated to this point, and it cannot be contained any longer. Ling Feng sighed as he spoke. Bluffing Minato, unaware of the underlying truth, was taken aback by Ling Feng's words. Nevertheless, Ling Feng had no desire to elaborate further to Minato. This was a secret he alone comprehended. Now that the war had begun, their focus should shift to effectively responding to it and no more pondering. Since the war has commenced, we must prepare ourselves for the truth behind the third Kazekage's disappearance. It will inevitably come to light one day. Return and inform the third Hokage that I, Ling Feng, am ready to step onto the battlefield at any moment. With that, Ling Feng vanished using his body flicker technique. By the time Bluffing Minato regained his wits, Ling Feng had already made his way toward the Hokage rock. The war had begun, and Ling Feng would not miss a single opportunity to earn points. Upon arriving at the scene, Ling Feng discovered that this batch of intruders possessed rather mediocre strength. Although there were puppet masters among them, they were merely insignificant chunin in Sunagakure. The status of a puppet master is exceedingly high, as the cultivation of such an individual demands vast resources and considerable effort, alongside a requisite level of innate talent. Otherwise, no amount of manpower or materials could yield a puppet master. It is evident that Sunagakure had premeditated this assault, hoping to reap some benefits. Unfortunately, the personal abilities of these puppet masters were truly lacking. Even in Ling Feng's absence, Konoha's security team could have managed the situation, albeit at a certain cost. Wind release. Great windstorm. Ling Feng descended from the heavens, unleashing a gust that instantaneously severed the chakra threads connecting the puppets. Devoid of their protective puppets, these puppet masters proved to be exceedingly fragile and were swiftly subdued by Konoha's security team. Lord Ling Feng. The members of the security team expressed their excitement upon seeing him. Ling Feng's previous brilliant performances had elevated his reputation within Konoha, transforming him into a celebrated figure and an idol for many children. Consequently, whenever they encountered Ling Feng, everyone would display the utmost respect. After all, he was the one who had single-handedly altered the course of Konoha's history. In stark contrast, the puppet masters revealed expressions of despair upon Ling Feng's arrival. Damn it, the intel was flawed. How is Ling Feng still in the village? We are doomed. There is no way for us to escape. They sighed in resignation, accepting their bindings at the hands of the security team. Had Ling Feng not appeared, the capabilities of these puppet masters could have severely depleted the security team's morale. After all, puppets are akin to mechanical weapons. Even if they engage in a mutual destruction with their opponents, it is considered a gain, for puppets can be rebuilt, whereas human lives are irreplaceable. Ding. Acquired 180 points. Though the points were modest, they were better than none. After all, Ling Feng had exerted minimal effort, merely employing a wind technique. Lord Ling Feng, how should we handle these individuals? Inquired the captain of the security team. Ling Feng surveyed the scene and replied nonchalantly, isolate them for individual interrogation, then compile the intelligence for Lord Third. Understood, Lord Ling Feng. The security team promptly set to work. Ling Feng stood atop Hokage Rock, gazing at the picturesque layout of Konoha below. Alongside the visages of past Hokages engraved upon the rock that in the original narrative, the Third Shinobi World War coincided with Minato Namikaze's rise to prominence, laying a solid foundation for his eventual ascendance as the fourth Hokage. However, with Ling Feng present, Minato would remain in the shadows, returning to his training ground. Ling Feng did not immediately commence his training. Instead, he strolled leisurely, akin to a casual walk. Until now, he had devoted himself entirely to training, only to realize that the scenery of this training ground was rather delightful. Ling Feng, a melodious voice, called from behind. Ling Feng turned to see the pure and adorable face of Hirano Rin. Rin, have you brought me food again? Ling Feng smiled. Rin, having sprinted over, handed him a bento. I know you come to the training ground every day, so whenever I have time, I prepare a bento. I thought you had already left the village, she said, her tone laced with concern. Ling Feng, unceremoniously, began to eat the bento. Although he had not departed yet, he would likely leave soon. That so. The war has commenced. We will all face that day, right? As for Yuhi Kurenai, she has already left with her team. I have yet to receive my orders, Rin sighed. Chapter 52. Instructions before departure. With the onset of war, no ninja could afford to remain uninvolved. Rin understood this all too well. Yet she could not help but visit Ling Feng, constantly worried about his departure. Ling Feng set down the bento and affectionately ruffled Rin's hair. Rin, everyone is striving for the safety and honor of the village. I, too, cannot continue to lead a peaceful existence here. Starting tomorrow, do not come here. Focus on training with your team to enhance your combat coordination and improve your capabilities, ensuring a higher survival rate during the war. As for me, you need not worry. There is no one in this world who can kill me. This was not arrogance on Ling Feng's part. Rather, he was acutely aware of the attributes and skills of every prominent figure in this world. Even if he were to face a formidable opponent, as long as he wished to escape, no one could hinder him. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Rin's eyes reddened. Ling Feng, does that mean I cannot come to see you before you leave? Ling Feng, noticing her distress, sighed helplessly and gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders, patting her softly. Why cry? I am still here, alive and well. What I mean is that you should focus on the war, not dwell on me. But you must take care of yourself. Avoid any mishaps, or I shall worry. Ling Feng's soothing voice warmed Rin's heart. Rest assured, Ling Feng, I will protect myself. Having calmed Rin's emotions, Ling Feng escorted her to the entrance of the training ground, only to find Uchiha Bido and Hatake Kakashi waiting there. They had come to retrieve Rin. Upon seeing Ling Feng accompany Rin, whose eyes were still slightly red, Abido's jealousy flared, causing him to clench his fists. Despite his efforts to restrain himself, his body language betrayed his agitation, revealing the depth of his feelings for Rin. Unfortunately for him, Rin's heart belonged solely to Ling Feng. Ling Feng, regarding Abido as an unworthy rival, paid him no heed. In terms of strength, Ling Feng could easily overwhelm 100 Uchiha Bidos. The disparity between them was as vast as heaven and earth, placing them in entirely different leagues. Is something the matter? Rin asked, hastily wiping her eyes and adjusting her demeanor as she approached her teammates. Kakashi glanced at Ling Feng before addressing Rin. A mission directive has been issued, instructing us to accompany teacher Minato to the battlefield. Ling Feng's expression grew serious. The plot was unfolding. During the Shinobi World War, many subplots would intertwine with various characters' journeys, impacting their lives. For instance, Kakashi's team would accompany Minato to the battlefield, and after a certain crisis, Obito would encounter Madara Uchiha, setting the stage for his resurrection plan and the Eye of the Moon plan. What? We are leaving so soon? Rin gasped at Kakashi's words, instinctively turning to Ling Feng. Despite Ling Feng's prior reassurances, she still felt reluctant to part ways. Yes, we need to return to regroup. We depart in 2 hours, Kakashi confirmed. All right, I understand, Rin conceded, knowing she had no choice but to follow Kakashi as they prepared to leave. At that moment, Ling Feng interjected, if possible, I hope you can stay close to Teacher Minato. Upon hearing this, the trio paused, turning to Ling Feng with puzzled expressions. Why? Kakashi inquired, unable to comprehend. What if it is a mission requirement? We may not be able to remain by Teacher Minato's side, Rin countered, believing in Ling Feng's words, yet recognizing the constraints of reality. Aha! We are heading to the battlefield, and you still want us to stick to Teacher Minato like glue? Ling Feng, you truly jest. Are you teaching us to be cowardly and to survive by mere chance? Obito erupted, seizing the opportunity to berate Ling Feng. Faced with their varied reactions, Ling Feng fell silent, for he understood that once Minato departed from their side, the narrative would inevitably unfold. As long as Minato remained present, there would be no opportunity for Madara to abduct Obito. However, Obito misinterpreted Ling Feng's silence as an admission of guilt, thus growing increasingly animated and hurling insults. Even Kakashi, the bystander, could no longer tolerate the situation and quickly intervened, but Rin's expression soured further, reflecting her discontent. Obito, can you refrain from speaking like that? Ling Feng's warning surely holds significance. Uchiha Obito, however, remained indifferent. What reason could he possibly have? Merely to perceive the cruel nature of war and to believe that survival necessitated a life of furtive existence. Just observe how many from the village have already ventured onto the battlefield. Yet this prodigy of Konoha dares to linger here, seemingly carefree. These words left Lin from the wilds at a loss for how to respond. Ling Feng, too, shook his head in resignation. He had initially intended to protect Obito for being taken by Uchiha Madara. But given Obito's current attitude, he found himself disinclined to concern himself with his fate. After all, his priority was to ensure Lin's safety. As for Obito, he could fend for himself. Lin, there's no need to speak so much with him. I shall depart in a couple of days to the front lines to assist Tsunade, who is valiantly fighting near the borders of Sunagakure. We may not see each other for a while. So let us take care of ourselves. With that, Ling Feng approached Kakashi, handing him 5 vials of chakra potions. Kakashi, these are valuable items I stumbled upon. They can instantly replenish chakra and mend minor injuries. Keep them safe for critical moments, but I have one condition. You must protect Lin. Ling Feng spoke earnestly. Kakashi nodded solemnly in response. Understood. You entrusted me with such precious items. I shall fulfill your request. Although nearly 10 years old, Kakashi was no fool. He could discern the special feelings Lin harbored for Ling Feng, and since Ling Feng did not refuse, it implied he wished Kakashi to watch over her. Having conveyed his instructions, Ling Feng felt reassured enough to depart. Though Kakashi was not as powerful as himself, his strength was unquestionable. With him around, Lin would be relatively safe, and with the chakra potions at their disposal, their chances of survival would significantly increase. Chapter 53. Journey to Sunagakure the following day. As expected, the third Hokage's notification arrived. Ling Feng had made ample preparations and proceeded directly to the Hokage's office. Upon entering the Hokage building, he noted a significant reduction in the number of station personnel, and those who moved about were clad in battle attire, indicating an increase in combat ninjas. This change was likely due to the recent surprise attack on Sunagakure, prompting a revision of protocols to prevent further unexpected assaults that could leave them defenseless. The readiness to don combat gear was essential for swift engagement in battle. As Ling Feng arrived, the passing ninjas offered him respectful salutes. By this point, Ling Feng had garnered a certain level of prestige in Konoha, and should he achieve further glory in this ninja world war, his reputation would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. He responded with a slight nod. Upon entering the Hokage's office, he found the third Hokage standing by the window, his expression heavy with worry. Namake's Minato had already departed the village with Team Kakashi. Leaving only Sarutobi Hiruzen in the office. Third Hokage, Ling Feng greeted softly. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe before turning to speak. I summoned you out of necessity. You're the most promising young talent Konoha has seen in years. My intention was to have you remain in the village until you had matured sufficiently to join the war. However, the current situation is dire. Our village is besieged by multiple nations, and we have no choice but to deploy you. Ling Feng replied with a calm demeanor. Third Hokage, I have long been prepared to take the field. With the raging flames of war outside, to remain idle here is not in my nature. Well, since you feel that way, I shall grant you the opportunity to prove yourself that we have established a defensive line at the borders of Sunagakure, but their firepower is formidable, even with Tsunade dispatched. It may be insufficient to hold them back. Furthermore, reports indicate that Sunagakure has dispatched a reinforcement squad of 30 puppeteers, expected to arrive within 5 days. Your mission is to eliminate that squad of puppeteers and support Tsunade in holding the line. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing Ling Feng ready, wasted no time in issuing orders. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng smiled faintly. This mission had long been anticipated. Understood that I will ensure the task is accomplished. Please provide me with the specific intelligence, and I shall set off immediately. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, Wait, to ensure your safety, I have organized a personal escort for you. Though not numerous, only 10 in total, they are all elite jonin. Yet, Ling Feng did not look back as he strode toward the office door, waving his hand dismissively. No need. The presence of these individuals would only hinder my progress. As Ling Feng departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself momentarily stunned. Who would refuse a team of 10 elite jonin? Yet this young boy seemed to disdain their assistance. Once he regained his composure, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in resignation, hoping that Ling Feng could accomplish this mission alone. The primary concern was that Konoha was critically short on personnel. Otherwise, Sarutobi Hiruzen would never have allowed such a promising talent to be sent into battle. After receiving the intelligence, Ling Feng left the village without bringing anyone along or bidding farewell to anyone. The intelligence outlined the potential routes that the reinforcements from Sunagakure might take. After a brief analysis, he identified one of the paths. Given that Tsunade was stationed near the national border, it was likely that Sunagakure would attempt to find a way to flank her, aiming to encircle and annihilate her group. With the route confirmed, the next steps were straightforward. Ling Feng shredded the now-read intelligence, set it ablaze, and began to hasten his journey. The enemy would reach their destination in 5 days. Thus, they would traverse that route within 4 days. Ling Feng needed to arrive ahead of them within 3 days, or it would be difficult to lay an ambush. Fortunately, Ling Feng's speed was remarkable. Thanks to the recovery abilities of the Sage Body, he had no concerns about depleting his chakra reserves. 3 days later, he arrived at the crucial path leading to the reinforcements from Sunagakure, where he began his vigil. Ling Feng was acutely aware that puppeteers were often sly, utilizing their puppets in combat, while remaining outside the fray themselves to prevent these puppeteers from escaping. He planned to set traps in advance. Ordinary traps would merely capture individuals, but Ling Feng's intent was to eliminate them entirely. Only the dead posed no threat. As for points, he would leave that to chance. After all, the war was set to continue for at least 3 or 4 years. And if fortune were unkind, it might extend even longer. Although Ling Feng recalled that the Third Great Ninja War lasted approximately 3 to 4 years, his involvement would inevitably alter the course of events. Taking into account the environment, Ling Feng placed explosive tags on the surrounding tree trunks. These explosive tags were not ordinary. They were acquired through points he had redeemed, possessing far greater power than standard ones. The puppeteers sent to the battlefield would undoubtedly be exceptional, far surpassing those who had previously assaulted Konoha, as they would be facing Konoha's elite ninja forces, led by one of the legendary 3. Tsunade. Once the explosive tags were strategically placed, Ling Feng concealed himself in a tall tree, awaiting the enemy's arrival. Half a day later, the enemy arrived as anticipated. Their approach mirrored Ling Feng's predictions, to annihilate the Konoha ninja forces. They opted for a longer but safer route. Once their reinforcements were in place, these puppeteers would swiftly destroy the supply lines supporting the Konoha forces. Without medical supplies and provisions, the front line would inevitably falter. It was the dead of night, and the enemy had planned their movements meticulously. They struck when people's guard was at its lowest, taking advantage of the deep slumber that night brings. Little did they know. Ling Feng had foreseen all of this. As he observed over 30 figures approaching his traps. Ling Feng seized the moment, activating his body flicker technique to intercept them directly. Having strategically placed explosive tags at several locations likely to be used as hiding spots by the puppeteers, Ling Feng understood that he had to reveal himself to force them into the traps. The instant he appeared, the ever-vigilant puppeteers reacted swiftly, scattering to find nearby hiding spots and releasing their puppets without hesitation. Gearing up for battle. Watching this unfold, Ling Feng's lips curled into a smirk. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Chapter 54. Ambush on the puppeteers of Sunagakure. Who goes there? Is that a Konoha ninja? Why is it just a child? Beneath the gentle glow of the moonlight, the puppeteer, hidden in the shadows, scrutinized the situation and realized that there was but a single figure obstructing their path. A mere child. Appearing to be no older than 10, however, this young one bore the forehead protector of the Hidden Leaf Village, which was not entirely surprising, as this territory belonged to the Land of Fire. How ludicrous! Had the Leaf Village truly dwindled to such a degree that they would dispatch a mere child? Upon discovering that their blocker was but a boy, the puppeteers erupted into laughter, clearly underestimating Ling Feng. Unperturbed, Ling Feng approached them with measured steps. Emerging from the protective cover of the trees, the moonlight finally illuminated his face, and recognition dawned upon them. I remember now. His name is Ling Feng, exclaimed one. What? The prodigy who single-handedly faced 100 opponents during the CHNEN exams 2 years ago. Almost instantaneously, a Sand Village J-Nin who had participated in the exams recalled Ling Feng's visage and gasped in astonishment. The expressions of the other puppeteers shifted to one of gravity, their bravado dissipating 2 years prior. He had withstood an onslaught of over 100 genin. Who could fathom how much stronger this prodigious youth had become in the interim? Yet, a thought flickered in the minds of the puppeteers. No matter how talented he may be, he is still but one individual. We number over 30. Can we not vanquish a mere child? Indeed, with our sheer numbers, should we eliminate him, it would be a considerable gain for us. I believe we can do it. Even if it delays our ambush, killing Ling Feng would not be a loss for us. The fact that all 30 puppeteers deemed Ling Feng a formidable adversary subtly underscored his remarkable performance during the CHNEN exams. However, as Ling Feng listened to their conversation, a broad smile graced his features. I must say, you are rather presumptuous, he remarked. The puppeteers were taken aback, uncertain of his meaning. You truly believe that with your 30 bodies, you can take me down? Has the Sand Village's puppeteers grown so arrogant? As he spoke, Ling Feng slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with light. A manifestation of both the Byakugan and the Sharingan activated simultaneously. The puppeteers felt a chill run through them at the depth and terror of his gaze. This is bad. His eyes seemed capable of inducing illusions. The elite J-Nin of the Sand Village, ever perceptive to even the slightest change, recognized the threat. Quickly, all the puppeteers forcibly released their chakra to ground themselves in reality. Witnessing this, Ling Feng's smile widened further, reveling in their struggle. Ding! Earned 300 points. Just from a single activation of the Sharingan's Jinjutsu, Ling Feng had already garnered 300 points. It seemed there would be more to come. The astonishment he evoked stemmed from the concealed Sharingan. Had they glimpsed it immediately, the puppeteers would have reacted at once, diminishing the Jinjutsu's effect. Cursed be this child! We shall not be toyed with, shouted their leader. Everyone, attack together! Indeed, this child is peculiar. We cannot afford to underestimate him, they echoed. All of you, kill this brat! With the leader's command, the puppeteers activated their puppets, launching an assault on Ling Feng. Observing the fervor of the puppeteers, Ling Feng suddenly conceived a notion. There was no rush to eliminate them. Instead, he would engage in a delightful game first. Swish! Countless poison needles erupted from the puppets, a common tactic of the puppeteers. For any human would fear such hidden weapons. Yet, Ling Feng remained unfazed. With the Byakugan activated, he executed a technique, Bagua, Kaiten, effectively deflecting all the poison needles in a flawless 360-degree arc. The sound of clattering echoed as the rapidly approaching needles were sent flying back, striking their own puppets. Although these puppets were specially designed with exceptional defensive capabilities, they were not invulnerable. Soon, several flawed puppets became rigid, their movements hindered by the needles that had penetrated critical mechanisms and joints. For a puppeteer, their puppets were their sole weapons. Without them, their combat efficacy plummeted. It was not uncommon for an elite Jainin puppeteer to regress to the level of a genin once deprived of their puppets. Impossible! How could this child have learned such a technique, a signature move of the High Ga clan? One puppeteer exclaimed in disbelief. In no time for hesitation. Those with intact puppets engage in close combat. Those with damaged ones fall back and repair, the captain bellowed. However, Ling Feng would not allow them such ease. Leaping into the air, he unleashed a combination of ninjutsu upon them. Wind release, great typhoon, fire release, phoenix fire technique. Powerful gusts spiraled towards the puppets, while the phoenix fire transformed into a dazzling display of fireworks, rapidly expanding under the influence of the wind technique. In an instant, these vibrant fireworks illuminated the dark forest, instilling an unforgettable terror in the hearts of the puppeteers. No matter how formidable the puppets were, they were ultimately wood-based. Even the strongest armor could not shield their core, which remained vulnerable to flames, and Ling Feng was exceptionally proficient in fire release techniques. As the phoenix fire faded, he followed up with fire release, great fireball technique, hurling it with great force. The puppeteers had no choice but to withstand the onslaught with their puppets, lest the flames consume their hiding spots. How can this child wield such advanced fire release? One exclaimed. Not only fire release, his wind release is executed with greater finesse than any of the Jainin from our sand village. I suspect a rogue from our village has infiltrated the Leaf Village. Faced with such a fierce inferno, the puppeteers fell into disarray. Meanwhile, Ling Feng effortlessly amassed a considerable amount of points. Ding! Earned 380 points. Indeed, the greater the number of adversaries, the mightier the power. With a bit more effort, Ling Feng would easily surpass 1,000 points. Thus, invigorated, he unleashed another wind release. Great Tornado, plunging his enemies deeper into despair. Ding! Earned 500 points. Chapter 55. A grievous frontline. 2 fire releases and 2 wind releases, each of B rank or higher, had ignited a conflagration within the forest. It was no wonder the puppeteers fell despondent. They could hardly fathom that a mere child could unleash such terrifying power. In previous encounters with the Leaf Village, achieving such devastation would typically require a dozen or more ninjas, yet Ling Feng had accomplished it single-handedly. What are we to do? Who among us can perform water release? Hurry, we need assistance, or our puppets will be incinerated. One lamented, we have few ninjas capable of water release. They've all been sent to the front line. Another replied, don't we have water release scrolls? Quickly retrieve them, or we'll lose our chance. Upon hearing this, the puppeteers who had initially intended to reserve their strength wasted no time in retrieving the water release scrolls. In no time, the sounds of rushing water filled the air. And with the influence of several water releases, the flames in the forest began to diminish. Yet, it was far from sufficient. Is this all? Very well, let me lend a hand. Ling Feng chuckled mischievously, leaping to the top of a tree branch. He swiftly formed seals and shouted, Earth release. Earth flow wall. With a thunderous rumble, 7 or 8 stone walls erupted from the ground, enclosing the puppeteers within a confined space. Witnessing this, despair washed over the puppeteers. They understood that Ling Feng intended to annihilate them completely. Ding! Earned 800 points. With this final wave of points secured, Ling Feng grinned in satisfaction, ready to conclude this battle. Water release. Great water surge. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. 2 water techniques were unleashed. The sound of rushing water rose to a deafening crescendo as the puppeteers looked up at the impending colossal wave. Despair etched across their faces as they closed their eyes. Ling Feng, surveying the scene from his elevated position, picked up a piece of puppet debris from the ground and turned it apart. Simultaneously, he activated a preset explosive tag. Boom! 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 The thunderous explosions echoed in succession, instantly shattering the fragile puppeteers into countless fragments. At that moment, the towering wave crashed down, extinguishing the flames ignited by the blasts. After all, this was the territory of the Land of Fire, and Ling Feng was keen to avoid a forest fire caused by his miscalculation. With the puppeteer reinforcements dealt with, Ling Feng had accumulated enough points, and upon glancing at his account, which had reached 2,300 points, he left with a sense of satisfaction. Subsequently, he spent approximately a day traveling to the front lines, arriving just as noon struck. Upon reaching the encampment, Ling Feng noticed that the guards at the entrance were heavily bandaged, and his expression darkened. Clearly, the situation at the front was dire. As Ling Feng approached, the guards hurriedly saluted and allowed him entry, recognizing him instantly. However, after Ling Feng passed, the guards gazed into the distance, seemingly anticipating something. Unfortunately, apart from Ling Feng, no one else appeared to be coming. Could it be that only Lord Ling Feng had arrived this time? It seemed so. Although Lord Ling Feng was formidable, his solitary presence rendered little impact. As the two guards sighed in disappointment, Ling Feng had already reached the entrance of the military camp. Along the way, he witnessed the grim scenes within. Many soldiers rested against the barrack doors, their bodies wrapped in bandages, while others were missing limbs, likely destined to live as disabled individuals following the war. In the corners of the camp, Ling Feng also spotted numerous body bags, prepared for the deceased to be taken back to their village upon the next supply arrival. Upon noticing Ling Feng's arrival, someone promptly reported it, and soon a familiar figure emerged to greet him. Though it was not Tsunade, Lord Ling Feng, the person was a subordinate of Tsunade whom Ling Feng had met previously. "Where is Tsunade-senpai?" Ling Feng inquired. The subordinate sighed. "Tsunade-sama has sustained injuries while battling Chiyo and her brother from Sunagakure. Having been struck by 18 poison needles and suffering internal injuries, she is currently resting in the camp." Hearing this, Ling Feng's expression darkened. "Take me to her at once." Although Ling Feng was not particularly inclined to concern himself with others' safety, Tsunade was a crucial force defending the border, and he could not allow her to be incapacitated, as it would severely impact the morale of the troops. Following the subordinate, Ling Feng arrived at the military camp and found Tsunade lying on a bed. She appeared entirely different from the vibrant and radiant Tsunade he had known. Her complexion was pale and weary. Ling Feng understood that her condition was a result of her injuries. "You may leave now." "I wish to speak with Tsunade-senpai," he instructed the subordinate. After a moment's hesitation, the subordinate departed upon seeing Tsunade nod in agreement. "Tsunade-senpai, with your recovery abilities, can you not counteract these toxins?" Ling Feng approached the bedside and asked. Tsunade, weakly raising her head to meet his gaze, replied, "Ling Feng, these poison needles are extraordinary and difficult to neutralize. If they were ordinary toxins, I could completely digest them in a few days, but this particular poison may take me nearly half a month to fully eradicate." So severe, Ling Feng realized the gravity of the situation that in the original narrative, Tsunade was akin to a walking medical kit, possessing profound knowledge of medical ninjutsu, and, as a descendant of the Senju clan, endowed with remarkably powerful regenerative cells, rendering her virtually immune to toxins. Yet even such a formidable Tsunade had suffered grievous injuries, underscoring the terrifying strength of their enemies. Observing the feeble Tsunade, Ling Feng hesitated not a moment and directly exchanged for a special healing potion from the system shop. In an instant, a small vial appeared in his hand, glowing with a subtle light. "Senpai, please take this potion," he urged, handing her the vial. Tsunade eyed the peculiar concoction with uncertainty. "What is this?" she inquired. "It's a special medicine I formulated myself. It should help neutralize the toxins within you, though I can't guarantee its effectiveness. You may give it a try," Ling Feng explained. Intrigued, Tsunade asked, "You can create medicines?" "Yes, I've been self-studying medicine for a while and have concocted a few remedies. I've previously neutralized a dozen types of unique toxins, so perhaps this will prove useful as well." He casually fabricated a reason in response to her inquiry. Despite her lingering skepticism, Tsunade had no other options and reluctantly swallowed the potion. After it was ingested, Ling Feng poured her a glass of water. "Thank you," she said, taking a sip before reclining back onto the bed. Before long, Tsunade felt a warm sensation in her abdomen, and her previously weak limbs seemed to regain vitality, leaving her astonished that it's actually effective, and it hasn't been long since I took the medicine. My goodness, what kind of potion is this? Can you tell me its name? If I could know the formula. We could mass-produce this medicine and save many of our comrades who are on the brink of death. Feeling the toxins within her dissipate, Tsunade swiftly sat upright, grasping Ling Feng's hand, her face alight with excitement. Ling Feng, however, gently patted her somewhat pale hand, responding, "Tsunade-senpai, I fear I must disappoint you. The creation of this medicine involved a significant element of luck, and it was merely a result of my haphazard experimentation. Even the slightest variation could lead to failure. I have attempted thousands of times, and this is the only successful instance." Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Tsunade's excitement waned instantly. Yet recalling that Ling Feng had given her the sole successful potion, she felt deeply moved. "That you've given me such a precious medicine. What will you do now? Such a potion is a matter of life and death during wartime." Ling Feng responded with a calm smile. "Medicines are meant to save lives, especially yours as a primary combatant. That if I don't save you, should I just watch you perish?" Tsunade felt her cheeks flush with warmth, overwhelmed by his selflessness. Yet within, Ling Feng silently berated himself, thinking, "Am I really going to divulge the secret of the divine exchange shop to you? If this information were to leak, I would become a coveted prize in the ninja world. Forced to flee like a stray dog. With my current abilities, I cannot stand against the entire ninja realm alone. Moreover, my capabilities are far more enticing than those of the tailed beasts. Even Uchimadara might alter his plans and turn his sights on me." Faced with the looming threat of Uchimadara, whose whereabouts were still unknown, Ling Feng's predicament was undeniably perilous. Thus, the secret of the divine exchange shop would remain buried deep within his heart. "All right, Tsunade-senpai, you should rest well. Even though the toxins have been completely eradicated, your physical weakness cannot be resolved quickly. In truth, with Tsunade's current state, consuming another chakra potion would completely restore her health." However, Ling Feng feared that producing another valuable item might raise her suspicions, prompting her to pry into his secrets. After all, he had just claimed to have attempted thousands of times before achieving success. "Thank you, Ling Feng, that I previously held some biases against you. It was my fault for being too narrow-minded and arrogant. I sincerely apologize," Tsunade acknowledged, nodding before unexpectedly offering her apology. Ling Feng was taken aback, raising his hand to dismiss it. "It was all a misunderstanding, and I can understand your position. After all, you bore the name of the legendary three ninjas of Konoha, and naturally, you wouldn't want someone more arrogant to appear before you, especially since I was merely a 5-year-old child at the time." Confronted with Ling Feng's maturity, Tsunade felt a wave of inadequacy wash over her. "Ling Feng, you truly surpass us in excellence compared to how we were at your age. If given the chance, I hope we can rebuild our relationship and become true friends." With a sincere expression, Tsunade spoke earnestly. Ling Feng, upon hearing her words, smiled silently. He understood that, were it not for the issue of age, perhaps his own charm and demeanor could have ensnared Tsunade's heart. However, Ling Feng held no special feelings for Tsunade, a woman nearing her 30s. If a connection were to be established, it would be merely as a cherished friend. "Since you did not shake your head, I shall take that as your agreement," Tsunade declared, tightening her grip on Ling Feng's hand, her face radiating with joy. "Indeed, there will be opportunities ahead. Rest now, with your remarkable recovery abilities. Free from influence of toxins, you shall be fully restored by tomorrow. I look forward to seeing you vibrant and full of life." With that, Ling Feng turned to depart. Due to Ling Feng's status and reputation, upon learning of his arrival, the personnel within the military camp wasted no time in providing him with exceptionally favorable accommodations. Upon entering the prepared room, Ling Feng gazed at the neatly arranged bedding and the steaming tea placed on the table, feeling a sudden stir within his heart. Residing in such an environment, if one were to disregard the dismal scenes outside, one might even imagine it to be a world brimming with genuine warmth and affection. Yet the reality was starkly contrasting. Outside, the flames of war raged incessantly, claiming countless lives daily. Ling Feng reclined on the bed, closing his eyes for a brief respite. despite possessing and the aid of chakra potions. 5 consecutive days of travel without rest had left him quite fatigued. After a short while of rest, Ling Feng arose, having made a decision. Upon accessing the system shop, he located the advanced version of the healing palm technique and purchased it without hesitation. This upgrade would allow Ling Feng to maximize the healing potential of the technique while utilizing the same amount of chakra. Though the expenditure of points was modest, this medical ninjutsu held little relevance to Ling Feng himself. However, he could employ the advanced healing palm technique to assist a greater number of injured individuals. While resting, Ling Feng's mind was consumed by the harrowing scenes he had encountered along his journey. Why was it that upon his arrival, he was afforded such respect? The answer was simple. His strength instilled hope in them. Even though Yin brought anyone with him, his mere presence was enough to inspire hope in the people of Konoha, a trust that stemmed from the depths of their hearts. With this understanding, Ling Feng resolved to reciprocate the trust they had bestowed upon him. Although he currently lacked the points to acquire forbidden techniques related to revival, purchasing the advanced healing palm technique was well within his means, leaving him with over 2,000 points remaining. Subsequently, Ling Feng exchanged 1,000 points for 10 vials of superior healing potions. He ground these potions into powder and diluted them with water, creating thousands of doses. While this process severely compromised the efficacy of the potions, it would nonetheless provide swift recovery assistance for those lightly injured Konoha ninjas. Ling Feng recognized that medical ninjas were perpetually in short supply, and thus, in such circumstances, he should enable them to save those with more severe injuries. Having completed this task, Ling Feng disregarded the darkening sky and ventured outside with the healing potions. Due to the sheer volume he had produced, he could not carry them all at once, and had to seek out the nearest medical ninjas first. Upon his arrival, the medical ninjas rose in unison, their expressions a mixture of surprise and curiosity. "Lord Ling Feng," they chorused. Some of the less severely injured also stood to pay their respects, but were quickly motioned to remain seated by Ling Feng. "All of you, rest well. Medical ninjas, please step outside with me." With that, Ling Feng exited the tent. The medical ninjas followed closely behind, their faces etched with confusion, uncertain of Ling Feng's intentions. "That I observe that none of your patients require immediate treatment. Therefore, you may temporarily move about. Please inform all the medical ninjas in each barack to send 3 to 4 individuals here to gather," Ling Feng instructed. Although they were unsure of his motivations, none dared to question him, promptly taking action. Once everyone had reconvened, Ling Feng finally revealed his plan, explaining the purpose of the potions in his possession and requesting assistance in bringing out the remaining supplies. First, Ling Feng gathered all the medical ninjas and distributed the healing potions, advising them to administer these to patients with minor injuries, but he then instructed them to consolidate all severely injured patients into one barack. The rationale behind this was to facilitate concentrated treatment, thereby avoiding unnecessary back and forth and conserving valuable time. Given Ling Feng's current capabilities, especially with the advanced healing palm technique, his methods were undoubtedly superior to those of the medical ninjas. Only a fully empowered Tsunade could rival him in this regard. Initially, there was skepticism among the medical ninjas regarding the effectiveness of the potions Ling Feng provided. However, when he demonstrated the effects on a patient, witnessing the transformation post-administration, they erupted into cheers. "This is nothing short of miraculous. It far surpasses our traditional medicines. Long live Lord Ling Feng." Hearing the enthusiastic acclaim, Ling Feng raised his hand to calm the crowd, stating, "Please, everyone, quiet down. While this potion is indeed potent, it is only effective for mild cases. Thus, it should only be administered to lightly injured patients. Moreover, the human body develops resistance to this potion, allowing for only a single U.S. medical ninjas capable of engaging in battle. They naturally possessed fundamental medical knowledge." The implication of the potion's resistance meant that no matter how many times it was administered, only the first dose would yield results. Lastly, I must remind you that these potions were a serendipitous concoction of mine, and there are no more available. Hence, I implore you to use them judiciously and refrain from any waste. Upon hearing Ling Feng's warning, the medical ninjas gasped in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the gravity of the situation. Without a reserve of potions and formulas, were these vials not their last lifeline? With a sense of helplessness and regret, the medical ninjas departed with the potions. After all, in war, every life saved counted, leaving little room for hesitation. Observing the medical ninjas busying themselves, Ling Feng did not remain idle. Instead, he donned specialized medical ninja attire and entered the area housing the critically injured. Upon seeing Ling Feng's entrance, several team leaders were momentarily stunned, for they noticed that his attire mirrored their own. "Lord Ling Feng, what brings you here?" "Lord Ling Feng, there are numerous critically injured patients concentrated here, and with the various medicinal scents mingling. You may find it overwhelming. Moreover, many of the wounds are in various stages of decay. Rife with bacteria, it would be prudent for you to leave." Although unsure of Ling Feng's intentions, they quickly reached a consensus, believing he had come to assess their work. Yet, out of concern for his safety, they resolved to ask him to leave. However, Ling Feng merely smiled and replied, "I have not come to scrutinize your efforts. I am here to assist you." The group fell silent, incredulous at his statement. Assist? In Konoha, who was unaware of Ling Feng's formidable combat prowess, his vast practical experience, and his overall strength that had reached the level of a Nin. Yet, no one had ever heard of Ling Feng possessing medical ninjutsu skills. Furthermore, this was the domain of critically injured patients, where anyone allowed entry must possess a minimum of 5 years' experience as a medical Nin. Otherwise, their presence would be futile. If Ling Feng were indeed here, did that not imply he had attained the expertise of a medical Nin with over 5 years of experience? A prodigious youth already endowed with immense combat strength, possessing various chakra attributes, and adept in physical techniques. If he were also proficient in medical ninjutsu, the mere thought of such a being as an adversary would send shivers through the spines of other villages. To have such a terrifying individual as an enemy would be nothing short of a nightmare. Ling Feng understood that unless he demonstrated something remarkable, no one would believe him, as it was simply too outrageous. Even Tsunade had been a medical ninja for over 10 years, and her experience was unparalleled by ordinary individuals. Moreover, she possessed the genes of the Senju clan, endowing her with an innate talent for mastering medical ninjutsu. Thus, it was difficult for anyone to accept that Ling Feng, at the tender age of 8 or 9, could exhibit such formidable medical skills. Nevertheless, he strolled over to the nearest critically injured patient and began to assess their wounds. Observing Ling Feng's adept movements, several medical captains instinctively gathered around him. Soon, Ling Feng's analysis yielded results, followed by the release of his healing palm technique, concentrating chakra on the wound to facilitate rapid suturing. A gentle green light flickered, intensifying into a brilliant glow. Everyone present was not blind. They could see that Ling Feng's mastery of the healing palm technique had reached an extraordinary level, far beyond what they, mere mortals, could compare. Is Ling Feng truly terrifying? Is he even 10 years old? They murmured, "I don't know. He looks like his teeth even reached 10. Why heavens. The restorative energy from his palm. I can feel the overwhelming vitality emanating from his hands even from this distance." The medical captains were utterly astonished, whispering in disbelief. Before long, the first patient was treated, and without pausing, Ling Feng turned to the next bed to continue his diagnosis and treatment. Although this patient had suffered severe internal injuries, accompanied by internal bleeding, Ling Feng found no difficulty in the task, as long as the healing palm technique's restorative speed could keep pace with the blood loss. There would be no issues. Under the potent healing power of the advanced healing palm technique, the second critically injured patient with serious internal injuries was also successfully treated, just as Ling Feng was about to proceed to the third bed. The medical captains, still awestruck by the dazzling light, finally reacted that he really healed. "I remember this patient required surgery, didn't he? Indeed, I checked this morning and was hesitant to operate due to the severe internal injuries. Fearing significant blood loss, worried that standard medical ninjutsu wouldn't suffice. But seeing Ling Feng's demeanor, it was clear he had completed the treatment. Should we check again? They pondered, while they were all incredulous at Ling Feng's skilled methods. This was no trivial matter. If something was overlooked, the consequences could be dire. Thus, they promptly began to examine the second patient. To their astonishment, the results revealed that the patient was completely healed. How? Is this possible? One exclaimed. Although I can hardly believe it, the truth is undeniable. This person's internal injuries are entirely healed. Good heavens. Ling Feng's healing palm technique is simply terrifying. To think it could cure such grave internal wounds solely through this method. As the medical captains gasped in awe, Ling Feng had already commenced treatment for the third patient. Once again, he employed the dazzling healing palm technique, casting a radiant healing light that infused the once dreary ward with boundless vitality and hope. Many of the injured had heard the medical ninja's exclamations and, with great effort, raised their heads to see what was happening. They witnessed those who had suffered injuries similar to their own rising from their beds, moving freely as if they had never been wounded. The sight filled them with immense excitement. Lord Ling Feng, please save me as well. Yes, please help us. The war isn't over. We wish to return to the battlefield and defend our country. The injured, now filled with hope, rallied their spirits and called out to Ling Feng. The medical ninjas stood in astonishment. Previously, each of these patients had been shrouded in an inescapable gloom due to their severe injuries. Even if they survived, they faced the grim possibility of amputation and disability. Who would be pleased by the prospect of becoming disabled, even if survival was assured? If given a choice, who would willingly choose to be disabled? Moreover, for these ninjas, losing an arm or a leg would essentially mean bidding farewell to their path as shinobi to it was evident that Ling Feng represented their most profound hope, for this hope stood before them. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost to save each and every one of you. I will not abandon any of you, Ling Feng declared resolutely, turning to face the injured. However, your conditions are quite serious. So please lie down and ensure you hold on until I can treat you. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, the patients obediently reclined, demonstrating remarkable compliance. The medical ninjas, witnessing this scene brimming with hope, felt invigorated. Especially the leading medical captains, each one filled with renewed vigor. Let us also begin treating the injured, they proclaimed. Though our abilities may not match Lord Ling Feng's, there is strength in numbers. Entrusting all these patients to him alone would be overwhelming. Indeed, let us assist. Soon, all the medical ninjas, under Ling Feng's guidance, commenced treating the injured at that moment. Every heart brimmed with infinite anticipation, no matter how challenging the wounds. There was no fear, for Ling Feng was present. As long as Lord Ling Feng addressed these formidable injuries, what was there to fear from death? Observing all the medical ninjas springing into action, Ling Feng let out a sigh of relief. Given the overwhelming number of patients, if he were to treat each one thoroughly before passing them off, it would likely take 4 or 5 days without rest or sustenance to heal them all completely. Thus, he regrettably had to prioritize. As long as the medical ninjas could handle a case, it was acceptable if it took some time. Ultimately, the goal was to free up Ling Feng's time for those in more critical condition. While Ling Feng was diligently at work, news reached Tsunade's ears. Ingzi, is everything you said true? Tsunade, lying in her hospital bed, gazed incredulously at her assistant. Although her body had yet to fully recover, her face radiated with health. The previous pallor completely absent, all thanks to Ling Feng. Ingzi nodded. Indeed, Lord Ling Feng single-handedly entered the ward for critically injured patients and treated over 10 of them in rapid succession, with each one completely healed. That Ling Feng, he is truly enigmatic, Tsunade remarked. I never knew he possessed medical ninjutsu, let alone wielding it with such proficiency. Just a few years ago, he was a little brat who often vexed me. She shook her head in amazement. Simultaneously, Tsunade recalled Ling Feng's ability to concoct medicines, further deepening her admiration. This former Leaf Village child is truly formidable. Moreover, by concentrating so many critically injured individuals and healing them one by one, those who were once despondent will soon reignite their hope. This little brat is indeed impressive. Ingzi, help me up. I must see for myself how this Leaf Village prodigy, not yet 10 years old, has cultivated the healing palm technique to such an extraordinary level. With that, Tsunade tossed aside the covers, preparing to rise. Ingzi, seeing this, hurriedly intervened. Lady Tsunade, your body has not yet fully healed. Lord Ling Feng explicitly instructed you to rest. However, Tsunade paid her no heed. Though it was somewhat arduous, she still managed to get out of bed. "Humph, I am not so weak. That little brat is out there saving lives with many medical ninjas. As the head of the medical team, I cannot lie here idly." With that, Tsunade wobbled toward the ward where Ling Feng was working. Ingzi hurriedly followed behind her, clutching her clothes. Upon reaching the entrance of the ward, Tsunade stepped inside, only to hear the injured patients calling out loudly, "Thank you, Lord Ling Feng, for granting us a new lease on life." Chapter 59. With no support but myself at first, the shouts were somewhat chaotic and cacophonous. However, before long, the voices harmonized into a unified and resonant chorus. These individuals were expressing their heartfelt gratitude to Ling Feng, a sincere outpouring rather than mere vacuous enthusiasm. Each injured person who raised their voice had either clawed their way back from the brink of death or had miraculously healed for what had originally required amputation. All thanks to Ling Feng's intervention. Therefore, his presence truly represented a rebirth for them. Tsunade stood at the door, witnessing the transformation of the ward into a realm brimming with hope and confidence due to Ling Feng's presence. And she was profoundly moved that it seemed that transforming the impossible into the possible was precisely what Ling Feng had been doing all along. Wherever he existed, anything appeared feasible. Although Ling Feng, aided by his sage body and chakra potions, did not need to worry about the depletion of chakra and stamina, he was nonetheless bound by the constraints of time. Some patients required more attention due to the severity of their conditions, necessitating extended treatment. Thus, when night fell, he had only managed to heal less than a quarter of the injured. Fortunately, those in critical condition had been attended to, and as long as the remaining patients were adequately cared for to prevent any deterioration of their wounds, they could wait until the following day or the day after for further treatment without significant concern. Moreover, it was crucial to note that both the injured and the medical ninjas were utterly exhausted. Nightfall naturally marked a time for rest, and the medical ninjas, even the most ordinary nurses, were thoroughly worn out from their tireless efforts. This was especially true for the attending physicians and surgical assistants, each operation demanding immense mental focus. Unlike Ling Feng, they did not possess the benefits of sage body or chakra potions to sustain their vitality. As for the injured, many were already weakened by their severe wounds. The excitement they had experienced during the day had drained them, and some, having overexerted themselves, had exacerbated their injuries, resulting in significant blood loss. Thus, a considerable number had succumbed to slumber long before night fully enveloped the surroundings. In light of these circumstances, Ling Feng had no choice but to temporarily conclude his work, refraining from disrupting the rest of these ordinary individuals. Upon exiting the tent, he halted momentarily, for he noticed Tsunade standing at the entrance. "You have been treating the wounded since morning without a moment's pause. It is truly astonishing," Tsunade expressed her thoughts candidly. Ling Feng, upon hearing this, simply chuckled softly and replied, "You are still here. I thought you had left." Tsunade was taken aback. "You knew I was here?" "Yes, I saw you during the day, but you left afterward and I was preoccupied with treating the injured and did not pay much attention to you." Ling Feng acknowledged with a nod. Tsunade took a deep breath, her heart flooded with emotion. Before I gained recognition, I had heard tales of countless geniuses, either from other villages or my own. Every child with a modicum of talent was labeled a genius. But now, those so-called geniuses have faded into obscurity, their names becoming mere jest. Yet you all along have borne the title of Konoha's genius, accelerating your growth without pause. It has only been a few years since we last met. And here you stand, having grown to this extent that I fear that in just a few more years, you will undoubtedly surpass even the pinnacle of Konoha. Tsunade regarded Ling Feng with earnestness. Ling Feng merely smiled faintly, then turned his gaze upward to the enchanting night sky. "You speak the truth. Several years hence, I shall indeed surpass you all. However, I find the wait intolerably long. If it were within my power, I would wish for time to shorten considerably." Tsunade was momentarily stunned. "Why do you yearn for strength so desperately?" Ling Feng pointed into the distance, where the faint glimmers of lights marked the boundaries of Sunagakure. A camp housing thousands of ninjas poised to launch an assault, intent on annihilating us before advancing into the land of fire. "Tsunade-senpai, do you see those lights? They belong to the encampment of Sunagakure." where tens of thousands of ninjas are stationed, ready to attack. If we were sufficiently powerful, or if I were sufficiently powerful, I could swiftly bring an end to this conflict. Not in years, but in mere months or even days. No one would be foolish enough to confront a true powerhouse. And the reason we find ourselves in this predicament is that we are simply not strong enough. His words rang with conviction. Tsunade felt the weight of his words resonate deeply within her, leaving her astonished. She could scarcely believe such sentiments could emanate from a child not yet 10 years old. Yet, she quickly reconciled herself to the fact. Many years prior, Ling Feng had similarly astonished her. You are correct. It is my inadequacy that has prevented me from leading our comrades to victory in this war. The last assault inflicted severe losses upon us. Although the enemy suffered as well, they have bolstered their ranks. According to intelligence, an offensive is expected tomorrow. I had initially planned to withdraw, given the staggering disparity in our forces. Our reinforcements have yet to arrive, making battle impossible. With so many injured, I have been preoccupied with the dilemma of how to evacuate them all. Fortunately, you arrived and treated so many. This gives us a fighting chance to withstand the enemy's advance. If we can endure this round, they will likely opt for a temporary ceasefire, allowing us a reprieve to await the village's support. As she spoke, the worry etched on her face began to ease somewhat. Support is out of the question. The situation is dire in other conflict zones, and I have redirected our reinforcements to those areas. Ling Feng stated matter-of-factly. What? You diverted the reinforcements, Tsunade exclaimed, incredulity etched across her features. According to reports, the enemy is set to bolster their ranks by at least 5,000. Even if we manage to treat all our injured, we cannot compensate for the loss of over 3,000 lives. This disparity means we would be nearly one-third outnumbered. Such a numerical gap is insurmountable, not to mention the added support from the Puppet Brigade, led by none other than Chiyo's esteemed disciple. Sasori, Tsunade gazed at Ling Feng, unable to suppress her alarm. The request for aid had been penned by Tsunade herself, and she had placed all her hopes in the reinforcements, only to have her plans completely upended by Ling Feng's revelation. Chapter 60. We will know when the fighting begins. Observing Tsunade's panicked demeanor, Ling Feng could not help but chuckle, seemingly unfazed by her concerns. This provoked immediate ire from Tsunade. Even if you were to neglect food, water, and rest, healing all the wounded, we would still be at a disadvantage in numbers. How can you not grasp such an obvious truth? While I may be astonished by your strength, this is a battlefield, and there is no room for jest. Having already suffered greatly under the siege of Sunagakure, I am acutely aware of their might, and her cavalier attitude towards this situation only adds to my frustration. No matter how powerful you may be, it is no excuse to treat the outcome of war lightly. Perhaps you have yet to experience the true horrors of the battlefield, and therefore cannot comprehend my anger. Allow me to clarify. Should we lose this battle, the border will inevitably collapse, forcing our village to dispatch even more personnel to prevent enemy infiltration from various avenues, further escalating the immense strain we already face. Moreover, you cannot fathom the strength of those puppet brigades. When they find themselves unable to breach our defenses, they will simply send their puppets laden with explosive tags to charge to their demise. While we are mere flesh and blood, unable to compete, regardless of the circumstances, we will be the ones to suffer the most grievous losses. Despite her efforts to suppress her emotions, Tsunade could no longer contain her outburst. The absence of reinforcements signified their imminent descent into peril, and should the enemy's puppet brigade seize the opportunity to launch an attack, the casualties on Konoha's side would be catastrophic. To be honest, I still cannot forget the sense of despair I felt when faced with that deluge of poison needles, with no place to hide. Perhaps they invested immense effort in crafting those needles. But as long as their forces remain intact, they can continue to produce them relentlessly. Due to my unique constitution, I can withstand a wave of damage. But what of my comrades in Konoha, who are less capable? Tsunade implored. Ling Feng, perhaps my emotions have gotten the best of me, but I hope you can understand. This is a battlefield, not a competition, that we cannot afford to act on impulse. Faced with the fervent outburst of Tsunade, Ling Feng chose silence, patiently awaiting the conclusion of her emotional release. Observing Tsunade's wearied visage as she finally fell quiet, Ling Feng spoke with a measured tone. According to intelligence, reinforcement from Sunagakure have maneuvered to encircle you. At this, Tsunade lifted her gaze slightly, querying, and yet, you rejected the reinforcements that the third Hokage was prepared to dispatch. To be honest, if it were not for your remarkable performance during the CH exams, I might have suspected you to be a spy from another village. Ling Feng offered a slight smile and produced a severed limb of a puppet, casting it down before Tsunade, with a resounding thud. The seemingly modest puppet part revealed its considerable weight, crafted from premium materials exclusively utilized by the elite puppet masters of Sunagakure. Having battled against Sunagakure for many days, Tsunade immediately recognized this artifact as a work of craftsmanship from their esteemed puppet artisans, unmistakably of superior quality. Where did you acquire this? Could it be? Tsunade inquired, astonished. Indeed, I discovered those reinforcements, 30 in total, all elite shinobi from Sunagakure. Exclusively puppet masters, in terms of combat effectiveness, these 30 puppet masters equate to the prowess of 300 ch from Konoha. Should they find an opportunity, they could effortlessly dismantle our medical units and disrupt all reserve resources within mere hours. To that point, the enemy need only restrain us while depleting our strength, and defeat would be inevitable. Sonata-senpai, you claim I lack understanding of warfare. Such a belief is misguided. In truth, I am far more acquainted with this conflict than you realize, and I am confident in my ability to steer its course. The ultimate victor shall undoubtedly be Konoha. Ling Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing Tsunade's astonished expression, his demeanor calm and untroubled. In the face of Ling Feng's nonchalance, Tsunade found herself momentarily speechless. 30 elite puppet masters. Such a formidable assembly would be considered a trump card in Sunagakure. The notion that Ling Feng single-handedly vanquished them was almost unfathomable. If this were to reach Sunagakure, would anyone believe it? A mere 10-year-old child, alone, had dispatched an entire squad of 30 elite puppet masters without a scratch. Truly a crushing victory. Tsunade regarded Ling Feng as if he were a monster, for even she, with her current strength, could not claim to defeat such a contingent without incurring significant costs. A battalion of 30 puppet masters would be a terrifying force on any battlefield, possessing the capacity to sway the tide of battle. Yet, the notion that Ling Feng could effortlessly resolve such a level of power boggled Tsunade's mind. Sensing Tsunade's skepticism, Ling Feng smiled faintly. If you doubt me, I can understand. However, when the enemy strikes again, you will come to believe. Tsunade was also aware of the intelligence regarding the enemy's reinforcements, who sought to envelop Konoha from all sides, aiming for a decisive strike at the border. Thus, when the enemy next launched an assault, it would signal the execution of their plan that Ling Feng had articulated. If the enemy were to attack head-on next time, it would spell doom for the reinforcement stationed at the rear. The night passed without incident. On the following day, Ling Feng rose early to continue tending to the wounded. After 2 days of urgent care, those once deemed hopeless had been restored, and the remaining injuries posed no risk of disability. However, due to the sheer number of casualties, Ling Feng found himself overwhelmed. Tsunade, adhering to her role as commander, retreated to recuperate, ever prepared for the enemy's sudden onslaught. As dusk approached, Tsunade realized that they had once again survived another day unscathed. Yet, Ling Feng entered her infirmary. The enemy has been silent for 2 days. They must be planning something significant. I estimate they will launch an attack tomorrow, and it will be fierce. Is your body prepared for battle? Ling Feng inquired directly. I'm nearly ready. Should the enemy assault, I can join the fray at any moment. While I have not fully regained my peak condition, I am at about 80 to 90% of my strength. Tsunade replied, reclining on her bed, her complexion now restored to normalcy. That level of readiness is sufficient. I only need you on the battlefield to bolster the morale of the troops. After all, with the enemy's impending advance, we cannot afford to be without a commander, Ling Feng remarked with a calm smile. However, Tsunade's expression was laden with concern. Even if I can enter the fray, the overwhelming numbers of the enemy and the onslaught of their puppet army may prove too daunting for us to maintain morale. Ling Feng responded with a mysterious smile. Rest assured, we will not lose this battle. With that, he departed, leaving Tsunade momentarily stunned. Tsunadano, it's time for your medicine. This brew was prepared according to your prescription. It will hasten your recovery. Though the flavor is rather peculiar, Inko, her assistant, announced as she entered with a bowl of medicinal soup. Noticing Tsunade lost in thought, she called out repeatedly until Tsunade finally snapped back to reality. Ah, yes, the medicine. Just set it down. I'll drink it later, she instructed. Setting down the soup, Inko inquired curiously, what did Lingfeng Dano say earlier? You seem quite preoccupied. Tsunade turned to see the eager curiosity on Inko's face. Her cheeks flushing slightly. Inko, this is a time of war. What frivolous thoughts occupy your mind? Inko feigned innocence. I merely noticed something was amiss and asked. Ahem, there is nothing between Lingfeng and me, as you might imagine. Furthermore, there is nearly a 20-year age gap between us. It simply does not align. My contemplation stems from an inability to comprehend why Lingfeng always exudes such inscrutable confidence when confronting challenges. As if there were nothing in this world that could daunt him, Tsunade sighed. Upon hearing this, Inko, disappointed that she had not gleaned the gossip she desired, shrugged her shoulders in disinterest and offered a few perfunctory comments before departing. Still muttering about how impressive and handsome Lingfeng was and her desire to seek him out once the war concluded. Listening to Inko's musings, Tsunade refrained from chastising her, recognizing that at 16 or 17, Inko was still quite young that, in terms of age, perhaps Lingfeng and Inko could indeed form a pair. With this thought, Tsunade shook her head vigorously, scolding herself inwardly. Tsunade, what are you thinking? This is a battlefield. On the third morning, Tsunade did not remain in bed as usual. Instead, she rose early and donned her battle attire. Upon exiting, she spotted Lingfeng standing at a vantage point, gazing into the distance. Lingfeng, what are you waiting for? Tsunade asked. For the enemy. They should be arriving soon, he replied nonchalantly, as though the enemy's approach were an inevitability and not a matter of great concern. Tsunade shook her head in disbelief, struggling to grasp Lingfeng's perspective. If he could truly predict the enemy's arrival, should they not be preparing for battle? Just as she was about to rally her subordinates, an alarm sounded from the distant sentries. Ambush! Ambush! All personnel. Prepare for battle! At the sound of the alarm, the ninjas within the encampment swiftly donned their battle attire, entering a state of readiness, while even the partially recovered wounded prepared for combat. From their elevated position, they beheld the tumultuous cloud of dust rising from the borders of Sunagakure, signaling the advance of the enemy forces toward the Konoha defensive lines. After issuing commands to several squad leaders, Tsunade approached Lingfeng. It seems you were correct. The enemy has indeed initiated an assault, and as I anticipated, their numbers have increased by at least a third. Since you are in my camp, you must heed my orders. I will lead the charge. You are tasked with guarding the encampment. Most here are incapacitated and require your vigilance. As Tsunade turned to depart, Lingfeng followed closely, insisting, No, I will accompany you to the front lines. What? Have you lost your mind? What if the enemy has a puppet battalion poised to strike from behind us? Once our camp is destroyed, we will have no chance left, Tsunade exclaimed in astonishment. Rest assured, there are no enemies behind us. With that, Lingfeng surpassed Tsunade and headed towards the battlefield. Tsunade understood that once Lingfeng made up his mind to act, nothing could deter him. All the others had already been dispatched by her to the battlefield, and it was impossible to catch up and call them back. Helpless, Tsunade had no choice but to relent. Lingfeng, if anything happens, you cannot escape responsibility. Tsunade hurried after Lingfeng, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Yet Lingfeng maintained an air of calmness, assuring her, Don't worry, if anything occurs, I won't be able to run away either. Thus, Tsunade could only accompany Lingfeng to the front lines, upon witnessing Tsunade's vibrant return to the battlefield. The morale of the Konoha forces was indeed significantly bolstered. However, what Tsunade did not anticipate was that Lingfeng's presence further ignited the fervor of the Konoha army, seemingly elevating their spirits immensely. Lingfeng, I never imagined your presence would have such a profound effect, Tsunade said, somewhat astonished. Haha, soon I will make this effect even more pronounced, Lingfeng remarked, casting a casual glance at the puppeteer army lined up in the distance. Following Lingfeng's gaze, Tsunade's heart sank. Lingfeng, what do you intend to do? Naturally, I intend to engage the enemy. With that, Ling Feng executed a swift movement, directly positioning himself at the forefront of the front line, facing the puppeteer army head-on. Witnessing this scene, Tsunade's face turned pale with fright. Ling Feng, come back. That is a full 100-strong puppeteer army. Although Tsunade believed Ling Feng could handle 30 elite puppeteers alone, facing 100 was an entirely different matter. Was Ling Feng truly planning to take them all on single-handedly? This was utterly reckless. Yet Ling Feng did not look back, seemingly deaf to her words, as he extended his hand, striking a provocative pose towards the enemy. Come on, let's settle this. The ninjas from Sunagakure, seeing a mere 10-year-old child challenging them, could no longer contain their laughter. This Konoha Chunin is utterly amusing. Indeed, has Konoha run out of capable fighters, resorting to sending a mere child to the battlefield? How ridiculous! Chapter 62. Confrontation with the sand spider in the face of the numerous enemy taunts. The ninjas from Konoha were filled with indignation, itching to rush forward and dismember their adversaries. Even Tsunade bit her lip in outrage. Such humiliation was utterly disrespectful. Finally, Ling Feng spoke up. Who Konoha sends to battle is none of your Sunagakure's concern. Yet here you are, all so gleeful. Have you already declared victory in this war? Hearing Ling Feng's voice, the Sunagakure ninjas were momentarily taken aback. They had anticipated numerous embarrassing reactions from Ling Feng after his humiliation, but they never expected him to respond with such composure. Humph! Are Konoha's little brats this arrogant? Daring to point fingers on the battlefield. At that moment, a tall figure emerged, cloaked in a layer of black fabric. This individual bore a large box on his back, clearly indicating he was also a puppeteer. Upon his appearance, the Sunagakure ninjas erupted in cheers, shouting, "The sand spider has arrived. It seems today's Konoha scoundrels are destined to lose. Ha! With the sand spider and his puppeteer army here, victory is assured." Ling Feng's eyes narrowed at the mention of the sand spider, the grand apprentice of the legendary puppeteer Chiyo, as Tsunade had described. Through his Byakugan, Ling Feng could discern that this individual possessed a chakra level significantly above that of an ordinary person. For a puppeteer, the amount of chakra directly determined the maximum number of puppets one could control. However, Ling Feng felt no trepidation. No matter how many puppets there were, they would merely pose a minor inconvenience and not a genuine threat to him. With the ability to reverse time at his disposal, no traps or indiscriminate attacks could harm him in the slightest as for close combat. Ling Feng was even less concerned, ready to unleash a flurry of kicks. Moreover, he had several combination techniques at his disposal. Should the need arise, he could simply unleash a torrent of fire jutsu to incinerate a portion of them. Although puppets could be remade, this was a battlefield. Could they possibly have the time to craft new ones on site? With 100 puppeteers to contend with, Ling Feng was confident he could handle them all. In stark contrast to Ling Feng's confidence, Tsunade was engulfed in worry. Ling Feng, this battle may prove exceedingly difficult. There are at least 10 hours until nightfall, and I wonder if we can endure until then. Tsunade approached Ling Feng, speaking softly. Though displeased with Ling Feng's unilateral decision, maintaining unity was imperative. Otherwise, they would have no chance whatsoever. Yet Ling Feng smiled broadly. Tsunade-senpai, with your strength, you should be more than capable of holding off those Sunagakure ninjas, right? Of course, I can manage that if it weren't for the interference of the puppeteer army. Even if we were outnumbered, I would have confidence in holding the line until nightfall, Tsunade replied. Then that settles it. I will leave this place to you, and as for the ninja army, I entrust them to you. With that, Ling Feng leaped nimbly to stand opposite the sand spider. Upon witnessing this, Tsunade prepared to intervene, but Ling Feng's swift movement was so rapid that even she could not react in time. You little brat. Do you really intend to fight us? I will ensure you meet a gruesome end. The sand spider looked down at Ling Feng, his voice hoarse. Instantly, the surrounding puppeteers erupted in laughter, clearly emboldened by the sand spider's presence. How can you be so certain of my defeat before we even begin? Ling Feng crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow. That's the funniest joke I've heard in my life. A mere 10-year-old child thinks he can defeat me. The sand spider could not help but laugh. Very well. Since you are so confident, I will indulge you one-on-one. How does that sound? The sand spider sneered. Without hesitation, Ling Feng agreed. All right, just one-on-one, and no one is allowed to intervene. Excellent. I am eager to see what this Konoha brat is capable of, considering his audacity. With that, the sand spider charged at Ling Feng. Clang. The two kunai clashed violently, sparking a flurry of sparks. The sand spider continued his assault, while Ling Feng swiftly defended and then counterattacked, both engaging in a fierce exchange. Although the sand spider's size offered him an advantage, Ling Feng's agility allowed him to hold his ground, seemingly unaffected as the sand spider's attacks began to lose their vigor. Bang! The two separated momentarily, Ling Feng standing firm with an air of indifference. In stark contrast, the sand spider was panting heavily, beads of sweat dotting his brow. This scene left both sides' ninjas in utter shock, particularly the Sunagakure ninjas, who were astonished that their proud sand spider was being held at bay by a mere 10-year-old child. Ding! You have received 3,000 points. Ling Feng grinned, clearly delighted. Indeed, in a crowd like this, earning points was incredibly easy. As for the sand spider, his shock was palpable. He could hardly fathom that Ling Feng could match him in combat. Moreover, from Ling Feng's demeanor, it seemed he had not been fazed by the relentless onslaught. Observing the stunned sand spider, Ling Feng remarked with a smile, "As a puppeteer, while you may be robust, close combat is clearly not your forte. You should utilize your puppets, or else your defeat is inevitable." With that, Ling Feng's kunai danced in the air, glinting menacingly, the visual display strikingly impressive. Most ninjas would not dare to wield their weapons in such a manner. A moment's carelessness could lead to self-injury. Ding! You have received 1,500 points. Ling Feng chuckled, pleasantly surprised that even a casual display could yield such points. It seemed he was on the path to becoming exceedingly wealthy after this battle. Hearing Ling Feng's taunts, the sand spider clenched his teeth in frustration, his expression darkening. Even if he had focused solely on controlling puppets and neglected close combat and other ninjutsu, he never expected to be so openly ridiculed. Feeling the heat rising in his face, Sand Spider's forehead was lined with visible veins of anger. "Well done, little brat. You have successfully provoked my wrath, since you were so eager to witness my puppetry. I shall show you what true despair looks like." Although he found it quite shameful to resort to puppetry against a mere child, it was far better than being defeated by one. With this thought, Sand Spider quickly found solace. Chapter 63. New mission. Click, click, click. The sound of mechanisms activating came from the box behind Sand Spider. Previously shaken by Ling Feng's close combat, Sand Spider's confidence surged the moment he touched the puppets. As the chief disciple of Granny Chiyo, a master puppeteer, Sand Spider possessed exceptional skill in puppet manipulation, a talent closely tied to his innate abilities. When the mechanism box opened, the previously silent ninjas of Sunagakure erupted into cheers once more. To them, as long as Sand Spider activated the mechanism and deployed his puppets, victory was assured. The status of puppet masters in Sunagakure was exceedingly high, instilling immense confidence in battles where they were present. Ling Feng, intrigued by Sand Spider's activation of the mechanism box, was eager to discover what lay within. Although he knew the general course and ultimate outcome of the Third Shinobi World War, the specifics of events during that time remained unclear, leaving him with the only option to experience them firsthand. At that moment, the system's alert tone rang out. Ding! Mission activated. Compel Sand Spider to exert his full strength and eliminate him. Destroy the puppet army of Sunagakure. Reward: 6,000 points. Time limit: 1 hour. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng's eyes brightened. A mission had arrived. He then turned his gaze toward Sand Spider, a murderous intent swirling in his eyes. It appeared that this individual must die. Ling Feng had initially considered capturing Sand Spider as leverage to threaten Sunagakure into halting the battlefield, but it now seemed that Sand Spider was doomed. After all, this was a battlefield, and as long as it continued, deaths would be inevitable. Ling Feng understood that while the Third Shinobi World War ultimately led to peace, Konoha suffered devastating losses, erasing years of accumulated advantages and stripping them of their status as the foremost ninja village. Thus, ending the war swiftly would only benefit Konoha. With numerous enemies pressing upon them and their resources severely depleted, Konoha could not endure for long, which explains Sunagakure's audacious offensive. They were aware of the immense pressure Konoha was under and recognized that Tsunade would find it challenging to reinforce her ranks, emboldening them to launch such a large-scale attack. However, Now that the system had issued a mission, killing a single individual for 6,000 points seemed trivial, though aware it might incite Sand Spider's fury. Ling Feng felt no fear. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water comes, we shall damn it. As long as he could swiftly accumulate points, he would be ready to confront even Chio herself. The mechanism box fully opened, revealing 6 activated puppets. Click, click, click echoed as one of the puppets, controlled by chakra threads, began to shift. Before long, a humanoid puppet emerged before Sand Spider, judging by its attire and forehead protector. It was unmistakably a Konoha ninja. Seeing this, the Konoha ninjas present erupted in furious roars, and had the battlefield not been so fiercely contested, they likely would have charged at Sand Spider in a frenzy. Tsunade, witnessing this scene, felt her chest heaving with rage, wishing to confront Sand Spider directly. Yet only Ling Feng remained calm, fully aware that Sand Spider's actions were intended to provoke him. Unmoved by such crude taunts, Ling Feng maintained his composure. Observing Ling Feng's indifference, Sand Spider's expression stiffened. The scathing remarks he had prepared faltered on his lips. "You little brat, can you not recognize that this is a ninja from your own Konoha?" Sand Spider gritted his teeth and demanded. Ling Feng replied coolly, "Once a life is lost, it cannot be restored. If he were alive, I would indeed have to act, but now that he has become a puppet, devoid of flesh, should I carry this puppet back to burn or bury it?" Upon hearing this, Sand Spider was rendered speechless, his anger boiling over. "This damn brat, how does he consistently exceed my expectations? I never imagined that you, a mere child of 10, could be so heartless. Very well, after I kill you, I will turn you into a puppet as well." With a loud cry, Sand Spider commanded the puppet to charge at Ling Feng. However, Ling Feng evaded the puppet's assault with a body flicker technique, and then several shuriken flew forth, striking the puppet's joints with pinpoint accuracy, utterly dismantling it in a single exchange. Witnessing this, Sand Spider was understandably alarmed. They had only just begun, and yet his puppet had already been rendered useless. The onlooking ninjas from Sunagakure were equally stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Ding. Acquired 100 points. Ding. Acquired 1,200 points. It seemed that Ling Feng's actions had truly astonished Sand Spider. You think you can kill me with mere puppets? Allow me to advise you. If you wish to prolong your life a little longer, you had best bring out your true skills. Otherwise, you shall be the first puppet master to perish on this battlefield. Ling Feng sneered at Sand Spider. Furious at this insult, Sand Spider retorted, "You ignorant little brat. This was merely a test for you. Do not think you can so easily destroy my puppets." With that, Sand Spider recalled the damaged puppet and swiftly activated 2 new ones, beginning repairs on the first puppet. Observing this, Ling Feng raised an eyebrow in approval. Sand Spider indeed possessed some skill, capable of using puppets to repair other puppets, a feat that most puppet masters could not achieve. This demonstrated that Sand Spider's control over puppets had reached an extraordinary level. Possessing such skills, he rapidly repaired the damaged puppet while remaining vigilant against Ling Feng, who remained unfazed in Sand Spider's eyes. This situation was an utter humiliation. Yet he was unaware that Ling Feng needed to complete the mission and compel Sand Spider to exert his full strength. Ling Feng understood that puppets symbolize strength for a puppet master. The fact that Sand Spider could store 6 puppet mechanisms in his box indicated his ability to control 6 puppets simultaneously. Thus, Ling Feng had no choice but to wait until Sand Spider repaired the damaged puppet before making his move. Since Ling Feng had only damaged the joints, the rest of the puppet remained intact, allowing Sand Spider to complete the repairs quickly, restoring the puppet's agility. Chapter 64. Continuous humiliation. You still had a chance, but since you failed to seize it, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. After repairing the puppet, Sand Spider turned to Ling Feng, an inexplicable sense of confidence returning to him. Ling Feng, unfazed, merely regarded the other 3 puppets within the mechanism box and inquired, "Are you not going to activate those 3? Sand Spider was taken aback, then gritted his teeth and responded, "You wretched little brat, do not think you can destroy my puppets again. 3 will suffice to kill you. Prepare to die." With that, Sand Spider commanded the 3 puppets to advance. Ling Feng's brow furrowed. His mission was to eliminate Sand Spider in a state of full power, Yet the latter arrogantly believed he could defeat Ling Feng with just 3 puppets. What was he to do? There was no choice. If Sand Spider refused to exert his full strength, Ling Feng would have to find a way to force him to do so. Earth style, fish in the mud. Ling Feng shouted, unleashing the technique. The ground within a 100-meter radius transformed into a swamp-like terrain. Seeing this, Sand Spider's pupils contracted. He had not anticipated that Ling Feng would wield Earth style, let alone with such a wide range. However, it was merely a fish in the mud. Technique. Ninjutsu. 1,000 machine arrows. The Sand Spider, with a thunderous roar, commanded 3 puppets to leap high into the air, unleashing a barrage of arrows glimmering with dark energy. The whistling sound of the arrows filled the air, marking a merciless assault. It was this very technique that had once led Tsunade to suffer greatly, succumbing to toxins and rendered incapacitated. Yet for Ling Feng, this attack held no efficacy whatsoever. The Sand Spider was aware that the Earth technique, which allowed the user to shift positions instantaneously through the Earth, posed a significant threat. Thus, he intended to use this indiscriminate attack to trap Ling Feng with no means of escape. However, Ling Feng had already prepared for this eventuality. Having previously battled puppeteers, he recognized that such indiscriminate tactics were among their most utilized methods. Therefore, he had begun his counteraction even before the Sand Spider launched his attack. As arrows rained down, the ground quickly became littered with arrowheads, enveloping the entirety of the Earth Technique's territory. Humph! I wonder where you think you can flee now. The Sand Spider let out a cold laugh at the sight. Although Ling Feng displayed strength beyond his expectations, the Sand Spider still believed he held the upper hand. It was known that even Tsunade had faced dire consequences from such a skill, let alone a mere 10-year-old boy like Ling Feng. Soon enough, the evasive Ling Feng, who had relied on the Earth technique to elude attacks, found himself struck by an arrow, causing him to falter. More arrows descended upon him, soon transforming Ling Feng into a veritable porcupine. From a distance, he appeared as a living hedgehog. Witnessing this scene, the Sand Spider could not contain his laughter, finally having eliminated the audacious child who had dared to mock him. The ninjas of Sunagakure cheered in unison, as if they had triumphed in a monumental battle. Tsunade, observing from afar, could not help but cry out, Ling Feng. Yet at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The porcupine-like Ling Feng suddenly burst into a cloud of white smoke, leaving only a patch of yellow sand behind. The onlookers were taken aback. A clone. This Ling Feng is truly formidable. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this development. The Sand Spider and the ninjas of Sunagakure, however, were left in shock, realizing that after expending so many arrows, they had only struck a mere clone. Ding! Earned 1,600 points. Utilizing the clone, Ling Feng successfully harvested a substantial amount of points. Damn it, where has that insufferable brat run off to? The Sand Spider, furious after being toyed with, clenched his fists, his controlled puppets trembling slightly. Ling Feng's actions were nothing short of a public humiliation. Looking for me? I'm right behind you. At that moment, Ling Feng's voice echoed, startling the Sand Spider into a shudder, nearly causing him to leap from his spot. Turning around, the Sand Spider found a fist rapidly approaching his face. Boom! The Sand Spider was sent flying, landing in a heap. However, as the ground was sandy, he ended up with a mouthful of dust. Observing this, Ling Feng erupted into laughter, thoroughly amused that, in truth, Ling Feng had held back with that punch. Otherwise, it would have been enough to render the Sand Spider unconscious. As a puppeteer, his defensive capabilities were significantly diminished while controlling puppets, and even if he reacted, he would have no time to respond, as all his chakra was dedicated to the puppets. Thus, the punch served merely as a reminder that to defeat him, the Sand Spider would need to utilize his full strength. Struggling to his feet, the Sand Spider quickly retreated, creating distance between himself and Ling Feng, only to find Ling Feng standing still, showing no intention of pursuing him. The Sand Spider. This was a blatant display of disdain for his abilities. Within Sunagakure, the Sand Spider had always been hailed as a prodigy, and after becoming Chiyo's foremost disciple, he had garnered the admiration of the entire village, with many proclaiming him the most likely candidate to become the next Kazekage. His immense pride led him to underestimate numerous foes, Yet his considerable prowess meant that, despite his arrogance, few could truly challenge him. That is, until he encountered Ling Feng. From beginning to end, the sand spider had not managed to gain even the slightest advantage over Ling Feng. And he had even been bested by Ling Feng on multiple occasions. This humiliation was unbearable for the sand spider. The repeated failures made it clear to him that he must now unleash his full potential. Very well, you have successfully incited my wrath. I shall demonstrate the true power of a puppet master. Puppets, activate. With a sharp command from the sand spider, the remaining 3 puppets within a mechanism were also set into motion. Witnessing the 6 floating puppets before the sand spider, the ninjas of Sunagakure erupted into even louder cheers, for they understood that this was when the sand spider was at his most formidable. Hearing the cheers from Sunagakure, Ling Feng also smiled. This indicated that the sand spider was now at his full strength, and thus, Ling Feng could prepare to strike. As he observed Ling Feng's smile, the sand spider's anger boiled. "You little brat, this will be the last time you ever smile in your life." With that, the sand spider commanded the 6 puppets to swiftly charge at Ling Feng. Ling Feng merely grinned and replied, "No, in fact, this will be your last time ever using puppets." Chapter 65. The Chief Disciple, nothing more. As Ling Feng's words rang out, the entire arena fell silent in shock. What an audacious declaration! The sand spider was momentarily dumbfounded. He had unleashed all 6 of his puppets, firing on all cylinders, and this audacious child claimed it would be his last time using puppets. What a bold child! I have never met anyone so arrogant. You are truly the first. The sand spider, no longer hesitating, manipulated his chakra threads with finesse, guiding the 6 puppets to rapidly charge at Ling Feng. Just as they were about to make contact, a flurry of hidden weapons erupted forth. Ling Feng skillfully evaded them using the body flicker technique, knocking aside a few kunai with remarkable speed. However, the puppeteer had closed the distance, and the puppets transformed into 3-headed, 6-armed monstrosities. In an instant, 6 figures wielded over 30 arms, each hand brandishing poison kunai, under the precise control of the sand spider. These arms danced with dexterity, each strike aimed at Ling Feng's vital points. A mere child dares to show off before me. I will make you experience true despair. The sand spider's smile grew increasingly sinister as he observed Ling Feng's apparent disarray. As a prodigy of Sunagakure, the sand spider possessed an exceptional talent for puppet manipulation, allowing him to control 6 puppets simultaneously with remarkable agility. If he exerted his full strength, he could command 8. But beyond 6, his control would falter. Thus, following his master Chiyo's advice, the sand spider focused on 6 puppets and dedicated himself to relentless practice. This led to his highest mastery being the control of 6 puppets. Therefore, once he activated all 6, he was virtually unstoppable. This was no secret. Every ninja in Sunagakure was aware of it. Consequently, the only way to defeat the sand spider was to eliminate him before he could activate all 6 puppets. Yet, here was a fearless child who had allowed the sand spider to successfully activate all 6 puppets, effectively leading himself to the brink of death. The 6 puppets grew increasingly aggressive, and their coordinated attacks rendered many of Ling Feng's lethal strikes ineffective. Gradually, the sand spider's combat rhythm improved, and his overall state reached its peak, solidifying his advantage in the arena. "Humph! You think you can kill me, you little brat? Dream on. Let me send you on your way." The sand spider grinned widely, preparing to launch a final assault with his puppets. But at that moment, Ling Feng vanished once more. Damn it! Is it that body flicker technique again? How can this wretched child have mastered it to such a terrifying extent? The sand spider cursed, quickly recalling his puppets to defend himself. He could not afford to be ambushed by Ling Feng again, or he would truly become a laughingstock. As a genius puppeteer from Sunagakure, being repeatedly ambushed successfully by a 10-year-old Konoha brat would be a source of disgrace, even if he ultimately triumphed. However, when Ling Feng reappeared, he stood directly opposite the sand spider. "Humph! This time, you won't catch me off guard." The sand spider sneered. Ling Feng shrugged indifferently and replied, "Rest assured, I won't ambush you again. I've already grasped the extent of your puppet's abilities, and I suspect your chakra is running low." What? Upon hearing these words, the sand spider was momentarily taken aback, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment. How could this little brat possibly know? To be honest, Your mentality is truly lacking. You allowed me to disturb your focus. Controlling 6 puppets requires an immense amount of chakra, yet you still launched a fierce assault against me. Although it may appear that you hold the upper hand on the surface, in reality, you are merely venting your pent-up rage. I had expected that, as Chio's foremost disciple, you would possess some degree of skill, but it turns out you are nothing more than a mindless brute. In terms of talent and strength, you might indeed be top tier, but when it comes to intellect, you fall woefully short. The so-called chief disciple of Chio is nothing more than this. Ling Feng regarded the sand spider, offering his evaluation without reservation. Upon hearing this, the sand spider's expression fluctuated between dark and stormy, quickly settling into a scowl. Die, little brat. With that, the sand spider manipulated the 6 puppets to unleash their ultimate technique. Clang, clang, clang. The bodies of the 6 puppets underwent a transformation, with countless small mechanisms activating. Their limbs retracted, and various weapons emerged, transforming the puppets into relentless killing machines adorned with weaponry. Originally, this technique was intended for your Konoha army. But since you are so eager to meet your demise, allow me to send you on your way with this attack. Just know that your death will be exceedingly gruesome, the sand spider bellowed, directing the puppets toward Ling Feng, intent on engaging in a final showdown. Ling Feng's countenance darkened upon witnessing this, and he swiftly formed hand seals. Wood release. Advent of the forest. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Wind release. Great windstorm. To outsiders, it appeared that Ling Feng had merely performed a series of rapid hand seals, but in truth, he had executed 3 seals, a combination technique he had practiced repeatedly. Soon, a myriad of gigantic fireballs soared into the sky, crashing down upon the 6 puppets. This sight startled the sand spider. He had not anticipated that Ling Feng possessed such a diverse range of elemental ninjutsu, and all of it at the A rank level. Considering the material of the puppets, the sand spider was compelled to defend. Fortunately, in anticipation of fire techniques, he had modified these puppets, covering their surfaces with a layer of water release ninjutsu, designed to extinguish flames as quickly as possible. As the 6 puppets retreated, Ling Feng raised an eyebrow. It seemed that this sand spider was indeed not comparable to those ordinary puppet masters. After a brief moment, as the flames extinguished, Ling Feng observed that the 6 puppets bore scorch marks and emitted smoke, yet none had sustained any damage. Humph! You little brat have surprised me quite a bit. But mere fire techniques cannot destroy my puppets. What do you think? Are you disappointed by this scene? I suppose your trump card are all exhausted now, and it is my turn to make a move. The sand spider emerged from behind the puppets, casting a dark glance at Ling Feng. In response, Ling Feng merely smiled faintly. Indeed, your ability to extinguish those flames has pleasantly surprised me, but my trump cards extend far beyond this. Upon hearing this, the sand spider's eyes darkened, and an ominous premonition surged within him. Chapter 66. The Puppet Legion, Unyielding to Destruction. After delivering his words, Ling Feng swiftly accessed the system mall for browsing. If ordinary fire techniques could not obliterate those puppets, he would have to seek something superior to fire techniques. While confronting the sand spider, he rapidly scanned the mall's offerings. Ling Feng currently possessed over 8,000 points. To his surprise, several previously gray options had now become accessible. As his points had met the requirements, as he flipped through the selections, Ling Feng abruptly halted, his gaze fixed upon a particular item. A grin spreading across his face, he had finally found something that surpassed fire techniques. Lava release. This was a bloodline limit formed by the fusion of fire and earth attributes, boasting power comparable to molten lava. The temperature of lava far exceeds that of fire techniques, and is not something ordinary water techniques can extinguish. Although the exchange cost a staggering 8,000 points, it was more than sufficient for Ling Feng, as his account balance was just enough to make the exchange. Otherwise, he would have to find a way to delay further to accumulate more points. Lava release. Exchange. With a mere thought, the system automatically converted 8,000 points into lava release. In the next moment, Ling Feng felt a heaviness in his head, followed by a surge of new information flooding into his mind. Subsequently, the ninjutsu related to lava release appeared in his consciousness. a result of the system automatically teaching the host compatible new techniques upon activation of the bloodline limit. During Ling Feng's exchange for lava release, the sand spider remained on high alert, cautiously anticipating Ling Feng's next move. However, upon noticing Ling Feng's silence after making a bold declaration, he gradually relaxed his vigilance. "Humph, you little brat, you dare to deceive me. But such tricks won't save your life." Die. The sand spider, believing he had been toyed with by Ling Feng, let out a furious roar and charged forward, commanding his jet-black puppets. Yet at that moment, Ling Feng looked up, his eyes glimmering with intensity. Lava release, scorching river of lava technique. With a sharp incantation, a torrent of magma erupted from the ground, flowing like a river across the terrain, directly targeting the rapidly advancing puppets. Witnessing this scene left the sand spider utterly astounded. What is that lava release? Who is this little brat? In his shock, the sand spider attempted to swiftly summon back his puppets, but it was too late. The puppets, moving at high speed, had already closed the distance to Ling Feng. The flow of lava release was even quicker. By the time the sand spider realized, it had already reached the feet of the puppets. Boom! The consequences of being engulfed by lava release were readily apparent. Despite the puppets having undergone special treatment, with water release providing surface protection, lava release was not something that ordinary water release could mitigate. In an instant, the 6 puppets were completely engulfed in flames. Supported by lava release, the puppets' surfaces were swiftly eroded, losing their protective layer, and their internal components ignited instantly, transforming the 6 puppets into fiery phantoms. Upon witnessing this, the sand spider's eyes turned crimson, unleashing a heart-wrenching wail. These 6 puppets were the culmination of his life's work, accompanying him through countless battles and vanquishing formidable foes. They were the foundation of his status as a top-tier ninja in Sunigakure. Yet now, they were on the verge of being consumed by flames. Deprived of his puppets, the sand spider stood as if bereft of his very soul, his eyes vacant, as though life had left him. Ling Feng understood that even if he were to let the sand spider go now, he would pose no future threat to Konoha. This blow was undoubtedly fatal for the sand spider, and it was likely he would never again be able to control puppets. Furthermore, this defeat would severely diminish his standing in Sunigakure. Even if he could overcome the psychological trauma, he would still bear the scornful gazes and derisive laughter of his village. Such psychological damage is not something an ordinary person could endure, especially someone as proud and arrogant as the sand spider. Yes, he watched the 6 puppets become engulfed in flames and ultimately reduced to ashes. The puppet legion under the sand spider's command stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the events unfolding before them. Ding! Acquired 600 points. Ling Feng casually picked up a kunai from the ground and slowly approached the sand spider, whose eyes were now devoid of life. At this point, you are no different from a corpse, devoid of spirit. Prolong your suffering is unnecessary. Allow me to grant you release. With that, Ling Feng swiftly slashed. A flash of crimson light cutting through the air, and the sand spider's head was severed from his body, marking his demise. Long last. The ninja forces of Sunigakure on the battlefield took notice of the situation involving Ling Feng, each one struggling to believe their eyes. What? Lord Sand Spider has been slain by that little brat. No way. Is this Konoha brat really that formidable? Indeed, I witnessed it firsthand. That Konoha brat killed Lord Sand Spider with a kunai. With the death of the Sand Spider, the morale of the Sunigakure forces began to waver. Tsunade also recognized this fortunate turn of events, her heart swelling with joy. Well done, my boy. Once again, you've brought me a delightful surprise. Meanwhile, the puppet troops on standby finally reacted. Despite being aware of Ling Feng's formidable strength, they were deeply grieved by the death of their leader, Shaju. Everyone, Lord Shaju has perished. We must avenge him, one cried out. Indeed, if we simply retreat now, it would be an affront to Lord Shaju. Another added, what nonsense! The opponent is merely a brat from Konoha, even if he managed to kill Lord Shaju by chance. Do you think he can deal with all of us at once? We are over 100 strong. Even in the face of Shaju's demise, the group rallied together, their spirits rekindled with a singular purpose, to slay Ling Feng. Thus, over 100 puppet masters unleashed their creations, charging toward Ling Feng. Faced with this elite puppet force from Sunagakure, Ling Feng merely smiled coldly. If even Shaju could not touch me, what are you but a rabble? He proclaimed that I shall show you the true meaning of disparity. Magnet release. Lava chakra mode. Ling Feng intoned softly, transforming his chakra into a molten essence. He then charged into the ranks of the puppet army, commencing a merciless slaughter. Though they were elite puppet masters, upon encountering the lava chakra, even the mightiest puppets were reduced to mere ash. What a pathetic so-called elite puppet master army. You are utterly defenseless. Chapter 67. Pursuing victory with the power of magnet release at his disposal, the threat posed by these so-called elite puppet masters dwindled to nothing, even if their puppets had undergone rigorous refinement to enhance their defenses. They were no match for the formidable puppets of Shaju, with the might of Ling Feng's lava chakra. Even Shaju's unique puppets could be effortlessly incinerated, let alone these ordinary puppets, which posed no hindrance whatsoever. However, Ling Feng did not rush to eliminate them. After all, this was a splendid opportunity to accumulate points. As he ruthlessly dismantled the puppets, the system's notifications rang out, announcing his increasing score. Ding! Earned 300 points. Ding! Earned 260 points. Ding! Earned 280 points. Ling Feng methodically destroyed the puppets of the puppet masters while sparing their lives. The puppet masters watched in despair, their anger boiling, yet they were powerless to retaliate. Many were so enraged that they spat blood on the spot. Each puppet represented a lifelong companion forged through immense effort, now reduced to mere cinders by Ling Feng's flames, swept away by the winds of the desert. This was a form of psychological torment. For a puppet master, the loss of their puppets equated to a death sentence, and by obliterating their creations, Ling Feng had effectively condemned them at that moment. The forces of Sunagakure were embroiled in a fierce battle with the ninjas of Konoha, unable to divert any attention to the puppet army. Even if reinforcements were dispatched, it would take at least 15 minutes to arrive, and with Tsunade leading the charge, there was no chance she would allow other enemies to disrupt, while Ling Feng held the upper hand. Despite the occasional impressive maneuvers and jutsu displayed by these elite puppet masters, they posed no challenge to Ling Feng, who had mastered the body flicker technique, not to mention possessing the intermediate Sharingan and Byakugan. All their flashy techniques seemed trivial in his eyes. Nevertheless, these puppet masters were indeed deserving of their elite title, having been cultivated at great cost by Sunagakure. Each of them wielded their puppets with unparalleled finesse. Though they could not compare to Shaju's ability to control multiple puppets simultaneously, they could command their puppets with remarkable fluidity and even executed combination techniques as a cohesive and fearless fighting unit. Alas, they were up against Ling Feng, a monster endowed with multiple bloodline limits and nearly limitless chakra. Finally, as Ling Feng's score reached 3,700 points, every puppet was annihilated. The members of the puppet army stood there, now bereft of their defenses, staring blankly in disbelief, unable to accept the reality before them. This cannot be. We are the strongest puppet master army of Sunagakure. This must be an illusion. I must be dreaming. Damn it! How could we lose to a 10-year-old child? All the puppet masters murmured in disbelief, unwilling to accept what had transpired. Ling Feng, calculating the time, remarked coolly, "It is about time. Their utility has come to an end." With that, he slowly channeled lightning chakra into his palm. Lightning release. Thunder cut stream blade. Having mastered the technique to its fullest, Ling Feng quickly evolved it into a new jutsu. The power of lightning surged violently, coalescing in his palm into a flickering sword of light. The massacre commenced. Without their puppets for protection, the puppet masters appeared as helpless as frail elders, watching in stunned silence as Ling Feng charged toward them with a glowing sword. Ling Feng understood that their hearts had already succumbed to despair. Devoid of their puppets, they faced a future devoid of hope. A person without a future would inevitably become listless, devoid of any vigor. So be it. They were all destined to perish. If one wished to halt Sunagakure's aggression against Konoha, the only solution was to utterly annihilate their premier combat forces, Chiyo's esteemed apprentice, Shaju, and their prideful puppet master army. Ironically, today, both of their most confident weapons were to be obliterated on this battlefield. With a swift stroke, Ling Feng resembled a soulless killing machine, showing no signs of hesitation. With each flash of white light, crimson blood would spatter forth, claiming yet another vibrant life. The slaughter continued unabated, and his score surged rapidly. However, this time, the point stemmed not from the numbed puppet masters, but from the distant Sunagakure ninjas who bore witness to the carnage. Unable to intervene, with a thud, the last puppet master fell heavily to the ground, marking the complete annihilation of this elite army painstakingly cultivated by Sunagakure. Meanwhile, the Sunagakure ninjas still engaged in combat with Konoha began to display signs of collapse. Their previously formidable assault faltered, their rhythm slowing. The downfall of the puppet army had profoundly impacted their morale, delivering a devastating psychological blow. They had believed that with Shaju and the puppet master army in play, victory was assured. Yet the unimaginable outcome was that they had been decimated by a mere 10-year-old child. This was undoubtedly a catastrophic blow to their spirits. Soon, Konoha breached Sunagakure's first line of defense. Ling Feng approached Tsunade, his expression calm, his heart steady, his breath remarkably controlled. "How fares the battle?" Tsunade inquired, glancing at the seemingly unfazed Ling Feng, feeling an inexplicable chill in her heart. Is this truly a 10-year-old child? How could he possess such a murderous aura, as if life were but an object to him, requiring no deeper contemplation? To take lives seemed as simple and commonplace as plucking flowers. Quite well, especially after you decimated the puppet master army, which threw the enemy's morale into disarray while inflating ours, Tsunade replied. Ling Feng nodded and declared, "Let us pursue victory relentlessly, driving them back to within 3 kilometers of their national border." Chapter 68. Triumph on the front lines. Hearing Ling Feng's words, Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of shock. "Are we to chase them all the way to the borders of Sunagakure? Wouldn't that make us the invaders?" Ling Feng met her gaze, his eyes cold. Sensing his chilling stare, Tsunade involuntarily shivered. "This is a battlefield. You should know well that if the war continues, both sides will only suffer greater casualties, that I can heal most of the wounded. But you must understand, those who perish cannot be brought back to life. Thus, we shall strike directly at their stronghold, making them acutely aware of our might, serving as a preliminary warning, should they refuse to heed our counsel. We shall continue our assault until they are compelled to surrender. If you cannot comprehend this simple truth, then I fear you are unfit to command in this battle, for your cowardice will only exacerbate the casualties on both sides. It could very well be the ninjas of Sunagakure who perish, or it may be those of Konohagakure. Is this a scenario you are willing to witness?" Observing Tsunade's averted gaze, Ling Feng articulated each word with conviction. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's heart was instantly thrown into disarray. Internally, she was incessantly questioning, why should I feel guilt and shame over the words of a mere child? Such a sensation is truly terrifying. Although Tsunade was reluctant to be lectured by someone so young, upon reflection, she found merit in Ling Feng's words. Indeed, Tsunade believed that entering enemy territory was an act of aggression and thus advocated for a retreat. However, Ling Feng contended that such a withdrawal would signify weakness and grant the enemy a chance to regroup. Once they had recuperated, they would undoubtedly return with renewed vigor, perpetuating the cycle of war. One party urged for restraint, while the other insisted on a swift and decisive resolution through overwhelming force. Both strategies have been employed on the battlefield before, yet Tsunade struggled to envision the most brutal approach emanating from the lips of a mere 10-year-old. For a moment, Tsunade felt a sense of disorientation, as if confronting not a child, but a seasoned veteran steeped in the horrors of war. As she became lost in thought, Ling Feng suddenly softened his tone, reminding her that as the supreme commander on this battlefield, the authority to lead lay within her grasp, and he trusted she would make the right decision. Tsunade's heart sank further at his words. This child seemed to have her completely in his grasp, his demeanor exuding a composure that rivaled even that of the third Hokage. Awash with shock, Tsunade realized she could no longer remain silent. Who knew what further alarming statements might escape Ling Feng's lips if she did? Indeed, you are correct. To bring an end to this war, one must be resolute and instill fear in the enemy, compelling them to seek peace. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng's face broke into a smile, acknowledging Tsunade's wisdom. Then please, issue the order. Swiftly, the command to pursue the enemy was disseminated to every ninja of Konohagakure. The troops erupted in an exuberant roar, brandishing their weapons as they charged towards the fleeing ninjas of Sunagakure. This was the culmination of their long-repressed resentment, finally unleashed in that moment. They had endured being overwhelmed by the forces of Sunagakure for too long, and it was only due to the superior overall strength of the Konohagakure ninjas that they had managed to hold their ground for so long. Yet no matter how long they persevered, they ultimately found themselves in peril. Had it not been for Ling Feng's timely assistance and healing, the defenses of Konohagakure would likely have been utterly breached by this point. Thus, the ninjas of Konohagakure, having tasted despair, yearned intensely for victory in battle, longing to swiftly conclude the conflict and return to a state of peace, reuniting with their families. Everyone understood that breaching the borders of Sunagakure would signify the near conclusion of this war. Even if Sunagakure were to struggle in the aftermath, it would merely be a display of stubbornness. In summary, the command to pursue was indeed the most prudent course of action. Observing the jubilant ninjas of Konohagakure, Tsunade found herself momentarily dazed, realizing once more that Ling Feng had made the right choice. It turned out that the ninjas of Konohagakure harbored such profound resentment deep within their hearts. As the overall commander of the war, Tsunade had remained at the headquarters, rarely venturing to the front lines, and thus had little insight into the depth of the animosity the Konohagakure ninjas felt towards Sunagakure. Casting a glance at Ling Feng beside her, Tsunade felt a pang of inadequacy, realizing that her grasp of warfare paled in comparison to that of this mere child. Bereft of their moral support, the ninjas of Sunagakure found themselves leaderless, resorting to blind flight, during which many were trampled underfoot. As they were pursued by the ninjas of Konohagakure, the scene was nothing short of harrowing. Initially planning to overwhelm the defenses of Konohagakure, they were instead ambushed and subsequently found their own lines breached. This battle would surely become one of the most ludicrous episodes in the annals of the ninja world. However, when the ninjas of Konohagakure reached 3 kilometers into the territory of Sunagakure, they ceased their pursuit. The reason was simple. They had vented their pent-up fury and had ventured far from their own grounds. Further reckless aggression could lead to peril, especially if Sunagakure had hidden trump cards poised to strike from the shadows, potentially resulting in total annihilation. As they witnessed the retreat of the Konohagakure forces, the ninjas of Sunagakure finally exhaled in relief, yet remained at a loss for what to do next, sitting on the ground and exchanging bewildered glances. The tides of fortune had turned. What was once a significant advantage had been swiftly transformed into a grave disadvantage by the actions of a mere child, leaving the ninjas of Sunagakure utterly flummoxed. Regardless, this battle had temporarily reached its conclusion. Soon, battle reports were dispatched to the highest echelons of each village. The first to arrive was at the summit of Konohagakure. Within the Hokage's office, an Umbu member responsible for relaying intelligence burst in a state of urgency, breathless and devoid of the usual composure expected of Umbu operatives. Observing this scene, the third Hokage felt a surge of irritation. Recent military engagements had yielded naught but disheartening news, and he was already in a foul mood. Witnessing such uncharacteristic behavior from his subordinate only exacerbated his displeasure. Why this display of disarray? You are a veteran of the Umbu. This is unbecoming. The third Hokage chastised without reservation. However, the Umbu member paid him no mind. Instead, brandishing a scroll of intelligence and proclaiming, "Our forces have achieved victory on the battlefield against Sunagakure." Chapter 69. Proposal for Peace. Hearing the words of the Umbu member before him, Sarutobi Hiruzen leapt from his seat, unable to conceal his excitement. "What did you say?" "We have received news of victory against Sunagakure." "Quickly, show me." The Umbu member nodded, affirming, "Indeed, we have vanquished the army of Sunagakure." Lord Ling Feng not only felled the Sand Spider, but also obliterated the Puppet Master Brigade. Upon finishing, he presented the intelligence scroll to Sarutobi Hiruzen. As he grasped the scroll, Hiruzen read it with haste. Soon, his expression transformed into one of sheer elation, his eyes shimmering with fervor. Holding the scroll aloft, he began to dance with joy, exclaiming, I knew I was right. This lad has never failed to impress me. Splendid, truly splendid. Witnessing the third Hokage's exuberance, the subordinates could understand. Konohagakure had been embroiled in numerous military campaigns recently, with most of the village's personnel deployed, expending great resources in preparation for this all-out war. Yet, until now, there had been no news of triumph, making Ling Feng's recent success a beacon of hope. Perhaps realizing he had become overly animated, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly composed himself and commanded, "Since the war has concluded, let Ling Feng replace Tsunade as the commander to adjust our border defense strategy, and we must ensure the safety of our borders while minimizing station personnel and providing support to other battlefronts." "Yes, Lord Third." As his subordinate departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to gaze out the window. A smile still gracing his lips, he sensed that the harbinger of peace in this ninja world conflict might very well be Ling Feng. Simultaneously, a new thought began to form in his mind. Perhaps the next Hokage should be chosen to compete between Minato and Ling Feng. In the original storyline, Minato ultimately became the fourth Hokage, handpicked by the third to inherit the will of fire and don the Hokage cloak. However, with Ling Feng's emergence, Minato's prominence had been overshadowed. Although the third Hokage acknowledged that under Minato's leadership, Team Kakashi had achieved consistent victories, compared to Ling Feng's singular triumph in resolving the significant issues at the border, it seemed merely a petty skirmish. In light of the current circumstances, Sarutobi Hiruzen has already comprehended the situation with remarkable clarity. The predicament faced by Konoha primarily stems from a critical shortage of manpower. However, now that Ling Feng has resolved the conflict at the border of Sunagakure, as long as he can ensure that hostilities do not resume, he can confidently and boldly reallocate personnel to support other fronts. This would significantly alleviate the pressure. After glancing once more at the contents of the intelligence scroll, Sarutobi Hiruzen clearly recognized everything Ling Feng had accomplished. Understanding that he would undoubtedly manage the affairs of the Sunagakure front adeptly, he chuckled to himself, marveling at how, at such a tender age, Ling Feng could predict the trajectory of the war with such precision. Truly a prodigious talent. It is indeed commendable that he led the army to advance 3 kilometers into Sunagakure's territory before withdrawing as Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen has always approached matters conservatively, which has inadvertently contributed to Konoha's current crisis. Conservatism often invites bullying, a notion that Shimura Danzo understands all too well. Thus, he has consistently advocated for a more aggressive approach. Regrettably, the third Hokage is Sarutobi Hiruzen, not Shimura Danzo. The ultimate authority in Konoha rests firmly in Hiruzen's hands. Yet, how could you possibly comprehend Danzo? He has always maneuvered within the shadows of Konoha. What do you mean by urging me to be cautious of him? On the final page of the intelligence scroll, there was a sealing technique. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's prowess, he was naturally able to discern it effortlessly. Once his subordinates departed, he unveiled it and discovered it contained a message penned in Ling Feng's own hand. Third Hokage, one assassination organization is sufficient for Konoha. There is no need for the route that, if possible, please deal with Shimura Danzo. That a simple statement, yet harbored profound implications. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen could not fully grasp its entirety. Ling Feng's words seemed unfounded, yet they felt like a warning. Why not elucidate the reasons? Was there a hidden agenda? Despite Sarutobi Hiruzen's bewilderment, Ling Feng was far beyond reach at the border, making direct communication impossible. Even if Hiruzen were to find Ling Feng, the latter would likely refrain from clarifying matters, as doing so might alter the course of events. Thus, Ling Feng's remark could only be regarded as a reminder, leaving the course of action entirely to Sarutobi Hiruzen's discretion. Regardless, on the day Ling Feng ascends to power, all those individuals must perish. Meanwhile, far at the border of Konoha, Ling Feng stood atop a high ridge, surveying a small squad of over 10 individuals approaching the Konoha base. Finally, they have arrived, and rather swiftly, Ling Feng remarked with a faint smile. Tsunade, standing behind him, approached and gazed in astonishment. I never imagined they would truly send someone. Having lost so many lives and a costly puppet master corps, are they really willing to concede? Ling Feng shook his head, stating, even if they are unwilling to concede, they possess no means to continue the war. as they lack the strength to do so. Indeed, it appears our formidable incursion made them realize our capacity to penetrate their homeland. However, are they genuinely seeking peace? I suspect they might harbor reluctance and perhaps propose alternative conditions. This should not be a mere simple negotiation, Tsunade mused, rubbing her temples that As long as we can bring this war to a close, I believe neither side has any reason to refuse, for prolonging the conflict will only result in greater losses for Wagakure. While we merely expend a bit more time in this battleground, let us return. Since they initiated the negotiation, we must present ourselves as victors. We cannot personally greet them outside. With that, Ling Feng turned and strode back to the military camp. Tsunade paused, then chuckled, shaking her head. She had anticipated Ling Feng's meticulous attention to detail. Comparatively, she felt rather inadequate. Upon returning to the military camp, tables were already set up on both sides in preparation for the negotiation. Before long, the delegation from Sunagakure arrived. As they entered the camp, their eyes met, inevitably sparking intense hostility. Yet, upon locking gazes with Ling Feng, they suddenly froze, an overwhelming sense of dread flooding their hearts. Noticing the Sunagakure delegation's abrupt paralysis, Tsunade recognized that something was amiss. Hey, Ling Feng, what did you do to them? They are representatives from Sunagakure for the negotiations. Is this an illusion? You must dispel it quickly. Tsunade rapidly deduced that the delegation had likely fallen victim to an illusion. Having experienced Ling Feng's formidable jinjutsu firsthand, that if he did not dispel it, they might perish within the illusion. Indeed, Ling Feng had ensnared them in an illusion. Humph, mere Chunin dare to be arrogant here. I am merely imparting a lesson, hoping they understand that this land is not to be trifled with, Ling Feng stated coldly. The contents of the illusion, of course, were known only to the Sunagakure ninjas. If one were to inquire about what Sunagakure feared most, it would undoubtedly be the rampage of a tailed beast in this world, tailed beasts are eternally the most terrifying disasters. They cannot be killed. They can only be sealed, hence the existence of Jinchuriki. The rampage of the Nine Tails nearly led to Konoha's destruction. How could Sunagakure not suffer grievously from the rampage of the One Tail? This is why the ninjas of this world harbor an innate aversion to Jinchuriki, not out of disdain for the individuals themselves, but for the tailed beasts residing within them, often referred to as monsters. Presently, the Sunagakure ninjas were experiencing the terror of the One-Tail. Last, one could no longer endure and collapse to the ground. Drenched in cold sweat, they desperately wished to flee, yet escape was impossible. Within the illusion, only Ling Feng held the authority to dictate the transitions of all scenes. Should Ling Feng desire, they would be relentlessly hunted by the One Tail until they were utterly exhausted and met their demise. Ling Feng, is this enough? Tsunade exclaimed nervously upon witnessing someone fall. After all, they're here to seek peace, not to declare war. Isn't this a bit excessive? Ling Feng, however, remained unfazed, replying, if this can compel them to behave, then it is not excessive. Following this, Ling Feng dispelled the Jinjutsu, causing the individuals to collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath, their previous dignified demeanor completely forgotten. Observing this scene, Tsunade was left utterly astonished. What on earth is Ling Feng capable of? When did he cast the illusion, and when did he dispel it? Why did I have no inkling of it whatsoever? Have you rested enough? If you wish for comfort, I can arrange more suitable accommodations for you. Guests are welcome, and since hostilities are temporarily paused, I will not treat you poorly, Ling Feng said with a smile. Hearing this, the Sunagakure envoys hastily rose, awkwardly brushing off the dust from their clothes. Yet, upon meeting Ling Feng's gaze, they immediately shrank back, their eyes darting, unwilling to meet his gaze for long. Although they were all Chunin, they were acutely aware of the power of Jinzhou. From the moment they entered, resentment brewed within them. It was Ling Feng's presence that had led to their defeat in this war. Thus, they harbored animosity, casting hostile glances. Yet, they had inexplicably become ensnared in an illusion, which served as a clear indication of Ling Feng's overwhelming strength, far beyond what they could contend with. Despite being Chunin, their defenses had crumbled against his illusion, leaving them bewildered as to when they had even fallen victim to it, akin to being caught off guard in a fight. unaware of who had struck them. Indeed, after experiencing the illusion, the Sunagakure envoys became markedly more subdued, taking their seats at the table prepared for them, remaining motionless. Witnessing the sudden transformation of the Sunagakure envoys into such a compliant state left Tsunade astonished. I suppose they must have witnessed something exceedingly terrifying. She thought, I must say, your Sunagakure does not seem to regard this negotiation with much seriousness. I expected you to send at least a Jounin. Yet you send a group of Chunin. What does this signify? Do you look down upon us? To be frank, if we so desired, we could advance in your territory today, even by 5 or 10 kilometers. As Tsunade contemplated how to commence the dialogue, Ling Feng interjected once more. True to form, his words were striking, rendering the ninjas from Sunagakure acutely embarrassed, wishing they could sink into the ground. Simultaneously, they were filled with trepidation at Ling Feng's remarks. They had come to negotiate, yet the breach of their nation's gates loomed over them. They would become eternal villains in history. Consequently, the representative hastily rose, wearing a bitter smile. Lord Ling Feng, it is not that we look down upon your esteemed nation. The more powerful lords among us have sustained severe injuries in this conflict, and we currently lack suitable representatives, hence our presence. While our capabilities may be modest, we have been duly authorized by the higher echelons of Sunagakure to represent all decisions. And we hope you will not take offense. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng smiled faintly. Ah, I see that it appears I have misjudged you. Please, take a seat and elucidate the purpose of your visit. The representative nodded vigorously. Then continued, Thank you for your generosity, Lord Ling Feng, that we have come in hopes of negotiating peace with your nation. However what? Ling Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. You have slain Lady Chiyo's eldest disciple, the Sand Spider. And she is immensely enraged, preparing to reignite the war. Although we, the senior members of Sunagakure, have vehemently opposed this. Nevertheless, she wishes to meet you to resolve the grievances. Otherwise, she will personally march to Konohagakure. Despite our efforts to dissuade her, her resolve is unwavering, which places us in a precarious position, the representative of Sunagakure stated. Hearing this, Ling Feng narrowed his eyes. Oh, are you suggesting that? Though this request may seem excessive, we hope you can meet with Lady Chiyo to resolve this conflict, thus ensuring a peaceful resolution for both parties, the representative of Sunagakure cautiously suggested. Upon hearing this, Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, How is that possible? You expect our people to go alone to meet their adversary. If a meeting is to occur, then a ninja escort must accompany them. Otherwise, there will be no discussion. But Lord Ling Feng, we are currently in a ceasefire. Sending a ninja escort now would be inappropriate. The representative of Sunagakure replied, clearly troubled. Leaning back in his chair, Ling Feng spoke with a calm demeanor. I understand. You wish for me to go alone to meet Chiyo and resolve our differences to foster a peaceful conclusion. Correct? The representative of Sunagakure nodded repeatedly. Very well. I shall comply. Ling Feng affirmed with a nod. Chapter 71. You cannot stop me what? Ling Feng, you jest, Tsunade exclaimed. Though we are in a ceasefire, the negotiations are far from complete. As long as no agreement has been signed, we remain in a state of war. To venture to Sunagakure without any troops is tantamount to courting death. Tsunade was nearly taken aback, nearly dropping her cup at Ling Feng's unequivocal agreement. It is no exaggeration to say that Ling Feng is now the cornerstone of Konohagakure. All the ninjas of Konohagakure rally around him, believing that as long as he is present, they are invincible. Thus, at this critical juncture, Ling Feng must not be endangered, not even by the slightest ailment, that he must maintain an invincible facade before the ninjas of Konohagakure. For those who have faced despair, Ling Feng is akin to a deity. Yet now, this god intends to venture alone into Sunagakure. Who would agree to such a venture? Even if Ling Feng possesses formidable strength capable of taking on the Sand Spider and 100 puppet masters, could he truly contend against the entire Sunagakure? Observing Tsunade's frantic demeanor, Ling Feng couldn't help but chuckle. The other party has stated that if the conflict with Chiyo is resolved, this war could conclude. What is there to fear? Tsunade shook her head vigorously. It is not about fear. It is about the fact that we cannot trust them in this situation. What if they suddenly turn against us? we would be unable to provide support. Moreover, how they deliberate matters within Sunagakure is beyond our knowledge. With that, Tsunade turned her gaze to the representatives of Sunagakure, sternly asserting, "Are you intentionally provoking us? If you genuinely seek peace, why not allow that elderly woman to come herself?" Hearing this, the ninjas from Sunagakure were taken aback, having just managed to placate Lingfeng, only for Tsunade to erupt in anger once more. Despite their fear of Lingfeng, they dared not provoke Tsunade further. Before Lingfeng's arrival, they had been engaged in battle with Tsunade and were well aware that this woman, endowed with extraordinary strength, was formidable. Given their status as Nin, confronting Lingfeng would be fatal, yet facing Tsunade would yield no favorable outcome either. After all, she is one of the legendary three of Konohagakure, and that is no jest. Noticing the representative from Sunagakure's discomfort, Lingfeng remarked nonchalantly, "I understand your concerns. Chiyo's anger regarding her deceased eldest disciple might lead her to act against me if she were to come here. Correct?" Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the Sunagakure representative nodded fervently. "Indeed, indeed. Our higher-ups have deliberated and are apprehensive about allowing Chiyo to come here, fearing we might not be able to control her emotions. However, if you were to visit Sunagakure, we would devise a means to restrain Lady Chiyo and ensure your safety." "Nonsense. If there were even a chance to eliminate Lingfeng, you would be utterly incapable of stopping it. Instead, you would assist." Tsunade slammed the table, splintering it with her fury. The ninjas of Sunagakure trembled in fear, huddling together. Lingfeng, witnessing this, smiled gently. "It's all right. I can accompany you. Tsunade-senpai is merely concerned for my safety." "Lingfeng, do not act recklessly. Do not presume upon the protection of the third Hokage to do as you please. I must remind you, this is still my territory, and I am the commander here. I will not permit you to go," Tsunade declared in a hushed tone. Realizing her words seemed to have little effect on Lingfeng, she felt compelled to intensify her tone to convey her seriousness. "Lord Lingfeng, if you do not go, how shall we address the conflict with Lady Chiyo? We of Sunagakure wish to maintain enduring peace with Konohagakure. If this grievance remains unresolved, it may become a future hazard," the representative of Sunagakure said. Quaking in fear, "Silence! If you mention taking Lingfeng away one more time, I shall tear your mouths apart," Tsunade bellowed. The representatives of Sunagakure promptly fell silent. The atmosphere grew tense with silence. Tsunade fixated her gaze on Lingfeng, demanding a satisfactory response. As long as he refrained from visiting Sunagakure, she would not mind if the war continued. At the very least, Konohagakure would certainly maintain the upper hand. However, if anything were to befall Lingfeng during his visit to Sunagakure, or if his life were to be used as leverage, Konohagakure would surely face ruin at a mere 10-year-old boy, capable of single-handedly slaying the sand spider and dismantling 100 puppet masters, already possessed strength bordering on legendary. Moreover, this was certainly not Lingfeng's zenith. Furthermore, Lingfeng had countless opportunities for growth. In the face of a genius with such potential, Tsunade was resolved to protect Lingfeng, even at the cost of her own life. "Tsunade-senpai, for the sake of peace, I am willing to make the journey," Lingfeng declared. "Are you still intent on going?" Tsunade's brows furrowed tightly as she gradually rose. "You truly overestimate your capabilities. That is an entire village. I hope you can temper your recklessness and consider the village's interests." Lingfeng shrugged nonchalantly. "If you are concerned about the presence of more formidable puppet masters in Sunagakure, there is no need. To be frank, I'm already well versed in their combat styles. It merely varies in the number of puppets." Hearing this, the representatives of Sunagakure wore expressions of dismay, as if they had just ingested something vile. Did they truly regard the puppet masters, held in such high esteem in their minds, as so ordinary and devoid of threat in Lingfeng's eyes? It was an undeniable fact that Lingfeng had single-handedly slain the sand spider and annihilated the puppet master army. In light of Lingfeng's confidence, Tsunade's frustration only intensified. "Lingfeng, are you intending to defy my orders?" Lingfeng raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "If what you say is correct, I would certainly heed your counsel. However, your fears are unfounded and will only hinder our negotiations. Why should I comply?" "Lingfeng, do not compel me to take action." Tsunade stepped forward, her aura surging dramatically. attempt to stop me. To be candid, 3 or 4 years ago. You might have had a chance, but now, it is impossible. Confronted with the impending action of Tsunade, Ling Feng exhibited no signs of trepidation. Over the past 3 years, he had been diligently honing his mastery of ninjutsu, including the legendary Byakugan no Jutsu and his prodigious strength in a direct comparison. Ling Feng could hold his own against Tsunade with just these two abilities, not to mention the numerous other trump cards he possessed. Hearing Ling Feng's audacious retort, Tsunade's frustration mounted, and she resolutely declared, "Very well. I've long wished for a serious bout with you. Come on. If I win, you will stay put." Ling Feng stepped forward, responding nonchalantly. "And if I win? If you triumph, then you may choose your own path," Tsunade replied through gritted teeth, her fists cracking ominously. "Agreed. It's settled." Ling Feng nodded. Observing the charged atmosphere between the two formidable figures, the representatives of Sunagakure trembled in fear. Huddled behind their table, wishing for a box to shield themselves, perhaps Tsunade's anger was exacerbated by her recent menstrual cycle, causing her temper to flare unexpectedly. Ling Feng understood that Tsunade's intentions were for his benefit. However, at this juncture, reaching an accord with Sunagakure was paramount, as it would grant him the opportunity to venture to other battlefronts. The Third Great Ninja War had merely commenced, with an expected duration of 2 to 3 years. Though Ling Feng hoped for a swifter conclusion, yet only he could foresee the unfolding events, while Tsunade and her compatriots were confined to the present, rendering them incapable of comprehending his actions. Thus, it ultimately became a contest of sheer strength. Ling Feng acted without the need to justify himself to anyone. Should anyone attempt to obstruct him, he would clear the path, regardless of whether they were allies or foes. Seeing Ling Feng's unwavering resolve, Tsunade recognized that a confrontation was inevitable. Despite her inability to grasp Ling Feng's motivations, she would not permit him to act recklessly for the future of Konohagakure. "Let us commence. I will unleash my full prowess. Today, you shall not leave this military camp." Upon uttering these words, her aura surged dramatically, reaching a zenith, accompanied by the emergence of dark markings upon her forehead, signaling the activation of the Byakugan no Jutsu. To Ling Feng's astonishment, Tsunade had initiated her most powerful technique right from the outset. While her innate strength was indeed formidable, the activation of the Byakugan no Jutsu elevated her prowess to an even greater level. The Chunin of Sunagakure watched in horror, their faces paling at the sight. The Byakugan no Jutsu. Is Tsunade truly here to fight seriously? How terrifying. Why is the exit so far away? "We doomed. We must take cover, for a single punch could be our last." As Tsunade prepared herself, Ling Feng merely smiled calmly. Raising his hands to begin forming seals slowly, he intended for Tsunade to witness the ninjutsu he was about to unleash. Soon, Tsunade's pupils constricted in shock. "What? You can also use the Byakugan no Jutsu." Indeed, Ling Feng was also about to activate the Byakugan no Jutsu, eager to see whose mastery of the technique would prevail. The representatives from Sunagakure were utterly flabbergasted, their hearts racing in disbelief as both contenders unveiled their Byakugan no Jutsu. Ling Feng can use the Byakugan no Jutsu too. The combat strength of Konohagakure is truly terrifying. Is Ling Feng truly that formidable? Are we going to perish here? A system notification chimed. Ding! Earn 120 points. Ling Feng grinned, realizing that this skirmish would yield yet another opportunity to accrue points. "Come on. You wish to fight me, so let it be as you desire." Ling Feng beckoned, his tone unfazed. Tsunade gritted her teeth and charged forward. As a ninja, specializing in medical ninjutsu, her combat prowess relied solely on her extraordinary strength. In the face of overwhelming power, any flashy techniques were futile, which was precisely what had enabled Tsunade to stand among the legendary Sannin. However, Ling Feng was quite different, possessing both immense strength and the Byakugan no Jutsu. He was also adept in various forms of martial arts, such as the 8 Gates and Byakugan. Thus, when the battle commenced, an overwhelming advantage swiftly emerged. Though Tsunade appeared fearsome, she found herself striking air. while Ling Feng's seemingly slow and casual assaults consistently landed precisely on her vital points. Before long, Tsunade was panting heavily, utterly exhausted, while Ling Feng maintained an air of tranquility, his breath steady, clearly indicating the disparity in their strengths. However, the clash of their immense might generated a cacophony. The once spacious military camp now felt constricted and crowded. Countless fragments of stone were effortlessly propelled into the air, the ground cracked, and the thunderous sounds reverberated like a storm. Ninjas from Sunagakure fled in panic, trembling and helpless, each one wishing to weep in despair, contemplating the folly of their presence in such peril. Eventually, the battle came to a halt. Tsunade half sat on the ground. Gasping for air, her Byakugan no jutsu dispelled, clearly drained of energy. Meanwhile, Ling Feng also ceased his Byakugan no jutsu, experiencing merely a slight increase in breath, quickly returning to normal, as if the fierce confrontation had scarcely affected him. Merely a warm-up. Noticing Ling Feng's calm demeanor, Tsunade sighed in resignation, acutely aware of the vast gap between them. "I concede," she uttered, her voice laced with reluctance. Though this was the undeniable truth, she was nearly 30, while Ling Feng was merely 10. The disparity in their ages was one thing, but for him to surpass her so decisively was utterly absurd. "According to the rules, I may choose whether or not to go, and you cannot prevent me," Ling Feng stated. Tsunade nodded, acknowledging the validity of his claim. "However, I hope you can ensure your own safety. Even if you deem it inconsequential, I implore you to consider the implications for me and the village." Tsunade rose, her words prompting Ling Feng to fall into contemplation. Meanwhile, the representatives of Sunagakure, having narrowly escaped disaster, were too preoccupied with their own survival to reflect on their resilience. Their purpose for visiting was to persuade Ling Feng to accompany them back to Sunagakure. And they were now anxious, fearing he might refuse. "Very well. I shall ensure my safety," Ling Feng replied, striding toward the representatives of Sunagakure. They immediately straightened, akin to soldiers awaiting inspection, daunted by Ling Feng's overwhelming presence. Afraid to make even the slightest move. "How old is Gaara from your village?" Upon hearing this question, the representatives paused momentarily, but dutifully responded, "He is 1.5 years old, yet still unable to walk." "I am aware, for he is sealed with the one-tailed beast within him," Ling Feng remarked nonchalantly. Instantly, the representatives of Sunagakure were aghast. Tsunade herself widened her eyes in astonishment. How had Ling Feng come to know such a secret? "How did you learn this?" the representatives inquired, voicing their bewilderment. Ling Feng, however, maintained his calm demeanor and replied, "The source of my knowledge is not for you to question, and if you wish for me to accompany you to your village, I require you to hand over Gaara upon entering your territory, and he must remain with me at all times. Thus, this negotiation will likely come to naught as for the consequences that may arise. I urge you to ponder them yourselves that I am a person of my word, and having made a promise to Tsunade Senpai, I must demand a token of absolute significance before I venture alone to Sunagakure. Well then, let us conclude today's negotiations here. You may either return or take up residence in the accommodations we have provided, allowing for further discussions at your leisure." With that, Ling Feng issued an order for them to leave. Once the representatives of Sunagakure had departed, Tsunade approached Ling Feng, her brow furrowed in concern. "How did you know that the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure would be Gaara? Are you questioning me, or do you intend to pry into my affairs?" Ling Feng leaned back in his chair, responding in a leisurely manner. Tsunade shook her head repeatedly. "No, I am merely curious, as I have never heard such news before. Even the third Hokage never mentioned it. That is precisely because, even if it were mentioned, it would have no bearing on the war, so why speak of it? Moreover, that Jinchuriki belongs to them, and any intentions we might harbor could serve as a catalyst for war, which the third Hokage would certainly not permit. Now, what else do you wish to know?" Ling Feng replied with a faint smile. Tsunade fell silent for a moment, gazing intently into Ling Feng's eyes as if seeking to uncover something. After a sigh, she admitted, "I truly have little interest in this secret. You are correct. It is their tailed beast, their Jinchuriki, and has little to do with us. Yet, I am curious about how you came to possess this information, if not from a third." Ling Feng raised an eyebrow at Tsunade's probing inquiry. He certainly could not divulge that he possessed foreknowledge of all future events in this world, though it undoubtedly raised suspicions. Thus, he concocted a casual explanation. Very well, since you're so eager to know, I shall tell you that you recall that I intercepted the Puppet Master Squad from Sunagakure on their way to provide support. There were 30 of them, led by a high-ranking official from Sunagakure. This mission was of utmost importance to them, so they dispatched elite Jonin. After defeating them, I did not execute them immediately. Instead, I interrogated them one by one. Naturally, if they held no position or status within Sunagakure, I dispatched them without hesitation. That it was from the mouth of that high-ranking official that I acquired this information. Ling Feng elaborated, deliberately providing additional details to lend authenticity to his account. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's furrowed brow relaxed, her expression shifting to one of understanding. That is how you came to know such a secret. What else do you know? Ling Feng shrugged. The only other thing I gleaned was their operational plans for the war. However, with the annihilation of that squad, any plans they had become meaningless. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Indeed, with the war now concluded, those plans have lost their significance. So, you believe having Gaara by your side is the greatest assurance. Precisely, tail beasts are the closely guarded secret weapons of the various villages, not to be wielded lightly, and they are notoriously difficult to control. As long as I maintain control over Gaara, they will undoubtedly refrain from provoking me. Otherwise, I would swiftly eliminate Gaara, unleashing the One Tail. Until they find a suitable vessel, the chaos wrought by the tailed beast would undoubtedly result in catastrophic devastation. Ling Feng stated. Tsunade, upon hearing this, recalled a story her grandfather once shared about a tailed beast rampage that nearly obliterated a village. Ling Feng remained silent, contemplating that, according to the narrative, the Nine Tails turmoil was likely not far off, expected to erupt within the next year or two. Yet, he refrained from voicing this thought, as further inquiries from Tsunade might leave him at a loss for explanations. Well then, I shall take my leave to rest. We will reconvene once Sunagakure provides their response. With that, Ling Feng rose and departed. Tsunade observed his retreating figure, choosing not to voice any further remarks, since Ling Feng had assured her he would seek a sufficiently secure bargaining chip before proceeding to Sunagakure. She resolved to let him be, understanding that his intentions were to ultimately resolve the conflict. The following day, Ling Feng awoke, preparing for his morning training. Due to the war, he had not practiced for nearly a month. Shortly after concluding his morning routine, he received word from Tsunade's envoy, indicating that the representatives of Sunagakure had departed in the middle of the night, presumably to confer with their higher-ups. Ling Feng was not surprised by this development, and instructed that a message be relayed to Tsunade, assuring her that they would undoubtedly return that moment. He would make his exit. This statement held a simple implication. Sunagakure would surely acquiesce to his demands. Within the military camp, Tsunade, upon learning of Ling Feng's response, was perplexed and wished to inquire further. However, with numerous duties demanding her attention, she found herself unable to spare a moment. Meanwhile, Ling Feng, preferring to dedicate his time to training rather than managing trivial matters, evaded the administrative burdens, much to Tsunade's chagrin, who had considered offering him a general's position. Chapter 74. In a dilemma after completing his morning training, Ling Feng returned to the military camp for a sumptuous meal before resuming his training. Tsunade, harboring a multitude of questions, attempted to confront Ling Feng, but found herself thwarted, leading her to chastise her subordinates. How infuriating! Next time Ling Feng returns, notify me immediately. If you allow me to come back empty-handed again, you shall be sent to the front lines as cannon fodder. Upon hearing this, her subordinates stood at attention, bowing repeatedly in apology. T.O.B. dispatched as cannon fodder to the front lines would surely mean they would not survive until dawn. Thus, when Ling Feng returned to his tent after finishing his training, he was met by Tsunade at the entrance. Shouldn't you be busy? What brings you here again? Ling Feng asked, puzzled by her presence. Tsunade, unceremoniously entering the tent, plopped down onto a nearby stool. I may be busy, but not as much as you. You seem to vanish all day, only to reappear for meals. I have had no opportunity to speak with you, and I have even sent someone to keep watch. In truth, you are the one busier than I am. Tsunade's words carried a hint of sarcasm. However, Ling Feng simply smiled and replied, "Your endeavors are of great import, while mine are merely trivial matters, hardly worthy of mention." Tsunade raised an eyebrow, acknowledging his point. "That's so. What is it you wish to discuss with me?" Sitting up straight, Tsunade inquired, "It is now the second day, and with tomorrow marking our agreed-upon date, how can you be so certain they will return? To be honest, once they arrive, you will know the answer, won't you? Asking me is less effective than inquiring directly with them." Ling Feng remarked, somewhat evasively. Hearing this, Tsunade gritted her teeth in frustration, itching to spar with Ling Feng. Yet, recalling her inability to best him, she refrained. "Fine, I shall plead with you. For the past 2 days, I have been unable to think straight, losing sleep over my desire to understand the basis for your confidence." Tsunade had sensed a rising discourse regarding Ling Feng within the military, indicating his reputation had eclipsed hers. This realization left her, who had worked tirelessly on the front lines for 2 months, feeling discontented. Despite leading the troops to victory in several key battles and maintaining the border for an extended period, how was it that Ling Feng, having arrived merely a month ago, had overshadowed her? Moreover, Tsunade found herself utterly perplexed by her thoughts and judgments regarding Ling Feng. Had it not been for Ling Feng's explanations, she would have remained in a state of confusion. Although her intentions were for the sake of Konoha, Tsunade was unwilling to see her hard work dissipate into nothingness. After all, war is the swiftest path to fame. As a descendant of Konoha's founders, it would be disingenuous to claim she did not desire recognition. Similarly, to assert that she had no ambition for the position of Hokage would also be false. Thus, Tsunade took the initiative to personally oversee the battlefield between Konoha and Sunagakure. Intent on winning the war, gaining renown, and laying a solid foundation for her future bid for Hokage. However, the current trend was unmistakably suggesting that her standing might be eclipsed by the mere 10-year-old Ling Feng. In light of Ling Feng's abilities, Tsunade could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Yet, their analyses of the situation and their approaches to decision-making diverged significantly. Consequently, Tsunade sought to comprehend the rationale behind Ling Feng's choices. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Ling Feng offered a slight smile and replied, "The reasoning is rather straightforward, as I mentioned earlier. If we continue fighting, Sunagakure will undoubtedly find itself at a disadvantage. Furthermore, having lost their primary strength, they will struggle to fend off future attacks from other villages. Then there is Chiyo's fury. With her eldest disciple slain, such enmity cannot simply be brushed aside. She will undoubtedly leverage her influence to compel Sunagakure to fulfill her desire for vengeance against me. Thus, in light of the prevailing circumstances and Chiyo's wrath, even if it risks Garo's life, I must go to Sunagakure to negotiate peace. That on one hand, we must sign a ceasefire agreement, and on the other, I must resolve this personal vendetta with Chiyo." After hearing Ling Feng's detailed explanation, Tsunade felt a sense of clarity wash over her. "I see now. Your analytical skills are truly remarkable, and I admire them. I had only considered the first aspect and completely overlooked the second. You take far more into account than I do. Unlike me, who bears no burdens alone." Ling Feng smiled. "Well, I understand. There's just 1 more day left. What if they do not arrive? Do you have a plan?" Tsunade inquired. Despite knowing Ling Feng was confident they would come, she preferred to be thoroughly prepared for as long as the possibility of war lingered. Her role as commander demanded readiness. Ling Feng chuckled softly. "Do not worry. They will undoubtedly come tomorrow. Why, dinner has arrived, and after I eat, I must continue my training. Please excuse me." With that, he rose, and a servant entered with a meal. Tsunade watched Ling Feng savoring his dinner in silence for a moment before taking her leave. That on the 3rd day, Tsunade arrived early at a lookout point, gazing towards Sunagakure. Although Ling Feng's explanation was impeccable and his reasoning clear, Tsunade was reluctant to fully trust that his judgments could be infallibly correct. Regrettably, the people of Sunagakure did indeed arrive. The same individuals as before. Perhaps Sunagakure believed that sending familiar faces would put Konoha at ease. However, this time, Tsunade did not extend any cordiality, leaving the representatives of Sunagakure bewildered as to why they had unwittingly provoked her ire. In truth, Ling Feng had once again made an accurate assessment, which left Tsunade somewhat irked. Everyone entered the same tent as during the previous negotiations and took their seats. Ling Feng wasted no time and directly asked, "Have you all made your decisions? I hope you have come to provide me with a response, rather than merely to visit." Lord Ling Feng, to speak frankly, your request places us in a difficult position. Regardless of the choice we make, one side will inevitably bear a certain level of risk. After thorough deliberation, we have decided to substitute Gaara with his two siblings, Temari and Kankuro. They are both children of the fourth Kazekage, and we believe that having them as hostages should not differ significantly from having Gaara himself. One of the representatives from Sunagakure stated after a brief pause. However, upon hearing this, Ling Feng immediately shook his head in refusal. "Unless it is Gaara, I will not entertain any negotiations. The reasons are clear to you all. No number of hostages can compare to the value of a Jinchuriki." Chapter 75. Entering the land of sand faced with Ling Feng's unwavering stance, the shinobi from Sunagakure appeared troubled, evidently caught in a predicament. They had intended to continue bargaining, but upon seeing Ling Feng's impassive expression, their hearts raced, fearing that further discussion might lead to dire consequences. "What should we do?" I hardly dare to speak. "Who isn't concerned? Let us just agree to Ling Feng's demands. I worry we may not return," another whispered. "Indeed, as for the demands from our village, we can address them later. Let us wait until we are back in the village to figure things out." The representatives of Sunagakure began to murmur amongst themselves. Before long, one of the representatives cleared his throat and said, "Lord Ling Feng, since you do not agree, we will comply with your request and hand over Gaara to you." Upon hearing this, Ling Feng was about to nod in agreement when Tsunade interjected loudly. "What nonsense is this? Just a moment ago, you were making demands, and now you suddenly acquiesce. There must be something amiss." This outburst nearly startled the representatives of Sunagakure out of their seats. "Lady Tsunade, you misunderstand. The village has indeed consented to Lord Ling Feng's request, but we merely hoped for further negotiation. Since Lord Ling Feng does not agree, we shall follow your wishes," the representative from Sunagakure hastily explained. Tsunade scrutinized the representatives of Sunagakure, her brow furrowed and eyes wide, as if attempting to see through their intentions, just as the atmosphere reached a tense climax. Ling Feng spoke to Tsunade-senpai, "Do not be too hard on them. What decisions can a few chunin make? They are merely executing the tasks assigned by their village." Upon hearing this, Tsunade turned her gaze to Ling Feng, asking, "Are you suggesting we truly go with them?" "Of course, AS previously agreed. As long as they can hand over Gaara, I will go," Ling Feng affirmed, nodding as he rose. "Let's not waste any more time. I would like to enjoy a delicious meal from Sunagakure by noon, if that is agreeable." The representatives from Sunagakure nodded eagerly. "Certainly. We will ensure you are well taken care of." "Very well, then." With that, Ling Feng exited the tent. Tsunade followed him outside, asking, "Ling Feng, are you certain this is wise? They do not seem sincere at all." "Rest assured, I have my own calculations. Until Gaara is in my hands, I will not follow them. And even if there is an ambush, they will never catch me." Ling Feng waved his hand dismissively, turning away. Tsunade watched him depart, biting her lip in contemplation, as if wrestling with some inner conflict. Her assistant, Ingzi, approached Tsunade's side and followed her gaze, clicking her tongue. "What are you doing?" Tsunade snapped, her face flushing. "Lady Tsunade, are you worried for Lord Ling Feng's safety? If you were not needed here to command the army, you would surely accompany him," Ingzi remarked. This, Tsunade's voice sharpened as she retorted, "Nonsense. Attend to your own duties." Upon concluding her words, Tsunade hastily turned and departed, eliciting hearty laughter from Ingzi behind her. That moment, Ling Feng was already preparing to leave the borders of the Land of Fire with his contingent. Due to the standoff between the two factions, their respective camps were in close proximity. However, ever since Ling Feng had led the Konohan ninja army deep into enemy territory, the opposing forces had been compelled to retreat several kilometers to avoid further surprise attacks. It was only due to the current negotiations that Sunagakure had relocated their encampment back to the front lines, eager to facilitate Ling Feng's arrival. Upon entering the Sunagakure camp, Ling Feng could distinctly sense the heightened vigilance directed towards him. This was hardly surprising, considering he had single-handedly obliterated their strongest elite forces, leaving no room for doubt about his formidable strength. As many had witnessed at firsthand, in stark contrast to the anxiety of the Sunagakure ninjas, Ling Feng exuded an air of nonchalance, strolling through the camp with an easy swagger, occasionally glancing around as though he were perusing a museum exhibit, viewing everything, including the Sunagakure ninjas, as mere artifacts that, of course, while some were fearful, others harbored resentment. A handful of disgruntled individuals conspired to teach Ling Feng a lesson. Concealed within the crowd, they seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from behind as he passed. Yet in the blink of an eye, a wall of earth erupted from the ground, thwarting their canaille. The abrupt turn of events startled the representatives of Sunagakure, who immediately began to reprimand their subordinates. If they provoked the god of death, their fates would be sealed. Ling Feng paused, stating coolly, "For the sake of the Sunagakure representatives, I shall overlook this incident. However, should such behavior persist, do not expect my leniency." With that, he continued on his way. The surrounding enemy ninjas were left in a state of shock. What had just transpired? How had Ling Feng reacted so swiftly in such a critical moment? Did he even perform any hand signs? Ding! Earned 600 points. Ling Feng smiled faintly. The astonishment of these individuals had inadvertently granted him a windfall of points. Despite their attempts at ambush, their power was insufficient to pose any threat to him. While many had witnessed his overwhelming strength on the battlefield, there remained a faction who had yet to grasp the extent of his prowess. Thus, Ling Feng was unbothered by the prospect of demonstrating his might to them, especially as it presented an opportunity to accrue additional points. Even after having issued a warning, there were still those stubborn enough to challenge him. These individuals had never truly witnessed Ling Feng in action. Anyone who had would know better than to provoke him. Another attack was launched, but Ling Feng did not even glance back. He unleashed a torrent of water, sweeping them and the earth into the sand, transforming it into quicksand. Just as one was about to be engulfed, a nearby comrade swiftly pulled him to safety. As others continued to attack, Ling Feng effortlessly dispatched them, remaining untouched by even a speck of dirt. Their strikes failed to breach a 3-meter radius around him, either being blocked or neutralized. At last, the Sunagakure ninjas recognized that Ling Feng's power far exceeded their expectations and understood that had he chosen to engage further, they would have been utterly defenseless. Chapter 76. Hostages. As Ling Feng made his way through the camp, effortlessly dealing with those misguided ninjas, the representatives of Sunagakure were drenched in cold sweat. Their subordinates' choice to resort to ambush was nothing short of an affront to Ling Feng. They were already defeated foes, yet still they dared to act in defiance, employing such underhanded tactics. Could this not invoke ire? Moreover, Ling Feng had clearly indicated his displeasure with any further disruptions. However, despite their roles as negotiators, these representatives were merely of Chunin rank, possessing little more than experience and political acumen due to their AGI in the midst of battle. Their words carried little weight, as they were but fodder in the fray. Thus, they found themselves in a precarious position, unable to rein in the obstinate ninjas, yet uncertain of Ling Feng's temper. Should he reach a breaking point, the consequences would be dire. The representatives were acutely aware that Ling Feng's response to the unruly ninjas was escalating. The last group to attack him found themselves quite literally buried in the sand, their depth unknown, as even a dozen failed to unearth them, leaving their fate uncertain. Fortunately, they finally traversed the main thoroughfare of the camp. "Lord Ling Feng, ahead lies the envoy sent to escort you," the representatives respectfully announced, continually wiping the sweat from their brows. Given their location at the front lines, it would take at least another afternoon to reach the village. Thus, they had to address lunch here first, for it would not do to let Ling Feng proceed on an empty stomach. Ling Feng nodded slightly, replying, "Very well, but I trust you have prepared everything that I would prefer not to be kept waiting. To be honest, this journey has been quite irksome, though I have made every effort to remain patient." This remark was clearly directed at the obstinate ninjas. Although their attacks were trivial to him, no one relished the incessant buzzing of flies around them. Had it not been for the points earned from these nuisances, he might have resorted to lethal measures. Indeed, Lord Ling Feng, we have prepared exquisite delicacies unique to Sunagakure for your enjoyment. Following your meal, We will facilitate the exchange of hostages, the representative hastily assured. Ling Feng acknowledged with a non-committal before stepping into the tent. Upon entry, he was greeted by a delectable aroma wafting through the air. Clearly, a feast had been prepared. Inside, he observed several individuals seated, all adorned in the garb of the village's elite, those who did not engage in combat, but rather in policy and strategy, in essence. They were politicians. Ling Feng held little affection for politicians, so after exchanging a few polite words, he took his seat. Upon noticing that a mere 10-year-old child had entered, the politicians immediately began to whisper amongst themselves, their expressions laced with disdain. Yet Ling Feng remained unfazed, as he was not there to appease these self-important individuals. Noticing that the representatives intended to depart after seating him, he inquired, "Where do you think you are going?" The representatives turned to him, explaining, "Our task was to bring you here. The subsequent exchange ceremony is outside our purview." Ling Feng shook his head, insisting, "No, you shall remain here to assist with the exchange ceremony. I have found you agreeable over the past few days. When the time comes, you shall represent your side. As for the others, I might find their presence irksome and take action." With that, he picked up his utensils and began to eat. The representatives exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their discomfort, yet they dared not refuse him outright. "Lord Ling Feng, please enjoy your meal. We will report the situation to our superiors," they stammered, trying to placate him before hastily retreating to consult with the politicians. Before long, the representatives returned, wiping beads of sweat from their brows. "Lord Ling Feng, according to protocol, our involvement here has concluded." Yet, in the next moment, a formidable aura emanated from Ling Feng. "I have already made myself clear. You will remain. Otherwise, I assure you, everyone present shall meet their end," he declared coldly. Instantly, the tent fell silent, each face a mask of terror. They were merely politicians, the most powerful among them being nominally Jounin, their true strength barely surpassing that of a Chunin. They were ill-equipped to confront such a terrifying adversary. Thus, they complied without hesitation, ensuring that the representatives remained by Ling Feng's side to facilitate the hostage exchange. Yet, they all understood that, at this moment, everyone within the tent, as well as the Sunagakure ninjas outside, had effectively become Ling Feng's hostages. There is no way out. Under the crushing weight of absolute power, they possess no capacity for resistance whatsoever. After satisfying his hunger, Ling Feng contentedly wiped his mouth and inquired, "Well then, is the person I seek brought here?" "Indeed," replied the representative, waving his hand grandly, prompting someone to enter the tent bearing a bamboo basket. Lifting the lid, Ling Feng glanced at the slumbering Gara within. Confirming his identity with a nod, he stated, "Very well, I shall accompany you to the village." The politicians within the tent were taken aback by Ling Feng's ability to recognize Gara, pondering how he could truly identify him. Though some had mused that any infant might suffice to impersonate Gara, Ling Feng's displayed prowess had dispelled such notions. Yet, doubts lingered. How could Ling Feng assert that he wanted Gara by his side without ever having met the real Gara? Nevertheless, Ling Feng had indeed verified Gara's identity before opting to venture to the village with them. This indicated that Ling Feng not only knew of Gara, the Jinchuriki, but could also discern him with ease. Thus, did this not suggest that the secrets of Sunagakure were laid bare before Ling Feng? Instantly, the politicians were thrown into a panic, uncertain of how much Ling Feng truly knew regarding the secrets of Sunagakure. Chapter 77. The consequences would be dire. Having confirmed Gara's identity, Ling Feng consented to proceed to Sunagakure to engage in peace talks. The initial envoys who communicated with Ling Feng accompanied him, while he categorically denied access to all others, forbidding any outsiders from approaching him. Despite the reluctance of Sunagakure's upper echelons, they had no recourse, as they were left with no choice but to acquiesce to Ling Feng. Fearing the repercussions of provoking him, they had learned of Ling Feng's formidable strength from the envoys dispatched to Konoha for negotiations, and having witnessed his capabilities firsthand, they were deeply intimidated. Consequently, they discreetly urged the envoys to keep a vigilant watch over Gara, ensuring that no harm befell him. Should Ling Feng take action against Gara, the seal would assuredly break, unleashing the One Tail to wreak havoc. The present, Sunagakure was in a state of disarray, lacking a leader. Not only had the third Kazekage perished, but the fourth Kazekage had also met an untimely demise due to unforeseen circumstances. Though no concrete evidence existed, the higher-ups in Sunagakure were convinced that these events were orchestrated by Konoha. Thus, should the One Tail emerge, Sunagakure would face an insurmountable crisis, resulting in catastrophic losses. All of this was kept tightly under wraps, with no outsiders privy to the information, bolstering their audacity to feign indifference in front of Ling Feng. They feared that should Ling Feng discover their current inability to contend with the One Tail, he would undoubtedly devise a means to unleash it. How could negotiations proceed under such circumstances, with everything firmly within Ling Feng's grasp? Yet, what the people of Sunagakure failed to realize was that no one understood their predicament better than Ling Feng himself. Even the upper echelons of Sunagakure could not possess more secrets than he did. By Ling Feng's decree, only the few envoys were permitted to accompany him, while all others were mandated to maintain a distance of 100 meters. This distance ensured that Ling Feng could react promptly to any unforeseen events. Lord Ling Feng, we have prepared a luxurious carriage for you, accompanied by beautiful maidens. Although you are still quite young, surely it would be more pleasant than being surrounded by us middle-aged men, one envoy suggested. Throughout the journey, Ling Feng maintained an air of indifference, refraining from initiating conversation, which placed the envoys in a rather awkward position. They conspired to encourage one bolder envoy to speak up. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow in response, stating, "The beauties of Sunagakure are indeed commendable. I encountered a few on the way, presumably your medical ninjas. However, I dare not approach them, for it is said that women are akin to poison. A notion you, of your age, should understand more than I." The envoy was momentarily at a loss for words, reflecting, "Aren't you merely 10 years old? Why do you speak as if you possess the wisdom of an elder? It seems as though you comprehend the truths of the world all too well." Yet, upon reconsideration, they realized that Ling Feng's youth rendered him devoid of any interest in beautiful women. After all, riding in a luxurious carriage is certainly more comfortable than walking, another envoy interjected. "Unnecessary," Ling Feng replied coolly. "The geographical conditions of Sunagakure are already unfavorable, with scarcely any level paths. Even if we were to ride, we would likely have to dismount shortly thereafter." The envoy was taken aback, wondering how Ling Feng could possess such comprehensive knowledge of Sunagakure despite it being his first visit. "But we hold lower positions, and being in your presence renders us unable to discuss anything of substance. Your purpose for visiting Sunagakure is to negotiate. Surely you wish to inquire about some profound political matters? Perhaps if someone with a higher rank were accompanying you, we could engage in a meaningful dialogue, allowing you to gain insights before reaching the negotiation site," another envoy suggested. However, Ling Feng did not even glance back, simply gesturing dismissively. "There is no need. The negotiations merely concern whether or not hostilities will continue. Nothing more. I have no further inquiries. If conflict arises, you will inevitably lose." Such a brazen declaration left the envoys in a state of shock. With such an attitude, who could believe that Ling Feng had come to negotiate? It seemed more like a threat to cease hostilities. Frustrated as they were, the envoys could only sigh, acknowledging their impotence in the matter. The other two envoys, witnessing this, patted their companion's shoulder in a gesture of consolation. Yet the resignation in their eyes spoke volumes. They were utterly at a loss against Ling Feng. Here was a mere child of 10, yet the three of them, whose combined age approached 120 years, had failed to gain the upper hand, while they themselves had experienced a whirlwind of dramatic events in just a few days, truly grasping the essence of life. Halfway through the journey, they arrived at a rest stop, specifically prepared for Ling Feng. Of course, if Ling Feng had chosen a ride in the carriage, this rest stop would be for the horses, as the terrain was indeed quite harsh, requiring the steeds to rest and replenish their strength. "Let us eat a little and be on our way," Ling Feng declared. Upon entering the rest stop, Ling Feng immediately frowned. After sipping a cup of water, he promptly moved towards the entrance. This left the envoys utterly bewildered. "Lord Ling Feng, we have unique delicacies from Sunagakure for you to sample. Would you not care to try?" one envoy urged. Ling Feng, however, responded indifferently. "No interest. Could you please expedite the process?" Sensing Ling Feng's cold demeanor and recognizing his displeasure, the envoys lost their appetite for further food and hastily drank a few cups of water before following Ling Feng back on the road. They asked for why they were in such a hurry. They found it difficult to comprehend. Yet, Ling Feng was acutely aware. Through his Byakugan, he sensed the presence of Sunagakure ninjas covertly observing near the rest stop. While they did not dare to take action against him, their intentions were far from benign, prompting Ling Feng to avoid lingering. This served as a warning to those lurking nearby. Do not engage in any underhanded schemes, for I see through all your machinations. To be honest, you must have many questions in your minds. Yes, for instance, why do I insist on having you remain by my side, despite your apparent ignorance? The reason you were dispatched for negotiations lies solely in your inconsequential positions. Should anything go awry, it would matter little. Yet, even so, I still choose you. Ling Feng glanced at the envoys, who were still whispering amongst themselves, and suddenly spoke up. Chapter 78. You are quite astute confronted by Ling Feng's inquiries. The envoys were utterly at a loss, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads, an increasing testament to their rising anxiety. It was evident that this was a manifestation of their nervousness. They were somewhat aware of the ambush set within the village, having been forced to accompany Ling Feng due to his insistence. Thus, the higher-ups of Sunagakure had divulged a few details to prevent the envoys from jeopardizing their plans. Consequently, they knew that an ambush had indeed been laid within the village, led by Chiyo herself. The rationale was straightforward. Chiyo's foremost disciple had been slain by Ling Feng, and thus she would show no mercy. If she could eliminate Ling Feng, they would have a chance to turn the tide of the conflict. However, they had never anticipated that Ling Feng would deduce their intentions. Now, what were they to do? With the village looming ever closer, they had no opportunity to relay this information in advance. A few messengers exchanged anxious glances, their eyes wide in trepidation as they scrutinized the situation repeatedly. Ultimately, they could only convey their mutual apprehension through furtive glances, deciding to report their findings once they reached the village. For the present moment, they were acutely aware that admitting the village had orchestrated an ambush was out of the question. Lord Ling Feng, you are overthinking matters. We have invited you here for negotiations. How could we possibly set a trap to attack you? One messenger forced a smile, attempting to mask his unease. Ling Feng, upon hearing this, cast a cold gaze in his direction, causing the messenger to falter, his courage evaporating as he averted his eyes and instinctively lowered his head. Humph, do they truly believe they could deceive me with such feeble tactics? How utterly contemptuous. The initial intention of Sunagakure was indeed shrewd. They had dispatched inconsequential representatives, presuming that even if negotiations failed and they were eliminated, it would be of little consequence. However, they had not anticipated that Ling Feng would demand these individuals, who were not even part of the original plan, to remain by his side, thus severely disrupting Sunagakure's carefully laid schemes. Whether or not there is an ambush, you are more aware than I. How to resolve this is your concern. I have already made my position clear. Should anything untoward occur after entering the village, the consequences will be dire. Ling Feng sneered, continuing to stride forward with purpose. Despite the fierce winds and sand swirling around him, he summoned a small-scale wind technique, allowing him to create a barrier of wind chakra that shielded him from the abrasive elements. The messengers, however, bore the brunt of the storm, covering their heads and gasping for breath as they hurried to keep pace with Ling Feng, fearful of losing sight of him. After several hours of arduous travel, they finally arrived at Sunagakure. Upon beholding the barren landscape devoid of any greenery, Ling Feng displayed neither surprise nor disdain, for he had long anticipated the village's desolate appearance. Lord Ling Feng, please follow me. The village's higher-ups are already awaiting your arrival. One messenger said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, clearly agitated throughout the journey, his voice trembling with anxiety upon reaching the village entrance. Ling Feng, however, remained unfazed, knowing that Gaara was firmly in his grasp. Should any unforeseen incident arise, he could easily eliminate Gaara on the spot, a brutally effective method for breaking any seals. Ling Feng proceeded towards the conference room. The messengers whispered urgently among themselves. One of them swiftly departed to inform their superiors. This was indeed a grave and urgent situation. If Sunagakure proceeded with their plans, the consequences could be catastrophic, even if they had crafted a meticulously detailed strategy. Ling Feng's ability to anticipate their moves meant he had undoubtedly prepared countermeasures as well. With time running out, Sunagakure had to make a prompt decision to execute the assassination plan or not. Following the guide, Ling Feng traversed a deserted street, taking in the desolate surroundings that appeared to be seldom used. The absence of pedestrians and any signs of life, coupled with the high walls isolating the area, indicated that this was a forbidden zone, restricting unauthorized access. If this would be the site of an ambush, it would indeed be advantageous. Swift action could ensure that the operation went unnoticed. Even if a confrontation erupted, sparing the villagers' awareness, Ling Feng maintained his composure, his mind racing with strategies for potential contingencies. As long as he thoroughly analyzed his environment, he had no cause for concern. Moreover, with Gaara in his possession, should Sunagakure insist on taking action, he would ensure they faced dire repercussions. Gradually, as he followed the guide, Ling Feng noticed they were veering further away from the village, a clear indication that this was an uncharted path. Confirming his suspicions at last, the guide halted. Ling Feng came to a stop as well, observing his surroundings and noting they had entered an open area. Is it about to begin? Ling Feng narrowed his eyes, warily scanning the vicinity while activating his Byakugan and Sharingan. Preparing for any unforeseen developments, the guide quietly withdrew to the side, devoid of any words, signaling an impending assault. Since it was clear that a confrontation was imminent, there was no point in feigning restraint. This was a testament to Sunagakure's determination to eliminate Ling Feng. Yet, even in this precarious situation, Ling Feng remained unflappable that he understood that the most formidable force within Sunagakure was likely Chiyo, for the third and fourth Kazekage were already deceased. Had they still been alive, Ling Feng would never have dared to set foot in this place. The reason was simple. He could not prevail against them. The third Kazekage, renowned as a genius of Sunagakure, possessed formidable strength. If not for his arrogance leading him to underestimate Sasori's capabilities, he would not have met his demise at the hands of an ambush. As for the fourth, he too fell victim to hubris, ultimately killed indirectly by Orochimaru. These were secrets unknown to the upper echelons of Sunagakure. Yet Ling Feng was acutely aware of the truth that, if you intend to strike, make it swift. I do not have the luxury of time to indulge you. However, after a pause, Ling Feng noted with some annoyance that the anticipated ambush had yet to unfold and felt compelled to voice his concern. Just then, the guide departed, replaced by the same messengers. Upon seeing those familiar faces, Ling Feng realized they had chosen to retreat. Lord Ling Feng, what are you implying? We were delayed due to some urgent matters we needed to address. Please accept our apologies for our tardiness, the messengers said, forcing smiles as they approached him. Ling Feng merely responded with a cold smile. Indeed, you have shown a degree of intelligence by reporting in advance. Otherwise, Sunagakure would have faced utter annihilation today. Chapter 79. The core building of Sunagakure, hearing Ling Feng's words. The messengers involuntarily trembled, though they could not fathom where Ling Feng derived his confidence or what plans he had devised. They harbored no doubts about the likelihood of such events transpiring. Clearly, Ling Feng had anticipated this scenario and prepared accordingly. Consequently, the messengers exhaled a sigh of relief, as the calamity they feared had been averted. As long as Ling Feng remained unharmed and unassailed, all would be well. Lord Ling Feng, please follow us. Due to unforeseen circumstances, we have had to change the meeting location without prior notice, and we sincerely apologize for this inconvenience. One messenger explained as he stepped forward. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng raised an eyebrow and replied, "Oh, is that so? Yes, indeed. It is our fault." The emissary felt a twinge of anxiety, his heart heavy with confusion as he pondered why he felt so unnerved in the presence of Ling Feng, especially when he had remained composed in the presence of Lord Chiyo. Little did he realize that the days spent in each other's company had instilled a growing sense of dread among the emissaries towards Ling Feng. Though he was reluctant to admit it, this was the undeniable truth, that it was not only they who felt this way. The entire ninja army of Sunagakure harbored a profound wariness towards Ling Feng. The image of that fateful day when Ling Feng single-handedly annihilated Sunagekyur's elite forces would be forever etched in their minds, indelible and haunting. Regarding the emissary's fabrications, Ling Feng merely smiled, choosing not to expose the deceit. For the opponent had indeed refrained from aggression. Thus, insisting on the contrary would have served little purpose. Following the emissary, Ling Feng and his companions exited through a concealed passage, re-emerging onto the bustling streets of Sunagekyur. Although no one would admit to having laid an ambush for Ling Feng, the path they traversed made it abundantly clear that their original plan had indeed involved taking action against him. Their verbal camouflage was woefully inadequate. Perhaps burdened by guilt, the emissaries remained tight-lipped throughout the journey, having previously attempted to engage Ling Feng in conversation. However, at that moment, Ling Feng found little interest in their presence. Rather, he was preoccupied with contemplating the forthcoming actions of Sunagekyur. Would they send Lord Chiyo to seek him out directly, or would they continue to delay? Ling Feng speculated that Sunagekyur's audacity in confronting him stemmed from Chiyo herself. As a living relic of Sunagekyur and a master puppeteer, Chiyo's reputation extended far beyond the village, holding significant weight throughout the entire ninja world. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that. In terms of puppetry, Chiyo stood among the elite. Moreover, she represented the pinnacle of current puppeteer prowess. Even the previous generation's prodigious puppeteer, Sasori, had ultimately fallen to Chiyo, a fact Ling Feng was already aware of. Throughout the journey, Ling Feng had been contemplating the means by which he could contend with Chiyo. For the average person, Chiyo's terrifying ability lay in her unparalleled manipulation of puppets, from Ling Feng's perspective. Her skill had undoubtedly reached the level of a Kage. The only unfortunate aspect was Chiyo's advanced age, which surely must have led to a decline in her physical stamina. This was where Ling Feng held an advantage. With the aid of sage techniques, coupled with the support of the 100 Healings technique and chakra potions, Ling Feng harbored no concerns regarding either stamina or chakra. As for Chiyo's puppetry, Ling Feng had considered employing his lava release to counter her. However, given that she rarely engaged in battle, his understanding of her abilities was limited. Crucially, Ling Feng desired to deliver a profoundly shocking conclusion to his confrontation with Chiyo. After all, they were on Sunagekyur's territory, and it was imperative to establish a formidable presence to impress upon them the sheer extent of his strength, one that was far beyond their ability to match or comprehend. If there were any method by which to ensure Sunagekyur's compliance, it would be to demonstrate an overwhelming display of power. Ling Feng hoped that this journey would not only expose him to grave dangers, but also yield significant results. Lord Ling Feng, we have arrived. Please, step inside, the emissaries announced as they halted before a building constructed of yellow sand and rare earth materials. Then aren't you coming in? Ling Feng inquired. The emissaries exchanged awkward smiles before replying. Lord Ling Feng, this is the true core of Sunagekyur. We lack the qualifications to enter and cannot accompany you further. Nodding in understanding, Ling Feng responded, Very well. You may go. The matters I am about to discuss are indeed not suitable for the ears of ordinary individuals. With that, he proceeded inside. The emissaries stood bewildered by Ling Feng's words, perpetually unable to grasp his intentions. From the sound of it, he seems to have something of great importance to discuss. One remarked. Who knows? Regardless, we have accompanied him thus far and have essentially fulfilled our mission. I nearly wet myself with fright earlier. Had a fight erupted, we would undoubtedly have borne the brunt of the consequences. Another said, his face pale with apprehension. Indeed, this Konoha brat is truly terrifying. I can hardly believe he is but 10 years old. The last one stammered. Upon entering the building, Ling Feng was immediately greeted by an approaching figure. The individual walked with a steady gait, standing tall and robust, exuding an air of significance. Ling Feng followed closely behind, activating his Byakugan to observe, quickly discerning that this person possessed an abundance of chakra, at least of elite Jounin caliber. Clearly, the emissaries had not been mistaken. This was indeed the most central area of Sunagekyur. While it may not have been the Hokage's office, it was certainly akin to a place akin to Konoha's Umbu. Accompanying this individual into a room, Ling Feng noted a large table already occupied by numerous individuals, with one seat near the entrance conspicuously left vacant, clearly reserved for him. Lord Ling Feng, It is a pleasure to finally meet you. A stout man exclaimed, rising with delight, that I am F. Mahara, the representative for this negotiation, and I extend a warm welcome on behalf of Sunagakure. Ling Feng offered a mild smile in return. I too am pleased to be here for a face-to-face discussion. Mr. F. Mahara then took his seat, signaling the official commencement of the meeting. Everyone present exchanged glances, assessing one another, though Ling Feng only regarded F. Mahara briefly. Since Shio had not arrived, Ling Feng felt it prudent to focus solely on the individual steering the proceedings. As he settled into his chair, the gathered members of Sunagakure scrutinized Ling Feng, each harboring doubts about the wisdom of sending a mere 10-year-old child from Konoha to negotiate. Surely, this was a jest. This skepticism stemmed from the fact that none of these high-ranking officials had ever seen battle, and thus had no inkling of Ling Feng's formidable strength. Had any of them witnessed his prowess even once, they would not dare regard him with such disdain. The collective gaze soon shifted to the bamboo basket beside Ling Feng, within which lay Gaara, resting in serene stillness. Chapter 80. Your Kazekage is already dead in the face of their scrutiny. Ling Feng remained composed, fully aware of what Gaara represented to Sunagakure. He was their lifeblood. The tailed beast had been distributed during the first 5 Kage Summit, although they were perilous and challenging to control. There was no denying that the tailed beasts were more formidable than any Kage-level adversary, a true secret weapon and a symbol of power. With only 9 tailed beasts in existence, smaller nations and villages lacked the capacity to obtain them. And even if they were provided, they would be incapable of containing their power. Yet now, the most potent trump card of Sunagakure was firmly within Ling Feng's grasp, and it was only natural for the higher-ups of the village to feel a sense of trepidation. Mr. Ling Feng, since you have arrived at the final meeting venue, you must surely feel our sincerity. Why not return Gaara to us first, and then we can proceed to sign the peace agreement? F. Mohara suggested, his face adorned with a congenial smile. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng raised an eyebrow and coolly replied, if your village truly desires peace, then it would be prudent to sign the peace agreement first. Only after I have safely exited the village shall I return Gaara to you. This pronouncement. F. Mahara's countenance darkened momentarily, but quickly reverted to its usual demeanor. However, Ling Feng had already perceived the underlying tension. Mr. Ling Feng, how could you suggest such a thing? We have invited you here precisely because we wish to sign this peace agreement. Given that both sides have ceased hostilities and with your arrival at the final meeting venue, does it not seem overly cautious to retain a hostage? F. Mahara endeavored to maintain his composure, but the slight quickening of his speech betrayed his anxiety. Ling Feng reclined leisurely in his chair, holding Gaara firmly, a sight that rendered the onlookers tense, each fearing that any misstep might cause harm to the bee. To be honest, I find your demeanor rather unsatisfactory, since you have chosen to engage in talks. There should be no need for underhanded tactics against me. Had I not possessed Gaara today, it is likely you would have already taken action against me. Ling Feng stated coolly, these words. The expressions of everyone present stiffened. Mr. Ling Feng, your words seem somewhat excessive. We have never contemplated taking action against you. F. Mahara responded, his smile rigid. Yet Ling Feng merely shook his head, gently patting the bamboo basket, stating, whether you admit it or not is inconsequential. I'm already aware of your intentions. Given even the slightest opportunity, you would strike. This indicates that you have not relinquished your aspirations for battle. Therefore, I have resolved that once the agreement is signed and I have safely departed from Sunagakure, I will return Gaara to you. Otherwise, I could simply take Gaara and return to Konoha right now. Faced with Ling Feng's unexpectedly resolute demeanor, the high-ranking officials of Sunagakure were left utterly bewildered. They had not anticipated that Ling Feng would not grant them even the slightest opportunity for negotiation. Instead, making a decisive ruling without hesitation that, Mr. Ling Feng, to speak frankly, I find myself perplexed as to why you are so insistent on Ai Luo as a hostage, even if he is a Jinchuriki. Do you truly believe that releasing him will spare you from danger? Furukawa frowned as he spoke. He prided himself on being a patient individual, yet for reasons unknown, upon encountering this 10-year-old child, his heart had become exceedingly restless. He found it impossible to pause and contemplate the matter seriously, constantly preoccupied with the urgency of seizing AI Luo. Yet, this child before him was merely 10 years old. What was he truly afraid of? Furukawa himself could not comprehend it. Is it not true that even if he is a Jinchuriki, I can assert with certainty that he indeed is one? Or are you unable to distinguish which of you is the Jinchuriki? Ling Feng remarked with a hint of displeasure as he glanced at Furukawa. Such a critical juncture. Was he truly attempting to obfuscate the truth? Upon witnessing Ling Feng's expression, Furukawa reluctantly nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. AI Luo is indeed a Jinchuriki. Since you are aware of this fact, you must also understand the peril that arises should a Jinchuriki be released. I trust you would not consider such an action out of course, provided that you cooperate and sincerely sign the peace agreement with me. There shall be no issues, Ling Feng replied with a calm smile. At that moment, a bold individual spoke up. Ling Feng, I cannot fathom why Konoha would send a child like you, but I am curious to know what gives you the audacity to threaten us. Even if you were to unleash the tailed beast and achieve your objective, you would still meet your demise. No one can survive in the presence of a tailed beast unless they are of Kaga-level strength. At that point we, the Kazekage, could subdue the tailed beast, and your life would be forfeit. Does that seem worthwhile? Indeed, I recall the reports stating that you single-handedly confronted our entire Puppet Master Brigade, and we are all astounded by your strength. Thus, your death would also be a loss for Konoha, would it not? Another chimed in. Following this declaration, the gathered individuals regarded Ling Feng with self-satisfied expressions. For them, they possessed ample trump cards to bargain with Ling Feng, and they could hardly believe that he would not fear for his life. Yet, Ling Feng erupted into laughter, the volume of which only increased. As they witnessed Ling Feng's mirth, the crowd's expressions soured. Perceiving his demeanor as a mockery, a derision of their words, Mr. Ling Feng. This is a conference setting. Furukawa could no longer tolerate the spectacle and interjected. In response, Ling Feng reined in his laughter and extended his hand, saying, I apologize for my outburst. I merely found your jest to be exceedingly amusing. A jest. Mr. Ling Feng's behavior is the true jest. Furukawa felt a deep discomfort towards this inscrutable child. Indeed, I refer to the word jest, and I speak of you. As for the Kazekage, forgive my inability to restrain myself, but I must reveal that currently, less than 2/3 of the elite jonin in your village remain, as the majority have perished in battle, with a significant portion being elite puppet masters. Moreover, your village's highest combat strength appears to be Chiyo Senpai. As for the Kazekage, I fear he may have already met his end. As Ling Feng's words echoed in the room, a profound silence enveloped the space, with even the sound of breathing becoming conspicuous. Every individual gazed at Ling Feng with wide eyes, nearly asking him how he knew such information, aware that if he remained silent, they would attribute the Kazekage's death to Konoha's intervention. Ling Feng added, if the Kazekage were present, you need not be concerned about AI Luo's situation with me, correct? Chapter 81. To sign or not to sign? Indeed, upon Ling Feng's utterance, their expressions shifted considerably, yet they remained in a state of shock that it was difficult for them to fathom that a mere 10-year-old child could draw such conclusions. That is because the Kazekage is away on a mission. Hence his absence. Furukawa finally spoke after a prolonged silence. Ling Feng regarded Furukawa and chuckled softly. The high-ranking officials of Sunagakure clearly cherished their pride, even at this juncture, still unwilling to concede. However, Ling Feng chose not to expose their denial, for continuing down that path would only incite their suspicions. Since it was merely conjecture, how could he be so certain? Regardless, Ling Feng had already achieved his objective, so further elaboration was unnecessary. This matter no longer concerns me. As the Kazekage is currently absent from the village, as long as I possess AI Luo, you will comply. To claim not to fear death would be disingenuous. Everyone fears death, and I, too, fear it. Therefore, I must retain AI Luo. Does anyone have any objections? Ling Feng surveyed the crowd, speaking with an air of indifference, and no one dared to respond, for all understood the gravity of the situation. Whether they agreed or disagreed, they bore the weight of responsibility for this matter. In an instant, beads of sweat began to trickle down the foreheads of those present. their hearts gripped by terror. The aura emanating from this 10-year-old child was undeniably formidable. Each member of Sunagakure's elite had weathered countless storms, having participated in numerous power struggles within the village, and had witnessed death on innumerable occasions. Yet, this collection of seasoned individuals found it impossible to diminish Ling Feng's presence in the slightest. They even began to suspect that Ling Feng held additional trump cards, secrets that pertained to Sunagakure itself. Thus, you are gambling. Furukawa glared at Ling Feng, his teeth clenched. You may view it as such, but I certainly will choose to wager on the side with the greater odds of victory. Ling Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Even if it were a gamble, Ling Feng was assured of victory. Eventually, after a brief silence, Furukawa relented. Very well, I concede that you have won the wager. Mr. Ling Feng, may you represent Konoha in signing this agreement. Ling Feng nodded, stating, of course, I possess the peace agreement on behalf of Konoha. Please, take a look. With that, Ling Feng produced a handwritten agreement, authored by Tsunade herself, as she held the authority to draft such documents in her capacity as the military leader. Furukawa accepted the agreement and began to read it swiftly, but with each passing moment, his expression darkened. Upon completion, his fingers turned pale from gripping the document too tightly. Mr. Ling Feng, I believe this agreement holds no significance whatsoever. Someone, bring forth the agreement we drafted for this esteemed individual to review. At Furukawa's command, Sunagakure produced their own version of the agreement. In truth, Ling Feng could have easily dismissed it, stating that he would only sign the agreement provided by Konoha. However, after some contemplation, Ling Feng decided to extend a measure of courtesy to Sunagakure. Otherwise, the situation could escalate into something far more difficult to resolve. During such sensitive times, it was prudent to act with caution. Thus, Ling Feng symbolically skimmed through the document, noting that its terms were predominantly favorable to Sunagakure. Nevertheless, he did not betray his thoughts through his expression, leaving the officials of Sunagakure utterly unable to discern his true feelings. Setting the agreement down, Furukawa quickly asserted, Mr. Ling Feng, if we're to proceed based on our agreement, we can sign it immediately. Ling Feng let out a cold chuckle, responding, I hope you all comprehend that it is we who currently hold the advantage. Not you. In other words, you are the defeated party, and we, as the victors, are extending a gesture of mercy, granting you this opportunity. Of course, you also possess the right to choose. Regarding the agreement, I shall only sign the one I have brought with me. Whether you choose to sign or not is entirely up to you. With that, Ling Feng leaned back in his chair, his expression icy, making it abundantly clear that there was no room for negotiation. Upon hearing these words, the members of Sunagakure were seething with rage. This child was utterly outrageous. Just as someone was about to lose their temper, Furukawa realized that such an occurrence must be averted. He hastily stood and said, Mr. Ling Feng, I require some time to deliberate on this matter. I hope you can grant us a moment. Ling Feng, maintaining his cold demeanor, nodded, of course, take your time. The officials of Sunagakure then retreated to the back. This child is insufferably arrogant, one individual exclaimed as soon as they were behind closed doors. Indeed, how dare he openly declare us the defeated party? I cannot bear this indignity. I say we should have laid an ambush on the way here. Why wait until now? Listening to the complaints of his subordinates, Feng Mu was somewhat helpless. Initially, their plan was indeed to target Ling Feng. However, on one hand, Chiyo strongly insisted that she personally eliminate Ling Feng. On the other hand, Ling Feng had long suspected an ambush in the village, thus thwarting their attempt at a surprise attack. Now that matters had come to this point, further discussion was futile. The audacity of that brat was only possible because he had backing. Gaara, as a Jinchuriki, was absolutely not to be compromised, for Lady Chiyo could not employ sealing techniques again in the short term. Feng Mu spoke in a low voice. Upon hearing this, the others were expressions of dissatisfaction. My lord, are we really going to acquiesce to Ling Feng's demands? Feng Mu sighed and replied, there is no alternative. If we do not comply and the agreement is not signed, Konoha will likely come after us, and that is a burden we cannot bear. But we cannot simply let Ling Feng go. It was this brat's intervention that led to our defeat. One person exclaimed, indeed, Lord Yuan, why don't we take action now? Although it is risky, if we eliminate Ling Feng, we can launch another offensive, another suggested. The cacophony of voices only intensified Feng Mu's headache. He wished for Sunagakure to retaliate and win the war, yet he was acutely aware that another failure would yield catastrophic consequences. Sunagakure could not afford such a risk. Then, Feng Mu recalled Chiyo's words to him and raised his head to address the assembly. I have decided to sign the agreement, as per the terms brought by Ling Feng. What? Lord Yuan, are you serious? The crowd gasped, unable to believe his declaration. Feng Mu nodded, stating yes. For Lady Chiyo once said that when matters cannot be resolved, I should leave it to her. I will add an additional stipulation to the agreement. After hearing Feng Mu's words, the others nodded in understanding. Understood. We shall proceed as you say that in that moment. No one opposed. All expressed their agreement. Feng Mu acknowledged them with a nod and returned to the conference table. Observing everyone settling back into their places, Ling Feng remained silent, knowing that Feng Mu would provide his response. Lord Ling Feng, after our discussions, we have decided to respect your village's agreement that we agreed to sign according to your terms. But we also have a condition, Feng Mu stated. Looking at Ling Feng, he attempted to discern any emotional shifts in Ling Feng's gaze to ascertain whether his compliance with the agreement aligned with Ling Feng's intentions. Unfortunately, he found no useful information in Ling Feng's expression, which remained indifferent, as if the agreement's acceptance bore little significance for him. Ling Feng merely nodded slightly. What is your condition? Because you killed Sasori. His master became extremely agitated that we do not wish for this personal vendetta to escalate into a national conflict, which is why we have not allowed Lady Chiyo to meet with you. However, despite our persistent objections, Lady Chiyo remains resolute. She wishes to duel with you that we hope you can agree, for the sake of peace between our two villages, Feng Mu articulated. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng raised an eyebrow. Is that the requirement? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, as they had deliberated that Ling Feng would undoubtedly die, but not at their hands. Rather, it would be Chiyo who would strike him down. Ling Feng's slaying of Sasori made Chiyo's demand entirely justified. Yet they feared Ling Feng might refuse. Hence they framed the challenge in the context of peace between their villages. What they did not anticipate was Ling Feng's unwavering calmness. As if this matter held no weight for him, or perhaps he was unafraid of Chiyo's challenge. Damn, Lady Chiyo is our ace puppet master, the crowd internally lamented. However, Ling Feng was unconcerned with their thoughts. He was certain that in a confrontation with Chiyo, defeat was not an option. Will Lord Ling Feng accept this challenge? Feng Mu observed Ling Feng's composed demeanor, beginning to doubt whether his proposed condition was overly simplistic. Yet, he reminded himself that Ling Feng was about to face Chiyo, the most formidable puppet master of their time. Without question, it was baffling how Ling Feng maintained such composure, despite any special training. He was still merely a 10-year-old child. Yet, since it was for the peace of both villages, there was no reason for him to refuse. But I would like to know, what are the terms of the challenge? To the death? Or merely a spar? Ling Feng queried coolly. The crowd gasped in astonishment, as if Ling Feng believed he could actually kill Chiyo. Who in the entire ninja world could guarantee such a feat? Very few would dare to make such a claim. Apart from the strongest figures in the major villages, who would confront Chiyo directly, they silently pondered how this boy, having killed Chiyo's prized pupil, could be so audacious. Clearly, he had never experienced the harsh realities of life. Feng Mu, wanting to say to the death, hesitated. Such a declaration would be tantamount to blatant revenge. Thus, for the sake of appearances, he stated, it will be a challenge with limitations, primarily to resolve our grievances that I do not wish for this personal vendetta to remain buried, only to one day ignite a war between our nations, which contradicts the very purpose of signing this agreement. Ling Feng coldly scoffed inwardly. Their motivations for proposing this challenge were far from pure. Understood, I will adhere to the rules of a limited engagement. He replied nonchalantly. I could see this point. Someone could no longer contain their agitation and rose to berate Ling Feng, questioning the audacity of a 10-year-old boy to act so arrogantly before the strongest puppet master of Sunagakure, and indeed the entire ninja world. Yet, an elderly voice cut through the tension. Oh dear, The youth of today are truly insufferably arrogant. I had expected those from Konoha to possess some manners, yet they are shockingly discourteous. Ling Feng turned slowly to face the source of the voice. Meanwhile, the members of Sunagakure had already bowed deeply, in unison exclaiming, "Lady Chiyo, it is an honor to finally meet you." "Senior Chiyo," Ling Feng said politely, though he did not bow. While Chiyo's reputation was formidable within Sunagakure, Ling Feng felt no obligation to show her excessive respect as a ninja from Konoha. Furthermore, given Chiyo's intent to kill him due to her pupil's demise, Ling Feng saw no reason to grant her any leniency. Death on the battlefield is a common occurrence. Her pupil fell simply due to a lack of skill. How could the blame rest upon the victors? If Sunagakure had refrained from conflict, would there have been any issues at all? I have no need for the admiration of such an unreasonable brat. Chiyo huffed contemptuously, stepping closer to Ling Feng. Since you had decided to sign the agreement, let us do so promptly. I eagerly anticipate our battle. Young one. In response, Ling Feng smiled faintly. You wish to know how your prized pupil met his end, do you not? At this, Chiyo's expression darkened significantly. You will pay for your insolence, she snarled, having already suppressed her murderous intent to confront Ling Feng. She found his arrogance infuriating, an invitation to self-destruction. The other high-ranking members of Sunagakure cast sympathetic glances at Ling Feng, believing he was courting his own demise. Yet, Ling Feng remained unfazed, exuding an air of indifference. Lady Chiyo, I recall Lord Yuan stating that our challenge is merely to be a spar, correct? Ling Feng remarked with a smile, but Chiyo's face contorted with rage, her features quivering with fury. Had her physical state been less stable, she might have fainted from anger. The high-ranking officials of Sunagakure quickly approached her side, ready to assist. However, Chiyo waved them away, her voice cold as she commanded, "Prepare the agreement, and let us sign it without delay." Chapter 83. This is the fate of your disciple. Everyone present was well aware of Chiyo's temperament. Her tone clearly indicated that she was thoroughly enraged. Consequently, Kazekage Funyuan dared not hesitate any longer. He promptly arranged for the agreement, and, having signed it, personally delivered it to Ling Feng. That moment, all eyes were fixed on Ling Feng, eagerly anticipating his swift signature. Their motives were not rooted in a genuine desire for peace, but rather in the morbid curiosity to witness Ling Feng being brutally beaten by Chiyo. Although they outwardly claimed to desire a restrained approach, who could predict how things would unfold if a conflict erupted? None among the assembled Sand Village representatives held any fondness for Ling Feng's demeanor, as they believed, deep down, that Sand Village had never truly lost. Any defeat was solely attributable to Ling Feng's presence. They naively thought that if they could eliminate Ling Feng, they could reinitiate the war and triumph over Konoha. Little did they realize that without the Puppet Master Corps, Sand Village was no match for Konoha's ninja forces. Their misplaced confidence stemmed from ignorance. And Ling Feng was disinclined to engage with the uninformed. He was already prepared to confront Chiyo. After confirming the terms of the agreement were accurate, he picked up the pen and signed his name with swift strokes. With that, the agreement was officially in effect, with 2 copies held by each party. Funyuan took 1 copy for himself, leaving the other for Ling Feng. Subsequently, the representatives of Sand Village rose and stepped aside, indicating that the ensuing matters no longer concerned them. Ling Feng leisurely tucked away the agreement, still accompanied by Gaara, and turned to face the intently staring Chiyo. Upon noticing the bamboo basket by Ling Feng's side, Chiyo's eyelids twitched involuntarily. As the one who had personally set the seal, she understood the significance of the child to Sand Village. Now that the agreement was signed, what purpose did he serve? Chiyo expressed her dissatisfaction, stating, "Now that the agreement is concluded, why do you still wish to keep him?" Ling Feng replied with a calm smile, "The agreement may be finalized, but I have yet to depart from Sand Village." Upon hearing this, Chiyo's brows knit tighter. "Are you implying that you doubt our integrity?" Ling Feng shrugged. "You should be well aware of your own credibility. If it weren't for Gaara in my possession, I might have already engaged you in combat." Chiyo's expression darkened at his words, and she turned her gaze towards Funyuan and the others, who hastily lowered their heads, unable to meet her eyes. Ling Feng observed this, realizing that the plot to ambush him was indeed devised by Rinnegan and his comrades. Rest assured, once I leave Sand Village, I will return Gaara to you, and then we shall commence our battle of grievances, Ling Feng assured her, aware of her concerns. Chiyo, feeling powerless given that Gaara was in Ling Feng's hands, could only dispatch someone to escort him out of the village. Now, let the onlookers disperse, Ling Feng commanded. The escorting personnel promptly halted and retreated back into the village, leaving only Chiyo to accompany Ling Feng beyond its borders. Ling Feng then waved his hand, summoning the original messenger once more. Take him away. I no longer require him, Ling Feng stated as he handed Gaara over to the messenger and turned to face Chiyo. Seeing Gaara return to the village, Chiyo's expression softened slightly. I expected you would use Gaara as leverage against me, thereby facilitating your return to Konoha, Chiyo remarked. Ling Feng smiled nonchalantly. There's no need for such tactics. I can return safely without this hostage. I simply wish to avoid being frequently disturbed in an unfamiliar place. Humph. I have encountered numerous arrogant youths, yet none exude such an air of calm as you. Were it not for your appearance, I might question whether you were truly only 10 years old, Chiyo stated gravely. Ling Feng shrugged. Indeed, I am 10 years old, no doubt about it. Well then, now that we are undisturbed, let us begin. Show me what capabilities you possess that could slay my most exceptional disciple, Chiyo declared, unveiling her shoulder strap to reveal the prepared puppet box. Upon witnessing this, Ling Feng recognized that Chiyo's battle experience far surpassed that of Sand Spider. Acknowledging his own age of merely 10 years, Chiyo did not underestimate him. Instead, she opted to deploy her puppets immediately. In light of this, Ling Feng decided to hold nothing back. Unleash your true prowess. I am not of Sand Spider's caliber, Chiyo shouted, activating the puppet box. Ling Feng, in response, bellowed, Very well. Allow me to demonstrate the strength of the one who caused your disciple's demise. With that, he initiated his lava release. Chakra cover. In an instant, Chiyo sensed a shift in the chakra emanating from Ling Feng. Her expression turning serious. Is this the technique you used to slay my disciple? Ling Feng nodded. Indeed. Your disciple exhibited remarkable control over his puppets, but alas, he was too complacent that I possess lava release, which can easily dissolve his puppets, and thus he was defeated. Chiyo paused momentarily before responding. Indeed, his puppets could not withstand the erosion of lava release. However, I am different. I hope you possess even more formidable techniques. With that, Chiyo commanded her puppets to charge at Ling Feng, while simultaneously performing a jutsu that enveloped the puppets in a layer of chakra armor. With his Byakugan activated, Ling Feng easily discerned the chakra armor enveloping the puppets and silently marveled at Chiyo's mastery. She was indeed the strongest puppet master, exhibiting both exceptional control over her puppets and adeptness in the application of ninjutsu. For most, even covering their own bodies with chakra was a formidable task, let alone enveloping a puppet. The challenge of maintaining the chakra armor while manipulating the puppet only elevated the difficulty further. It could be said without exaggeration that Chiyo was the strongest opponent Ling Feng had encountered thus far. Thus, Ling Feng unleashed his full power without hesitation or reservation. Only an adversary of Chiyo's caliber could reignite his passion for battle. While Chiyo could cloak her puppets in chakra armor, Ling Feng could also prepare chakra armor for himself, though Chiyo, lacking the Byakugan, could not perceive this. Under Chiyo's command, the puppets surged toward Ling Feng with remarkable speed, their agility rivaling that of a living being, a testament to Chiyo's exceptional manipulation skills. Ling Feng wasted no time. Simultaneously activating his Sharingan and Byakugan, he keenly observed the chakra threads and anticipated the puppet's next moves. The battle was poised to erupt. Chapter 84. Wind Release. Wind Reversal. Within mere breaths, the puppets wielding kunai lunged at Ling Feng. He quickly retaliated. Clang! The two forces collided with a resounding impact, sending sparks flying as the kunai clashed against each other, neither side yielding an inch. Ling Feng was taken aback by the formidable strength emanating from the puppets. He had not anticipated that Chiyo, at her age, could command such powerful puppets, even surpassing Sand Spider in strength. Truly, experience brings wisdom, This realization fueled Ling Feng's anticipation for the fight. Boom! As a powerful shockwave erupted, Ling Feng and the puppet were thrust apart, their kunai shattering in the process. Remarkable! I did not expect you to possess such formidable strength at your age. You have truly astonished me, Chiyo exclaimed. Although she had not directly engaged with Ling Feng, she could perceive his formidable power through the chakra threads. Ling Feng chuckled. This is merely the beginning. Very well. Let me see your true abilities. With that, Chiyo once more commanded her puppet to charge at Ling Feng, while simultaneously forming hand seals in midair. Indeed, Chiyo is controlling her puppet to form hand seals. The thought would have been unthinkable for any other puppet master. A human can form seals, yet a puppet can do so as well. In the distance, the villagers of Sunagakure witnessed this scene and erupted into joyous cheers, in their hearts. Chiyo represented the last hope of Sunagakure and was regarded as the most formidable puppet master in history. Although there have been puppet masters with more illustrious reputations throughout history, at this moment, only Chiyo could save Sunagakure. Thus, they firmly believed that Chiyo was the strongest. There was no other way to soothe their wounded hearts than this. The puppet army had been annihilated. The sand spider lay dead. The third Kazekage had vanished without a trace, and the fourth Kazekage was confirmed dead, his body en route for retrieval. Undoubtedly, Chiyo had become the last lifeline for Sunagakure. Relying on the dual enhancements of the Sharingan and Byakugan, Ling Feng was able to clearly analyze the ninjutsu that Chiyo was about to unleash. It was wind release. Thousand Faces of Wind. This was an expansive offensive ninjutsu that would generate hundreds, if not thousands, of small wind blades in a short period. While each individual blade lacked significant power, a mass release could create a veritable storm of blades, capable of leaving a person thoroughly mutilated and drenched in blood. Humph. Another wide-ranging attack. Do puppet masters have a penchant for such tactics? Ling Feng remarked coldly. What? Are you unable to counter it? Then I shall not hold back. Chiyo cackled ominously before launching thousands of concentrated wind blades directly at Ling Feng. As the whistling wind blades approached, Ling Feng merely smiled. Did he fear them? What a joke! He raised his hand and began forming seals. Yet his speed was so astonishing that even Chiyo, with her keen eyes, could barely follow. She could not even ascertain the nature of his ninjutsu. This kid's speed in forming seals is truly breathtaking. He thought, wind release, wind reversal. With a powerful shout, Ling Feng erected an invisible wall of wind chakra before him. Upon hearing this, Chiyo's pupils constricted in shock. What? This boy can also use wind release, and even wind reversal. While an ordinary person might have been oblivious, Chiyo was acutely aware of the implications. This was a defensive ninjutsu, capable not merely of blocking attacks, but of rebounding them, as hundreds of wind blades hurtled toward Ling Feng. The wind wall activated, sending all the approaching blades hurtling back toward the puppets. Whoosh! The very blades that were meant to strike Ling Feng turned and raced back toward Chiyo's puppets. Seeing this unfold, Chiyo quickly unleashed another ninjutsu. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. However, with the ground covered in yellow sand, there was no substantial earth to utilize. With no other option, Chiyo was forced to substitute the sand. Though it appeared far from sturdy, she had no choice but to give it a try. Thud. The sharp wind blade struck fiercely into the sand, producing a dull thud, while they managed to block some of the blades. The sand was ultimately insufficient, and the remaining blades broke through, continuing their assault on Ling Feng. With no means to defend further, Chiyo was left with no choice but to command her puppets to absorb the incoming wind blades. At last, the last wind blade vanished. Yet, Chiyo's puppets bore countless unsightly scars from the assault. Witnessing this, the onlookers from Sunagakure were left dumbfounded. In their minds, Chiyo was an invincible entity, never having faced defeat, let alone against a mere 10-year-old child. The marks on the puppets spoke volumes that in this round of confrontation, Ling Feng had emerged victorious. Ding! Earned 360 points. Due to the spectators' astonishment, Ling Feng had unexpectedly gained a significant amount of points. With this influx, his total points surged past the 10,000 mark. Previously, accumulating points had been a slow and arduous process, and managing to gather a few thousand was already commendable. However, This time, thanks to the substantial points earned from vanquishing the puppet army, followed by nearly 4,000 points gained from battling the ninja forces of Sunagakure. An additional point amassed during the village meeting, he had finally reached the coveted 10,000 points. What should I do with these points? Ling Feng pondered, knowing full well that Chiyo's abilities were far from exhausted, and he needed to devise a strategy. Chiyo's expression darkened as she observed the damage to her puppet. This puppet had accompanied her through thick and thin, making it an invaluable asset in her eyes. The warm-up is over. Your strength has indeed surprised me, but my puppets possess far greater prowess. With that, Chiyo swiftly formed seals, summoning forth a brand new puppet. Upon seeing the new puppet, Ling Feng narrowed his eyes. Through the Byakugan scrutiny, he discerned numerous chakra threads and countless blades concealed within the new puppet. It appeared this was Chiyo's true trump card. Perhaps she had not anticipated having to use it, as it remained unrefined on the surface, allowing Ling Feng to see its material clearly. It was an alloy, remarkably durable, impervious even to lava release. Ling Feng understood that he would need to change his approach. Otherwise, he would be at a severe disadvantage. A puppet unafraid of lava release, armed with innumerable blades, was a formidable challenge that Ling Feng could hardly face. Chapter 85. You are also a puppet master. You must have a trump card as well. Are you planning to keep it hidden, or have you reached your limit? After summoning her ace, Chiyo turned her gaze toward Ling Feng, her expression brimming with challenge. Ling Feng's impressive performance had earned her respect, and she was increasingly curious about the limits of this 10-year-old boy. The reason the sand spider had fallen to Ling Feng was due to his unexpected use of lava release. Given the strength of the sand spider's puppets, they might withstand conventional fire release, but they would be utterly defenseless against lava release. This was an unwritten rule of the ninja world that in the ninja realm. Aside from more common chakra attributes, there existed unique bloodline limits, such as wood release, lava release, and magnet release, each possessing extraordinary powers due to their distinctiveness. Moreover, bloodline limits could neither be replicated nor learned. They could only be inherited through bloodlines. This was why Orochimaru became obsessed with human experimentation to acquire the wood release bloodline limit to extend his life. Yet, Chiyo was undeterred by Ling Feng's lava release. Thus, even when Ling Feng preemptively unleashed lava release chakra, it failed to inflict any significant damage on Chiyo's puppets. Chiyo had long since treated her puppets with special methods, crafting them from unique materials, a well-deserved achievement for one who had dedicated her life to creating a puppet capable of standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Faced with such a puppet, Ling Feng found himself in a quandary. However, he had also prepared. As Chiyo summoned her puppet, Ling Feng activated his system shop. Holding over 10,000 points in his hand, it would be a waste not to utilize them. He disregarded any ninjutsu that would be ineffective against puppets, focusing instead on those capable of directly destroying them. Yet, such destructive-level ninjutsu would cost 100,000 points or more, far beyond Ling Feng's current balance. Thus, he continued browsing until his gaze settled on the weaponry section of the shop. Here lay a plethora of powerful blades, ranging from the small to the grand. Renowned swords from the ninja world, or legendary weapons, were all present, though most were grayed out, indicating insufficient points. However, Ling Feng was not interested in those exorbitantly priced blades. He merely sought a weapon capable of countering Chiyo's puppet. Eventually, he fixed his attention on a specific item. This was also a puppet capable of functioning as a chakra conduit for all elemental attributes. This meant that when the user released chakra of different attributes, the puppet could not only inherit it, but also amplify its power. The most crucial aspect was that this puppet's durability could rival Chiyo's. With a puppet of such strength, Ling Feng felt confident about engaging Chiyo in a duel of puppet masters, despite its cost of 10,000 points. He unhesitatingly chose to exchange for it. Ding! Successfully exchanged 10,000 points for one puppet. In the next moment, Ling Feng felt a summoning scroll materialize in his hand. Upon opening it, he found a seal emblazoned in the center, followed by a ninjutsu unsealing, which promptly manifested a puppet box in his hands. Witnessing this, Ling Feng grinned. The main event was about to begin. At that moment, Chiyo and the ninjas of Sunagakure were nearly astounded to the point of disbelief. They were certainly not blind and instantly recognized that this was a box containing puppets. This is impossible. How could you possibly manipulate puppets? You are from Konoha. How could you be a puppet master? After a brief moment of astonishment, Chiyo cried out, her face a mask of incredulity. Upon hearing her words, Ling Feng merely smiled lightly. Is being a puppet master solely the prerogative of your Sunagakure? If I possess the talent in this field, could I not be self-taught? Observing Ling Feng's confident demeanor, Chiyo realized she had lost her composure, promptly suppressing her excitement. However, her gaze towards Ling Feng remained laden with skepticism. Though Ling Feng's argument held some merit, Chiyo had never heard of a puppet master who had achieved mastery through self-study. Regardless of innate talent, without a teacher to guide one, it was nearly impossible to control puppets, let alone craft them. Yet, despite Chiyo's reluctance to believe, the puppet box in Ling Feng's hands undeniably existed. Perhaps sensing Chiyo's lingering doubt, Ling Feng wasted no time and directly opened the puppet box that a series of clicks resonated as the box was unlatched, releasing a puppet that floated silently before Ling Feng. With the emergence of the puppet, an immediate hush fell over the area. All eyes fixated on the puppet before Ling Feng, a mixture of astonishment and disbelief written across their faces. The puppet had been released, a tangible reality laid bare before them. How could they still harbor doubts? It was indeed real. When Mukahara stood frozen for a considerable time, ultimately managing to utter a single phrase. Chiyo remained silent, but the cold sweat trickling down her forehead betrayed her concerns. Perhaps Ling Feng truly was a puppet master. His audacity to confront her with a puppet must surely be rooted in some conviction. Chiyo understood that she had come to face Ling Feng under the pretext of her deceased apprentice. But should a confrontation ensue, victory was paramount, for she represented not only her fallen disciple, but the entirety of Sunagakure. A defeat would inevitably shatter the morale of Sunagakure's forces, extinguishing any hope of resurgence. If their morale collapsed, no one would believe they could still triumph over Konoha, even if Ling Feng were no longer present. As Chiyo pondered this further, her anxiety deepened. She even began to regret her impulsive actions. Originally, they could have concluded the agreement and sent Ling Feng on his way without incident. However, it was too late for regrets now. Chiyo understood that revealing her trump card signified the duel with Ling Feng had entered its final stage. I did not expect you to also be a puppet master. Though I harbor doubts and confusion, I am willing to believe you possess the skills of a puppet master. Chiyo finally spoke. Ling Feng, hearing this, smiled faintly. While I may not have played with puppets as long as you, I am confident in my ability to compete with you. I only hope that you, Chiyo-senpai, will treat this duel earnestly and refrain from showing me any mercy due to my youth. Chiyo, unable to contain her irritation at such bravado, nodded and replied, very well. I shall remember your words. Now, let us showcase our true abilities in a battle of puppet masters. Chapter 86. Puppets against puppets. With that, Chiyo commanded her puppet to soar into the air. Ling Feng, unwilling to be outdone, also maneuvered his puppet to ascend, positioning it in opposition to Chiyo's. Lacking the Sharingan or Byakugan, Chiyo was unable to discern Ling Feng's intentions clearly, but Ling Feng was not similarly hindered, possessing both ocular powers. He could readily perceive the myriad mechanisms concealed within Chiyo's puppet. Whenever Chiyo infused chakra to activate a particular mechanism, Ling Feng could observe through his Byakugan and respond with rapid countermeasures. Witnessing Ling Feng's audacity in directly confronting her puppet, Chiyo felt her temper flare. Such a young man, utterly brazen, she resolved to teach him a lesson. Without hesitation, Chiyo activated the mechanisms of her puppet. This time, a barrage of shuriken was launched at an outsider. It might seem like a mere probing attack, yet Ling Feng was acutely aware that each shuriken bore explosive tags. Just as the shuriken were about to strike Ling Feng's puppet, Chiyo swiftly commanded her puppet to retreat. The explosive power of the detonating tags could easily send a person flying. The resulting shockwave might also adversely affect some of the puppet's mechanisms, prompting Chiyo to withdraw, eager to assess the defensive capabilities of Ling Feng's puppet. However, as the thick smoke dissipated, Chiyo's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment that Ling Feng's puppet not only remained unscathed, but was also in the midst of forming hand seals. Impossible. The explosive tags had clearly detonated. Why was your puppet unharmed, and seemingly without a scratch? Chio could not help but inquire. Ling Feng chuckled in response. Do not presume that only your puppet can form seals. With that, Ling Feng's puppet completed a series of hand seals for a combined ninjutsu. Water release. Great water collision wave. Lightning release. Chidori stream. A torrent of electrified water surged forth toward Chio, who was immediately gripped by terror. This boy wielded wind release, earth release, and now water and lightning releases. How utterly abnormal. Had it been a singular chakra nature, Chio could have instructed her puppet to withstand the attack. Yet she did not anticipate that Ling Feng would unleash a combination of ninjutsu, maximizing the effectiveness of the Chidori stream through the water's dispersive properties, inundating the area around Chio that if she did not act swiftly, both she and her puppet would be subjected to a violent electric shock from the Chidori stream. Faced with such an urgent predicament, Chio had no time to utilize wind release through her puppet, as puppets themselves are impervious to electricity, but humans are not. Thus, Chio abandoned her puppet and hastily began forming hand seals herself. Wind release. Peacock hurricane. A powerful whirlwind erupted from the ground, encasing Chio in its center. The electrified waterways were effectively repelled, unable to breach her defenses. Observing Chio's swift response, Ling Feng could not help but cast an appreciative glance. Indeed, she was a formidable adversary. Knowing when to relinquish her puppet in a critical moment, as the water receded, Chio dispelled the peacock hurricane. Well done, young one. I did not expect you to possess such a diverse skill set. Chio scoffed, clearly unyielding. But I am no pushover. Prepare yourself. After evading Ling Feng's assault, Chio immediately commanded her puppet to retaliate. From that point onward, Chio unleashed a relentless barrage of ninjutsu while activating her puppet's mechanisms. The reason puppets instill fear is that they fear neither death nor fatigue. They can withstand direct assault from ninjutsu while continuously executing their mechanisms. This is the advantage of puppetry, engaging in a war of attrition. However, Ling Feng's puppet was equally formidable, boasting robust defensive capabilities and an array of mechanisms that matched Chio's. Chio quickly recognized this. Initially, there was no issue, but as the battle progressed and she noticed no tangible results, her anxiety and frustration began to mount. After all, puppetry was Chio's forte, yet if her puppet became entangled with Ling Feng's, she was at a loss for how to find an opening. Moreover, she discovered a significant problem when both puppets unleashed ninjutsu simultaneously. Ling Feng's puppet consistently maximized the potency of its techniques. Even when employing identical chakra natures, Ling Feng's attacks always surpassed the power of Chio's. As the battle wore on, Chio began to question her own abilities. Meanwhile, the onlookers from Sunagakure were in a state of panic, beads of cold sweat rolling down their foreheads. They were unaware of the specific troubles Chio faced and why she was at a loss against Ling Feng. Yet they understood clearly that if Chio were to lose, Sunagakure would suffer a grievous blow. Boom! The two engage in another fierce clash, the explosion stirring up clouds of yellow sand, forcing them to retreat and create distance. Chio was already panting. Although her chakra reserves were substantial, facing Ling Feng, who appeared to possess an inexhaustible supply of chakra, rendered even the largest reserves futile. Ling Feng harbored the confidence to match the first and second Hokages in terms of chakra capacity, for he had chakra potions at his disposal. Should he run low, one gulp would replenish him instantly, leaving him unperturbed. You little brat, just how much chakra do you possess? You unleash countless ninjutsu, yet it seems as though you are barely affected. Chio could not help but inquire. Ling Feng smiled broadly, saying, I indeed possess a method to restore chakra, yet I cannot divulge it to you. Damn it, how long must this battle continue before a victor emerges? Chio was in a state of desperation, utterly devoid of any solutions. Meanwhile, Ling Feng maintained an air of nonchalance, for he had been patiently awaiting the system's notification of his accrued points. Restraining Chio was a trivial task for Ling Feng. After all, the puppets of both sides were unlikely to determine a clear outcome anytime soon, and Ling Feng possessed an almost limitless supply of chakra to expend. Thus, in the end, victory would undoubtedly belong to him. This was still under the condition that he chose to deplete his resources. If he wished to win outright, he could simply force Chiyo to expend vast amounts of chakra in battle. However, Ling Feng refrained from doing so, for he aimed to accumulate points as time dragged on. His points steadily climbed to nearly 3,000. The longer the delay, the more fear and concern gripped the people of Sunagakure. Ling Feng had already discerned their thoughts, and he was resolutely determined not to allow Sunagakure to succeed. Chapter 87. Chiyo's Dilemma at last. The amassed points surged beyond 4,000 yet. At that moment, the rate of point acquisition began to plummet, diminishing from hundreds to a mere handful. After prolonging the battle for several more rounds, the points dwindled to single digits. Ling Feng recognized that continuing this fight held no further significance, were it not for the allure of points. He would have sought a means to conclude the battle long ago, rather than allowing it to persist until now. He understood that Chiyo had revealed her full strength, her trump card being the newly summoned puppet. With no hidden capabilities remaining in this contest, Chiyo was undoubtedly more eager to emerge victorious than Ling Feng. That on one hand, she fought for her beloved apprentice, Sabaka no Kyomo. On the other, for the honor and reputation of Sunagakure. Others might afford to lose, but Chiyo could not, as she represented the final bastion of her village's pride. Should she fall to Ling Feng, especially to a mere 10-year-old child, how would the world perceive Sunagakure? From the outset, Sunagakure had been labeled the weakest among the 5 great shinobi villages, languishing at the very bottom. Although they had sought to dispel this rumor, opportunities had been scarce in times of peace. The primary interaction among the villages was the nin exams, with little else in the way of communication. Historically, Konohagakure had consistently ranked at the top, while the other villages battled for inferior placements. Sunagakure, having long thrived in the desert, was profoundly unfamiliar with forested terrains, which hindered their ability to achieve commendable results. Thus, when the Great Ninja War erupted, Sunagakure acted decisively to prove their worth. However, they were unprepared for Ling Feng, who decimated them without mercy. Even now, they found themselves in a dire predicament, with their last hope reduced to such a pitiful state. How could Chiyo not feel anxious? Had there been a Kazekage present, Chiyo would not need to be so concerned, as any mishap could be attributed to the Kazekage. But now, Sunagakure was leaderless, relying solely on Chiyo's sheer resolve. Yet, it appeared that even she was struggling to hold her ground. Chiyo-senpai, I believe you should concede. Continuing this battle is certain to end in your defeat, Ling Feng stated, observing Chiyo's labored breathing. Upon hearing this, Chiyo's expression darkened. You insufferable brat. Do you truly believe you will win? The battle is far from over. Ling Feng shook his head gently and replied, Chiyo-senpai, you are undoubtedly more aware of Sunagakure's current predicament than I am. If the outcome results in your defeat, the village's standing will plummet, perhaps even leading to its replacement among the other villages. At this, Chiyo's brow furrowed, her face twitching. Indeed, this was the very scenario that Chiyo and the upper echelons of Sunagakure feared most. The village had managed to secure its position among the 5 great villages due to the magnetic release Kekei Genkai of the Kazekage. Now, with one Kazekage missing and another deceased, there was no one left to assert dominance. Although the 4th Kazekage had left behind 3 young heirs, they were far too immature to shoulder the responsibilities, let alone protect the village. Observing Chiyo lost in thought, Ling Feng remained patient, awaiting her response. Ultimately, if the battle were to continue, Ling Feng was assured to lose. Even if a resolution were not reached immediately, the prolonged struggle would inevitably exhaust Chiyo, leading her to collapse. Ling Feng believed that since he had come to negotiate, he ought not to strip Sunagakure of all its dignity. Should he humiliate them entirely, provoking their wrath and compelling them to engage in a desperate, all-or-nothing conflict with Konohagakure, it would create complications for the latter. Given the current circumstances, Konohagakure had other battlefronts to contend with and could not afford to dispatch reinforcements in the short term. Brat, while I understand that Sunagakure cannot afford another loss, I refuse to be commanded by a mere child. After a lengthy pause, Chiyo gritted her teeth and declared. Ling Feng nodded. I comprehend your sentiments. Therefore, if you wish to continue fighting, I shall be at your side any time, but must wait until the war concludes. Humph. As I said, I refuse to be ordered about by a child, Chiyo retorted. Ling Feng furrowed his brow. Then what do you intend to do? He recognized that Chiyo had reached the end of her rope. Her only recourse was to muster the last of her strength for a final, desperate clash with him. However, such an act would yield no favorable outcome. Following that strike, Chiyo would deplete her chakra and stamina, rendering her defenseless. Beyond that, she possessed no remaining capital to continue the fight against Ling Feng. In stark contrast to Chiyo's singular path, Ling Feng enjoyed far greater freedom. He could continue to waste time or exchange for new resources to secure victory in the battle. Yet, faced with a confrontation he could not afford to lose, Ling Feng was unwilling to squander his points. One last strike. Let me witness your strength that far surpasses my own. I have no regrets in this life, for after understanding you, I realized that Sabaka no Kumo's failure was not an accident. Although I mourn his death, this is a battlefield, and death is a common occurrence. Even for my own apprentice, he was not afforded any special privilege. Setting aside these grievances, Chiyo implored Ling Feng to treat this final blow with utmost seriousness, asserting that she would bear any consequences that arose from it. Chiyo called out to Ling Feng with fervor. Similarly, the onlookers from Sunagakure could hear her words. As a result, expressions of grief adorned their faces, for they knew that Chiyo would never utter such sentiments unless absolutely necessary. This signified that she felt utterly powerless against Ling Feng Chiyo Senpai. You must not perish. If you die, what shall we do? The people of Sunagakure cried out in desperation. Yet, Chiyo's gaze was solely fixed upon Ling Feng. She had dedicated her life to safeguarding Sunagakure. To claim she was not weary would be a lie, yet there was no other choice. As long as she drew breath, she must fight for her village. Such was the inexorable fate of a shinobi. Ling Feng understood Chiyo's thoughts all too well. She was exhausted, even reluctant to consider her own mortality. Yet, Ling Feng needed Chiyo to survive. If she were to fall, the war would never cease. Even if he managed to halt hostilities with other villages against Kanehagakure, he could not prevent conflict from erupting among the other villages, leaving Kanehagakure forever embroiled in chaos. The so-called Great Ninja War was inherently interconnected, as one thread pulled would unravel the entire tapestry of war. In the face of self-interest, conspiracies would inevitably arise. How could Kanehagakure remain a passive observer? Chapter 88. Heartfelt submission. Ling Feng harbored no fear towards war. However, he deemed wars devoid of meaning as unnecessary, that if one aspired to become the deity of the ninja world and the foremost decision-maker, meticulous calculation of each step was imperative from this moment onward. Ling Feng wished to avert the continuation of conflict. Thus he must strive to maintain equilibrium among the various villages, should there be a singular exception. It could only be Konoha. As for the other villages, there must exist an absolute restraint among them. Only in this manner could they remain docile and refrain from instigating turmoil. Therefore, Chiyo could not perish. Her demise would leave Sunagakure devoid of any leverage. And even if Konoha and Sunagakure were to forge a peace treaty, the other villages would seize the opportunity to strike at Sunagakure. Reigniting war. Ling Feng believed that Sunagakure had invested over a decade of time, alongside vast sums of money and resources, to cultivate this puppet master core. Thus, it would require at least another decade before Sunagakure could once again possess its own elite force. Within this decade, Chiyo represented their final trump card. Otherwise, Sunagakure would inevitably be stripped of its status among the 5 great villages. This world is replete with numerous ninja villages, yet Ling Feng lacked the leisure to familiarize himself with each one. He was well acquainted with Sunagakure. The clearer the objective, the easier it is to manipulate. This much was beyond dispute. Hence, how could he ensure that war did not erupt within this decade? The sole solution lay in preserving the life of Sunagakure's final asset. Ling Feng yearned to counsel Chiyo against acting impulsively, but she seemed utterly disinclined to grant him the opportunity to speak. Upon concluding her remarks, Chiyo unleashed her chakra, preparing to deliver a final strike against Ling Feng. Sensing the overwhelming surge of chakra from Chiyo, Ling Feng, resigned, braced himself for defense. Should he retaliate with an offensive ninjutsu, their powers would clash, and only attacks of equal magnitude could neutralize one another. However, such a confrontation would yield a tremendous shockwave that would equally impact the user. Ling Feng, possessing Sage Body and the Baiken no Jutsu, need not worry about chakra depletion. Yet Chiyo, in her current state, held nothing back. Once she expended all her chakra, she would be rendered incapable of any action in the face of the ensuing shockwave. Thus, Ling Feng opted for defense, determined to withstand Chiyo's ultimate blow. Chiyo struck with Wind Release. Ling Feng chose to deploy a series of defensive ninjutsu. Wood Release, Advent of the Tree World, Water Release, Water Wave, Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, though the ground was laden with yellow sand. Through moisture treatment, the sand became cohesive, reinforced by the trees, forming a wall akin to reinforced concrete. This proved significantly sturdier than the previous earth flow wall. Not far away, Chiyo observed this scene, exhaling a long sigh from her weary frame. This boy is indeed terrifyingly strong. I never anticipated my ultimate strike would appear so insignificant before him. After this quiet reflection, Chiyo slowly closed her eyes and collapsed onto the yellow sand. The denizens of Sunagakure, witnessing this, disregarded the danger and rushed forward. Chiyo-senpai, you must not die. Quickly, call for medical ninjas. Chiyo-senpai. Meanwhile, Ling Feng, relying on his reinforced combination ninjutsu, successfully thwarted Chiyo's final attack. The earth flow wall dissipated, and Ling Feng emerged unscathed. Chiyo's ultimate strike had proven far weaker than he had anticipated. Perhaps she had indeed reached her limit, or perhaps it was Ling Feng's overwhelming strength. Observing the flustered members of Sunagakure nearby, Ling Feng contemplated and resolved to check on them. Although he believed Chiyo would not face any grave consequences, it was prudent to ascertain her condition. After all, should Chiyo perish, his earlier efforts would have been in vain. Despite her ultimate strike not even grazing his attire, despite the timely arrival of Sunagakure's people at Chiyo's side, their lack of medical ninjutsu left them helplessly anxious. Ling Feng sighed in exasperation, saying, "Step aside, let me handle this." Feng Muyuan, upon hearing this, immediately sprang up, pointing an accusatory finger at Ling Feng. "This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, Chiyo-senpai wouldn't have fainted." Hearing such a childlike tone, Ling Feng could not suppress a chuckle. "Oh, so I should have unleashed my full power, thus directly eliminating Chiyo, saving you from this commotion." Feng Muyuan was left speechless. This reminder struck him. Had Ling Feng not held back, Chiyo would have perished long ago, leaving no opportunity for her to faint here. "Step aside if you truly wish for Chiyo-senpai to survive," Ling Feng said calmly. This time, Feng Muyuan hesitated no longer and quickly cleared the way, with others following suit, fearful of hindering Chiyo's life. Ling Feng approached and knelt down for examination, discovering that Chiyo had merely succumbed to exhaustion from excessive chakra consumption. He promptly retrieved a vial of chakra potion and administered it to Chiyo. After consuming it, Chiyo awakened shortly thereafter. The small chakra potion may not have had a significant effect on her, but it was sufficient to rouse her from unconsciousness upon witnessing Chiyo regain consciousness. The people of Sunagakure erupted in cheers, their faces alight with joy. Seeing this, Ling Feng intended to take his leave. After all, he had exited Sunagakure and need not worry about any ulterior motives. However, Chiyo called out weakly from behind. Though her voice was faint, it carried on the wind, reaching Ling Feng's ears. Turning around, he saw Chiyo being supported by the people of Sunagakure. "Your name is Ling Feng, is it not?" Chiyo inquired feebly. Ling Feng nodded. "You are truly formidable. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. From this day forth, I assure you that Sunagakure will not inflict harm upon Konoha for any reason. At least as long as I draw breath." Chiyo spoke with great effort. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng smiled gently and replied, "Very well, I wish you many more years of life." With that, Ling Feng turned and departed. Watching his retreating figure, Chiyo coughed heavily a few times before softly murmuring, "This young lad is indeed far more astute than you all." He spared this old woman and stabilized the situation in Sunagakure, allowing it to maintain its place in the ninja world. Remember, do not provoke this individual in the future. He is far too terrifying. Chapter 89. Unrestrained cheers as dusk approached. Tsunade stood atop a high platform. gazing towards the direction of Sunagakure. The sky was awash in crimson hues, with the evening glow painting the heavens and merging beautifully with the golden sands. Yet, Tsunade's expression was laden with worry. She had no heart to admire such a splendid sight. For Ling Feng had yet to return. I don't know. It's getting chilly. Perhaps you should head back, her assistant, Eiko, suggested from behind, though there had been no warfare in recent days. Tsunade remained exceedingly busy, as she needed to tally the casualties from the battlefield, draft detailed reports for the village, and devise new defense strategies. After all, once a peace treaty with Sunagakure was established, the necessity for so many stationed ninjas would diminish. Regarding the situations on other fronts, Tsunade had also been kept informed. The village provided timely intelligence, and a third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had personally written to her, assuring that as soon as the war concluded, he would send reinforcements. Yet all of this hinged upon Ling Feng's return, and I'm fine. My injuries have completely healed. This degree of discomfort cannot faze me. I am not so fragile. Tsunade firmly shook her head in refusal. Returning was out of the question. Tsunade needed to see Ling Feng's safe return to feel at ease. Even if the negotiations failed, she had to ensure Ling Feng returned safely. For Sunagakure would undoubtedly strike again. That it would not be an exaggeration to say that Ling Feng was Konoha's pillar of stability and Tsunade's source of confidence. Negotiations could falter, and war could erupt anew, but Ling Feng must not meet with misfortune. Konoha has never feared war, nor has Tsunade. However, there exists a profound anxiety regarding the well-being of its most pivotal figures. This sentiment mirrors that of Sunagakure, where the disappearance of the Kazekage and the ensuing disappointment could plunge them into chaos, with Chiyo serving as their last bastion of hope. Thus, Ling Feng's decision will ultimately determine the fate of Sunagakure. In the end, Ling Feng opts to spare the village as the sky darkens and the last vestiges of golden red light fade into oblivion. Night descends. Lady Tsunade, please don your coat, her assistant, Eiko, suggests, her expression betraying her own concern as she gazes into the distance. It is evident that Tsunade's worries are shared by the entire Konoha Corps. Everyone is acutely aware that Ling Feng ventured alone to Sunagakure in pursuit of peace, and they all harbor hopes for his safe return with good news. Gradually, the moon ascends into the heavens, enveloping the world in silence, just as Tsunade can no longer bear the weight and prepares to set out for Sunagakure to retrieve Ling Feng. A commotion erupts among a group of people. Tsunade, intending to intervene, pauses as she hears their exclamations of joy. Lord Ling Feng has returned. Upon hearing this, Tsunade hastily descends from the platform and makes her way to another lookout tower, straining her eyes toward the horizon. Indeed, a familiar figure is making his way toward them at a measured pace. Ling Feng has returned. Upon reaching the entrance, he is greeted by a throng of people waving their arms in exuberance. Witnessing this scene, a look of satisfaction spreads across Ling Feng's face. His efforts have proven worthwhile. Tsunade, equally exhilarated, rushes forward, weaving through the crowd to the forefront to welcome Ling Feng. Why is everyone still awake at this late hour? Ling Feng inquires with a smile as he approaches the gathered individuals. Tsunade steps closer, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Are you unscathed? Of course, I am perfectly well. Ling Feng replies, slightly puzzled. Lady Tsunade has been worried about you. Waiting since dusk until now. Eiko interjects, stepping into the conversation with a chuckled, these words. Tsunade's face flushes with a sudden warmth. That's so. Senior Tsunade is so concerned about me. Ling Feng remarks, casting a knowing glance at her, which elicits further embarrassment from Tsunade, her cheeks reddening even more under the gaze of the surrounding crowd. After all, you represent Konoha and journeyed alone. It is only natural for someone from the village to care about your well-being. Tsunade stammers, attempting to justify herself, though her words become jumbled. Despite her efforts to stand tall, the amused glances from those nearby only amplify her discomfort. Perhaps due to the war's conclusion, the atmosphere within the military has lightened considerably. Well then, I appreciate your concern, Senior Tsunade, Ling Feng replies, choosing not to expose her flustered state, lest the tempestuous Tsunade unleash her wrath upon the onlookers, an outcome best avoided. Not all so. Was your negotiation successful? Tsunade swiftly redirects the conversation, aware that lingering on the previous topic would lead to her own embarrassment. Ling Feng nods, producing the scroll from his possession. The negotiations were fruitful. Agreements were signed under our terms. From today forth, should Sunagakure dare to